Chapter 1. The Soul of the Simulator. The City of Slaughter, a wretched realm steeped in malevolence. Within it lies the hellish arena of carnage, a place marked by bloodshed and brutality. Each opening of the hellish slaughterhouse is accompanied by death, with few ever emerging alive from its clutches. As referenced in the anime, the character Shura mentions to Tang San that some individuals are the vanquished of the slaughterhouse. No one aspires to be a failure. Those deemed unsuccessful have their soul power extracted and rendered useless, subsequently cast out to the outer city of the City of Slaughter. Although the outer city poses less danger than the inner sanctum and offers the protection of the King of Slaughter, its inhabitants are required to contribute 2 cups of the Yellow Springs elixir each month, leading to a mere existence that can only be described as a living death. Escaping such a perilous and lethal environment necessitates participation in 100 hellish slaughter matches, achieving victory in all before one may earn the right to challenge their departure from the City of Slaughter. Kill. Rip him apart. Yes, just like that, take him down. Today, yet another hellish slaughter match unfolds, where 10 soul masters engage in a brutal contest upon a massive stage, surrounded by an audience that fervently cheers in excitement. No one laments the deaths of those above, for the spectators are themselves bound to the same fate of entering the hellish slaughterhouse. Who, then, will shed tears for the unfortunate souls that perish there? In this grim locale, few possess the certainty of surviving the next hellish slaughter match. Thus, they linger, indulge, and revel in fleeting pleasures. When not participants themselves, they assume the role of pure spectators, deriving enjoyment from the violent clashes occurring in the arena. The victor of this hellish slaughter match is contestant number 6018. With the announcement, only one soul master remains standing amid the carnage. He is a relatively young soul master, with black hair and dark eyes, his sharp brows and bright gaze marking him as handsome, though his expression is currently one of cold severity. Mugu, 18 years old, possesses innate full soul power, reaching the level of Soul King. A true prodigy. Yet, this gifted individual did not voluntarily enter the City of Slaughter to hone his skills. Rather, he was compelled to flee there. Standing resolutely in the hellish slaughterhouse, Mugu surveys his surroundings with an air of disdain. Without uttering a word, Mugu silently stands in the arena, absorbing the fruits of his hard-won victory. Streams of soul power flow from the corpses of the 9 fallen participants, drawn into the ground and converging at his feet, ultimately surging into him as he absorbs their essence. This is the astonishing aspect of the slaughterhouse in the City of Slaughter. The victor can claim the soul power of the deceased. The corpses of the fallen dissipate entirely within the arena, unless they are merely incapacitated, in which case their soul power is also extracted and rendered null. Not only in the hellish slaughterhouse, but any soul master who dies within the City of Slaughter will have their body disintegrate. Once all traces of the deceased's soul power vanish, Mugu strides away from the arena with an air of indifference. Upon returning to his dwelling, Mugu, having exerted himself to the limits, suddenly finds himself unable to sustain his strength. A flush rises to his face, and he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Instantly, his complexion turns ashen. Though he emerged victorious from the hellish slaughter match, he had sustained grave injuries, having merely suppressed the pain until now. He is acutely aware that in a place like the City of Slaughter, revealing one's weakness could lead to dire consequences. Thud! Upon collapsing onto his bed, Mugu's vision darkens, and he loses consciousness. In the depths of his slumber, Mugu experiences an exceptionally long dream. He envisions himself transformed into another being, a descendant of a dragon thriving beneath a crimson flag. In this realm, humanity exists as ordinary mortals, perhaps possessing remarkable intellect, yet devoid of soul power and martial souls. When Mugu awakens, his gaze bears an entirely different quality. Could this be the awakening of my past lives' memories? He mutters to himself, beginning to grasp that he has not merely dreamt of becoming another person, but has awakened the memories of a previous existence. His consciousness is now predominantly influenced by these memories. In this life, I began with such tremendous potential, yet I find myself in this dismal state. How utterly disheartening. Reflecting on his experiences over the past 18 years, Mugu cannot help but lament his unfulfilled potential. Due to the reincarnation of his soul, Mugu awoke to a unique martial soulless simulator. The appearance of this novel martial soul is that of a cube. Being endowed with innate full soul power, Mugu was quickly recruited by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect upon awakening his martial soul. The sect believed they had discovered a genius, and Mugu shared this sentiment. With the assistance of the sect, after capturing his first soul ring, Mugu learned of his martial soul's attributes, which, as its name implies, allows for simulation. His martial soul can mimic the abilities of others, thus replicating their martial souls without limitation on quantity. Once he successfully simulates another's martial soul, he can switch between them at will. However, prior to a successful simulation, his martial soul lacks any combat capability. With the addition of his first soul ring, his initial soul skill enhances the success rate of simulations by double. Only upon successfully simulating another's martial soul does his first soul ring regenerate a soul skill based on the attributes of the simulated soul, granting him combat power. Upon discovering that his martial soul simulator could replicate others' martial souls, Mugu could hardly contain his disbelief, overwhelmed with joy as he fantasized about replicating all the top-tier martial souls in the world. This would be nothing short of extraordinary. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, upon learning of Mugu's martial soul attributes, was equally astonished, further confirming their belief that they had struck gold, leading to increased emphasis on his training and development. Initially, Mugu did not disappoint. His cultivation speed far exceeded that of his peers, and under his guidance, the martial soul simulator quickly succeeded in replicating several martial souls. Although these martial souls were merely ordinary low-quality, one-standard weapons such as swords and spears, she was yet unable to simulate any high-quality ones. Nonetheless, the sect members did not mind, convinced that Mugu's youth and low soul power level were the reasons for this limitation. They anticipated that as he matured, he would certainly be able to simulate top-tier martial souls. Indeed, as Mugu grew, the quality of the martial souls he could simulate improved, albeit still within the realm of low quality. By the age of 15, upon becoming a soul zone, he had yet to successfully simulate a single high-quality martial soul, let alone a top-tier one. This disparity resulted in an elevation of Mugu's soul power level at an extraordinary pace, far surpassing his contemporaries, yet his combat capability remained substantially inferior to that of soul masters of the same level. Even against those with high-quality martial souls in their 30s, he found himself unable to prevail. Chapter 2. The simulator is more than just a martial soul. After all, the martial souls Mugu could simulate were of exceedingly low quality. His inability to replicate higher quality martial souls led to dissatisfaction among the sect's disciples, particularly those of the direct lineage, who began to voice their grievances regarding his continued preferential treatment. Initially, the sect's leader and elders resisted these complaints, yet after another year passed with Mugu still unable to simulate higher quality martial souls, they found it necessary to address the sentiments of the other disciples, thus reducing Mugu's training resources and support. Mugu finally faced consequences for his situation, much to the delight of those discontented disciples, who expressed their glee upon encountering him, often mocking him. They ridiculed Mugu for possessing such an impressive martial soul, yet failing to replicate even a single high-quality one. Others taunted him, asserting that his martial soul was merely low quality and incapable of achieving higher standards. Having enjoyed a smooth journey since awakening his martial soul, Mugu found it intolerable to endure such derision. Faced with such adversity, his mentality began to crumble, and he became desperate to prove himself. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, even after becoming a soul zone and quadrupling his simulator success rate, he still could not replicate high-quality martial souls. It was not until Mugu inadvertently learned of the existence of the Fallen Ones prior to the events of Douluo there were no evil soul masters, only the Fallen Ones. In the anime, Yu Luoyang refers to the soul masters within the city of Slaughter as Fallen Ones that he discovered the potential of his martial soul. Through experimentation, Mugu realized that his martial soul possessed the ability to devour the martial souls of others. Moreover, by consuming a martial soul before simulating it, the possibility of failure became almost non-existent. Thus, Mugu began to venture forth, honing his skills through the elimination of other soul masters and devouring their martial souls, successfully simulating high-quality martial souls. This revelation delighted Mugu beyond measure, propelling him down an irrevocable path as he embraced the identity of a fallen one. Gradually, he became dissatisfied with merely simulating high-quality martial souls and set his sights on the ultimate top-tier martial souls. The 3 upper sects and the 4 lower sects have all set their sights on Mugu. Yet, those who often walk by the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. After successfully hunting down a disciple of the Qian sect, Mugu was finally discovered, revealing that he had become a fallen one. Consequently, he was pursued by the Qian sect. During his flight, as he was compelled to unleash an increasing number of martial spirits, the factions behind those spirits became aware of the situation, realizing that their own disciples had also fallen victim to Mugu. Thus, more forces began their pursuit of him. As for the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, they swiftly announced Mugi's expulsion from the sect upon learning of his status as a fallen one and the ensuing pursuit by the Haotian sect. Faced with a multitude of pursuers, Mugi ultimately had no choice but to seek refuge in the City of Slaughter. With such a disastrous beginning, collapsing midway, I hadn't even grown strong enough yet to dare strike against the Haotian sect. Yet, one cannot deny it was indeed a stroke of bad luck, compounded by a lack of caution. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. After lamenting over the tribulations of his life, Mugi chose not to dwell any further. The most pressing concern now was to recover from his injuries. For in a place like the City of Slaughter, the dangers were exceedingly great. Is this my martial spirit simulator? Mugi then summoned his martial spirit simulator with a flick of his hand. Having awakened the memories of his past life, rather than being reborn through possession, he felt no unfamiliarity in utilizing his martial spirit. It was as natural to him as moving his own fingers. Simulator, he murmured, gazing at the device in his hand, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. In his previous life, Mugi had read numerous novels, including those featuring simulators as a golden finger. Thus, he felt that before awakening the memories of his past life, his understanding of the simulator was rather superficial, limited to merely simulating others' martial spirits. It should be possible to use it for life simulation, right? Even if that's not the case, I can still utilize the simulator to create my own soul skills and martial spirits, rather than merely imitating those of others. Ultimately, it comes down to a lack of experience. Moreover, soul skills do not necessarily require soul rings to be employed. There are soul skills that can function without them, which would not be restricted in a place like the City of Slaughter. With these thoughts in mind, Mugi proceeded to switch his martial spirit, transforming it into a healing martial spirit, the Book of Healing. This was a high-quality, auxiliary martial spirit. Without utilizing a soul ring, there will be no healing effect. Gazing at the Book of Healing in his hand, Mugi whispered, then reverted his martial spirit back to that of the simulator. Simulator, initiate life simulation, focusing primarily on developing soul skills that do not require soul rings, switching the martial spirit to the Book of Healing for the simulation. Once switched back, Mugi endeavored to further develop the simulator. Crack crack. As Mugi's thoughts flowed, the cubic simulator in his hand instantaneously split into 27 smaller cubes, remaining interconnected like a Rubik's Cube, and began to rotate rapidly in a chaotic manner. On the first day, you attempted to utilize the Book of Healing to develop soul skills that could be used without a soul ring. You failed, yielding no results. On the second day, you continued your attempts, yet again achieving nothing. On the third day, you persisted in your efforts, but alas, still with no success. As the simulator began to spin, Mugi felt his soul power steadily depleting, while simultaneously receiving information from the simulator into his mind. Indeed, it is possible. Mugi felt a surge of excitement within the simulator could genuinely perform life simulations, a concern he had previously harbored. At that moment, he also began to perceive that under the operation of the simulator, he seemed to see another version of himself diligently cultivating and creating soul skills day by day. It felt akin to watching a movie, observing another self in the process of cultivation. Though it appeared to be someone else's experience, the insights gained were undeniably his own, truly wondrous. In the blink of an eye, Mugi realized that half of his soul power had been consumed. At this point, the version of himself within the simulator had begun making progress in the development of his self-created soul skills. On the 86th day, without utilizing a soul ring, you finally discovered a method to activate the Book of Healing. On the 109th day, through your relentless efforts without a soul ring, you finally mastered a self-created soul skill, which you named Light of Healing. Stop. Upon successfully developing a self-created soul skill with the simulator's assistance, Mugi immediately halted the simulator's further operation. Continuing any longer would leave him utterly drained of soul power. Chapter 3. Switching to the Haotian Hammer. Closing his eyes, Mugi silently digested the gains from the life simulation. When he opened his eyes again, they sparkled with vitality. Book of Healing. Swiftly, Mugi transitioned his martial spirit to the Book of Healing. Light of Healing. Since his simulated self had already named the self-created soul skill, Mugi saw no need to rename it, opting to use the same title. As the words left his lips, the Book of Healing in his hands erupted in a radiant, pearly glow, enveloping Mugi in its luminous embrace. Bathed in the soothing light of healing, Mugu could feel his wounds gradually mending. The warmth enveloped him in a comforting embrace, akin to being cradled in a gentle cocoon. However, this sensation was abruptly interrupted. As the healing light descended, Mugi's soul power was completely drained, leaving not a single drop. This feeling was exceedingly disconcerting, as if a stunning beauty had appeared before him, yet he found himself unable to wield his weapon. Fortunately, while his injuries were not entirely healed, they had improved somewhat, becoming less dire. Consequently, Mugu began to cultivate his energy, focusing on replenishing his soul power first. By the following day, he had fully recovered from his injuries and restored his soul energy. After regaining his strength, Mugu opted not to re-enter the hellish arena. At present, he possessed only one self-created soul skill, which was a supportive healing technique, offering little assistance in combat. His victory in yesterday's brutal contest had been partially due to luck. Continuing to participate, he could not guarantee further success. The consequences of failure were dire, either death or the crippling of his soul power, relegating him to a life of despair in the outer city. Such an outcome was certainly not what Mugu desired. Fortunately, having secured a victory in the hellish arena granted him a respite of 1 year, a period ample enough to develop the soul skills he aspired to through the simulator and strengthen himself. Yet, despite this opportunity, few could endure the trial of postponing their ambitions for an entire year. Mugu let out a cold laugh. The reason for this understanding was clear to him. The soul masters here had fallen under the control of the Huangquan from the city of slaughter. Those unaware of the truth only recognized that such a place was steeped in malevolence, continuously eroding one's soul and driving individuals to madness, with the only remedy being the consumption of Huangquan. In the city of slaughter, for the fallen residing within the inner city, a single cup of Huangquan was provided free of charge each month. However, the accumulation of malevolence would become increasingly overwhelming, rendering a solitary cup inadequate for resolution. Consequently, the fallen would eagerly participate in the next infernal arena, as victory would yield a cup of exquisite Huangquan, capable of completely alleviating the malevolence within a soul master. Of course, this was merely the narrative presented by the city of slaughter. Yet Mugu was well aware that these were nothing but fabrications, entirely deceptive. In terms of toxicity, the chronic poison contained within Huangquan was far more harmful and addictive, without considerable strength. Even those who traverse the path of hell might find it impossible to escape its grasp. I possess healing abilities and am therefore unafraid. Enduring for a year is certainly feasible, and I do not intend to continue consuming Huangquan in the future. Mugu let out a quiet sigh. Not out of fear of the yellow spring dew inflicting harm upon him, but because he understood that this so-called yellow spring dew was derived from the blood of soul masters processed by the city of slaughter. Ignorance had been bliss. Yet now that he was aware, Mugu would certainly be reluctant to partake in it again. In truth, the former Mugu had also known. But he had found himself with no other choice. The fallen souls in the outer city were obliged to contribute 2 cups of yellow spring dew each month, which essentially meant offering up 2 cups of their own blood. Thus, the inhabitants of the city of slaughter were well aware of this fact. Although the fallen souls in the outer city were under the protection of the king of slaughter and forbidden from killing, the king turned a blind eye to all other matters, provided that one did not end the life of another. Consequently, life in the outer city was not significantly better than in the inner city. What was of utmost importance now was to develop sufficient self-created soul skills that would enable him to wield them even in the treacherous environment of the city of slaughter. Only by mastering these soul skills could he truly gain the ability to protect himself. As for whether he should aim to achieve 100 consecutive victories, become the champion of the hell-killing field, and then traverse the path to the god of death to escape the city of slaughter, those considerations could wait for another time. What Mugu currently desires is to enhance his own strength. He has no intention of leaving the city of slaughter for the time being, primarily because he has yet to decide whether to seek the inheritance of the Azura god. He is aware that the legacy of the Azura god resides with the king of slaughter, Tang Chun. As long as he can traverse the hell road and attain the realm of the god of slaughter, he would indeed qualify to receive the Azura god's inheritance. The reason he asserts that the Azura god's legacy is with Tang Chun is that the Azura's divine artifact, the Azura bloodsword, is in Tang Chun's possession. Once he acquires the realm of the god of slaughter, reclaiming the Azura bloodsword from Tang Chun would not be a formidable challenge, especially since Tang Chun is already met with failure. However, seizing the Azura bloodsword from Tang Chun is no simple task. In the original narrative, even when controlled by the blood-red nine-headed bat king, Tang Chun, the king of slaughter, proved to be no match for Tang San, who wielded the sea god's weapon, the sea god's trident. At that time, Tang San had already become a soul Douluo, possessing multiple 10,000-year soul rings, which rendered him extraordinarily powerful. Hence, Mugu feels that defeating the king of slaughter will not be an easy endeavor. For now, he chooses to set aside such weighty thoughts and instead focus on developing sufficient soul skills that do not require soul rings. Shaking his head, Mugu decides to proceed step by step. He activates the simulator to conduct a life simulation, primarily aimed at developing soul skills with the Haotian hammer as his weapon. With a determined mindset, Mugu immediately summons his martial soul to engage in the life simulation. The choice of the Haotian hammer as his weapon for development is natural, as it is the strongest martial soul he has assimilated through simulation thus far. Although he has also assimilated the 7-treasure glazed tile from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, it is merely an auxiliary martial soul and holds little utility in this context. As for the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, one of the top 3 sects, Mugu refrains from targeting them since he was previously a member, thus he cannot simulate the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Crack crack, the familiar scene re-emerges. The simulator within the pastoral song swiftly expanded, then began to rotate with the rapidity akin to that of a Rubik's Cube. As the simulator operated, the soul energy within the pastoral figure began to deplete. Chapter 4. Yu Luoyang on the first day. You endeavored to create your own interpretation of the chaotic wind hammer technique based on your recollections, yet yielded no results. On the second day, you persisted in your attempts to develop the chaotic wind hammer technique, still encountering no success. On the third day, you faced yet another failure. On the fourth day, the simulation of life continued unabated. Mugu beheld his own likeness within the simulation of life, persistently endeavoring and repeatedly faltering. In this simulated existence, he understood that the essence of the chaotic wind hammer technique lay in harnessing the power of one's own strikes, layering force upon force. Thus, he integrated the knowledge of strength he had acquired in his past life into this simulation. On the 72nd day, he had mastered the art of wielding the Haotian hammer to execute a series of 7 consecutive strikes, each one building upon the last, with each blow more formidable than the previous. However, on the 73rd day, his soul power was depleted, abruptly interrupting the simulation. He was astonished at the rapid consumption of his soul energy. It was only the 73rd day, and he had begun with his energy fully replenished. In his previous simulation, he had managed to persist until the 109th day, even under conditions of limited soul power, ultimately concluding the simulation on his own accord. Yet, this was to be expected. For wielding the Haotian hammer was indeed taxing on one's soul energy, even without employing soul techniques. Moreover, the development of his unique soul technique for the Haotian hammer was particularly draining. After a brief contemplation, Mugu discerned the crux of the matter and chose not to dwell further on it. Nevertheless, he resolved to exercise greater caution in the future, ensuring that the simulator would not deplete his soul power entirely, for in a place like the City of Slaughter, it was imperative to maintain a certain level of combat readiness at all times. As Mugu admonished himself, he hastily engaged in his cultivation to restore his soul power. Only after rejuvenating his energy did he venture out from his dwelling, intent on seeking nourishment. Having gone without sustenance for 2 consecutive days, he understood that while fasting could be mitigated through cultivation, transforming soul power into the energy his body required, the most expedient method of replenishing energy remained through food. As he traversed the inner city, the remnants of violence were ubiquitous. However, the reality was not as dire as depicted in anime. Unlike the relentless bloodshed portrayed when Tang San entered, such chaos was improbable. Although killings occurred daily, they were not omnipresent. Normal violence transpired in secluded areas, leaving only traces for the observant to find. After all, no one wished to commit a murder only to fall victim to an ambush immediately thereafter. Mugu, how did you end up here? As Mugu strolled past a street corner, his identity was suddenly revealed by an unexpected voice. As Muggy turned around, he beheld a young man whose features were difficult to discern, as he, like most others, was clad in a hooded jacket, with his head enveloped within the confines of the hood. Who are you? Mugu halted his steps, casting a frigid gaze at his counterpart. In a place like this, one could hardly expect to encounter virtuous individuals, himself included. Setting aside the question of whether his past self was good or not, the moment Mugu awakened his memories, he understood he could no longer be a paragon of virtue. Outside the City of Slaughter, enemies abounded. And unless he could transform himself entirely and refrain from utilizing the soul simulator, redemption seemed implausible. Yet, why should he strive for goodness? After all, this world harbors few noble souls. In Mugu's perspective, Tang San and his companions from the original tale were no paragons of virtue either. Conversely, he viewed the antagonists, Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall, as not particularly malevolent. Bibi Dong's ambition to unify the continent, despite her desire for world destruction, appeared to Mugu as a pursuit of justice, for the Spirit Hall stood as the true ally of the common folk. In contrast, the other sects, both upper and lower, tended to exploit the populace. Have you forgotten even me? The man's voice, seething with fury upon hearing Mugu's words, revealed his vexation as he ripped off his hat and glared at Mugu. However, despite the revelation of his features, Mugu could not recall who he was. The man, revealing himself as Yu Luoyang, seethed, "Damn it, I am Yu Luoyang. How could you not recognize me? It was because of you that I was forced to flee to this hellhole." Yu Luoyang, once a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and a direct descendant possessing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit, was not particularly gifted, but his character was deplorable. Previously, at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he harbored jealousy towards Mugu, yet, out of fear of Mugu's status, he dared not offend him. His misdeeds mirrored those of the vile boss Chow, as he indulged in affairs with others' wives. Once, when Mugu caught him in an illicit rendezvous with the wife of an elder from the sect, he had reported Yu Luoyang, who then mysteriously escaped from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Rumors suggested he had entangled himself with more than one married woman. Consequently, he was expelled from the sect and hunted down. It appeared he had fled to the City of Slaughter. Such a place was well known. Even commoners were aware of its grim reputation. Thus, it was no surprise that the City of Slaughter was rife with death. as its lethal arenas could claim 7 or 8 lives at a time. If multiple events were held in a day, the toll could reach dozens. Without a continuous influx of soul masters, how could so many participate in these hellish contests? The existence of the City of Slaughter was no secret. Any soul master unable to thrive elsewhere would inevitably gravitate towards it. Furthermore, it was not solely soul masters who entered. Many without soul power also sought refuge there, where they could unleash their fury upon soul masters. Hearing Mugu's words, Yu Luoyang's expression darkened further. Had Mugu not exposed his misdeeds, he would not have become the pariah he was now. I am rather curious how a prodigy like you ended up in such a place. Or perhaps you finally gained some self-awareness, realizing you cannot simulate a high-tier martial spirit, and thus sought refuge here. Yu Luoyang quickly suppressed his rage and began to mock Mugu with a cold smile. Being one who had entered the City of Slaughter before Mugu, he remained oblivious to the latter's subsequent experiences. Chapter 5: The Haotian Hammer? How absurd. Are you attempting to provoke me? Mugu's countenance turned icy in response to Yu Luoyang's derision. The upper sex possessed martial spirits, and he just happened to lack a blue lightning tyrant dragon, making Yu Luoyang's presence fortuitous. He would not dismiss such provocation lightly, for he was not one to endure insults. His temperament was rather narrow, and it was precisely such narrowness that had led him down a path of degradation due to the scornful jest of his peers. Even before awakening his memories, his character had been similarly flawed. Nevertheless, Mugu was also capable of gratitude. Thus, despite the mockery he faced from the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect's disciples, he refrained from retaliating or secretly devouring their martial spirits, for it was the sect that had nurtured him. Indeed, I have long harbored disdain for you. You forced my expulsion from the sect, and today, I shall end your life. Infuriated by Mugu's audacity to confront him, Yu Luoyang's fury intensified. Shouldn't he be the one enraged? Had it not been for Mugu, he would not have fallen to such depths. Die. With that, Yu Luoyang bellowed and charged at Mugu. Martial spirit, manifest. As he rushed forward, Yu Luoyang summoned his martial spirit, enhancing his own prowess. Although the use of soul skills was prohibited in the City of Slaughter, summoning one's martial spirit was entirely permissible. Crackling with blue lightning, Yu Luoyang surged towards Mugu, embodying the might of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, a top-tier martial spirit. The mere act of manifesting his martial spirit provided him with a power comparable to that of some soul skills, particularly with the added lightning-infused damage that surpassed any ordinary soul skills. Seeking death, Mugu scoffed, having anticipated Yu Luoyang's assault. As Yu Luoyang struck, Mugu summoned his own martial spirit, swiftly switching the simulator to the Haotian hammer. He swung the Haotian hammer towards Yu Luoyang, executing the tempestuous hammering technique he had mastered. The Haotian hammer? How can this be? Upon witnessing the imposing Haotian hammer, Yu Luoyang's expression shifted dramatically. He questioned whether he was mistaken. How could Mugu possibly simulate such a superior martial spirit? After all, he had consistently failed to manifest even a high-quality martial spirit. What of the Haotian hammer? It is merely a simulation. The blue lightning tyrant dragon is the true top-tier martial spirit. After the initial surprise, Yu Luoyang did not place much importance on the Haotian hammer wielded by Mugu, dismissing it as merely a simulated replica, far inferior to his own blue electric Tyrannosaurus. His blue electric Tyrannosaurus was the quintessential top-tier martial spirit. With a resounding crash, the two weapons collided, unleashing a tremendous force interlaced with flickering blue lightning. In the first clash, Mugu's Haotian hammer faltered slightly, being forced back, along with Mugu himself, who was pushed a step back. Haha, perish? Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Luoyang let out a hearty laugh, immediately swinging his electrified fist in pursuit of Mugu. In the face of Yu Luoyang's relentless assault, Mugu remained unflustered, calmly executing his second strike with the Haotian hammer. The two weapons collided once more with a thunderous sound. This time, while Mugu's Haotian hammer was again forced back, he himself stood firm, unyielding. Die. Yu Luoyang, however, failed to notice this shift. His mind consumed by a desire for vengeance against Mugu, he continued to unleash a flurry of punches. His eyes glinted with a sinister crimson light. Observing this, Mugu harbored a cold smile within, recognizing that Yu Luoyang's state of mind was highly unstable, a common trait among many in the City of Slaughter, particularly during combat. Mugu continued to wield the Haotian hammer, launching a fierce assault. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of encounters, the force behind Mugu's strikes grew increasingly formidable, leading to Yu Luoyang being firmly subdued, his figure retreating under the relentless hammering. No, this cannot be. Faced with such a shift, Yu Luoyang appeared to struggle with acceptance. This is impossible. My blue electric Tyrannosaurus is the strongest. Die. With his crimson eyes ablaze, Yu Luoyang seemed oblivious to the reality that he might be outmatched by Mugu, relentlessly attacking with fervor. It is you who will perish. Mugu let out a cold snort. In the face of the agitated Yu Luoyang, he slightly retreated, skillfully evading Yu Luoyang's assault. After avoiding the collision, he seized the opportune moment to strike with the Haotian hammer, aiming directly at Yu Luoyang's chest. A thunderous crash echoed, followed by the sound of shattering bones. Yu Luoyang was struck with a fatal blow from Mugu, sending him hurtling backward, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth. He then crashed to the ground in a state of disarray, convulsing as blood continued to pour from his mouth. The pastoral figure slowly approached the severely injured Yu Luoyang, observing the resentment and unwillingness reflected in his eyes. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "With the martial souls of the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects, I am merely one blue lightning tyrant dragon short. I am grateful to you for delivering it to me." As Mugu spoke, he switched the Haotian hammer in his hand back to the simulator and employed its devouring ability. Although he had been expelled from the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, Mugu felt a deep sense of gratitude towards them for nurturing his growth. Thus, he had never contemplated devouring the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul from the sect's disciples. However, the situation with Yu Luoyang was markedly different. The latter sought his demise, allowing Mugu to act without any psychological burden. With a hum, the simulator hovered over Yu Luoyang's chest, unleashing a powerful suction that relentlessly consumed Yu Luoyang's martial soul. Yu Luoyang, spitting blood, was taken aback by this scene, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never anticipated that Mugu's martial soul possessed the capability to devour his own. Suddenly, a tremor passed through Yu Luoyang's eyes as realization dawned upon him. He understood why Mugu could successfully simulate a top-tier martial soul like the Haotian hammer. It must be linked to Mugu's devouring ability. Despite his unwillingness, Yu Luoyang struggled, desperate to prevent Mugu from consuming his martial soul. In response to Yu Luoyang's resistance, the simulator abruptly halted, for the opponent was still alive, and the martial soul remained under his control, making direct consumption exceedingly difficult. Indeed, it was far easier to devour once the opponent was deceased. Observing this, Mugu murmured softly, and the simulator instantly transformed into a dagger, which he grasped firmly. With a swift motion, he slashed across Yu Luoyang's throat. In the end, Yu Luoyang could only widen his eyes in reluctant disbelief as his consciousness faded away. The pastoral melody no longer exhibited any restraint, swiftly reverting to its original form and voraciously consuming the martial soul of Yu Luoyang. Though the act of devouring was facilitated by death, time remained of the essence. Otherwise, the martial soul and soul power of the adversary would rapidly dissipate. This was particularly true in a place like the city of Slaughter, where decomposition was hastened. Indeed, it was not long before Yu Luoyang's body began to disintegrate, ultimately scattering with the wind. While the corporeal form was broken down, the energy was absorbed by the city of Slaughter. Fortunately, at that moment, the pastoral melody had successfully assimilated Yu Luoyang's martial soul. The simulator immediately commenced the process of martial soul simulation, emulating the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Chapter 6. Bibi Dong was in the midst of simulating the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Through the devoured essence of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, the simulator gained a comprehensive understanding of its attributes, successfully bringing it to life. After the command of the pastoral song was issued, the simulator, having absorbed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, began to spin rapidly before the pastoral figure. In approximately 5 minutes, the simulator successfully replicated the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit. After successfully simulating the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, Mugu swiftly retracted the simulator and departed from the scene. Around him, numerous fallen ones observed his departure, yet none dared to approach him. The scene of Mugu slaying Yu Luoyang was witnessed by all. Whether it was the Haotian hammer or the blue lightning tyrant dragon, both were supreme martial souls, far beyond their capacity to contend with. Moreover, Mugu had killed Yu Luoyang without sustaining any harm himself, leaving them even more hesitant to act. Who was that person just now? So young, yet capable of killing Yu Luoyang. When did the Haotian sect produce such a prodigy? And why did he come to a place like the city of Slaughter? I hope that when I participate in the Hell's killing field, I do not encounter this individual. As they watched Mugu's departing figure, the surrounding fallen ones were filled with curiosity. The shepherd had only just arrived, and few were acquainted with him. During his last participation in the Hell's arena, he did not wield the Haotian hammer spirit, as he was previously more adept with a sword. Conversely, Yu Luoyang was well known to many, for he possessed the esteemed blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, making it difficult for him to remain unnoticed. Soul masters endowed with such exceptional spirits rarely succumb to the fate of becoming fallen beings in the city of Slaughter. After all, those with top-tier spirits can thrive elsewhere, rendering such a place unnecessary for them. Unbeknownst to the departing shepherd were the events unfolding behind him. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Once he utilized the Haotian hammer spirit, it was certain that the inhabitants of this realm would take a particular interest in him. When they eventually discovered his ability to emulate various spirits, their astonishment would surely deepen. However, the shepherd chose not to bestow upon them further attention, as he soon vanished after his display of prowess. This disappearance did not signify a physical absence, but rather a retreat from further engagement, leading to a natural decline in interest. In addition to satisfying daily hunger, Mugu was deeply engrossed in his training. Once his soul power was sufficient, he engaged in simulations to develop his unique soul techniques. When his soul power depleted to a significant level, he would cease the simulation, preserving a reserve for unforeseen circumstances. After a full month of dedication, Mugu successfully simulated the 81 forms of the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Determined to delve deeper, Mugu believed he could potentially create the 82nd form or even more, yet he chose not to continue, as progress was exceedingly slow. and the 81 forms of the chaotic cloak hammer technique sufficed for his needs. The simulator was utilized for life simulations and to develop original soul techniques based on the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. Following the successful simulation of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, Mugu temporarily abandoned the development of soul techniques for the Haotian hammer, opting instead to focus on the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, with its elemental power of lightning, seemed a more straightforward foundation for creating unique soul techniques. On the first day, Mugu attempted to develop a soul technique based on the simple martial spirit manifestation but yielded no results. By the second day, he recognized that the body, empowered by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, was well suited for developing physical combat techniques, thus commencing his endeavor in that direction. On the third day, he recalled the Navy's 6 styles, deciding to use them as a standard for his experimentation. By the fourth day, he began to grasp some concepts. On the 112th day, he successfully developed the iron block technique from the Navy's 6 styles. On the 123rd day, building upon the iron block and incorporating the lightning attributes of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, he successfully created a formidable defensive soul technique, which he named Thunderclap Guardian. Thus, Mugu embarked on a daily quest to develop unique soul techniques based on the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Through continuous simulations, he discovered that the spirit was particularly adept at fostering physical soul techniques. However, attempting to develop techniques solely from the lightning aspect proved to be quite challenging, as he faced repeated failures in his simulations. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment for not being able to create powerful techniques like the 10,000 volts or the electromagnetic cannon, he remained optimistic, thinking that if the lightning aspect proved insufficient, he could later assimilate a top-tier martial spirit primarily composed of lightning elements for further development. Despite the inability to create the electromagnetic cannon, Mugu harnessed the physical strength and associated lightning damage from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex to develop a series of powerful physical soul techniques. This endeavor consumed an additional 2 months of his time. Overall, Mugu felt immense satisfaction with his progress. With these newly developed techniques, he was confident in his ability to claim victory in the Hell's Killing Field, particularly with the inclusion of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, all of which were classified as physical soul techniques. From an external perspective, these physical techniques could be seen as a soul master as combat prowess. Unlike the more ostentatious soul ring techniques, this subtlety would prevent the revelation of Mugu's ability to utilize soul techniques, as long as he did not admit it. All manifestations of his physical techniques could merely be attributed to his innate battle talent. He preferred to remain inconspicuous, exercising caution. Now, the moment for his performance had arrived. The championship of the Hell's Killing Field was firmly within his grasp. 100 consecutive victories were merely trivial. After 3 months of seclusion, Mugu finally emerged to the Hell's Killing Field. What a stunning woman. Alas, what a pity. Such an exquisite woman found herself in the Hell's Killing Field. How I wish I had discovered her sooner. Indeed, she is truly extraordinary. What a shame. I hope she can survive. As Mugu entered the tavern of the Hell's Killing Field, he noticed the audience abuzz with discussion, all eyes fixated on a woman within the arena. Upon discovering this, Mugu couldn't help but cast a curious glance towards the Hell's arena. It was her. Upon seeing the woman amidst the carnage, Mugu's eyes quivered slightly, astonished to recognize her. The most formidable antagonist in the Douluo realm, the future pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi. Chapter 7. The terrifying Bibi. This woman had arrived at the city of slaughter at this very moment. Observing Bibi in the Hell's arena, Mugu felt a twinge of surprise. Never had she anticipated encountering Bibi in such a grim locale. Though Bibi is the greatest villain in the original tale, she had also become Mugu's favorite character after watching the anime. Her beauty was simply unparalleled. Before Mugu stood Bibi, whose extraordinary figure was captivating. Yet the coldness and resentment emanating from her eyes sent a chill down one's spine. However, this reaction was primarily for ordinary individuals. They would perceive Bibi in such a state as perilous and would refrain from approaching her recklessly. Yet, those who entered the city of slaughter were anything but ordinary. They were indifferent to the danger and only beheld Bibi's alluring physique and breathtaking visage. This was particularly true for the men present, the female fallen beings. On the other hand, looked upon Bibi in the Hell's arena with a burning desire for her swift demise, wishing for her to be vanquished in the most brutal manner possible. In the original narrative, Bibi achieved an astounding 100 consecutive victories in the Hell's arena and ultimately traversed the Hell Road to attain the domain of the God of Slaughter. Now, let us witness Bibi's prowess without the aid of soul skills. As Mugu gazed upon Bibi's graceful figure, intrigue filled his heart. The Hell arena begins. With a dispassionate announcement, the arena opened its gates. In an instant, all 10 competitors, including Bibi, summoned their respective martial spirits. Those possessing weapon spirits grasped their weapons, while those with beast spirits swiftly manifested their spirits. Death Spider Monarch, manifest. Upon summoning the Death Spider Monarch, Bibi rapidly enhanced her spirit, unfurling 8 spider legs from her back, each shimmering with a violet luminescence. Just as she completed her spirit manifestation, a shadow appeared behind her, wielding a curved dagger in a stealthy assault. This assailant, a female fallen competitor, harbored deep-seated jealousy upon sensing the men's yearning gazes directed at Bibi. Enraged by their shameless admiration, she resolved to ruthlessly eliminate the strikingly beautiful woman and mar her flawless form. With a startled heart, Bibi managed to retract her spider legs just in time to block the woman's dagger. Though she deflected the attack, she staggered forward a couple of steps. Wretched creature. Perish. The assailant snarled, unwilling to accept her thwarted strike. With renewed vigor, she lunged at Bibi once more, intent on claiming her life. You've chosen death. Bibi, now fully aware of the threat, was no mere insignificant adversary to be easily vanquished. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she pivoted and, without any unnecessary movement, thrust the foremost pair of her spider legs forward, piercing the intruder with pinpoint precision. The speed and angle of her strike left the assailant utterly defenseless, resulting in a swift and decisive kill. After disposing of the fallen woman's body, Bibi turned her gaze toward the remaining 8 competitors who were already embroiled in combat. The attempted ambush ignited a ferocious desire for vengeance within her, transforming years of suppressed emotions into a lethal resolve. Without hesitation, she charged toward the nearest fallen competitor, her spider legs poised for action. Possessing the formidable death spider monarch spirit, Bibi prowess was unparalleled, particularly in a setting where soul techniques were prohibited and only spirit manifestations were allowed. Her spider legs, lethal weapons imbued with potent venom, posed a grave threat. While the toxicity was not fatal, it could induce paralysis, rendering her foes vulnerable in the heat of battle. With calculated strikes, Bibi unleashed her martial spirit's advantages, mercilessly dispatching competitor after competitor with an icy demeanor. What power does that martial spirit possess? They gasped in disbelief as 4 of their ranks fell before her. The realization of her strength stunned the remaining competitors, who had underestimated the capabilities of such a beautiful woman. She wields the Death Spider Monarch, an elite martial spirit. What an extraordinary woman, they murmured, acknowledging her prowess. The crowd, once filled with unabashed desire, now regarded her with trepidation, fearful of incurring her wrath. Let us unite and eliminate this woman. The remaining 4 competitors exchanged glances, silently agreeing to join forces against Bibi, a logical strategy for in the Hell Arena. Any competitor displaying overwhelming strength would inevitably become the target of collective aggression. Attack. Yet, even in their coalition, they stood no chance against Bibi. One by one, they fell victim to her deadly strikes, their efforts proving futile. Soon, the Hell Arena declared Bibi the victor, numbered 6,364, a testament to her prowess. Indeed, Bibi is formidable, Mugu mused, finally grasping how she had navigated the trials of the City of Slaughter. Fortunately, she had completed her bout in the Hell Arena today, allowing him to register without conflict. It seemed prudent to discuss with Bibi a staggered registration time. Simultaneously, Mugu contemplated another matter. He felt no fear toward Bibi. Equipped with a plethora of self-created soul techniques, he was confident he could overcome her. The pastoral figure harbored no desire to meet a fate akin to that of Bibi. Chapter 8. I have come here solely to convey one matter to you. Following her victory, Bibi was experiencing the rewards of triumph in the hellish arena of carnage for the first time. She began to absorb the soul power emanating from the fallen competitors. As she felt the soul power surging into her body from the depths of the arena, Bibi could not suppress her excitement. Indeed, she had made the right choice in coming to the City of Slaughter. Here, she could grow stronger at an accelerated pace. Qian Renxue, wait for me. There will come a day when I shall personally slay you, beast, while absorbing the soul power of her enemies. Bibi silently vowed within her heart. In the hellish arena of carnage, the bodies of the other 9 contestants swiftly decomposed and vanished. Something was amiss. The soul power of these individuals could not possibly be so scant. Had it been siphoned away by the arena? Bibi quickly discerned the peculiarity beneath her feet. The soul power she had acquired was alarmingly insufficient. Contemplating the anomaly of the arena, she chose to keep her suspicions to herself. Ignoring the presence of others within the tavern of the hellish arena, Bibi elegantly and coldly departed, her high heels clicking against the floor. Those in her path instinctively parted ways, a testament to their reverence for strength. These people deserve to perish, she thought coldly as she passed by them. How could she not have noticed the gazes directed at her in the tavern? Anyone who dared to regard her with such looks was, in her eyes, deserving of death. Such glances reminded her of memories she wished to forget, being new to this place and confronted by the multitude of degenerates within the tavern. She had restrained her murderous intent. However, it mattered not. These individuals would eventually meet their demise. Once she regained her strength, she would continuously participate in the hellish arena, systematically eliminating all her opponents. What a terrifying woman. As she strode past, a chill ran down one observer's spine. Most inside dared not follow her. For while the allure of her beauty was undeniable, strength was equally paramount. Yet, a few audacious souls, confident in their own abilities, lingered behind, slowly trailing her retreating figure. Upon exiting the tavern, these individuals exchanged glances, sharing a conspiratorial smile. There was no need for words, an unspoken agreement had been forged. That exquisite woman was perilous. Confronting her alone posed a significant risk, so they would band together. After all, shared pleasure outweighed solitary enjoyment, and hoarding gains was unwise. These fools, oblivious to their impending doom, Following them, the pastoral figure emerged, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she regarded the four fools' retreating forms. Their intentions were commendable, but alas, their strength fell woefully short. The pastoral figure silently shook his head and quietly followed behind. The woman ahead, Bibi, appeared oblivious to the pursuers trailing her. Gradually entering a deserted cul-de-sac, the four fallen ones, upon exchanging knowing glances, excitedly followed her into the alley. They were aware that they had been detected and recognized Bibidong's possible intention to lead them here. But what did it matter? Confronted with such beauty, how could they retreat? How dare that arrogant woman lure us here? Woman, surrender willingly, and perhaps we shall spare your life. As long as we can indulge ourselves, we will let you go. Enough talk, let us take her down together. Once inside the cul-de-sac, they found Bibidong had turned to await them, and their surprise was minimal. They had anticipated her ploy. In unison, they summoned their martial souls and charged at her. They understood that the woman before them was formidable, and before enjoying her beauty, they must first overcome her. A wretched band of fallen ones. If it were outside, you wouldn't even be worthy of a glance from me. Bibidong's eyes reflected disdain as she coldly spoke. Summoning her martial soul, the Death Spider Queen, 8 wicked spider legs manifested behind her, radiating malevolence. Onward! That damned woman shall know our might once we capture her. The men, incensed by Bibidong's words, surged forward. Clang, clang, clang. With a sickening intensity, a bloody battle erupted in the dim cul-de-sac. The four daring to pursue Bibidong were no weaklings. They were stronger than those she had faced in the hellish slaughter grounds. United, they pressed her. And she found herself struggling against their combined might. Yet, after a quarter of an hour of fierce combat, the four fell tragically at her hands. They were gradually incapacitated by the toxins of her Death Spider Queen, and those who attempted to flee were unable to escape. Impressive. Truly deserving of her title as the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. With applause echoing, the pastoral figure entered the cul-de-sac. Have the mice hiding in the shadows finally emerged? Bibidong showed no surprise at the arrival of the pastoral figure, merely regarding him with cold indifference. However, she was somewhat taken aback that he recognized her identity. Having remained within the Spirit Hall for years, she seldom appeared before outsiders. Thus, it was surprising that he could identify her. Leave my side if you do not wish to be like them. Yet Bibidong paid little heed, dismissing him as just another fallen one unable to survive outside. Now hiding in the city of slaughter. Had it not been for her current state, weakened by continuous battles, she would have swiftly eliminated him rather than resorting to threats. After all, his audacity to appear before her after witnessing her strength indicated he had some backing. Facing the haughty gaze of Bibidong, the pastoral figure's expression turned slightly cold. He had encountered such disdainful eyes too many times in his previous life. It was the gaze of someone who looked down upon another entirely. Mugu understood that Bibidong did not recognize him, mistaking him for just another fallen soul. As the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, endowed with the innate talent of possessing twin martial souls and full soul power from birth, it was only natural for her to regard the fallen of the Slaughter City with disdain. However, despite this understanding, Mugu felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. I have come here to convey a message. If you do not wish to be defeated by me in the Hell's Killing Field, then in the future, when registering for the Hell's Killing Field, make sure to steer clear of me. Chapter 9, Re-registration. In his ire, Mugu spoke with less civility and more authority. Upon hearing his seemingly nonsensical declaration, Bibidong initially failed to grasp its meaning. Yet, once she comprehended his words, her exquisite features grew even colder. Are you attempting to instruct me? Bibidong coldly retorted, incredulous that a filthy fallen individual would dare to presume to teach her. Indeed. Mugu candidly acknowledged the situation, stating, I am aware that you are the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. However, this is the city of slaughter, where soul skills cannot be employed. In such circumstances, you are no match for me. Hence, I graciously offer to guide you. With that, Mugu turned to leave. He merely wished to convey this to Bibidong, hoping to avoid an encounter with her in the hellish arena, lest she meet her demise in the city of slaughter. Having expressed his thoughts, if Bibidong remained oblivious and chose to register for the same arena, Mugu could only express his regret. The pastoral figure may feel regret, yet will not yield to compassion. How infuriating. Watching the retreating silhouette of the pastoral figure, Bibidong's delicate face turned a shade of iron, clearly reflecting her profound anger. How could she proceed with her plans? And why would she ever require the guidance of a filthy degenerate? Bibidong was tempted to strike down this insolent individual without hesitation. However, she clenched her fists, managing to restrain herself. Regardless of whether the pastoral figure was arrogant or self-assured, their audacity in her presence indicated a strength that could not be underestimated. After a series of battles, Bibidong was uncertain of her ability to defeat the pastoral figure, compelling her to suppress her rage. She did not wish to err due to her impulsive emotions. She still aspired to leave this place alive, seeking vengeance. Who on earth is this person? What compels them to speak such words to me? After a while, Bibidong finally calmed the tempest of anger within her and began to contemplate. Who Mugu is remains unclear to her for the time being. Mugu approached her, yet it was undoubtedly with ulterior motives. He wished for me to avoid him during the hellish arena. Either he fears my prowess and considers himself unworthy of challenging me, though he hardly appears to be so intimidated, otherwise his audacity would not be so pronounced. The thought of Muji's brazen demeanor made Bai Dong grind her teeth in frustration. If it is not the former, then it must be as he claimed. He does not wish to defeat me in the hellish arena. Should this be the case, it could either be an attempt to curry favor with me, or to ingratiate himself with the spirit hall. Contemplating the second possibility behind Muji's reluctance to best her, Bai Dong's expression grew increasingly frigid. Apart from admiring her beauty, she could fathom no other motivations. In her misguided belief of possessing formidable strength and confidence to defeat him, Mugu remained oblivious to the true reasons behind his reluctance to vanquish her in the hellish arena of slaughter, beyond the sycophancy towards her in the spirit hall. The only other explanation was his infatuation with her beauty. Such fanciful delusions. Bibi Dong, however, could only sneer disdainfully at this notion, unbeknownst to Mugu, who had departed. He was the subject of Bibi Dong's scornful mockery. Even had he been aware, it would have mattered not. His interest in Bibi Dong was evident. Otherwise, would it not be more gratifying to simply eliminate her and consume her twin martial souls? Yet, in Muji's eyes, Bibi Dong herself was far more alluring than her dual souls. As he pondered how to win over such an exquisite woman, he found himself on the path back to the tavern of the hellish arena, contemplating the improbability of his desires. This woman had entrenched her heart with the worthless Yu Xiaojiang. Particularly now, after suffering the torment inflicted by Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong's heart had darkened, making it exceedingly difficult, if not altogether impossible, to capture her affection. Upon reflection, Mugu recognized the extreme nature of Bibi Dong's character. Once she fell for someone, her heart was wholly devoted to that person. Had he awakened his memories a tad earlier, or been slightly older, he might have secured her affection before Yu Xiaojiang had the chance. Alas, it was too late to lament. The lone silver lining was the birth of Qian Renxue. As Mugu recalled the events that had transpired, a twinge of jealousy arose towards Yu Xiaojiang and Qian Renxue. One had won Bibi Dong's heart, while the other had claimed her body. Given the improbability of winning her heart, he resolved to emulate Qian Renxue. If he could not win her affections, acquiring her body would suffice. Having shifted his focus, Mugu returned to the tavern of the hellish arena. Sign me up for the hellish arena, he declared at the front desk, tossing his identity token before the attendant. Very well, I shall register you immediately, replied the attendant, glancing at the number inscribed on the token before proceeding with the registration. Greetings, number 6018. You are now registered. Please find a seat and await your turn. We shall provide you with fine food and drink, and if you desire, we can also arrange for beautiful companionship until we gather 10 participants to commence the hellish arena. After completing the registration, the attendant returned the token to Mugu with a practiced smile. This was yet another tactic employed by the City of Hell to entice the fallen to eagerly sign up for the arena. Participants would enjoy complimentary services until the requisite number was achieved. With luck, it might take days to gather 10 contestants, allowing for several days of indulgent service. Are there any newcomers? Mugu inquired, his interest piqued by the attendant's mention of services. Newcomers? Today, we welcomed a new staff member, though she is rather unique. She requires satisfaction from her clients before she will serve. The attendant responded with a smile. Oh, she has a choice? Bring her to me. I believe she will be eager to attend to my needs. Mugu said confidently, his curiosity ignited. Certainly, please hold on, the attendant replied, calling over another staff member to fetch the newcomer. Soon after, a young girl appeared, accompanied by the attendant. She was petite yet curvaceous, her skin pale as snow, accentuated by a flowing black gown that seemed to glow against her complexion. Mugu felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Ah, it is the future harbinger of slaughter, he realized, recalling that this girl would eventually evolve into the Slaughter King as envoy within the City of Slaughter. It was she who had served as Tang San's guide upon his arrival. Back then, she had embodied a gothic allure, exuding an enchanting mystique reminiscent of a poppy flower. Now, however, she appeared youthful and innocent. To attain the position of Slaughter Envoy, her talent and abilities must be formidable, explaining her privilege of choice, which was uncommon for freshly recruited women, who typically served without such freedoms. Nightingale, would you like to serve this gentleman? What do you think? The male attendant inquired of the young girl. The girl named Nightingale hesitated momentarily, her gaze fixed upon Mugu, acutely aware of the purpose for which she had been summoned. Initially, she had intended to merely fulfill her obligation, but upon seeing Mugu, her resolve began to waver. His striking appearance had captivated her. Since arriving in the City of Slaughter, Nightingale had understood the nature of her surroundings. She had been fortunate to be chosen, becoming a member of this infamous place. However, acceptance came at a cost. She was obliged to serve the fallen. Her gift had granted her the option to select her clients. Yet until she had fully matured, she could not consistently refuse service. Mugu exuded a charm that intrigued her, leading her to contemplate the idea of entrusting him with her first experience. She held no expectations regarding his character. After all, how many genuinely good people resided in the City of Slaughter? She certainly was not one of them. I would be delighted to serve you, Nightingale declared, a blush gracing her cheeks as she bowed gracefully toward Mugu. Excellent, lead the way, Mugu replied, pleased that Nightingale had not declined his request. He had initially feared she might refuse upon discovering her identity as the future harbinger of slaughter. As for her youth, he paid it no mind in this world. She was considered of age. Please, follow me. After the nightingale softly responded, she led the way ahead. Gazing at her petite and exquisite silhouette, Mugu silently praised her. While she may not possess the mature allure of Bibi Dong, her delicate charm and youthful innocence were captivating in their own right. Thus, he stepped forward to follow her. Surprisingly, the nightingale did not reject him. He had initially thought her to be aloof, yet it appeared that she was just as superficial. Easily swayed by handsome men. How fortunate for that young man. Yet, it would be the last of his pleasures, for once the hellish slaughter began, his fate would be sealed. Indeed, that young man was doomed. Watching the nightingale and Mugu depart, the two attendants began to grumble, disparaging the nightingale while envying and cursing Mugu. Unfazed by their envy and resentment, Mugu was solely interested in the nightingale, the future harbinger of death. Or perhaps more accurately, his carnal desires. As they entered the designated room, the nightingale appeared somewhat anxious and bashful, her cheeks flushed, uncertain of what to do. It's all right if you don't know. I'll teach you. Upon hearing her words, Mugu felt a surge of delight. He relished the role of a life mentor, especially enjoying imparting knowledge of the physical realm to naive young women. Thus, he adeptly embraced his responsibility as a life guide. The pastoral song imparted a wealth of knowledge to the nightingale. The teachings of the shepherd lasted for 2 days. It was not until the personnel from the City of Carnage arrived to inform him that the next hellish arena was about to commence that the shepherd ceased his instruction of the nightingale. Be careful, I hope to see you again. The nightingale urged him, her voice tinged with urgency, unable to rise from her bed. The 2 days of meticulous guidance had fostered a bond between them. After all, the shepherd was her first man, and she wished for his survival in the hellish arena. Fear not, the hellish arena poses little challenge for me. Simply be obedient and remain my woman. The shepherd replied with a confident smile, reassured by the genuine concern reflected in the nightingale's eyes. This was their unspoken pact. As long as he drew breath, the nightingale would serve him alone. However, beyond that, the shepherd had no further intentions. Despite the woman's apparent worry, the shepherd remained skeptical of her affections. She was not to be underestimated. During those 2 days, he had attempted to glean information about her circumstances outside, but had only learned that she was forced to come to the City of Carnage. This indicated a lack of trust on her part, as she was unwilling to share her past with him. It was equally possible that her secrets were too perilous for her to divulge. Regardless, this only confirmed her complexity, prompting the shepherd to refrain from entangling himself deeply with her, viewing her merely as a means to fulfill his physical desires. Upon his arrival at the hellish arena, the shepherd scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Bibi Dong. Had she also registered for this dreadful contest, or was she merely a spectator? The sight of her caused his brow to furrow. Chapter 11. The commencement of carnage. If Bibi Dong participated, only one victor could emerge between them. Now, please welcome contestants numbered 5436, 7432, and 6018 to the hellish arena. The announcer's voice rang out, calling forth the 10 competitors to enter the arena. As he listened, the shepherd kept his gaze on Bibi Dong while stepping into the arena. Noticing that she did not follow him inside, he realized that she had come solely as an observer. Bibi Dong had taken her seat among the spectators, watching the shepherd with a cold demeanor. She was there to assess his capabilities, intrigued by his audacity. Should the shepherd prove inadequate, she would not hesitate to register immediately after him, seeking to eliminate him in the arena. That woman, I hear she is the saintess of the spirit hall. A terrifying figure indeed. The other spectators, upon recognizing her presence, instinctively distanced themselves from Bibi Dong, wary of her fierce reputation. They had not forgotten her brutal display of strength mere days prior, and through various channels, they had learned of her identity as the saintess. This knowledge instilled both fear and resentment in those who had fled from the spirit hall, seeking refuge in the perilous City of Carnage. Had the spirit hall not interfered, they would have enjoyed a life of freedom outside, rather than being forced into this dangerous haven. Yet, despite their grievances, the spectators knew better than to confront Bibi Dong, aware of her formidable strength. Ignoring the wary glances directed at her, Bibi Dong remained focused on the arena, intent solely on witnessing the shepherd's prowess. Now, I declare the hellish arena open. With the announcer's proclamation, the arena erupted into chaos, the audience riveted by the unfolding spectacle. Within the arena, competitors summoned their respective martial spirits. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. The pastoral melody summoned the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and subsequently, the protagonist underwent a spirit embodiment. In comparison to the Haotian hammer, he found the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon far more practical, with a lesser consumption of soul power. The other participants, wielders of beast martial spirits, swiftly engaged in spirit embodiment while brandishing various weapons. Conversely, the weapon spirit users relied solely on their own armaments. Thus, within the confines of the hell-killing field, the beast spirit users possessed a distinct advantage, as they could still wield weapons post-embodiment. For weapon spirit users, utilizing other weapons often proved less intuitive than employing their own spirits. It was noted that the previous possessor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit had been slain by individuals from the Haotian sect. It was astonishing to see another Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon appear. Were the premier martial spirits now so devalued that they ventured into the City of Slaughter to meet their demise? Witnessing the spirits summoned by the protagonist, both his adversaries and the audience alike were taken aback. The recent emergence of elite martial spirits had become rather excessive. It was revealed that he hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which elucidated his audacity. Bibi Dong, upon glimpsing the protagonist's martial spirit, felt a flicker of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. Possessing the illustrious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon did indeed afford one a degree of arrogance. However, she mused, it was merely an elite martial spirit. With a cold smile, Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on the hell-killing field. If it was solely the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit he relied upon, she felt no need for concern. The registration clerk, who had previously noted the protagonist's martial spirit as the Swift Windsword, was now even more astonished to see the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon summoned. Responsible for documenting the participants, he recognized that anyone who had triumphed in the hell-killing field would have their martial spirit recorded. Thus he recalled the protagonist's prior use of the Swift Windsword. The sudden change to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon left him bewildered. Could it be that he possessed dual martial spirits? The astonished clerk could not help but speculate. Indeed, it is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Let us strike together and eliminate him. At that moment, the protagonist's adversaries, upon witnessing the summoning of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, swiftly formed a temporary alliance. This was a customary maneuver. Previously, when Bibi Dong had summoned her spirit, no one had recognized her Death Spider Queen as an elite martial spirit until they witnessed her formidable prowess, prompting the remaining competitors to unite against her. In contrast, the protagonist was immediately identified by his foes as the wielder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, leading to their alliance from the outset. In truth, had he refrained from summoning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon initially, the protagonist could have utilized a different spirit to gauge his opponents, revealing his true strength only when the time was right. However, this was unnecessary, as he achieved successive victories. It was inevitable that he would soon be targeted from the moment he stepped onto the battlefield. The pastoral ballad necessitates practical application. Thus Mugu boldly summoned the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. With a fierce resolve, the other 9 contestants charged towards him in unison. Brat, meet your demise. Blame yourself for possessing such a supreme martial soul. Regardless of whether he entered this arena for training or other motives, they all sought his end. Among them, an inexplicable participant launched an assault, complimenting their actions with verbal taunts. In the face of this relentless onslaught, Mugu remained unperturbed. A flash of lightning danced in his eyes as he executed a technique known as movement like thunder. This was a footwork style he developed by integrating the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, utilizing lightning to invigorate his leg cells and unleash explosive speed. Initially, he intended to develop this technique based on the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the shave, but after experiencing failure in his simulated life, he realized that the principles of shave could not yield the desired results. Consequently, he opted for alternative methods to cultivate a unique footwork style. While it may not possess the instantaneous disappearance characteristic of shave, it aptly embodies its name, movement like thunder, reaching unparalleled swiftness. In an instant, Ma Ji's figure flickered and transformed into a bolt of lightning, evading the encirclement of his foes. He then materialized behind one of his adversaries. Thunderclaw. Without hesitation, Mugu, with his right hand shaped into a claw and crackling with electricity, struck directly at the opponent's back, aiming for a decisive blow. Chapter 12. Bibi Dong. That is a self-created martial technique, Thunderclaw. It is a culmination of Ma Ji's integration of cellular stimulation from lightning, principles from the Navy's 6 styles, and other elements. The claw, formed with lethal precision, is indomitable and imbued with the devastating power of electricity. The claws of the shepherd pierced through the enemy's back in an instant. The adversary let out a cry of anguish, staring in disbelief at the shepherd's right hand, unable to fathom that they had been slain in such a manner, without regard for whether his opponent believed him or not. Mugu swiftly withdrew his right hand and cast the enemy's lifeless body to the ground. Such astonishing speed, such formidable strength. He effortlessly penetrated his adversary's form with his bare hands. What terrifying physical prowess. This young man surpassed the previous Yu Luoyang by a considerable margin. In the audience, spectators were left in awe of Mugu's displayed power. They understood that a soul master possessing a top-tier martial soul like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon would indeed be formidable. Yet Mugu's performance was extraordinarily overwhelming. Not only was his speed remarkable, but his attack power was equally fearsome. One could only imagine the terrifying nature of his physical capabilities. This was a self-created soul skill. Only Bibi Dong, witnessing Mugu's swift silhouette coupled with his indomitable claws, felt a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes as she regarded him. Although Mugu's attacks appeared to be a manifestation of extraordinary physical strength, Bibi Dong held a different perspective. The age of Mugu is evident, and no matter how robust his physical condition, he cannot exceed certain limits unless he cultivates his soul techniques. It turns out he has indeed refined his own soul techniques, which explains his audacious demeanor. With a frosty expression, Bibi Dong realized that Mugu possessed self-created soul techniques, compelling her to acknowledge the threat he posed to her. In the city of slaughter, where soul rings and techniques are restricted, possessing unique soul techniques offers a significant advantage. As anticipated, in the ensuing battle, Mugu swiftly dispatched 3 opponents using only the thunder steps and the claws of the Thunder Dragon. Perceiving the dire situation, the remaining 5 adversaries huddled together back to back. successfully interrupting Mugu's rhythm of attack. Once the enemy formed a united front, Mugu's offensive became less fluid, regardless of the direction of the assault. His adversaries met him head-on, their weapons poised to thwart his advances. As they successfully defended against his strikes, they swiftly engaged him in close combat. With others quickly rallying to join the fray, it is said that a single fist cannot withstand the might of four. How much more challenging it is to face such a multitude. In this moment, retreat became his only viable option. However, even as he withdrew, his opponents hesitated to pursue him, aware that their speed would render them vulnerable to his counterattacks. What a brazen fool! This is the inevitable fate of one who enters unarmed. Bibi, witnessing the unfolding scene, could not suppress a cold smirk within her heart. In her estimation, had he wielded a weapon, his prowess would have surely been amplified by their velocity. Yet, his choice to forego arms was a mark of arrogance. Of course, she did not believe he would be easily subdued. Rather, she recognized that achieving victory would require more effort than anticipated. From this perspective, she began to perceive that he was not as formidable as she had initially thought. Her own martial spirit, with its 8 spider-like legs, far surpassed him, serving not only as weaponry but also imbued with venom. If he was limited to those 2 self-created soul techniques, he would indeed fall short of her capabilities. Yet, it was a grave mistake to underestimate him, for he possessed more than just those 2 techniques. He was, after all, a soul master adept at navigating the treacherous underbelly of the City of Slaughter, his combat experience unparalleled. The notion of resolving this conflict unscathed now appeared futile. Nevertheless, it presented an opportunity to test the resilience of his Thunder Shield. Observing the remaining 5 opponents regrouping behind one another, he sighed inwardly. Initially, he aspired to evade all their assaults flawlessly, wishing to avoid even a single blow. Yet, it was evidently unrealistic, unless he resorted to the Haotian hammer, utilizing its immense force to shatter their formation directly. However, he deemed it unnecessary for the time being. Under the influence of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, he had other self-created techniques at his disposal. Thunder Shield. With a crackle, he glanced at his 5 adversaries. A flash of lightning igniting in his eyes as arcs of electricity cascaded around him, sizzling with intensity. In the presence of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, he was already enveloped in tendrils of electricity, but now they surged forth, illuminating his form in a dazzling display of blue lightning. What is that? A soul technique? It did not resemble a conventional soul technique. Rather, it seemed more akin to an effect achieved through the intense expenditure of soul power. Yet, one could argue it functioned as a soul technique, as the accompanying electricity bore greater lethality. Without the use of soul rings, it could not be classified as a true soul technique. How enviable it is. A top-tier martial spirit truly is a sight to behold. Yet, there is little to covet, for the consumption of soul power is accelerated with such a formidable spirit. His current state would only expedite his depletion of energy. And should he fail to vanquish his foes swiftly, he would find himself in peril. As the audience beheld the spectacle of him invoking the Thunder Shield, astonishment swept over them once more. With the swiftness of thunder, boom. In the hellish arena of slaughter, after manifesting the Thunder Shield, he no longer lingered but launched into action. The use of soul techniques indeed drained his energy, thus he sought to avoid prolonging the confrontation. Boom. Upon reaching one of his opponents once more, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang. Mugu's assault was intercepted by the opponent's broadsword. However, the force of Mugu's attack was formidable enough to repel the adversary's blade. Had there been no other combatants present, Mugu would have been able to pursue the advantage relentlessly. Die. Yet at that moment, aside from the foe directly engaged by Mugu, the remaining adversaries launched a coordinated attack against him, akin to their prior onslaught. Humph. Thunderclaw. Mugu let out a cold snort. Previously, he had chosen to evade, but this time he stood his ground, disregarding the assaults of others. His right hand coalesced into a claw once more, launching an attack at the very opponent he had initially targeted. With a sickening thud, under the protection of his Thunder Fiend state, all of Mugu's strikes were significantly enhanced, rendering his assaults even more formidable. The fallen adversary before him, without any surprise, was pierced directly through the heart by Mugu's decisive blow. The opponent gazed at Mugu in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he had chosen to withstand the onslaught of others and eliminate him with such ferocity. As consciousness faded, the opponent's eyes brimmed with resentment, desperately widening as he awaited the moment when Mugu would be vanquished by the others. Chapter 13. Devouring the Martial Soul again. Boom. Boom. ZZZZ. The attacks from the remaining 4 fallen adversaries swiftly descended upon Mugu. Yet, the slain adversary could hardly fathom that their assaults, upon striking Mugu, seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. Although the blows landed, they inflicted minimal damage. Impossible. The fallen opponent, filled with bitterness, lost consciousness entirely. How could this be? The 4 attackers, witnessing the ineffectiveness of their assaults against Mugu, were equally incredulous. They finally grasped why Mugu had expended his soul power to summon such a plethora of lightning. It was to fortify his defenses. Although they were unaware of the underlying reason behind lightning enhancing one's defenses, the undeniable reality before them rendered further contemplation unnecessary. They realized that the lightning enveloping Mugu indeed provided him with formidable protection. Kill him. He must be expending a tremendous amount of soul power. I refuse to believe he can sustain this. Despite their astonishment, the remaining 4 fallen adversaries promptly made the correct decision, launching a fierce assault against Mugu once more. Weapons in hand, they charged at him again. Swish. However, Mugu no longer needed to endure. With a swift sidestep, he evaded their attacks effortlessly. Curse him. The remaining adversaries seethed with frustration as Mugu distanced himself from them, feeling utterly helpless against him. They could only begrudgingly regroup back to back. Yet, such a strategy had already proven ineffective against Mugu. Boom. Thud. Thud. Ultimately, one by one, the remaining adversaries met their grim fate at Mugu's hands. In this hellish arena of slaughter, contestant number 6018 emerged victorious. Congratulations to contestant 6018 for achieving 2 consecutive victories. As the host's voice trailed off, the brutal contest came to a close. In the midst of the hellish slaughter arena, Mugu stood silently, absorbing the soul energy of the 9 fallen combatants. Suddenly, a thought struck him. While allowing the arena to channel its soul energy into him, he walked towards one of the deceased. As he moved, the soul energy extracted by the arena was precisely directed to him, a phenomenon both mysterious and captivating. Upon reaching the fallen warrior, Mugu placed his right hand upon the individual's chest, activating the simulator's devouring ability. With a low hum, the martial spirit of the deceased began to be gradually absorbed by Mugu. What was he doing? It was difficult to discern, but it appeared as though he was consuming something. Did the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus also possess a devouring ability? Soul energy hardly needed to be devoured by oneself. Upon the death of an adversary, it would automatically be absorbed by the victor, rendering this action seemingly redundant. The actions of Mugu left the audience in a state of perplexity, though they did not dwell on it excessively. Among the fallen in the city of slaughter, those possessing the rare ability to devour the soul power of others were not entirely uncommon. Previously, when outside, they often envied soul masters endowed with such martial souls. The moral implications of being considered evil or fallen were of little concern to them. The allure of a swift path to power overshadowed any reservations about becoming a fallen one. It was merely the spirit hall's meddling that forbade soul masters with devouring abilities from consuming the soul power of others. However, once they entered the city of slaughter, that envy diminished considerably. After all, defeating enemies in the hellish arena would also grant them the opportunity to absorb the soul power of others. What was he doing? Bibi, observing Mugu's behavior, found herself equally puzzled. Yet, lacking knowledge of Mugu's martial soul, she could glean nothing substantial. This arrogant individual indeed possessed considerable strength, posing a significant threat to her. It would be prudent to avoid a direct confrontation with him in the upcoming hellish arena battles. Unable to deduce his intentions, Bibi chose to refrain from further speculation, merely furrowing her brow at Mugu's figure. Though reluctant to admit it, she recognized that Mugu had the audacity to be arrogant, and she harbored doubts about her ability to triumph over him in the hellish arena. Thus, despite her frustration and resentment, Bibi concluded that it would be wise to avoid a head-on clash with Mugu in the arena. Perhaps she could devise a strategy outside the hellish arena. Otherwise, consistently evading this individual during each participation would prove to be an utter waste of time. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Bibidong's eyes. She had no desire to linger in the city of slaughter. Her sole aim was to expedite her passage through the city, to grow stronger swiftly, for only by becoming formidable could she exact her vengeance. From the moment Mugu prompted her to avoid competing in the same hellish arena, she realized he likely shared her goal of hastening through the city of slaughter. With so many participants in the arena and the infrequent openings, the more individuals who continuously entered the hellish arena, the greater the time she would require to achieve 100 consecutive victories. This was an intolerable situation for Bibi, and thus, the most effective course of action was to eliminate Mugu. She held no moral qualms about this. Anyone who could enter the city of slaughter was no saint. The battle she had just witnessed must have drained Mugu of considerable soul power, and while he had subsequently absorbed quite a bit through the hellish arena, there were inherent issues with that method. The soul power acquired through the arena also required refinement before it could be effectively utilized, rendering it nearly useless in the short term. As she observed Mugu in the hellish arena, Bibi contemplated her next move. Unbeknownst to her, after Mugu consumed the martial soul of one of the deceased, all the bodies in the arena dissolved into nothingness. What a pity. Having only absorbed a single martial soul, Mugu expressed his disappointment, wishing he could have devoured more. The pastoral song consumed the opponent's martial soul, not out of admiration for it was merely a soul of inferior quality. The shepherd's choice to devour the opponent's martial soul is solely to enhance the simulation count of the simulator. An increase in simulation numbers benefits the shepherd in gaining a deeper understanding of the martial soul, which proves advantageous when utilizing the simulator. It is akin to the accumulation of knowledge. Only with a solid foundation of basic knowledge can one swiftly master more complex concepts. The pastoral song is a reservoir of knowledge, encompassing insights that elude even the most perceptive individuals. However, the essence of martial spirits transcends the realm of science. By devouring and subsequently simulating them, Mugu can swiftly acquire a deeper understanding of these spirits. Chapter 14. Followed by Bibi upon departing from the hellish killing fields, Mugu resolved to return, foregoing further indulgence in the company of Nightingale. While occasional indulgence can foster both mental and physical well-being, succumbing to it excessively would be detrimental. In addition to continuing his life simulation to develop soul skills, Mugu must also cultivate his soul power to elevate his rank. In a place as treacherous as the City of Slaughter, although soul rings and skills may be rendered ineffective, the enhancement of soul power remains pivotal to augmenting one's strength. Strengthening oneself through soul power and the prolonged use of martial spirits or their manifestation requires a considerable expenditure of this energy. The higher the rank of one's soul power, the longer one can sustain combat. For Mugu, the necessity for soul power is even more pronounced, as his self-created soul skills also demand significant energy. During his time in the hellish killing fields, the consumption of his soul power was notably swifter than that of others. While others might output 10 points of soul power, Mugu's output surged to 100 points. Having already exited the hellish killing fields, Mugu's expression suddenly shifted slightly on his way back. The shepherd sensed that someone was following him. Who could it be? Seeking death. Mugu let out a cold laugh beneath his breath, then proceeded towards a more secluded area. Being followed was not something Mugu would ignore. Instead, he chose to lead them to a suitable location to eliminate them. What was there to hide from? His confidence in his own strength allowed him to believe he could dispatch his pursuer, and at the very least, he was assured of his ability to escape. This maneuver felt oddly familiar. Was it not reminiscent of the actions taken by Bibi Dong that day? Mugu inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with her actions. She soon recalled that a few days prior, Bibi Dong had also been followed, responding in a similar manner. With this thought in mind, Mugu resolutely made her way to the secluded spot where Bibi Dong had gone that day, a dead-end alley, indeed a fitting location, sufficiently remote. Had she been discovered? Bibi Dong, trailing behind, had initially contemplated where to strike along the way, only to see Mugu heading towards the desolate area. In an instant, Bibi Dong realized that her pursuit had been detected. Humph! With a cold snort, she understood Mugu's intentions. After all, she had employed the same strategy before. Still as arrogant as ever, Bibi Dong scoffed inwardly, slowly following her. Being discovered merely indicated the loss of a chance for a surprise attack. However, she remained confident in her ability to defeat Mugu, who had just participated in the hellish killing field, as she trailed behind. Upon noticing that the remote location Mugu had chosen was indeed the same dead-end alley she had selected that day, Bibi Dong's expression turned icy. Was this confidence in her ability to counter the pursuer just as she had done before? Bibi Dong was furious. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped into the dead-end alley. Is it really you? Upon catching sight of Bibi Dong, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed Mugu's face, only to be swiftly replaced by an icy demeanor. The pastoral song took him by surprise. The one stealthily following him was, in fact, Bibi Dong. However, upon reflecting on Bibi Dong's nature, it did not seem entirely unexpected. Are you here to take my life? Mugu cast a cold glance at Bibi Dong and asked indifferently. Death Spider Empress. In response to Mugu's inquiry, Bibi Dong did not immediately answer. Instead, she summoned her martial soul and swiftly entered the state of martial soul possession. Clang, clang, clang. In this form, 8 purple spider spears manifested behind Bibi Dong like sickles, glimmering with a chilling gleam. You wished for me to refrain from participating in the same hellish battlefield as you? Then allow me to witness whether you possess the capability to compel me to concede. Only then did Bibi Dong let out a cold snort, her figure transforming into a purple specter as she launched an assault towards Mugu. She refrained from explicitly stating that her intention was to eliminate Mugu. Rather, she sought to assess his abilities to determine if he warranted her concession. After all, to declare outright her intent to kill Mugu would create immediate hostility between them. Though confident in her own strength, she harbored a lingering apprehension. Thus, she devised a pretext to test Mugu's prowess. Humph. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Mugu let out a cold snort. Although her statement diminished his anger, he remained unconvinced by her claims. Deep down, Mugu understood that if he were to falter against Bibi Dong, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate him without hesitation. With a resounding roar, he summoned his martial soul, swiftly transforming into the blue lightning tyrant dragon and entering the state of martial soul possession. The air crackled with intensity. The shepherd first unleashed a movement as swift as thunder, evading Bibi Dong's assault. Even when invoking the Thunder Fiend's guardian, he remained uncertain whether he could withstand the lethal spear of the Death Spider Queen, thus opting not to confront it head-on. With a flicker, the shepherd's figure darted away like lightning, deftly sidestepping Bibi Dong's onslaught while swiftly positioning himself at her flank. Boom. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful punch. However, the shepherd's rapid movements were matched by Bibi Dong's quick reflexes. 2 spider spears surged toward him from behind, striking with the swiftness of a striking serpent. Bang. The attack from Mugu collided with Bibi Dong's spider spear in midair, yet Mugu's assault was deftly intercepted by Bibi Dong. At that moment, the other spider spears behind Bibi Dong surged forth to launch another onslaught against Mugu, each spear resembling a dragon emerging from the water, radiating an irresistible brilliance. Faced with Bibi Dong's relentless assault, Mugu furrowed his brow slightly and quickly evaded with a swift movement. After retreating to a safe distance, Mugu observed Bibi Dong, imbued with the Death Spider Emperor martial spirit, and couldn't help but frown. Only when he truly confronted her did he realize just how formidable Bibi Dong was. With 8 spider spears at her command, she wielded them as if they were extensions of her own body. It was indeed a daunting challenge to contend with 4 hands. let alone 8 legs. Mugu discovered that simply relying on the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit was insufficient to contend with Bibi Dong. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt a slight heaviness in her heart. She, too, recognized that Mugu's speed made it exceedingly difficult for her to strike him. Placing the initiative firmly in his hands, allowing him the freedom to retreat at will. Is this truly all the power you possess? With such meager strength? It seems only prudent for you to avoid entering the same hellish battlefield as I. Bibi Dong lifted her exquisitely delicate face, standing proudly. Her gaze dripping with disdain as she coldly laughed at Mugu. Allow me to demonstrate my true might. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Mugu let out a scoff. He then extended his right hand, exerting a commanding grip into the void, causing his spirit to instantaneously transform into the Haotian hammer, which coalesced in his grasp. Chapter 15. Identity revealed. How is this possible? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed the disappearance of Mugu's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, only to be replaced by the formidable Haotian hammer. You possess dual spirits? She exclaimed, initially believing Mugu to be like her, a wielder of twin spirits. No. You are Mugu, the one expelled from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. However, Bibi Dong quickly dismissed her initial assumption and arrived at the correct conclusion. In the outside world, prior to her entrance into the City of Slaughter, the most significant event occurring on the Douluo continent was Mugu's notorious act of devouring other spirits. Following this, he was pursued relentlessly by sects such as the Haotian sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect had expelled him. Ultimately, Mugu mysteriously vanished amidst the relentless pursuit of numerous factions, with some speculating that he had been killed or captured, while others believed he had hidden away. Of course, there were whispers that he might have escaped into the City of Slaughter. Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on Mugu, and it was evident that he had indeed sought refuge within the City of Slaughter, before Mugu switched her martial soul. She never anticipated that Mugu would be the one possessing a simulator martial soul, one that was being pursued by numerous factions. Now, witnessing Mugu's transformation of her martial soul, coupled with her age, and the recent scene of her devouring the souls of her enemies in the hellish slaughter arena, Bibi Dong deduced Mugu's true identity. Indeed, it is I. The shepherd smiled proudly and then coldly scoffed. Do you still wish to test my strength now? Mugu does not shy away from acknowledging his unique identity. His martial soul possesses the extraordinary ability to emulate other martial souls. While many may harbor envy towards Mugu, such sentiments do not incite genuine apprehension. The formidable soul masters are well aware that, despite the capability to imitate an array of martial souls, it does little to enhance one's true strength. Although this mimetic martial soul may confound opponents by switching between different abilities, it does not equate to an overwhelming advantage. After all, a simulated martial soul can never surpass the original. Others possess their innate martial souls, honing their expertise in a singular path, while one merely replicates. The true source of envy and trepidation among all soul masters lies in the existence of dual martial souls. No matter how unique the martial soul of Mugu is, it can only be upgraded once, with a single soul ring added, and can only cultivate one martial soul. However, the dual martial souls are entirely different. Their possessors can attach 2 soul rings with each upgrade, resulting in a doubling of soul power enhancement compared to others. If one manages to cultivate a martial soul to the rank of title Douluo first, the second martial soul can then attach soul rings, starting with those of quality exceeding 10,000 years, making it even more formidable. Thus, Mugu is not apprehensive about revealing his martial soul, as Bibi Dong's martial soul is far more enviable. What of the Haotian hammer? Merely a rudimentary hammer. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Bibi Dong replied with a calm and disdainful laugh. She was not so easily intimidated by the Haotian hammer. Moreover, Mugu's Haotian hammer is but a simulation, not the genuine article. With that, Bibi Dong surged forward once more to attack Mugu. Whirlwind hammer technique. Noticing Bibi Dong's relentless assault, Mugu snorted coldly and unreservedly unleashed the whirlwind hammer technique. The first strike, imbued with a powerful sound of breaking air, thundered forth. Yet, Bibi Dong effortlessly blocked Mugu's initial blow with just 2 spider spears. Once the 2 spider spears halted Mugu's Haotian hammer attack and steadied her stance, the other spider spears behind Bibi Dong swiftly lunged towards Mugu. However, Mugu's counterattack was swifter. With a graceful spin of the Haotian hammer, he struck again at Bibi Dong. The force of his blow instantaneously repelled her assault. Once more. The third strike. The fourth strike. With a thunderous roar, Mugu wielded the Haotian hammer with relentless vigor, striking blow after blow in a ceaseless rhythm. The resounding thuds echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Initially, Bibi Dong managed to withstand the onslaught with composure, yet as Mugu's strikes multiplied, the expression on her face grew increasingly grim. How could this be? Bibi Dong soon discerned that the Haotian hammer in Mugu's grasp seemed to grow heavier with each successive swing, piling upon one another as if there were no end in sight. Such an assault rapidly reminded Bibi Dong of a certain secret technique associated with the Haotian hammer. How could he have possibly mastered the chaotic wind hammering technique? Bibi Dong was genuinely astonished. She could hardly fathom how Mugu had acquired the secrets of the Haotian hammer. The chaotic wind hammering technique was rarely passed down, even among the disciples of the Haotian sect, yet it now manifested in Mugu's hands. How could Bibi Dong not be taken aback? In the face of her astonishment, Mugu paid no heed, continuing to wield the Haotian hammer with unyielding authority. Today, Mugu must make this woman aware of her formidable strength. With a resounding crash, the 56th strike reverberated as Mugu unleashed his power, overwhelming Bibi, who was sent flying with a force that left her unable to resist. With a thud, Bibidong's figure collided against the wall of the dead end, a mouthful of blood escaping her lips. Regardless of the might of her martial spirit, without the enhancement of soul skills, she stood no chance against Mugu's chaotic hammer technique. The 57th strike followed closely, crashing down upon Bibidong once more. The immense destructive force caused the air to shatter around them. As she gazed up at the descending Haotian hammer, Bibidong's pupils constricted, fear gripping her heart. She sensed that if this blow landed, it could spell her demise. This was the first time she felt so near to death. Just as the Haotian hammer was about to strike her, it abruptly halted, transforming from motion to stillness, sending out invisible shockwaves centered around it. Bibidong, standing in close proximity, felt the gust of wind rush towards her, yet she inexplicably relaxed, realizing that since Mugu had ceased his attack, her life was spared. Though she harbored no fear of death, she was not yet ready to embrace it. If that were the case, should you wish to encounter me once more in the infernal battleground, feel free. But know that by then, I shall not hold back. With the Haotian hammer repositioned from above Bibidong's head to strike the ground, Mugu looked down upon her with an imposing demeanor. Chapter 16. Lingbo Weibu, with her exquisite beauty, delicate fair skin, perfectly sculpted nose, and alluring crimson lips, despite the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Bibidong's astonishing charm remained undiminished. Gazing at Bibidong from such close quarters, Mugu felt her intoxicating allure more intensely. To be honest, in that moment, he felt an impulsive urge to simply carry Bibidong away by force. However, he still wished to explore the possibility of a more conventional approach to win her over, thus he refrained from acting on that impulse. The aggressive gaze of Mugu sent a shiver through the heart of Bibidong, who had just begun to breathe easier, a flicker of uncontrollable fear rising in her eyes. I understand now. Henceforth, I shall avoid participating in the same hellish arena as you. Unbeknownst to her, her voice trembled, revealing her genuine terror. She feared death. For she had yet to avenge her grievances, and even more so, she dreaded the prospect of being harmed once again. In that moment, all the pride and nobility Bibidong had previously exhibited in the face of Mugu vanished completely. The figure before Mugu was no longer the exalted queen, but rather a vulnerable woman. An astute choice. Observing Bibidong's newfound fragility, Mugu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, relishing the irony of her previous disdain. Now you realize my prowess, do you? Finally acquainted with fear, are you not? With that, Mugu sheathed her Haotian hammer and turned to depart from the dead end. Faced with Bibidong, who was now powerless to resist and appeared to be at his mercy, Mugu feared that, over time, he might lose control over his own impulses. As Mugu's silhouette faded from view, Bibidong exhaled deeply. Her earlier trepidation regarding Mugu's potential for violence having been all too real, such occurrences were far too commonplace in the city of slaughter. After regaining her composure, she swiftly rose to her feet, steadied her breath, and left the scene. The assault by Mugu merely rendered her temporarily incapable of resistance. Her injuries were not particularly severe. However, Bibidong did not wish to linger in this place any longer. Even with minor wounds, it was imperative to find a suitable location for recovery, as one must always maintain their condition in the killing city. It was infuriating for Bibidong to leave while reflecting on her recent failure. Her heart filled with shame and indignation. She had never anticipated that her confident pursuit would lead to her defeat by Mugu. Had Mugu not chosen to spare her, she would have met her demise. The only unexpected aspect that stirred a modicum of fondness towards Mugu was the latter's decision to let her go without inflicting any undue harm. From Mugu's gaze, she could perceive an undeniable desire. Yet, in such a perilous locale as the killing city, Mugu managed to restrain herself and refrain from any violation, which was no small feat nonetheless. That was where her admiration ended. Her impression of Mugu remained overwhelmingly negative. Setting aside the abhorrent act of devouring others to become a fallen, Mugu's brazen demeanor in her presence was utterly detestable. Engaging the simulator, she embarked on a life simulation, this time eschewing any spirit manifestation and focusing solely on the development of soul skills based on her own soul power. After returning to her dwelling to recuperate her soul energy and refining the power absorbed from the hellish arena, Mugu once again initiated a life simulation. This time, she decided against any spirit simulation, opting instead to explore soul skill development devoid of a spirit. During her skirmish with Bibidong, Mugu had recognized a flaw. Upon shifting into the Haotian hammer spirit, her agility diminished, and although her attack power surged, her mobility was compromised, lacking any displacement skills. This was evidently unacceptable, especially in situations involving ambushes where timely spirit summoning was crucial. Possessing numerous soul skills would be futile without the ability to call upon her spirit. Unlike Tang San from the original narrative, who possessed many soul skills usable without a spirit, Mugu found herself lacking, which was rather unfortunate. Thus, upon realizing this oversight, she promptly set about remedying it. The familiar scene unfolded once more, as the simulator hovered before Mugu, spinning rapidly like a Rubik's Cube. On the first day, she attempted to develop soul skills without utilizing her spirit but yielded no results. The second day saw her continue her efforts. Determining a direction, she resolved to focus on footwork development. However, she still achieved no tangible outcome. By the third day, having established her direction, she persisted in her attempts to develop footwork-related soul skills, gradually gaining insight. On the 39th day, her relentless efforts bore fruit as she finally developed a form of footwork. Although it paled in comparison to her previously developed moving like thunder, it granted her a set of agile maneuvers for combat. Yet, Mook remained dissatisfied with this nascent skill, even refusing to bestow it a name. On the 40th day, she endeavored to enhance this foundational footwork, but found herself at an impasse. By the 217th day, she succeeded in upgrading her footwork once more, yet her dissatisfaction persisted. She then voluntarily concluded the life simulation, reflecting on her gains in quiet meditation. Overall, she had successfully devised a self-created footwork skill. However, it still lagged behind the prowess of moving like thunder in its spirit-imbued state, leaving her wanting. Nevertheless, Mook did not dwell in disappointment. Achieving such results from a single life simulation was commendable. It was not until a week later that Mook succeeded in elevating this footwork to a level comparable to moving like thunder, naming it Ling Bo Weibu. The name was inspired by the resemblance to the ethereal footwork depicted in martial arts novels. Following the successful development of Ling Bo Weibu, she then created a defensive soul skill and an offensive skill for unarmed combat. This time, she refrained from demanding their power to match that of other soul skills under spirit manifestation. She merely required them to be sufficient for unexpected situations. Having addressed her shortcomings in soul skills without a spirit, Mook re-emerged in the hellish arena. By chance, she once again encountered Bai Dong, who was ruthlessly dominating the arena. Chapter 17. Excessive indulgence is detrimental. This woman again. In just half a month, she has already participated in her third match. This woman is clearly vying for the championship. How terrifying. Is this truly the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall? I would call her the Holy Maiden of Slaughter. Go. Kill. Magnificent work. Eliminate those individuals. In the audience, spectators were abuzz with excitement, some cheering, others shouting. The majority of attention was fixated on Bai Dong. It was impossible to ignore her presence. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also possessed a remarkable physique and exceptional strength. When it came to killing, she was utterly ruthless. Sign me up for the hellish arena. As Mugu observed Bibi Dong's performance, he approached the front desk to register. Very well. I shall assist you with that. The front desk attendant glanced at Mugu and quickly recognized him. Her expression subtly shifting before she respectfully accepted his identification number and proceeded with the registration. Greetings, number 6018. You are the first to register. The Hell's Killing Arena will commence once we gather 10 participants. May I inquire what services you require? Would you like me to summon Miss Nightingale to assist you? The attendant, aware of Mugu's previous request for beautiful companions, posed the question with courtesy. Yes, I shall wait here. Please send for Nightingale. Upon hearing the attendant's words, Mugu's mind conjured an image of the young lady Nightingale, and with a gentle smile, he nodded without a hint of embarrassment. Very well, please hold on for a moment. Would you like a cup of Yellow Springs elixir to start? The attendant inquired with a smile. Just bring me a cup of monkey wine. Mugu replied. Mugu desired nothing more than a cup of monkey wine. The server, taken aback by this request, cast a surprised glance at Mugu. He recalled how Mugu had never come to claim his Huangguandu since his first victory in the Hell Arena, and now, astonishingly, he still chose not to collect it. Very well, please hold on. Though the server was bewildered, he refrained from further inquiry. The monkey wine was soon presented to Mugu, who sipped it leisurely while awaiting the arrival of the girl, Nightingale, and appreciating the performance of Bai Dong within the arena. Bai Dong's display did not last long. By the time Mugu arrived, only a few opponents remained, all of whom were swiftly vanquished by her. Congratulations to contestant number 6364 for achieving victory in the Hell Arena with 3 consecutive wins, the announcer proclaimed with alacrity. Following this, Bai Dong began to relish the fruits of her triumph in the arena. Goodness, she has surpassed my winning streak so soon after arriving, Mugu mused, feeling a fleeting pang of envy, though he quickly dismissed it, knowing he could catch up in no time. In the Hell Arena, Bai Dong completed her absorption of soul power, leaving only 2 defeated contestants, who had not been eliminated but merely vanquished. Soon, personnel from the city of Slaughter approached to drag the 2 failures away, their fate sealed to a life in the outer city, where they would have to provide 2 cups of Huangguandu each month to survive. Observing the 2 fallen souls that remained alive, Bai Dong frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with her performance. With a soft, disdainful huff, she departed the arena, exuding a palpable aura of menace, her crimson eyes radiating danger. With this ominous presence, Bai Dong approached the counter. My exquisite Huangguandu. Upon reaching the counter, she did not notice Mugu and immediately demanded her prize, the premium Huangguandu she was entitled to after her victory. Greetings, here is your exquisite Huangguandu. Please enjoy. The server, seemingly intimidated by Bai Dong, hastily presented the prepared drink. As her exquisite Huangguandu came into view, those around her were filled with a profound greed. This premium Huangguandu could entirely dispel the malevolent energy within one's body. Everyone yearned for it, yet none dared to seize it from Bai Dong. Disregarding the covetous gazes, Bai Dong found a place to sit and began to indulge in her prize. Gulping down the drink, she tilted her head back slightly, her crimson lips parting as she elegantly savored half of the huangguandu. With a contented sigh, she set down the remaining half, her previous ferocity gradually fading from her eyes. Feeling the accumulated malevolence dissipate, she experienced an exhilarating lightness, a fleeting moment of bliss crossing her features. This huangguandu is indeed a remarkable elixir, she thought, lifting the remaining half with the intent to drink it all. However, just as she was about to indulge, Mugu took a seat opposite her, interjecting with a gentle caution. You should reconsider. Recognition flickered in Bai Dong's eyes as she finally noticed Mugu. A hint of curiosity appearing as she inquired, why? This elixir may alleviate the malevolence here, yet it can also lead to addiction, making it hard to break free. Allow me to offer you this instead. The monkey wine here is quite delightful. Mugu smiled and then handed a cup of monkey wine, identical to his own, to Bibi Dong. Is it addictive? Upon hearing Mugu's words, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, casting a skeptical glance in his direction. She did not immediately trust his words. Instead, she lifted the huangguandu and took a small sip, savoring it slowly. Gradually, Bibi Dong indeed discerned something amiss with the huangguandu, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly suppressed this fury, realizing that expressing it would be futile. This was provided free of charge by the city of Slaughter. It was something she could refuse. But there were many who would desire it. Thanking Mugu, who had revealed the truth to her and had previously shown her leniency, Bibi Dong felt it inappropriate to distance herself too much. She softly remarked and awkwardly took a sip of the monkey wine he had given her. Saintus, I am curious. How did you come to find yourself in such a place as the city of Slaughter? Chapter 18, no need to tell you. Saintus, I am curious. How did you come to find yourself in such a place as the city of Slaughter? Mugu feigned curiosity and inquired of Bai Dong. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Bai Dong's expression instantly turned frigid, unwilling to entertain Mugu's questions. I see no need to disclose how I arrived here, she retorted, believing that Mugu's inquiry stemmed from a morbid curiosity about her fall from grace. In her eyes, such questions carried a mocking undertone. Although she was not a fallen one, nor had she been coerced into this predicament, she felt no inclination to explain herself to Mugu. Even if Mugu's intentions were not derisive, Bai Dong was acutely aware that there was a purpose behind the inquiry, and she remained resolute in her decision to remain silent. Setting aside her monkey wine, Bai Dong rose and departed, clearly disinterested in further interaction with Mugu. It was indeed challenging to approach her. Observing Bai Dong's retreating figure, Mugu furrowed his brow. It appeared that winning Bai Dong's favor was an improbable endeavor. Her decisive departure suggested that he held no significance in her eyes. Her prior reluctance to leave had merely been a result of Mugu revealing the truth about the huangguandu. Evidently, there was no opportunity to be had. The most prudent course of action would be to emulate Qian Renxue, watching Bai Dong's indifferent silhouette fade away. Mugu felt a pang of regret for not having simply carried her back to his abode that day. However, it mattered little. If he truly aimed to learn from Qian Renxue, there would be ample opportunities ahead. With a cold sneer, Mugu raised the monkey wine in his hand and downed it in a single gulp. I had been wondering why you hadn't sought me out these past few days. It turns out you have set your sights on that woman just now. She is none other than the saintess of the spirit hall. And you dare to entertain thoughts about her. As Mugu set down the empty wine glass, the delicate figure of Nightingale took a seat in the spot previously occupied by Bibi Dong, gazing at Mugu with a teasing demeanor. There was an undercurrent of resentment in her tone. She had promised to serve only him while he was alive, yet Mugu had turned his attention to other women. An act that understandably irked Nightingale. What was the saintess of the spirit hall, if not merely a woman? Upon hearing Nightingale's words, Mugu responded with a proud smile. Indeed, the saintess of the spirit hall was just another woman. Nightingale couldn't help but chuckle at Mugu's assessment of Bibi Dong. In the face of Bibi Dong, she had always felt a sense of inferiority. Bibi Dong was not only more beautiful but also possessed unparalleled talent, being the saintess of the spirit hall. However, when Mugu spoke of Bibi Dong in such a dismissive manner, he reduced her status, inadvertently elevating Nightingale's own. Naturally, such words brought her joy. Come now. Before the Hell's Killing Arena begins, let me assess whether your service quality has improved. Mugu stood up and smiled, expressing his delight in serving you. The Nightingale, with her youthful visage adorned with an enchanting smile, gracefully swayed her delicate figure, slowly following in Mugu's footsteps. Through experience, Mugu soon realized that the quality of the Nightingale's service had significantly improved compared to their first encounter. Of course, this was also due to Mugu's diligent guidance. Otherwise, how could the Nightingale have mastered so many intricacies? Once again, it took 2 days to gather the 10 participants required to commence the Hell's Killing Arena. Please don't perish. If you do, I shall be heartbroken. This time, as she watched Mugu depart, the Nightingale appeared even more reluctant and anxious. Her fondness for serving Mugu had grown, intensifying her fears of his potential demise in the Hell's Killing Arena. Fear not, for I am destined to claim the championship of the Hell's Killing Arena. With a confident smile, Mugu playfully slapped the petite yet pert backside of Nightingale, declaring, just wait to continue serving me. Subsequently, Mugu departed with a brisk stride, leaving Nightingale feeling somewhat embarrassed. Congratulations to contestant number 6018 for triumphing in this hellish arena, achieving 3 consecutive victories. In this brutal contest, there were no surprises. Mugu secured his victory solely through the prowess of his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit. While reveling in the soul power harvested from the fallen, Mugu also once again indulged in the devouring of the spirit of one of his defeated opponents. Impressive. This young man's strength undoubtedly ranks among the top 100. Indeed, and considering the intervals at which he participates in the hellish arena, he is clearly aiming for the championship. Moreover, that Saint is from the Spirit Hall has also emerged. To have 2 formidable newcomers appear at once is quite alarming. I absolutely must avoid encountering them in the hellish arena. With merely 2 months left until the year's end, I might very well cross paths with them. How infuriating. The prowess of Mugu once again captivated the audience, their gazes toward him filled with both admiration and trepidation. They were acutely aware that encountering such a formidable individual in the hellish arena of slaughter was not something they desired. Humph. At the registration desk, Bibi observed Mugu effortlessly claiming victory with a faint, disdainful snort. She was not the least surprised by his triumph. She understood that Mugu's strength far surpassed what he had displayed thus far. Alas, if only someone could eliminate him in the hellish arena, Bibi lamented internally, as this would allow her to achieve her 100 consecutive victories at a swifter pace. When she noticed Mugu departing from the arena and approaching her direction, Bibi casually tossed her registration card to the attendant, saying, "Register me for the hellish slaughter arena." She had intentionally timed her registration to ensure Mugu would see that she had chosen a different match, thus compelling him to avoid her in the same contest. Bibi was determined not to register only for Mugu to follow suit, as her knowledge of his capabilities left her unwilling to confront him in the hellish arena. Possessing the Haotian hammer and the ability to wield the chaotic wind hammer technique was simply too overwhelming. If Mugu relied solely on the chaotic wind hammer technique, she might still feel a semblance of confidence in teaming up with other competitors. But the fact that he had developed numerous original soul techniques alongside his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit rendered Bibi exceedingly reluctant to face him, even with allies. She harbored no confidence in defeating Mugu. Though she was loath to admit it, in a place like Slaughter City, Bibi had to concede that Mugu, with his diverse array of self-created soul techniques, was exceedingly difficult to contend with. Out here, she mused, there would be no need to fear him at all. Chapter 19. Half a year. Bibi had deliberately made it known to Mugu that she had registered, and he naturally took note of it. He was well aware of her intentions. Upon realizing that Mugu had noticed her, Bibi completed her registration and departed without granting him any opportunity for conversation. Moreover, she headed to the training room provided by the Hellish Arena Tavern, a space equally safeguarded by the King of Slaughter. Much like the service room Nightingale had taken Mugu to, this woman, Mugu let out a disgruntled snort. Feeling irritated that Bibi would not grant him the chance to approach her, if it weren't for his reluctance to simply eliminate her, he would have promptly registered for the same match she had. Now it seemed it was his turn to deliberately avoid participating in the same contest as her. If he gained nothing from this, it would indeed feel like a loss. Just moments ago, Mugu had indeed planned to register for the next match immediately after his victory. But Bibi had beaten him to it. It appeared she would continue this tactic in the future. Thus, while Bibi had actively chosen to avoid competing in the same match as him, Mugu found himself compelled to wait for the commencement of her match before he could register again. What was even more frustrating was that Bibi seemed aware of his intentions, denying him any chance to draw closer. As Mugu had anticipated, in the ensuing days, he found no opportunity to approach Bibi at all. The pastoral song can only be heard when the Hell's Arena is open for slaughter, allowing one to glimpse Bibi. Following his victories, one may observe Bibi proceeding to the training chamber, safeguarded by the King of Slaughter. Congratulations to contestant number 6364 for triumphing in this Hell's Arena, achieving an impressive streak of 12 victories. Congratulations to contestant number 6018 for emerging victorious in this Hell's Arena, attaining a remarkable 15 consecutive wins. Congratulations to contestant No. 6363 for succeeding in this Hell's Arena, securing 24 victories in a row. Congratulations once again to contestant number 6018 for conquering the Hell's Arena, achieving an astonishing 30 consecutive wins. As time flowed by, marked by the relentless victories of Mugu and Bibi in the Hell's Arena, half a year swiftly elapsed. On average, they partook in a match approximately once a week. Based on this average, it is estimated that Mugu and Bibi would require 2 years to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Throughout these 6 months, their renown in the city of Slaughter grew exponentially, as their continual participation in the Hell's Arena was accompanied by a string of victories, making it nearly impossible to avoid drawing attention, while others sought to prolong their participation in the Hell's Arena, often delaying for a year before entering. Mugu and Bibi seemed to be on an unwavering quest for the championship of the Hell's Arena. Mugu and Bibi are both referred to as the Harbingers of Hell and the Saintess of Slaughter, respectively. Mugu never anticipated that the title of Hell's Messenger, which rightfully belonged to Hu Laina in the City of Carnage, would be bestowed upon him. Nevertheless, Mugu remained indifferent, considering it merely a title, and one that would be forgotten once he left the arena. Congratulations to contestant number 6018 for achieving victory in the Hell's Killing Grounds, securing an astonishing 31 consecutive wins. On that day, as the host's voice echoed, it heralded Mugu's triumph in the Hell's Killing Grounds once more, truly deserving of the title Hell's Messenger. He emanated an aura as if he had risen from the depths of hell itself. His prowess was indeed remarkable, with an unprecedented streak of 31 victories, a truly terrifying feat. And then there was the Slaughter Saintess. Who would prevail between the two, one might wonder. Opinions varied. Yet many leaned towards the belief that the Slaughter Saintess possessed the upper hand. Others concurred, asserting that while Hell's Messenger exhibited unparalleled speed, the Slaughter Saintess's martial spirit was far superior. As Mugu celebrated yet another victory, the audience was hardly surprised. Rather, they marveled at his formidable strength. Simultaneously, comparisons between Mugu and Bibi arose frequently. During these discussions, their gazes inevitably drifted towards a certain area in the audience, where a woman exuding an aura of danger sat alone, with not a single spectator daring to approach within 10 meters of her. This woman was none other than Bibi, whose presence alone commanded both respect and fear. The pastoral song, much like the presence of the pastoral figure itself, evokes a sense of trepidation among those who are familiar with its ominous nature, compelling them to maintain a prudent distance. The fearsome reputation of the pastoral figure and Bibi, forged in the blood-soaked arenas of the city of slaughter, is truly staggering. It is not merely the staggering number of consecutive victories, which exceeds 30 in a mere 6 months, that instills fear. Rather, it is the sheer brutality of their prowess. Bibi, isolated within a 10-meter radius, found herself unperturbed by the whispers that surrounded her, which suggested that she surpassed even the pastoral figure in strength. Deep down, however, she was acutely aware of her own limitations, recognizing that she was no match for the pastoral figure. Such trivial individuals, in her eyes, deserved nothing less than annihilation. With a disdainful glance, she surveyed the crowd, her gaze imbued with a crimson intensity that radiated an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Instantly, those nearby recoiled further into the distance, sensing the palpable malevolence that emanated from her. This accursed aura. Observing their reactions, Bibi realized that her emotions were spiraling out of control, leading her to silently chastise herself. Ever since she had discovered the troubling nature of the Huangquan, she had refrained from consuming it over the past 6 months. The withdrawal symptoms she experienced only served to reinforce her conviction regarding its perilous qualities. Through sheer willpower, she had managed to overcome the withdrawal, liberating herself from her dependency on the Huangquan. Yet, while she had severed her ties with the Du, the malevolent energy she had absorbed from the city of slaughter continued to accumulate within her, reaching a point where she could no longer suppress it. If this trend persisted, she feared she might succumb to chaos. The sole remedy that presented itself was the consumption of Huangquan, which could purify her of the malevolence within. However, Bibi was reluctant to revisit the Du, fully aware that it merely subdued the malevolent influence rather than purging it entirely. Were there no alternative solutions? She might have opted to consume the Du, deferring the consequences for another day. Yet, she also recognized that the pastoral figure had abstained from the Huangquan and remained unscathed thus far. Thus, when the pastoral figure emerged victorious, Bibi chose not to withdraw but to linger, intent on gleaning from her the means to eradicate the malevolence that plagued her. Chapter 20. Assistance in purging malevolence. After descending from the hellish battlefield, Mugu swiftly discovered Bai. To his surprise, she had not departed but was seated at a table, a cup of yellow spring dew before her. Mugu's eyes flickered momentarily. Was she waiting specifically for me? Mugu naturally surmised that during the past 6 months, he had been aware of Bai's persistent avoidance, denying him any opportunity to draw near. Now, her presence suggested a deliberate intent to await him. Was it due to an inability to suppress the malevolent energy surging within her? Observing Bai's current demeanor, coupled with her order of a Huangquan Lu that remained untouched, Mugu swiftly deduced the reason behind her decision to confront him rather than evade him this time. With a cold chuckle in his heart, Mugu did not intentionally feign ignorance of the other party, but instead walked directly to sit opposite Bibi. What is this? The holy maiden of slaughter, do you not intend to avoid me? Mugu sat opposite Bai, gazing intently at her, and with a cold smirk remarked, Do not assume I am oblivious to your intentions. I merely wish to dissuade you from harboring any delusions. In response to Mugu's words, Bai retorted with equal directness, her voice icy. Very well, I am indeed a victim of my own fantasies. Upon hearing Bibi's words, Mugu felt a surge of fury and mocked her with a cold laugh. Then may I ask, what is your purpose in not evading me this time? Realizing that she had provoked Mugu, Bibi understood her mistake in being so blunt. Cursed malevolence. She silently scolded herself, recognizing that her judgment was severely clouded by this dark energy. Otherwise, she would never have lost her composure so thoroughly. It is worth noting that within the spirit hall, over the years, she had meticulously crafted a facade to deceive Qian Renxue. The reason Qian Renxue permitted her to enter the city of slaughter for training was due to his belief in Bibi's disguise. Thinking that she had ceased to harbor hatred towards him and had moved on from her feelings for Yu Xiaojiang, instead accepting reality and understanding his intentions. I wish to know, how do you mitigate the influence of the malevolence within you? Struggling to suppress the dark energy's effect on herself. Bibi Dong turned to Mugu and inquired directly, feeling overwhelmed by the encroaching darkness and abandoning any pretense. As expected, upon hearing Bibi Dong's question, Mugu felt no surprise. Observing the gradually unraveling Bibi Dong before him, he realized that her ability to contain the malevolence within her was nearing its limits. Mugu gazed at Bibi Dong, pondering something in his heart, and spoke. The malevolence is quite easily resolved. I can emulate the healing book martial spirit and then utilize my own unique soul skill to eradicate it. Upon hearing Mugu's response, Bibi Dong showed no surprise. As though she had already anticipated his approach, Mugu firmly believes in her ability to create her own soul techniques. Long ago, she was astonished by this remarkable talent. Thus, Bibi Dong harbored no doubts about Mugu's words. Upon hearing them, she readily accepted them and was about to speak. Yet, before Bibi Dong could voice her inquiry, Mugu continued, I can assist you in dispelling the malevolent energy within you, but I have one condition. Speak. Bibi Dong replied, not angered by Mugu's stipulation, but rather responding with a calm demeanor. From now on, you must not avoid me. Mugu gazed at Bibi Dong, the fervor in his eyes unmistakable. Upon hearing Mugu's words, a sense of aversion welled up within Bibi Dong. However, she adeptly concealed her emotions, though she harbored a certain disdain for Mugu's demands. A flicker of pride lingered within her. Yet, pride aside, she remained uncomfortable with the notion of being constantly remembered by someone. Nevertheless, Mugu's request did provide her with a sense of relief. If this was the nature of the request, it was manageable. She resolved to avoid being overly evasive in the future. In fact, she could leverage Mugu's affection for her to obtain what she needed. She required Mugu's assistance in dispelling the malevolent aura of the City of Slaughter. Very well, I shall only agree to refrain from deliberately avoiding you. Bibi Dong subsequently glanced at Mugu, responding with a measured tone. Implicit in her words was the understanding that her commitment to not evade Mugu was contingent upon the latter's conduct. What a scheming vixen. Mugu silently cursed under his breath, aware that Bibi Dong intended to manipulate him. However, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly be disappointed this time. For Mugu had no intention of swiftly aiding her in eliminating the toxins of Huangquan. Such substances, once accumulated to a certain degree, would lead one to lose their sanity. Has encountered numerous fallen souls from the City of Slaughter. After a certain level of malevolent energy accumulates within them, they often fail to participate in the hellish arenas of bloodshed, resulting in a catastrophic eruption. It is truly a spectacle of madness. Intends to observe how the uncontrollable malevolent energy within manifests itself in chaos. After all, it's the perfect opportunity to experiment on. Subsequently, she can assist in purging the malevolent energy from her body, allowing her to return to her former state. If only there were a camera present, would have relished the prospect of capturing's frenzied state for her to reflect upon later. Naturally, as long as the saintess does not evade me. On the surface, feigned surprise. I perceive that the malevolent energy within the saintess has severely corroded her essence. We must hasten to find a suitable location to assist you in cleansing it. This place is ill-suited for such actions. It would be unfortunate if the King of Slaughter were to discover us. Immediately, stood up, addressing with earnestness. Well then, I shall take it upon myself to assist you this time. Upon hearing's words, harbored no suspicions. Primarily because spoke the truth. Purging malevolent energy is not a task to be witnessed by outsiders. Coupled with convincing demeanor, placed her trust in her. Previously, she had avoided, wishing not to be disturbed, as she detested being the subject of another's concern. In the City of Slaughter, many had their eyes on her, yet only dared to approach. As she was no match for, she had no choice but to retreat. It is no trouble at all, should you desire. I can assist you in cleansing your malevolent energy every day henceforth. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Mugu appeared quite pleased, becoming increasingly attentive. However, upon listening to Mugu, a wave of disdain surged within Bibi Dong once more. Daily? I have no need for that. Let us proceed to my training room, where we shall not be disturbed. Bibi Dong nodded and then led the way. Typically, the training rooms provided by the City of Slaughter were exclusive, not permitting entry to others. However, if the owner of the training room granted permission, exceptions could be made. Chapter 21. Acupoint striking with a resounding thud, the door to the training room closed, completely isolating Mugu and Bibi Dong from the outside world. The protective and soundproofing measures of this training room were exceptionally effective. Normally, once the door was shut, only those within could reopen it. There had been instances where fallen individuals, wishing to avoid the hellish slaughter arena, locked themselves inside after signing up, hoping to evade their fate. The outcome was all too evident. The City of Slaughter would not permit such occurrences. The fallen individuals simply vanished, and the manner of their disappearance remained a mystery. However, this was merely a scenario arising from an individual's attempt to escape the hellish arena under normal circumstances. The training rooms were quite secure. Saintess, let us commence. Mugu cast a glance at the environment of the training room, expressing immense satisfaction. After speaking, he summoned his martial spirit and swiftly transformed it into the Book of Healing. Healing Light. With a soft incantation, a multitude of healing light began to coalesce upon Mugu's right hand. As the healing light gathered, he intended to place his hand upon Bibi Dong. However, midway through, he halted, realizing that a direct approach would be obstructed and cumbersome. Just keep your back to me, holy maiden. Mugu hastily addressed Bibi Dong. Observing Mugu's demeanor, Bibi Dong harbored no suspicions and promptly turned her back, presenting her slender figure to him. With a glint in his eyes, Mugu seized the opportunity. After waiting for so long, he could no longer restrain himself. With swift precision, he merged his index and middle fingers into a makeshift spear and deftly tapped several points along Bibi Dong's back. This technique, known as the acupoint strike, was yet another soul skill developed by Mugu. In this world of soul masters, similar to the martial artists in the realm of wuxia, acupoints indeed existed. Mugu had conducted numerous life simulations based on these acupoints, thus devising a unique set of techniques for striking them. What he executed upon Bibi Dong was a method specifically designed to seal a soul master's power. Oh no. The moment Bibi Dong sensed something amiss, she instinctively attempted to summon her martial soul. However, she was soon struck with horror as she realized she could not summon it. Mugu, what have you done to me? Bibi Dong questioned, retreating as she turned to face him. Ha ha ha, nothing much, just sealed your soul power. Mugu laughed heartily, reveling in the sight of Bibi Dong. Unable to summon her martial soul, a wave of dread washed over Bibi Dong as she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Mugu's previous demeanor had merely been a facade. What do you intend to do? Bibi Dong's voice trembled as she regarded Mugu, whose current appearance was an eerie reflection of the demon from her memories. Mugu, did you not say I was just indulging in fanciful delusions? As Mugu approached the terrified Bibi Dong, a smile graced his lips. You demon, I shall not allow you to prevail. Bibi Dong exclaimed furiously, turning to flee towards the door of the training room. Bibi Dong, ponder this carefully. Once you open that door, what awaits you, stripped of your soul power, in the city of slaughter? Watching her hasten towards the exit, Mugu remained unperturbed, gently reminding her of the peril she faced. Naturally, he was not unprepared. Should Bibi Dong attempt to escape, he would promptly intervene. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Bibi Dong's hand, which had rested on the doorknob, froze in place. In a place like the city of slaughter, she understood the dire consequences of being unable to wield her soul power. Countless eyes thirsted for her, and the thought of such an outcome sent chills down her spine, rendering her incapable of daring to open the door. Mugu, if you spare me, I can offer you anything once we are outside. I can secure your place in the spirit hall, ensuring you will no longer be hunted. As a member of the spirit hall, none would dare to harm you. Bibi Dong forced herself to regain her composure, turning to Mugu with a plea. Very well, but that is a matter for another time. For now, I am eager to witness the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall lose control of the malevolent energy within her. Mugu looked at Bibi Dong and shook his head, teasingly remarking, No, you cannot do that. Upon hearing Mugu's resolute tone, Bibi Dong trembled violently. Recalling the images of those fallen individuals she had witnessed, their malevolent energy surging uncontrollably and driving them to madness. She certainly did not wish to become like that. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether one would perish or explode upon the eruption of malevolent energy. The previous individuals she had seen had all been killed by others. Bibi Dong was not ready to embrace death. Bibi Dong resisted within, yet in the next moment, she realized something was amiss. With her soul power sealed by Mugu, she found herself increasingly unable to contend with the malevolent energy within her. And her eyes instantly turned bloodshot as she let out a howl. Kill. The next moment, Bibi Dong's expression twisted into one of ferocity, entirely devoid of reason. As she charged at Mugu with frenzied intent, her consciousness fully consumed by the malevolent energy. TSK. Witnessing the saintess lose her sanity and descend into madness was indeed a sight to behold. Initially anticipating a rather unappealing spectacle, she surprisingly appeared quite the contrary. Her beauty remained intact even in madness. As she deftly evaded Bibi Dong's ferocious attacks, Mugu found herself relishing the sight of Bibi Dong's current frenzied state, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The scheming vixen, how the tables have turned. Chapter 22, Disdain once again in the Hall of the Pope. A statuesque middle-aged man with golden hair stood at the entrance, his gaze directed towards the city of slaughter. It has been half a year. I wonder if Xiaodong is safe. Qian Renxue muttered, his heart tinged with concern for Bibi Dong, whom he had once regarded as his most esteemed disciple. Moreover, Bibi Dong was now the mother of his daughter, Qian Renxue, and Qian Renxue could not bear the thought of any misfortune befalling her in the perilous city of slaughter. Initially, he had opposed Bibi Dong's journey to that treacherous place, yet after she forgave him and made her request, he found it difficult to refuse. In hindsight, he realized that perhaps he had underestimated the dangers inherent in such a locale. However, even now, despite his worries, Qian Renxue felt utterly powerless to rescue anyone from the city. Its circumstances were far too precarious, and he would not dare to venture in. I hope you can return from the city of slaughter, he sighed, shaking his head. The mere thought of Bibi Dong stirred a flicker of concern within him. Yet, if she truly could not return, he would not be excessively sorrowful. After all, he had once forcibly prevented her from being with Yu Xiaojiang, employing despicable tactics to keep her from departing, all out of a desire not to squander her prodigious talent. It was inconceivable to allow such a cultivated gem to simply join the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and benefit another sect. Now, with the birth of his daughter, Qian Renxue, his interest in Bibi Dong had waned significantly. After Bibidong's pregnancy, he had refrained from further advances, a decision made partly in hopes of expediting her forgiveness. His focus had shifted entirely to his daughter. Last month, Qian Renxue awakened her martial soul, an unequivocal angelic martial soul, endowed with an innate spirit power of level 20, which brought him immense satisfaction, even eliciting excitement from his father, Qian Douluo. Previously, Qian Douluo had expressed dissatisfaction with Qian Xuanji's underhanded methods to retain Bibi Dong. But upon witnessing his granddaughter's talent, all criticism ceased. Little Shui must have learned all she needed from her grandfather today. With thoughts of Qian Renxue consuming him, Qian Xuanji cast Bibi Dong from his mind and turned towards the Douluo hall, blissfully unaware of the tribulations his disciple was enduring at that very moment. Time passed. Though its measure was lost on Bibi Dong, who gradually awakened, feeling as though her body were in disarray. As memories flooded back, her pupils dilated, and she stared blankly at the ceiling of the training chamber, struggling to comprehend her circumstances. She never anticipated that her arrival in the city of slaughter would resurrect the nightmares she had once faced in the spirit hall, now with herself as the perpetrator. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt as if a piece of her had perished. No, I cannot succumb just yet. Qian Xuanji, Mugu, I will ensure they both pay dearly. Soon. A fierce rage surged within her. She could not allow herself to perish in such a manner. Vengeance was her only desire. Initially, her wrath was directed solely at Qian Xuanji. But now Mugu had also entered her crosshairs. Though she had been the aggressor, Bibi Dong placed the blame squarely on Mugu. Had it not been for him, she would not have spiraled into madness. It's nothing particularly grave, merely an additional wretched beast to contend with. Regaining her senses, she discovered herself still cradled in Mugu's embrace. Yet she made no attempt to extricate herself. Instead, she quietly assessed her soul power, realizing it remained beyond her control. Thus, she further tempered her animosity towards Mugu. Regardless of her feelings, she needed him to release the seal on her soul power. After a considerable time, Bibi Dong quietly rose, donning her scattered garments. At that moment, Mugu awakened and beheld her dressing with a satisfied smile. With Bibi Dong taking the initiative, he could hardly refuse her advances. Ah, the holy maiden of the spirit hall. How far you have strayed from purity. While his words dripped with sarcasm, he couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. Bibi Dong, newly clad, felt her face flush with indignation at his taunts. How shameless, you beast. Unable to contain her fury, she shot Mugu an angry glare. She understood that to completely mask her feelings of resentment would be suspicious. It was entirely reasonable to exhibit her anger. Rest assured, while you may not be virtuous, I find my satisfaction nonetheless. Mugu replied, unperturbed by her ire, having long since channeled his frustrations towards her. At that moment, a bell rang at the entrance. I must attend to Hell's killing arena. Quickly, release the seal on my power. Bibi Dong exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. She feared that once Mugu had his way, he might refuse to lift the seal, sealing her fate. Do you truly believe I would release the seal for someone who wishes for my demise? With a light-hearted chuckle, Mugu donned his attire and proceeded directly towards the door, seemingly intent on departing. You scoundrel! Upon hearing Mugu's words, Bibi Dong was instantly consumed by fury and anxiety. Observing Mugu's unwavering stride towards the exit, she stamped her foot and exclaimed, As long as you help me break the seal, I will grant you anything you desire. The murderess maid pales in comparison to me, does she not? Bibi Dong struggled to suppress her indignation and humiliation, continuing to speak urgently. Really? At the sound of Bibi Dong's words, Mugu halted, casting a skeptical glance in her direction. Indeed, please, release the seal upon me. At that point, you may command me as you wish. Bibi Dong glared at Mugu with a mix of shame and ire, reaffirming her plea. This is what you have promised. Mugu nodded and then approached Bibi Dong, his index and middle fingers merging to form a finger gun, lightly tapping her a few times. Very well. Go and partake in your hellish arena of slaughter. I hope you do not meet your demise in that infernal battleground. After Mugu finished speaking, he was the first to open the door to the training room and leave. How infuriating. Watching Mugu's retreating figure, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming rage. Almost as if she wished to devour him whole. It was only after sensing that her soul power was now under her control that she finally exhaled. What kind of soul skill could it be? Why had she never heard of it before? Despite her intense hatred for Mugu, she remained profoundly shocked by the acupoint striking technique he had displayed. Chapter 23, the opponent of 67 consecutive victories. Bibi Dong did not observe Mugu's hellish slaughter arena. After departing, Mugu first registered for the next round of the hellish slaughter arena at the front desk, and then he opened a training room for himself. Having recently defeated Bibi Dong, Mugu did not seek out Ying. Even in the past, Mugu had rarely requested her services. He only sought her out when his physiological needs arose, spending most of his time dedicated to cultivation. The simulator was employed for life simulations, continuing the objective of developing a cultivation method. Upon entering the training room, Mugu summoned his martial soul and initiated the life simulation once more. Crack, crack. The simulator floated before Mugu, beginning to rotate incessantly. Day 1. Based on past experiences, you once again attempt to develop a cultivation method, but progress is slow. Day 2. You continue to develop the cultivation method, yet progress remains sluggish. Day 12. Your attempt to develop the cultivation method encounters a problem. resulting in a chaotic flow of energy within your meridians. You require a period of recuperation. Stop. Upon recognizing the issues arising in his life simulation, Mugu promptly halted the process. Continuing would merely squander soul power, yielding little benefit. The development of a cultivation method proved to be immensely challenging. Seeing yet another failure in the life simulation, Mugu sighed. The difficulty of developing a cultivation method exceeded all expectations. In the Douluo world, soul power cultivation relied on meditation techniques rather than the meridian circulating methods found in martial arts novels. However, Mugu understood that the meridian circulating cultivation methods were viable within the Douluo realm. The original character Tang San had successfully replicated the Qian skill, a method involving meridian circulation, which, despite certain limitations due to the differences in their worlds, could still be practiced in Douluo. From the original work, it is evident that cultivation methods possess advantages over meditation techniques. Even after ascending to the divine realm, Tang San continued to cultivate his Qian skill. This implies that meridian circulating cultivation methods retain their efficacy even in the divine realm. The acupressure technique developed by Mugu is also based on the principles of meridians and acupoints. However, what Mugu did not anticipate was that while the development of this technique was relatively straightforward, the practice of it proved to be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. The life simulation of practicing the pastoral song has been ongoing for over 2 months. Yet there remains little substantial progress. The meridians are, after all, exceedingly unique. The soul force circulating within them is prone to severe repercussions should any slight deviation occur. A pastoral ode is akin to possessing a simulator, for it allows one to perpetually engage in experimentation and trial and error. Without such a simulator, one would undoubtedly hesitate to embark on the development of cultivation methods independently. Patience is key. I firmly believe that, in due time, I shall achieve success. The shepherd smiled, undeterred by previous setbacks. After a brief moment of composure, he engaged once more in the simulation of life. Thus, a month passed once again. Mugu and Bai Dong participated in 4 brutal arenas of hell. While waiting for the commencement of these infernal contests, Mugu frequently sought out Bai Dong. He harbored an insatiable fascination for her. Every encounter ignited a peculiar fervor within him. Despite the humiliation and indignation that surged within her in response to Mugu's demands, Bai Dong chose to acquiesce, enduring the degradation even when his request bordered on the excessive. Though thoughts of rebellion flickered in her mind, she was apprehensive that defiance would lead Mugu to force her into the same hellish arena. Thus, she refrained from evading him. Knowing she required his assistance to purge the malevolent energy from her body, she attempted to concoct excuses, claiming injuries sustained in the arena necessitated recuperation. But Mugu invariably healed her swiftly. Ultimately, Bai Dong resigned herself to her circumstances, channeling her pent-up animosity towards Mugu into the brutal contests. Previously, she had harbored a fear of injury, striving to navigate the challenges with caution. However, with Mugu's healing prowess at her disposal, she chose to abandon her trepidation, recognizing that as long as she avoided fatal harm, his abilities would suffice. Since resistance was futile, she resolved to leverage Mugu to the fullest extent. Your opponent this time boasts an impressive streak of 67 consecutive victories. I sincerely hope you do not perish in the arena. After another round of fervent applause, Bai Dong leaned against Mugu, her voice tinged with a gentle concern as she spoke. Are you worried about me? Upon hearing her words, Mugu, while caressing her back with his right hand, responded with delight. Rest assured, even against an opponent with 100 victories. As long as we are in this city of slaughter and they cannot utilize their soul rings or abilities, I shall never be defeated. As the pastoral figure chuckled with confidence, he faced an opponent renowned for an impressive streak of victories, 67 consecutive wins, a formidable contender in the realm of Soul Douluo. I believe in you, murmured Bibi softly. At that moment, Bibi exhibited a facade of evolving from animosity to an eventual acceptance of the pastoral figure. Yet, this was merely a guise. How could she truly embrace him? The very notion made her desire to flay him alive. Each peculiar and bizarre occurrence had rendered her deeply humiliated. Have you ever wondered why I arrived in the city of slaughter? Bibi suddenly inquired, lifting her gaze to the pastoral figure. Of course, are you willing to share? The pastoral figure felt a surge of joy upon hearing Bibi willingness to divulge her own story. Had he not been aware of her profound restraint in the original narrative, he would have found her words astonishing. However, knowing the true nature of Bibi, he could not bring himself to trust her transformation. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from indulging in her performance. Indeed, I ventured into the city of slaughter to grow stronger. I aspire to become formidable through the trials here. For only then can I seek vengeance on that individual. As she mentioned the subject of her vengeance, her tone shifted to one of deep resentment. What exactly is the matter? As a saintess, why can you not seek retribution directly? The pastoral figure, intrigued by her words, pressed her further, momentarily halting his restless hands on her back. I must warn you, you may find it hard to believe, but the one I seek vengeance against is none other than the Pope of our Spirit Hall. Bibidong's hands clenched tightly as she slowly revealed the truth. The Pope of the Spirit Hall? But isn't he your mentor? How could he possibly be your enemy? The pastoral figure's voice brimmed with incredulity upon hearing her claim. It is indeed true. I can scarcely believe it myself that my mentor could betray me in such a manner, Bibidong replied, her voice laden with bitterness. Subsequently, she recounted the events that had transpired in her life, detailing how she had come to know Yu Xiaojing, the vehement opposition from Qian Renxue, and how, after failing to sway her, he resorted to despicable means to keep her within the spirit hall, even after she declared her intention to be with Yu Xiaojing. Despite leaving the spirit hall, Yu Xiaojing? Isn't he just a useless individual? I cannot fathom why you would have feelings for him. It is only natural for Qian Renxue to disapprove of your union. I would also be unable to consent, the pastoral figure remarked, offering his assessment after absorbing Bibidong's narrative. As a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, it is quite natural for Mugu to be acquainted with Yu Xiaojing. Upon hearing Muji's words, Bibi, cradled in his arms, could not suppress a surge of anger, though she managed to stifle it. I was deceived by him as well. I can understand why Qian Renxue wished to keep me from leaving, but he should never have resorted to such despicable and shameless means to retain me. He effectively destroyed me. Moreover, he was my teacher, a person I once held in high regard, yet he ruined me. I must seek vengeance. Following Muji's statement, Bibi chose not to disclose her lingering affection for Yu Xiaojing. She was not entirely naive. She later comprehended Qian Renxue's motives. Yet understanding did not equate to forgiveness. If Qian Renxue had not acted thus, with your infatuated mindset, you would undoubtedly have eloped with Yu Xiaojing. Upon hearing Bibi words, Mugu scoffed inwardly but expressed concern for her. What you say is true. Qian Renxue's methods were indeed abhorrent, akin to those of a beast. But what of me? Your teacher employed coercive tactics to possess you, and I too have resorted to force to claim you. As he spoke, Mugu shifted, pinning Bibi beneath him, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto hers. Since Bibi harbored such resentment towards her captor, Mugu could not help but draw parallels to himself. Given that Bibi dared to mention Qian Renxue, Mugu believed she must have prepared her argument. Not quite. You are different. Bibi appeared unfazed by Muji's scrutiny, shaking her head calmly and elaborating. This is the city of slaughter. Your desire for me, regardless of the means employed, is justified. Qian Renxue, however, is not only my teacher but someone I held in profound respect and trust. He betrayed that trust. Thus I can never forgive him. Implicitly, she suggested that while she could not absolve Qian Renxue, she might extend forgiveness to Mugu. Of course, Bibi intended for Mugu to arrive at that conclusion on his own, as she would never forgive the man who had imposed himself upon her. However, for the time being, she required Muji's assistance within the city of slaughter. Given her own capabilities, she felt uncertain about confronting Qian Renxue alone. Thus, she sought to leverage Muji's strength. With his abilities, Bibi believed Mugu could achieve 100 consecutive victories and ultimately escape the city of slaughter. Moreover, with Muji's extraordinary talent, she surmised that he would eventually ascend to the rank of title Douluo. Hence, she contemplated utilizing Mugu to aid her in confronting Qian Renxue, indifferent to whether he proved a match for him. Either outcome would please her. Mugu, you too will eventually leave this place. I hope you will join the spirit hall and assist me. Would that be agreeable? With that, Bibi lifted her arms, entwining them around Muji's neck, her voice soft and pleading. As Mugu gazed into Bibi gentle, watery eyes, he nearly succumbed to her performance. Fortunately, he was aware that she was not the sort to exhibit such vulnerability, and he quickly discerned her true intentions. You wish to exploit me? Perhaps that is not entirely unacceptable. In the depths of his heart, Mugu murmured to himself, acknowledging that he would inevitably depart from the city of slaughter and return to the outside world. Joining the spirit hall could provide the perfect opportunity to escape the relentless pursuit of the Haoyan clan and other sections. However, a straightforward affiliation with the spirit hall was out of the question. Even the hall would be reluctant to incur the wrath of numerous sects on his behalf. He would undoubtedly need to conceal his identity. Yet, if he was to hide his identity, joining the spirit hall might not be necessary. Nonetheless, for the sake of precaution, aligning with the spirit hall appeared to be the safer option, as it would afford him an additional layer of protection. Furthermore, becoming part of the spirit hall would facilitate a deeper understanding of martial spirits. Although he could absorb martial spirits to gain knowledge, this method did not encompass the entirety of the martial spirit lore present in the Douluo continent. To attain a more comprehensive grasp of martial spirit knowledge, the spirit hall undeniably represented the optimal avenue. The more he mastered the intricacies of martial spirits, the more effectively his simulator martial spirit could manifest. The spirit hall, you say? I'll contemplate that once I have exited this realm. For now, it remains uncertain whether I can even leave. However, Mugu did not immediately acquiesce to Bibi proposition, nor did he outright refuse. Bibi responded with a note of delight, refraining from further persuasion. She had discerned that Mugu's lack of refusal indicated a spark of interest. Just then, the bell in the training chamber chimed, signaling the commencement of the hellish arena, where Mugu was set to confront an opponent who had achieved an impressive streak of 67 consecutive victories. It begins now. Mugu, you must exercise caution. Given that his opponent has amassed 67 victories, his prowess is surely formidable. Upon hearing the bell toll, Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly, revealing her concern for Mugu once more. Rest assured, if I cannot handle a mere opponent with 67 victories, how could I possibly aspire to claim the championship? Upon hearing the words, the shepherdess immediately burst into laughter, rising to her feet to retrieve her clothes scattered on the ground, donning them one by one. I believe in you. I shall be present to cheer for you. As she spoke, Bibi Dong also gathered her garments and began to dress. Chapter 25. A spectacle of anticipation. Now, let us welcome contestants number 7621, 8732, 1245, and 6018, along with 6 others, into the arena of hellish slaughter. Today's event promises to be a thrilling spectacle, one that I am certain all present have eagerly awaited. This particular slaughter arena features 2 competitors ranked within the top 10 for consecutive victories. They are none other than contestant number 1245, who boasts an impressive streak of 67 consecutive wins, currently holding the top position, and contestant number 6018, who has achieved 35 consecutive victories, ranking 3rd overall. Contestant 6018 has even earned the moniker of the Harbinger of Hell. Let us now anticipate their performances with bated breath. The host of the Hellish Slaughter Arena has taken the liberty to elaborate more than usual this time. Previously, they merely followed a streamlined announcement process. This match promises to be captivating. Indeed, it remains to be seen whether the Harbinger of Hell can continue on their victorious path. I find it difficult to believe, as their opponent has already secured an astounding 67 victories. The advantage of the opponent, however, is not so pronounced when one cannot employ soul techniques. I still place my faith in the Harbinger of Hell. Absolutely, I share your sentiments. The Harbinger of Hell is exceptionally formidable. Look, the Harbinger of Hell has entered the arena, alongside the other competitors. The audience, too, is rife with anticipation for this unique slaughter arena, a rare occurrence indeed. The prowess of Mugu is undoubtedly on par with that of a contender boasting a remarkable 50 consecutive victories. This effectively positions the encounter as a duel between 2 such formidable opponents. Within the confines of the hellish arena, a stipulation exists. Participants with over 50 victories are prohibited from competing in the same match. Thus, today's contest has garnered significant attention, with the audience swelling to several times its usual size. Amidst the collective gaze, 10 competitors, including Mugu, entered the arena. Upon their arrival, 8 competitors swiftly distanced themselves from 2 individuals, Mugu and a robust man. Are you a harbinger of hell? Young man, as I have previously stated, since you refuse to show me respect, I shall personally escort you to the depths of hell, where you will serve as your own harbinger. The burly man disregarded everyone else, his gaze fixed intently upon Mugu, brimming with rage. Aware of Mugu's formidable reputation, he had sought out Mugu and Bibi Dong prior to registration, urging them to refrain from entering the arena momentarily. However, Mugu offered him no such courtesy. Upon reaching the deadline for registration, he proceeded to sign up. Hearing the man's words, Mugu merely cast a dismissive glance in his direction, a scornful smile gracing his lips, and said nothing in reply. For one who is on the brink of death, there is no need for excessive words. This was not the first time Mugu encountered an adversary of the Soul Douluo caliber. The only distinction lay in the opponent's greater number of consecutive victories. Yet, as long as the use of spirit rings and techniques is prohibited, even a Soul Douluo poses no threat to Mugu. To the outside world, it may appear that Mugu would have no option but to flee, but within the city of slaughter, aside from the Slaughter King, he fears no one. Moreover, even the Slaughter King must adhere to the rules of the city of slaughter. As long as Mugu does not provoke the Slaughter King, the latter cannot make a move against him. Otherwise, the characters Tang Hao and Bibi Dong could never have escaped the city of slaughter. Even the Slaughter King must regard Tang Hao and Bibi Dong with caution, especially during their trials in the city of slaughter, where they had no other deities of slaughter backing them. Furthermore, historically, beyond Tang Hao and Bibi Dong, there have been 8 individuals who have attained the title of God of Slaughter. Tang Hao is the 7th, and Bibi Dong the 8th. At this juncture, Tang Hao had already secured the title of God of Slaughter, and upon Mugu and Bibi Dong completing their trials, they would become the 8th and 9th individuals to hold this esteemed title. Damn it! The Soul Douluo seethed with fury upon realizing that Mugu had chosen to disregard his presence. I hereby declare this match in the hellish arena to commence. The host, astute to the atmosphere, swiftly announced the beginning of the contest. With the host's proclamation, every participant summoned their respective martial spirits without hesitation. Beast martial spirits manifested, while weapon martial spirits were wielded as arms. The Soul Douluo summoned his martial spirit, a high-quality beast martial spirit known as the Granite Turtle. Uniquely, he wielded 2 defensive shields, one in each hand. Let us first eliminate these insignificant pests, each taking a half. After manifesting his martial spirit, the Soul Douluo, despite his anger towards Mugu, addressed him once more. When 2 powerful contenders emerge, it is customary for them to first clear the field of weaker opponents. Otherwise, should they engage in a deadly struggle, the weaker participants might reap the benefits, leading to considerable loss. Thus, when 2 formidable players occupy the arena, The typical strategy is to eliminate the others first. Very well. The gentle melody of the pastoral song echoed softly as Mugu swiftly darted towards the others, engaging them with fierce intent. How infuriating. Attack. We shall deal with this little demon while you handle the other. The surrounding participants in the hellish arena quickly formed two groups of four, launching their assaults against Mugu and the Soul Douluo. The sounds of battle erupted. Bang, bang, bang. I refuse to accept this. But within mere minutes, all four assailants targeting Mugu were vanquished. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, the Soul Douluo struggled, having failed to subdue even a single opponent. This was largely due to his defensive-oriented nature. Although his defenses were formidable, his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. Supported by his Soul Douluo level energy and the evident physical prowess of his opponents, inflicting damage upon him proved challenging. At last, after relentless attacks, one of the assailants faltered. The burly man seized the opportunity, crashing his shield into the opponent, sending him flying. A tank-type Soul Master, Mugu mused with a faint smile. He chose not to intervene or join the fray, instead standing aside with keen interest. Such astonishing defense. This individual has undoubtedly honed his physique, bolstered by powerful soul energy and the protective abilities of his granite tortoise martial spirit. Given my current prowess, achieving victory using only the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit would not be an easy feat, as he observed. Mugu felt an inkling of frustration. Perhaps I shall switch to the Haotian hammer later. After all, my identity has already been revealed. Yet, he remained unconcerned. Winning would merely demand greater effort. His identity had been exposed by the fallen individuals who entered the city of slaughter, recognizing him and unveiling his martial spirit. Chapter 26, a shock to the audience indeed. The Hell Messenger proved to be the stronger contender. Indeed, the Hell Messenger has dispatched all his foes, while 1245 has yet to defeat even one. One cannot dismiss the extraordinary defense of 1245, can they? While the Hell Messenger is indeed formidable, he may find it challenging to penetrate 1245's defenses. Precisely. The reason 1245 has achieved 67 consecutive victories is that no one has ever breached his defenses. In the audience, murmurs spread as they debated the strengths of Mugu versus the burly man designated as 1245. Bibi Dong observed the hellish arena, her presence commanding the vicinity, deterring anyone from approaching. That scoundrel better not perish, she thought bitterly, casting a glance at Mugu, though she secretly wished for his demise. She did not desire him to fall to another's hands so soon. In the city of slaughter, she still needed him to eliminate the lingering malevolence affecting her. That detestable man. In a separate corner, a woman watched Mugu in the arena, her thoughts occupied. It was the future messenger of slaughter, currently a mere slaughter maid. Nightingale. Over the past month, Mugu had visited her once, while spending the rest of his time with Bibi Dong, naturally stirring her jealousy. Nevertheless, amidst her grievances, Nightingale genuinely worried about Mugu's impending battles. After a grueling half-hour, the burly man, relying on his astonishing defense, finally managed to exhaust and defeat his four adversaries. Although Mugu did not join the fray to eliminate the miscellaneous fish, his mere presence exerted considerable psychological pressure on the four fallen ones. Otherwise, the burly man, designated as number 1245, would not have been able to dispatch his opponents so swiftly. Come forth, little demon, let me see if you can breach my defenses, he declared. Having dispatched the others, it was evident that despite taking longer than Mugu to overcome his adversaries, he remained confident in his own prowess. After enduring a lengthy battle, his breathing remained steady, with only superficial wounds that would not impede his combat capabilities. Then you should exercise caution, Mugu replied with a faint smile upon hearing the burly man's words. He then retracted his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit, allowing the intertwining lightning to dissipate gradually. Following this, with a commanding grip of his right hand, the weighty and powerful Haotian hammer began to coalesce in his palm. That is the Haotian hammer, without a doubt. How could it be? The martial spirit of the Hell Messenger has transformed into the Haotian hammer. It is said that his martial spirit is a simulator, capable of mimicking any martial spirit. Who would have imagined he could even replicate the Haotian hammer? I thought the strongest spirit he could simulate was the blue lightning tyrant dragon, but here we are with the Haotian hammer of the esteemed Haotian sect. This revelation was not surprising, considering he was relentlessly pursued by the Haotian sect. It was understandable, by consuming the martial spirits of others to enhance his simulation success rate. It was no wonder he was hunted down. Haha. I heard that he initially could only simulate low-quality martial spirits and therefore chose to devour other spirits for his simulations. Upon witnessing Mugu's martial spirit transform into the Haotian hammer, the audience erupted in astonishment. Some recognized Mugu's true identity, while others did not. However, even those aware of his simulator's nature were astonished that he could emulate the Haotian hammer. What an extraordinary martial spirit. Does this imply he has already mastered 2 of the 3 sects' martial spirits? Perhaps he has even simulated the 7 treasures glazed pagoda of the 7 treasures glazed sect? Considering what you said, that seems quite plausible. His martial spirit is indeed remarkable. Yes, possessing a martial spirit equates to possessing all martial spirits. Yet, what does it matter to possess numerous spirits if none are mastered? Against an average soul master, this may suffice, but against a formidable opponent with an exceptional martial spirit, he would undoubtedly falter. True enough, but I believe he is quite astute. His consistent use of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit indicates he understands the folly of greed. Thus, we should regard him as a soul master with a top-tier martial spirit. Indeed, and here we are in the city of slaughter. What does it matter if he possesses such a martial spirit if he cannot utilize soul skills? When it comes to power, the innate talent of the Saintess of Slaughter is truly formidable. She possesses dual martial spirits, while the Hell Messenger only wields one, regardless of its uniqueness. The Saintess commands two top-tier spirits. As the audience came to grasp the nature of Mugu's martial spirit, the clamor grew louder. The situation unfolded as Mugu had anticipated. While they were astonished by the peculiarity of his martial spirit, their envy was primarily directed towards Bibi Dong's innate talent. Seated quietly in a corner, Bibi Dong sensed the glances directed towards her and a flicker of pride gleamed in her eyes. She believed her talent to be unparalleled. The strongest in history. Even the first known possessor of dual martial spirits could not rival her, for their spirits were not of the highest caliber. She understood that Mugu's martial spirit was far more complex than it appeared, particularly in how he mastered numerous self-created soul skills and learned the secret techniques of the Haotian hammer. Nonetheless, she remained convinced that her martial spirit surpassed Mugu's. In the City of Slaughter, her inability to defeat him was solely due to the restrictions placed upon her soul skills. Haotian hammer, splendid. I have long wished to test its might and see if it can breach my defenses without the aid of soul rings and skills. Come forth, little demon. The burly man, upon witnessing Mugu's transition to the Haotian hammer, felt a mixture of trepidation and a surge of fierce combat spirit. Thus, I shall oblige you. Mugu gazed at the burly man, a serene smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he swung the Haotian hammer, launching it directly at his opponent. The burly man, fully aware of the impending strike and unable to evade, raised his dual shields in a protective stance, standing firm against the oncoming assault. The clash resounded. Chapter 27, 36 consecutive victories. The heavenly hammer struck the shield of the burly man with a resounding crash, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. Despite the force of the attack, the stout figure remained firmly planted, unyielding. "Ha, delightful. Come again," he exclaimed, his laughter echoing with a sense of triumph. The burly man, witnessing the attack from the young bard, felt invigorated. It was clear that the bard's efforts were insufficient. As long as the bard could not breach his defenses, he was confident he could outlast him. After all, he was a soul Douluo, while the bard was merely a soul king. Though the young bard's ascension to the rank of soul king was indeed formidable, the chasm between a soul king and a soul Douluo was vast. The disparity in their soul power was undeniable, and no matter how long the bard persisted, he could not possibly surpass him. In the hellish arenas he had frequented, he had relied on his robust defenses and abundant soul power to wear down his opponents. The heavenly hammer, astonishingly, failed to penetrate the formidable defenses of level 1245. It was no wonder he had achieved an impressive streak of 67 consecutive victories. His resilience was extraordinary. It appeared that level 1245 was indeed the stronger of the two. The Hell Messenger was still too young, and his soul power could not possibly match that of level 1245. If this stalemate persisted, as long as the Hell Messenger was unable to shatter the defenses of level 1245, defeat was inevitable. The spectators, witnessing the commotion caused by the bard's assault, initially held no doubts about the strength of his attack. However, as they observed the bard's inability to even displace level 1245, they began to recognize the true might of the burly man. Naive, Bibi Dong sneered inwardly at the foolish assumptions of others. Only she understood that the bard had yet to unleash his full potential. Fortunately, it is the bard facing this brute. If it were me, victory would not come easily. Her gaze shifted back to the formidable figure of level 1245, and she felt a sense of relief. She acknowledged the strength of her opponent. Come on. Let us see how many of my strikes you can withstand. The bard scoffed at the arrogance of his adversary, gripping the heavenly hammer with renewed determination before swinging it with great force. Chaotic Gale Hammer Technique. With that, the arena was filled with a thunderous explosion. In the pastoral ballad, the Haotian hammer struck forcefully once more against the shield of the towering man, unleashing an immense wave of energy and a tempestuous gust of wind. Boom. Without pause, the pastoral hero delivered another heavy blow, once again crashing against the shield before the formidable figure. Boom, boom, boom. The pastoral figure showed no mercy. Each strike more powerful than the last, a relentless barrage of blows. Every heavy hammer fell with tremendous force upon the shield held before the robust man. It was not that the pastoral figure wished to bypass the shield. Rather, it was impossible to do so. Although the man's speed did not match that of the pastoral figure, the latter's swings with the celestial hammer were not so swift as to be beyond the man's perception. Thanks to his extensive combat experience, the man consistently managed to position his shield in the way of the incoming strikes. Thus, as the confrontation progressed, the pastoral figure ceased attempting to circumvent the shield and instead directed his blows directly onto it. Boom, boom, boom. With each successive heavy strike, the formidable man, designated as number 1245, initially faced the onslaught with composure. However, as the number of blows increased, the expression on his face began to darken. How could this be? As he felt the intensifying force reverberating through his shield, disbelief filled his mind. He had never anticipated that the pastoral figure's attacks would grow stronger. Yet, in response to the relentless assault, he had no choice but to continue defending himself. He could only hope that the pastoral figure's might could not indefinitely accumulate. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to withstand it. Boom. The 16th strike. Boom. The 25th strike. The Hell's Envoy faltered. Even the Celestial Hammer could not breach 1245's defenses. After so many strikes, it still was not enough. It seemed that 1245 was destined to prevail. Wait, look at 1245's face. Is it not becoming increasingly grim? It truly appears so. What is happening? Am I alone in sensing that the Hell's Envoy's attacks are growing more formidable? Surely, it cannot be mere illusion? No. I feel it too. The audience, captivated, remained transfixed on the fierce battle unfolding in the Hell's arena, watching as the pastoral figure continued to hammer relentlessly upon his adversary. A terrifying gust of wind swept across the arena, saturating the atmosphere with tension. Boom. The 45th strike. Finally, with the pastoral figure's 45th blow. Both shields held by the robust man shattered simultaneously, sending shards flying in all directions. The 46th strike. After obliterating the shields, the pastoral figure let out a fierce shout, raising the imposing celestial hammer once more to unleash another devastating blow. This is bad. The robust man, though incredulous that his shields had been shattered, quickly crossed his arms to shield himself. Crash. In the pastoral ballad, the heavenly hammer strikes against the opponent's arms, producing a resounding thud. An assault capable of shattering shields meets the robust figure, yet he manages to deflect it, clearly bolstered by the granite turtle martial spirit. The formidable defense of the brawny man remains remarkably resilient even in the absence of his shield. Boom, boom, boom. The pastoral melody remains indifferent to the formidable defenses of the opponent. The hammer must strike true. Initially, the burly man could withstand the blows. Yet after the 60th strike from the pastoral warrior, his form began to falter, unable to maintain his ground as he was relentlessly pushed back. The 72nd strike. With a resounding crash, when the pastoral warrior unleashed his 72nd hammer blow, the burly man was sent hurtling through the air, unable to resist any longer. A crack echoed, marking the shattering of the bones in his arms. Upon landing, the burly man spat a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed, unable to rise again. Infuriated, he struggled to regain his footing, refusing to concede. He still possessed a vast reservoir of soul power, yet found himself incapable of harnessing it effectively. The thought of being vanquished in such a manner was utterly humiliating. However, without the ability to utilize his soul rings and soul skills, he could not maximize the potential of his power. This predicament was not exclusive to him. All the fallen within the city of slaughter shared his fate, save for the pastoral warrior. May his path be clear. As Mugu observed that his opponent still wished to rise, he denied him the opportunity. With a swift motion, the 73rd strike descended with a thunderous impact, landing squarely on the opponent's back. The result was devastating. The robust man's heart shattered, his eyes widened in shock. And after a few convulsive spasms, he collapsed, lifeless. Congratulations to contestant number 6018 for securing victory in this hellish arena. Kudos to the Hell Messenger for achieving an impressive 36 consecutive wins. The host proclaimed, announcing Mugu's triumph. The spectators were left in awe, transfixed by Mugu's commanding presence as he wielded the Haotian hammer. Chapter 28, King of Slaughter with his 36 consecutive victories. Mugu ascended to the pinnacle of triumph in the city of Hell, surpassing all in the number of consecutive wins. Alongside him, Bibi also achieved the remarkable feat of 36 victories, though she had joined the fray later than Mugu, managing to secure one more victory than him. Bibi, I will participate in the next round of the hellish slaughter arena. You may defer your turn, Mugu declared, intent on maintaining his status as the first. Previously, he was indifferent to whether he placed second or third, but now that he had eliminated the previous record holder of 67 consecutive wins, he was determined to uphold his position at the top. Bibi, though internally reluctant, had no choice but to comply with Mugu's request. Following this bout in the hellish slaughter arena, no adversary would compel Mugu to wield the Haotian hammer again. 37 consecutive wins, 38, 39, and eventually 100. After approximately a year and a half, Mugu achieved the remarkable milestone of 100 victories, earning the title of champion of the hellish slaughter arena. This title, amusingly enough, would soon be shared with Bibi, who would also reach the coveted 100 wins shortly after, resulting in two champions emerging during the same period. However, this was the nature of the hellish slaughter arena. Those who attained 100 victories became champions and earned the right to traverse the road to hell. He had won. He had truly achieved 100 victories. In just 2 years, Mugu demonstrated extraordinary prowess. Indeed, had it not been for the need to stagger their turns, the Hell Messenger might have claimed this achievement within a year. It was also surprising that the esteemed saintess of the martial soul hall had formed an alliance with a fallen one. Are you merely envious? Someone remarked. Bah. Are you not envious? The slaughter saintess's beauty and form surpass all the slaughter maidens here. It was rather infuriating that the most exquisite slaughter maiden was monopolized by the Hell Messenger. After achieving 100 consecutive wins, one could access the road to hell. Do you think the Hell Messenger would choose to leave the city of slaughter? It was a difficult question. While he was formidable within the city, outside, he would merely be a sole king, having offended numerous sects and factions, leaving him with no foothold in the outside world. As the audience bore witness to Mugu's attainment of 100 consecutive victories, they were filled with admiration and yet found it entirely expected. His performance over the past 2 years had thoroughly demonstrated the strength of both Mugu and Bibi. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the hellish slaughter arena, emanating a crimson aura, with patterns adorning his face and a pair of enormous bat wings unfurled from his back. It was the King of Slaughter. The emergence of the King of Slaughter elicited gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd. The pastoral song immediately discerned the presence of the adversary. Raising his gaze towards the King of Slaughter, his heart tightening ever so slightly. The formidable aura emanating from the King of Slaughter instilled in him a profound awareness of his own insignificance, an unsettling realization he found difficult to acclimate to. Before him stood merely the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, who had seized control of Tang Chen's body, had it been the true essence of Tang Chen guiding the consciousness. The King of Slaughter would undoubtedly be even more formidable. He had encountered the crowned one. The pastoral figure respectfully addressed the King of Slaughter, bowing slightly in reverence. Regardless of whether the king was genuinely bound by the rules of this place and unable to act against him, the pastoral figure opted for a more cautious approach. Hell's messenger, indeed. Would you be interested in staying to assist me in managing the city of Slaughter? Upon hearing these words, the King of Slaughter nodded with satisfaction, expressing his admiration for the pastoral figure before directly extending an invitation for collaboration. He too required capable individuals to help him govern the city of Slaughter. I am grateful for your esteemed consideration, Your Grace. However, I have a vendetta to settle in the outside world, which may prevent me from remaining in the city of Slaughter. Yet, should I successfully traverse the path of hell, avenge my great enemies, and find myself without a place to stand in the outside world, I sincerely hope that upon my return, Your Grace might still offer me refuge. How could Mugu possibly consent to remain in such a place as the city of Slaughter? It suffices to undergo some trials here, to truly savor life. Such a locale is wholly unsuitable. Upon hearing Mugu's words, the King of Slaughter's gaze grew noticeably colder. Although Mugu's words were eloquent, he nonetheless declined the offer. If you can endure the trials of the Hell Road and attain the title of God of Slaughter, you shall thereafter be free to come and go from the city of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter declared, acknowledging the established rules that he could not alter. Were it within his power, he would prefer that those who had earned the title of God of Slaughter never return to the city, as their success would affirm their passage through the Hell Road and grant them the privilege to wield soul rings and soul techniques within the city. The privileges granted to the staff he had recruited were at his discretion, easily revoked at any moment. However, the privileges conferred upon one who had rightfully earned the title of God of Slaughter were beyond his control. Thus, should Mugu truly succeed in traversing the Hell Road, he would rather not see Mugu return. The significance of the privileges he bestowed differed vastly from those earned through personal merit. 6018. Do you choose to embark on the Hell Road now? Since Mugu had declined his invitation, the King of Slaughter refrained from elaborating further, directly inquiring of Mugu. No, Your Majesty. I wish to wait until the Slaughter Saintess achieves 100 consecutive victories, so that we may embark on the Hell Road together. Mugu responded, shaking his head at the King of Slaughter's proposition. The Hell Road could be traversed solo or in tandem with another who had also attained 100 victories. The Slaughter Saintess, you say? Very well, we shall await the next opportunity to commence the Hell Road. The King of Slaughter, upon hearing this, made no further comments, seemingly unperturbed, and then departed. At least that scoundrel possesses a semblance of conscience. In the audience, seeing Mugu's choice of Bibi, a satisfied snort escaped her lips. She had genuinely feared that Mugu would opt to face the Hell Road alone, not out of concern for her own capabilities, but because an additional partner would bolster their chances. Given the uncertainties surrounding the Hell Road, she naturally preferred to embark on the journey as a team. Chapter 29. The Hell Road Open. Zinger, have you mastered the soul power cultivation method I taught you? The shepherd cradled the nightingale in his arms and began to inquire of her. The method of soul power cultivation that Mugu had long desired was finally developed successfully 6 months ago. However, the newly devised technique initially proved to be less effective than meditation in terms of cultivating soul power. As of now, Mugu has refined the soul power cultivation method hundreds of times, resulting in an enhancement of its efficacy by 50, reaching a remarkable 1.5 times the effectiveness of the soul power meditation technique. It has thus reached a preliminary stage of completion, and would undoubtedly be regarded as a coveted secret method in the outside world. The pastoral song was only imparted to the nightingale a week ago. Nonetheless, the nightingale had served him faithfully for 2 years. Although she had not yet devoted herself entirely to him, she remained exceedingly obedient. Mugu intends to place her in the city of Slaughter, preparing for his future return to that grim domain. His current strength is insufficient. Thus he hesitates to confront the King of Slaughter. However, once he attains the requisite power, he is undoubtedly poised to challenge that formidable adversary. The legacy of the Azura God remains etched in his memory. Within the Douluo world, the inheritance of the Azura God stands unparalleled, for he is the God King. The Angel God, the Rakshasa God, and the Sea God are but lesser deities. Even if he cannot inherit the Azura Goddess legacy in the end, Mugu will not permit it to fall into the hands of another. Indeed, I have mastered it. The cultivation method for soul power you bestowed upon me is extraordinarily potent. Upon hearing Mugu's words, the nightingale, who had been resting upon him, eagerly responded with excitement. Clearly, the soul power cultivation technique Mugu provided has greatly astonished her. She never anticipated that Mugu possessed such a formidable method and was willing to impart it to her. Once again, Nightingale felt vindicated in her choice of Mugu. Over the course of 2 years, she has come to know him well. In comparison to the other fallen beings here, she perceives Mugu not only as significantly more powerful, but also devoid of any other vices, as he refrains from taking lives indiscriminately. Aside from those claimed within the hellish arena of slaughter, the formidable strength and innate talent of Mugu have instilled in her a profound admiration, compounded by Mugu's consistent kindness towards her, leading Nightingale to acknowledge Mugu as her master. The reason for this allegiance lies in Nightingale's awareness that Mugu's affection is solely directed towards her physical form, devoid of genuine love. In a place like the City of Carnage, she dares not aspire to romantic love, especially given the stark disparity in their statuses. Mugu has ascended to become the champion of the hellish arena, while she remains a mere slaughter maid serving the fallen. To have garnered Mugu's favor brings her immense joy. Here, she resolves to diligently hone her skills, for she is certain that she will return to the City of Carnage once more. The shepherd nodded and instructed the nightingale. Yes, my master. Hearing the shepherd affirm that he would indeed return, the nightingale rejoiced, as she had initially thought that once the shepherd departed from the City of Slaughter, he would never return. After soothing the nightingale, the shepherd sought out Bibi once more. Upon their exit, Bibi would return to the spirit hall, and outside, he would no longer have the privilege of enjoying Bibi company at his leisure. It was uncertain whether Bibi would even be willing to oblige him outside. As within the City of Slaughter, Bibi was unable to resist the shepherd, but the circumstances would change beyond its confines. Thus, seizing the remaining time, the shepherd indulged in his domination over Bibi. There was no remedy. The shepherd found endless delight in Bibi. Congratulations to contestant number 6364, the Slaughter Sanus, for achieving 100 consecutive victories and becoming the new champion of the hellish slaughter arena. A few days later, Bibi also achieved her desired 100 victories. With a thunderous roar after Bibidong's victory, the figure of the King of Slaughter reappeared. Hell's envoy, Slaughter Sanus. Are you certain you wish to embark on the path to hell? Upon his arrival, the King of Slaughter did not continue to persuade the shepherd or Bibi to join the City of Slaughter, but directly inquired about their intentions. Indeed, we shall form a team to traverse the path to hell. Upon hearing the king's words, the shepherd flickered and entered the hellish slaughter arena, lifting his gaze to respond to the King of Slaughter. Absolutely. Bibi also turned to the king, affirming with resolute conviction, unwilling to remain in the City of Slaughter. Mugu was even more resolute in her decision to leave. She sought vengeance against Qian Renxue, and only by venturing forth could she hope to confront Mugu and exact her revenge. However, she still harbored intentions of utilizing Mugu, thus refraining from slaying her immediately upon departure. At long last, the fabled path to hell was set to be unveiled. The manner of its initiation remained a mystery. Yet witnessing this moment was a stroke of fortune indeed. Would the Harbinger of Hell and the Saintess of Slaughter be able to traverse the path to hell? Surely they could. If they were unable to escape, who could possibly leave the City of Slaughter? As anticipated, the audience was plentiful, for they were aware that today marked the day the path to hell would be opened, eager to behold this spectacle with their own eyes. Little did they realize the price that such a revelation would demand. Therefore, one could only hope they would successfully navigate the path to hell. Upon hearing Mugu and Bai Dong's responses, the King of Slaughter, his expression impassive, uttered a single word before gesturing with his hand, causing the entire arena of slaughter to quiver slightly. The surrounding energies began to stir restlessly. Soon, a tremendous force of attraction erupted from the arena, as if it sought to consume everything in its vicinity. Yet, Mugu and Bai Dong, present within the arena, felt no such effect from this force. The spectators, however, were not so fortunate. The fallen beings in the audience quickly sensed something amiss. What was happening? Why was my soul power dissipating? Indeed, mine too. What is occurring? The opening of the path to hell cannot be demanding us as sacrifices, can it? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the fallen beings' expressions shifted dramatically, and they instinctively turned to flee, their curiosity about the path's initiation evaporating. Too late. To be chosen as sacrifices for the opening of the path to hell is a privilege. Observing their attempts to escape, the King of Slaughter let out a cold chuckle. With a hum, he extended his hands toward the fleeing figures, conjuring an even greater force of attraction that visibly drew the soul power from the fleeing fallen beings. No. Please. They screamed as their souls were torn from their bodies, soon followed by their very forms disintegrating into energy and vanishing. Boom. Once all the fallen beings had been sacrificed, the arena beneath Mugu and Bai Dong suddenly cracked open. Both prepared and unprepared, Bai Dong plummeted directly downwards. Chapter 30. The Bones. Mugu, who was prepared, remained unperturbed. Her first instinct was to survey the terrain below. She swiftly grasped Bai Dong and, together, they expertly descended to the ground. Before them lay an immense subterranean expanse, seemingly endless, crisscrossed by numerous stone paths, each flanked by barbs resembling the spines of some grotesque creature. It appeared as though the path to hell was forged from these very bones, evoking a sense of dread. Far below, approximately 1,000 meters down, molten lava surged, reminiscent of the color of the yellow spring dew. No, it was indeed the yellow spring dew. The soul power absorbed by the arena and the gathered blood, coalescing below. This essence served as the energy source for the city of slaughter, sustaining its very existence. Looking upwards, the opening that had brought them down had vanished without a trace. It seemed their only option to escape this place was to traverse the path to hell. At this moment, Bai Dong extricated herself from Mugu's embrace, surveying their surroundings and stating, "Let us proceed from above." The shepherd nodded, then took the lead towards the entrance of the path to hell above. The road to hell is not singular. Mugu understood that traversing the upper path was preferable. The closer one ventured to the molten depths, the greater the peril. However, as one progressed further, the infernal route seemed to extend downward indefinitely, rendering the distinction rather inconsequential. Why choose the upper path instead of the lower one? In response to this realization, Bai Dong hastily quickened her pace to match Mugu's, simultaneously inquiring about the situation. None could ascertain which route would be simpler, so it was a matter of randomly selecting a path. Personally, I favor the upper path, for it offers a more expansive vista. With a faint smile, Mugu stepped onto the path of hell, continuing onward along its treacherous way. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily, yet she refrained from further inquiries, choosing to follow closely behind. From Mugu's statement, Bibi Dong gained a clearer understanding of his strong desire for control. Such a person, could he be of use to me, or should I eliminate him upon our exit? Observing Mugu's retreating figure, Bibi Dong found herself in a quandary. Recalling the humiliation she had endured at his hands over the past 2 years, the urge to exact revenge and slay Mugu was compelling. However, she felt such an act might be too lenient. Patience, she thought. Once we are outside, I can decide when I wish for him to perish. Until he loses his utility, it is wiser to keep him close. Ultimately, Bibi Dong resolved against the immediate intention of killing Mugu upon their exit. Should he prove to be of no further use, she could always dispatch him then. In the city of slaughter, she was no match for him, but once outside, she was confident she could handle a mere soul king. Unbeknownst to Mugu, who walked ahead, Bibi Dong was lost in her thoughts. However, this was of little consequence, as Mugu had never fully entrusted himself to her and remained ever vigilant. Thus, they traversed the winding path of hell, passing one pavilion after another. With each crossing, the direction of the hellish path shifted, becoming increasingly convoluted. Time seemed to stretch, yet no danger emerged around them. Is this truly the path of hell? Why is it devoid of peril, though the heat intensifies? This abnormality undoubtedly stirred unease within Bibi Dong. It is said that the path of hell is fraught with danger. Yet the absence of threats only served to amplify her anxiety. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying aspect. We are drawing ever closer to the molten depths below. Mugu began to explain. Initially, we were approximately 1,000 meters away from the molten lava, and now, without realizing it, we have dwindled to a mere 900 meters. It became evident that the path we traversed through hell, seemingly level, was in fact subtly inclined. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Bai Dong swiftly deduced the cause. Thus, it appears that the peril of this hellish road emanates from the molten lava below. I sense that the malevolent energy within me is intensifying. Shortly thereafter, Bai Dong also became acutely aware of her own peculiar state. The absorption of malevolent energy here was several times swifter than in the city of slaughter. No worries, let us first purge this energy. As Mugu's eyes flickered with a faint crimson light, he sensed an unusual accumulation of malevolent energy within himself. Summoning his martial spirit and transforming it into the Book of Healing, he swiftly cast the healing light upon both himself and Bibi Dong, purging the malevolent energy from their bodies. Although the situation was not yet dire, Mugu understood that further progress would inevitably lead to combat, and there might not be time to address the accumulated malevolent energy later. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate it promptly. Feeling the malevolent energy dissipate, a refreshing sense of clarity washed over him, while Bibi Dong felt a chill of realization. With Mugu by her side, she had a valuable ally. Had she been alone, she would have been at a loss on how to deal with the malevolent energy. In fact, she might have struggled to confront it on her own. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong felt a sense of gratitude for Mugu's presence, recognizing his worth despite her usual disdain. Unbeknownst to her, even without Mugu, Bibi Dong could have resolved the issue of the malevolent energy herself. While such energy can cloud one's judgment and lead to madness, Bibi Dong had already embraced her darker side, rendering her less susceptible to its effects. Her previous near loss of control stemmed from a 6-month buildup of malevolent energy, exacerbated by her failure to consume Huangquan for relief. In the original narrative, Bibi Dong managed to navigate her path independently, demonstrating that she maintained control even throughout her trials in the Hell Road. Regarding the addictive nature of Huangquan, Bibi Dong's resilient spirit would have enabled her to overcome any past challenges without difficulty. Similarly, Tang Hao had also triumphed over the addiction through sheer willpower. Conversely, in the original story, Hulaina was unable to traverse the Hell Road solely on her own merits, relying instead on Tang San's assistance, thus revealing her true nature as a so-called god of death. Just then, Bibi noticed something unusual ahead at the pavilion by the bridge. The pastoral scene revealed a skeleton. Approaching closer, the two individuals confirmed it was indeed a human skeleton, beneath the bones of the right hand. There appeared to be some inscribed markings concealed. Mugu was fully aware of the characters concealed beneath the hand bone and felt no curiosity to investigate further. Upon observing Muji's indifference, Bibi could no longer suppress her own curiosity. She crouched down and, after removing the hand bones, uncovered several words inscribed on the ground. "You harmed me." As she read the inscription aloud, an inexplicable chill coursed through her. Chapter 31. The blood-red three-headed bat. Before them lay another skeleton, which he must have referred to. Both individuals had perished here. They were likely akin to us, having entered the path of hell as a team. Noticing Bibi's intrigue, Mugu casually informed her of the additional skeleton situated on the opposite side of the bridge pavilion, easily visible upon raising her gaze. Upon looking up, Bibi indeed spotted another skeleton lying across the bridge pavilion. Having reached this point, we encountered no peril. How could they have turned on one another here? Bibi rose, her focus not on why the two had fought amongst themselves, but rather on why they had chosen to do so in this particular location. Logically, it seemed illogical for a team that had entered together to engage in such violence without facing any threats. Suddenly, a swarm of bat soul beasts descended from the skies, launching an attack upon Mugu and Bibi. Danger was upon them. Softly, Mugu uttered a phrase before promptly summoning the soul spirit simulator, which he swiftly transformed into a sharp and gleaming sword. In dealing with the diminutive soul beast bats, the grandiose Haotian hammer was ill-suited, as was the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Thus, Mugu opted for his favorite weapon, the longsword. This blade, a creation of his own design within the simulator, possessed no extravagant abilities beyond its keen edge, making it perfectly appropriate for the current situation. Death Spider King. In a similar vein, Bibi summoned her soul spirit, immediately undergoing the soul spirit possession. 8 purple spider spears unfurled behind her, poised for action, with a cacophony of flapping wings and the chattering cries of bats. The swarm soon approached Mugu and Bibi, their gaping maws wide open, ready to strike. With precision, the 8 spider spears behind Bibi retaliated, effortlessly piercing through each bat, casting them aside either onto the path of hell or into the molten depths below. Taiji sword technique. At this moment, Mugu gracefully wielded the longsword in his hand, effortlessly performing intricate sword maneuvers as he lunged at the bats, severing them one by one, each falling to the ground in 2 halves. The Taiji sword technique was, of course, a unique soul skill that Mugu had simulated and created for himself. The diminutive bat soul beasts posed no threat to either Mugu or Bibi. However, after a few minutes, even as a myriad of bat carcasses accumulated at their feet, there was no sign of the oncoming bats diminishing. They seemed endless. This situation was untenable. Our objective was to traverse the path of hell, and we could not afford to be bogged down here. We must press on. At that moment, Mugu seemed to recall that it was not necessary to eliminate every bat in order to clear the path of hell. They could even resurrect through the yellow springs to below, making them impossible to eradicate completely. Bibi nodded in agreement, having also noticed that while these bats were not formidable, their numbers were relentless. Continuing to engage them would merely squander their soul power. Subsequently, Mugu and Bibi advanced in tandem, dispatching the incoming bats while continuing their journey. The two handled the bats with remarkable ease. Taking a moment, Bibi glanced at Mugu and observed that he was employing yet another self-created sword technique. This revelation left her astonished once more. Just how many self-created soul skills could this individual possess, besides simulating the martial souls of others? Could he truly innovate his own soul techniques as well? Bibi had long harbored doubts about this, but had never voiced her inquiries to Mugu, aware that it might be a secret, and questioning him would serve no purpose for her. At most, it would merely satisfy her curiosity. Suddenly, the sounds of screeches and slashes filled the air as Mugu and Bibi advanced swiftly through the path of hell, seemingly unaffected by the assaults of the bat soul beasts. In the palace of the King of Slaughter, he sat upon his throne, holding a cup of yellow spring stew, within which reflected the scene of Mugu and Bibi bravely navigating their trials. Witnessing Mugu and Bibi decimate the bats with such ease irked the King of Slaughter. He did not want them to succeed in the trials of the path of hell. However, bound by the rules, he could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. The real spectacle was yet to unfold. I refuse to believe you can maintain this ease. With a cold smirk, he tightened his grip on the cup, gradually calming himself as he observed the images reflected within. As Mugu and Bibi continued their advance, they drew ever closer to the molten magma below. Suddenly, the bats that had been attacking them abruptly ceased their assault, gathering en masse in the air. What were they planning? Bibi instinctively sensed something amiss at this unexpected turn of events. Upon a mere glance, Mugu discerned that those bats were destined to converge and coalesce into a colossal 3-headed bat. This formidable creature would far surpass the earlier diminutive bats in strength, and it would be impervious to death. Regardless, we shall press onward undeterred. With a gentle smile, Mugu grasped Bibidong's delicate hand and swiftly advanced while the bats converged. Finally, after covering a distance of several hundred meters, a piercing scream pierced the air behind them. A colossal 3-headed bat launched an attack towards them. Be cautious. This 3-headed bat possesses formidable strength. Mugu warned Bibi, halting their flight. The bat's speed was too great to outrun, and exposing their backs was not an option. He then transformed his martial spirit into the Haotian hammer, knowing it would be more effective against large soul beasts. Whirlwind hammer technique. With no hesitation, Mugu unleashed the technique as the three-headed bat charged forward, striking it with immense force. The bat, realizing the impending danger too late, collided headfirst into Mugu's assault. The massive Haotian hammer collided with the center head of the bat, causing it to explode. The remaining monstrous figure of the three-headed bat was sent flying backward. Chapter 32. Wind Chaser steps the colossal three-headed bat, propelled through the air, soon halted, its remaining heads emitting anguished cries. Suddenly, from the remnants of the exploded head, a surge of soul energy surged forth, and astonishingly, the shattered head rapidly regenerated. The newly formed head glared at Mugu, releasing an enraged shriek. With a few vigorous flaps of its wings, the giant three-headed bat launched another assault toward Mugu and Bibi. Such remarkable regenerative abilities. As the shepherd caught sight of the situation, a flicker of surprise illuminated his gaze. He swiftly wielded the heavenly hammer once more, directing it towards the oncoming colossal three-headed bat. Upon witnessing the shepherd's assault, the giant creature flapped its wings and deftly evaded the confrontation, opting instead to charge at Bibi. Humph. Observing the giant bat's advance, Bibi let out a cold snort, displaying no fear. Rather, she met its attack head-on. With a series of swift thrusts from the 8 spider spears behind her, an illusionary barrage formed, and before the colossal bat could strike, it was met with countless piercing blows from Bibi's weapons, blood splattering from its wounds. The bat emitted a chilling wail, its 3 heads shrieking in anguish as it was forced back. Regaining altitude, it flapped its wings to stabilize itself while tending to its injuries. At that moment, the 6 eyes of the giant bat reflected a glimmer of trepidation as it assessed the formidable prowess of both the shepherd and Bibi. Clearly taken aback by their strength. However, it was not long before the colossal bat, its ferocity reignited, screeched, and lunged at both opponents, compelled to attack anyone daring to traverse the path to hell. Yet, no matter how ferociously it struck, the bat could not gain the upper hand against the duo, who continually repelled its advances. Nevertheless, the bat's rapid recovery posed a vexing challenge for both the shepherd and Bibi. This is unsustainable. The creature's healing rate is astonishing, Bibi remarked, her expression grave. The shepherd, equally troubled, recalled that the three-headed bat was indestructible. Yet he could not remember how the protagonist Tang Xin evaded its relentless onslaught. Ahead lay the formidable 10-headed sun serpent awaiting them. Was it possible that upon reaching the serpent, the giant bat would retreat? It was not out of the realm of possibility, as monsters often exhibited territorial instincts. We should proceed while combating it. We need only traverse the path to hell, and slaying it is not a necessity, the shepherd proposed. Not slaying it? Surely. It must possess a weakness. Bibi frowned at his suggestion. The most prudent course of action would undoubtedly be to eliminate the giant bat. Otherwise, the continuous harassment would drain their soul power significantly. Alas, it can heal indefinitely. It's simply unkillable, the shepherd declared firmly. How could Tang San escape from this colossal three-headed bat? He had forgotten the specifics, yet he distinctly remembered that the creature could not be killed. This gigantic three-headed bat appeared to be a manifestation of the energies from the road to hell. Not only could it coalesce into a single massive entity, but it could also disintegrate into numerous smaller bats, rendering it impossible to slay. Is that so? Upon hearing the shepherd's unwavering assertion, Bibi furrowed her brow once more. How did the shepherd know it was unkillable? However, she refrained from inquiring further, merely nodding in tentative trust. Together, they fended off the attacks of the colossal bat while advancing. Initially, the gigantic three-headed bat was oblivious, but as time passed, the creature, endowed with a modicum of intelligence, swiftly discerned the intentions of the two. The 3 heads, incensed, let out a shrill cry in unison. Suddenly, the giant bat abandoned its assault on the shepherd and Bibi, propelling itself rapidly to their forefront. With a thunderous crash, the gigantic three-headed bat collided violently with the road to hell, causing a segment of the path to shatter under its impact. The bat continued its relentless onslaught against that section of the road, and soon, the very foundation crumbled, sending debris tumbling into the molten abyss below. This is dire. It seeks to obliterate our passage, Bibi exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. In an instant, she darted towards the colossal bat, determined to halt its destructive rampage against the road to hell. While a single segment could be leapt over, excessive destruction would render their passage impassable. Such treachery was indeed insidious. As Mugu observed the actions of the colossal three-headed bat, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Soon after, he followed suit, launching an assault alongside Bibi against the formidable creature. Although he possessed a self-created soul skill that enabled him to fly, he realized that relying solely on this ability would deplete his soul power, especially if the path to the underworld was severed too extensively. The most prudent course of action was to prevent the giant three-headed bat from further damaging the route to the underworld. However, upon noticing the attacks from Bibi and Mugu, the immense bat merely flapped its wings and ascended into the air, casting a smug glance down at them. It ceased its destruction of the path and hovered above, seemingly eager to witness the duo's predicament. The look in its eyes seemed to convey a mocking question. Have I already ruined the road? Can you still traverse it? What should they do now? Standing at the broken edge, Bibi glared up at the airborne giant bat, frustration evident on her face. I will lead you across. You must be prepared to counter its attacks. Mugu surveyed the distance on either side of the shattered bridge, which was merely a few dozen meters. As he spoke, he shifted his martial soul, transforming it into a wind attribute soul, a high-quality martial soul he had simulated and absorbed over the past 2 years in the City of Slaughter. Known as Wind Soul, Martial Soul Manifestation. Once Mugu's martial soul manifested, his attire began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen breeze, and his form became remarkably light. When chasing steps, immediately Mugu grasped Bibi Dong's hand and stepped onto the fractured bridge's surface, without any visible foothold. It seemed as though he was drawing strength from the air itself, effortlessly transporting both himself and Bibi Dong to the opposite side of the Hell Road in a series of dazzling flashes. Another self-created soul technique. Bibi Dong, carried aloft by Mugu, felt once more a profound astonishment at his innovative soul skill. The pastoral song, capable of adapting its soul abilities to the circumstances and developing unique soul skills, evokes a profound sense of envy even within her. Chapter 33. Resolution. As the colossal three-headed bat discovered that Mugu and Bibi Dong had traversed the severed path to hell, it erupted into a furious shriek, embodying a blend of humiliation and rage. It was utterly unexpected that its cunning plan had failed and that the adversary could indeed soar through the air. In a fit of rage, the gigantic three-headed bat began to flap its wings violently, launching another assault on Mugu and Bibi Dong, perhaps fueled by its indignation. This time the creature attacked with even greater ferocity, disregarding its own injuries as it relentlessly pursued the two. Under the relentless onslaught of the colossal beast, Mugu and Bibi Dong advanced at a painfully slow pace. This situation could not persist. It was imperative to eliminate the creature. Let us join forces and attempt to simultaneously shatter its 3 heads. Overwhelmed by the incessant harassment of the gigantic bat, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her thoughts and voiced her strategy. Having observed the previous battle meticulously, she discerned that the creature appeared devoid of any weaknesses. No matter where it was struck, it seemed to recover. Yet, one scenario had never occurred, the simultaneous destruction of its 3 heads. With her extensive knowledge of soul abilities, Bibi Dong swiftly devised a plan. Strike all 3 heads at once? Very well, let us proceed. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Mugu's eyes sparkled with realization. Recalling how Tang San in the original narrative had managed to escape from this formidable creature, the key lay in simultaneously striking its heads. While it may not completely annihilate it, it would certainly incapacitate the beast, prolonging its recovery. At that moment, the gigantic 3-headed bat charged at Mugu once more with frenzied aggression. With a resounding strike, Mugu wielded the heavenly hammer and brought it crashing down upon the leftmost head of the colossal 3-headed bat. The impact reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong, undeterred, unleashed her 8 spider spears towards the remaining 2 heads. Unsurprisingly, under the combined onslaught of Mugu and Bibi Dong, all 3 heads of the gigantic bat were obliterated. As the 3 heads were simultaneously vanquished, the enormous creature seemed to have met its demise, its form falling motionless into the molten magma below. With a thunderous crash, the massive silhouette plunged into the molten depths, splattering the viscous substance in all directions, until it gradually sank from view. At last, the ordeal was concluded. Thankfully, you discerned its weakness. Observing the colossal bat's descent, Mugu realized that revival would not come swiftly for their adversary, and he exhaled a sigh of relief while praising Bibi Dong. Yet, within his heart, he remained vigilant, aware that he could not rely solely on memories. He had been fixated on the notion that the giant bat was impervious to death, believing it would continuously regenerate in such a hellish realm, which had prevented him from considering the strategy of simultaneously destroying all 3 of its heads. Had Mugu not been convinced of the bat's immortality, he certainly would have conceived such a method. I too have contemplated a similar soul beast. Bibi Dong, though pleased by Mugu's commendation, maintained an air of composure. With the immediate danger averted, she proposed, let us take a moment to recuperate. We remain unaware of what lies ahead. Agreed. The pastoral figure nodded in agreement. He had indeed expended a considerable amount of soul power during the recent battle. Although the colossal 3-headed bat below could resurrect, it would not do so swiftly. Moreover, even if it were to revive, they could simply incapacitate it once more. With a clear strategy in mind, the need to consume excessive soul power diminished. There were still 10 fiery sun serpents awaiting them, so it was prudent to restore their soul energy. Subsequently, the pastoral figure and Bibi Dong seated themselves on the ground, entering a meditative state to recuperate. In the palace of the King of Slaughter, the monarch, seated upon his throne, observed the actions of the pastoral figure and Bibi Dong with a disdainful snort. He harbored hopes for their demise on the road of hell, yet their performance dashed his expectations. Particularly, he noted that neither the pastoral figure nor Bibi Dong had fallen victim to the malevolent aura. He had anticipated witnessing them turn against one another. To his surprise, the pastoral figure employed a healing-type martial soul to dispel the malevolent influence, rendering the perilous road of hell akin to a mere child's game before them. He thought, I refuse to believe you can traverse this path unscathed. From the moment you entered the road of hell, you became its prey. Ultimately, the King of Slaughter was left pinning his hopes on the 10 fiery sun serpents, possessing a soul power cultivation method. The pastoral figure was the first to replenish his energy. Noticing that Bibi Dong was still in the process of recovery, he refrained from disturbing her. Instead, he rose to gaze down at the flowing magma below. The molten rock bubbled and churned, yet maintained a semblance of tranquility. Upon witnessing this scene, the pastoral figure deduced that the massive three-headed bat had yet to recover. He then turned his gaze back to the tranquil Bibi, who appeared exceptionally serene in her recovery, resembling a celestial being of unparalleled beauty. Alas, once they emerged from this realm, such exquisite beauty would be difficult to behold again. In the depths of his heart, Mugu let out a quiet sigh. Upon exiting, it was certain that Bibi would return to the spirit hall. He had also promised to join the spirit hall, yet it was precisely due to this allegiance that he found it increasingly difficult to possess Bibi. The current pope of the spirit hall, who was still very much alive. Regardless of Bibi's willingness, even if she were inclined, he dared not pursue her. Should Qian Renxue discover their entanglement, his fate would be sealed. Despite the uniqueness of his martial spirit, he remained merely a level 54 soul king. Indeed, over 2 years had elapsed, and Mugu's soul power had only ascended by 2 levels, presently standing at 54. After reaching the soul king rank, one could typically expect to gain a level per year, which was commendable for an ordinary soul master. However, for Mugu, who possessed innate full soul power, this progress felt a touch sluggish, primarily because much of his soul power had been devoted to simulating life and developing soul skills. The cultivation of soul power levels also involved enhancing the body's capacity to absorb soul power. Only when one's soul power was at its peak could further training gradually elevate the absorption limit, thereby increasing the soul power level. It remained uncertain how much Bibi had advanced in these 2 years. As Mugu gazed intently at Bibi, he began to speculate about her progress during this time. Just then, Bibi, having regained her soul power, opened her eyes. Upon doing so, she immediately noticed Mugu staring at her in a daze. Chapter 34. The 10 Fiery Sun Serpents. Seeing the look in Mugu's eyes, Bibi felt a surge of hatred. If circumstances allowed, she would prefer not to have his obsession. Such fixation had led her to endure 2 years of dominance and countless humiliations. My soul power has been restored. Let us depart, Bibi stated calmly. Rising to her feet, she then strode ahead, displaying a sense of decisiveness. While in the city of slaughter, she had to tread carefully around Mugu. Regardless of the humiliation he inflicted upon her, she could only endure. However, soon everything would change. Once she traversed the Hell Road and left the city of slaughter, she would no longer have to fear Mugu. Thus, before him, Bibi found herself unwittingly less cautious. Mugu keenly sensed this, but he chose to remain silent, letting out a dismissive snort in his heart before continuing onward. There was no alternative. Once outside, it was inevitable that Bibi's demeanor would shift. A reality he had anticipated, thus he felt no particular concern. After all, he was not her match outside. At this moment, he merely possessed the confidence to escape from Bibi's grasp. As the two advanced, the distance to the molten lava below diminished steadily. They could both feel the surrounding temperature rising, and the accumulation of malevolent energy within their bodies accelerated. Upon reaching a certain point, Bibi, who was leading the way, suddenly halted, becoming vigilant. Something stirred. In that instant, as her words fell, a colossal creature erupted from the molten lava below, a crimson figure with a massive serpentine head, adorned with multiple blood-red flesh tumors behind it, exuding an aura of ferocity. Mugu recognized that the colossal serpent before him was undoubtedly the 10-headed fiery serpent. What could this be? Although Bibi did not recognize the 10-headed fiery serpent, she could sense a fierce and perilous aura emanating from it. Understanding that this creature was indeed exceedingly dangerous, with a roar, the 10-headed fiery serpent burst forth from the molten lava. Upon spotting Mugu and Bibi, it let out a deafening shriek and opened its gaping maw, lunging towards them with the intent to devour them whole. Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique. The pastoral song displayed no fear of its opponent, wielding the heavenly hammer with vigor to strike. Likewise, Bibi refused to be outdone, commanding the 8 spider spears behind her to launch in unison. Sensing the formidable threat posed by the assaults of Mugu and Bibi, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent swiftly maneuvered its heads to evade their attacks, employing its scales as a shield against the onslaught. When the poetic melodies of Mugu and the assault from Bibi struck against the formidable body of the 10-headed fiery serpent, yet astonishingly, they inflicted no significant damage. The scales adorning the serpent's body resembled an impenetrable armor, exceedingly resilient. Nevertheless, the force of Mugu wielding the Haotian hammer caused the serpent's head to be forced backward. However, as its upper body was repelled, the serpent's tail simultaneously swept towards Mugu and Bibi, propelled by a fierce gale that swiftly approached them. The 10-headed fiery serpent executed its dragon tail sweep with remarkable speed. Mugu, with impeccable timing, performed the wave step to narrowly evade the assault. Unfortunately, the rapidity of the serpent's attack left no time for Bibi to escape. With a resounding thud, Bibi, lacking Mugu's agility and unable to unleash her soul skills, could only raise her spider spear to defend against the serpent's dragon tail sweep. Although she managed to block the strike, the force was overwhelming, sending her reeling backward and casting her off the path of hell, plummeting toward the molten lava below. As Mugu witnessed the unfolding situation, he could not suppress his concern and called out, preparing to employ his agility to rescue Bibi. However, at that moment, The assault from the tin-headed solar serpent surged forth once more, compelling Mugu to engage in combat and preventing him from aiding Bai Dong. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the second strike of the chaotic stormhammer technique. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom. Worrying for Bai Dong, Mugu retaliated with anger. Yet, the tin-headed solar serpent's formidable defenses rendered his attack ineffective, merely pushing the beast back. Before he could pivot to assist Bai Dong, the serpent launched another strike. Damn it, the third strike. Mugu lamented, reluctantly forced to confront the creature. As for Bai Dong, he could only hope she remained unharmed. Given her prowess, it seemed unlikely that she would be in peril. He unleashed the third strike. Boom. The fourth strike. Boom. Mugu became engrossed in the fierce battle against the tin-headed solar serpent, whose strength demanded his undivided attention. Meanwhile, Bai Dong, descending towards the molten lava, exhibited no signs of panic. Just as she neared the molten substance, 6 of the 8 spider spears behind her unfurled a delicate layer of violet light wings. The spider spears, which had long been assumed to be her weapon, transformed into 3 pairs of wings. With a powerful flap of her newly revealed 6-winged violet light wings, Bai Dong ascended into the air. The truth was that the so-called spider spears were merely a fade for her external soul bone, the 6-winged violet light wings. Due to the inability to utilize soul techniques and manifest her martial spirit, she could not summon the Death Spider Emperor's spear. Others had harbored doubts, but had dismissed them, knowing that certain elite martial spirits could indeed exhibit characteristics without fully manifesting. For instance, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit could condense some features upon possessing the spirit. The higher the rank, the more characteristics could be condensed. Thus, for a long time, the inhabitants of the city of Slaughter, including Mugu, believed the 8 spider spears behind Bai Dong were merely characteristics of her pre-concentrated martial spirit. In reality, it was a blend of those spears with her external soul bone, granting her such lethal power. Upon seeing Bai Dong ascend, Mugu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally grasping the truth, what she wielded was not merely a manifestation of her martial spirit but also her external soul bone. Bai Dong, I shall hold it at bay. You target those fleshy tumors. They must be its weak points. Mugu instructed as he continued to fend off the tin-headed solar serpent's onslaught. Meanwhile, the King of Slaughter, witnessing Bai Dong's escape from the molten lava, seethed with frustration. He had initially believed he could eliminate one opponent, only to find that hope dashed. Observing Mugu's struggle against the tin-headed solar serpent, though not entirely overwhelmed, it was evident that he was not easily subdued, further souring the King of Slaughter's mood. In the realm of the slaughter, a lone shepherd stands no match against the formidable tin-headed fiery serpent. However, with the addition of Bibi Dong, the challenge transforms into a manageable endeavor. Will today witness the emergence of 2 gods of death? The King of Slaughter is decidedly displeased. He harbors a deep aversion to the appearance of any god of death, for each one signifies a threat to his dominion. In the absence of such deities, he reigns supreme within the city of Slaughter, wielding abilities that render him untouchable, while others are bereft of their soul skills. Yet the existence of a god of death shatters this illusion, as they are not only capable of traversing the city of Slaughter freely but can also employ their soul skills within its confines. With a resounding crash, the cup containing the yellow spring dew, reflecting the confrontation between the shepherd and Bibi Dong, shatters violently in the King of Slaughter's furious grip. Now, even if you wish to observe, it is rendered impossible. Go, fetch me another cup of yellow spring dew, he commands, begrudgingly. Boom. The 56th strike of the Chaos Cloak Hammer resounds upon the path to the underworld, as the shepherd delivers blow after blow, his strength compounding with each swing. Initially, his assaults fail to subdue the tin-headed fiery serpent, but gradually the tide shifts, and it is now the serpent that finds itself overwhelmed by the shepherd's might. Kill. The sound of flesh tearing echoes as Bibi Dong relentlessly assaults the serpent. With each strike, 4 of the flesh tumors situated behind the serpent's heads have been obliterated, leading to a steady decline in its power. Thus, it is only natural that the serpent finds itself at the mercy of the shepherd's onslaught. Faced with the formidable alliance of the shepherd and Bibi Dong, the tin-headed fiery serpent, now stripped of 4 of its tumors, bellows in rage, its massive tail thrashing wildly. Yet, ensnared by the shepherd's dominance, it cannot flee, rendering it utterly helpless. In a timely strike, Bibi Dong seizes the opportunity and delivers a crushing blow to another tumor, further depleting the serpent's energy source and exposing its vulnerabilities. With each loss, the serpent's fury intensifies, its colossal form thrashing in desperation. Although the shepherd alone may have chosen a path of retreat against the tin-headed fiery serpent, and Bibi Dong, too, could not face it single-handedly without the option of escape. Their combined strength renders the serpent a mere shadow of its former self. In this alliance, the tin-headed fiery serpent stands no chance against the shepherd and Bibi Dong. It is a complete rout. The collaboration between Mugu and Bibi Dong surpasses the strength of Tang San and Hulayina from the original narrative. The 72nd strike. With a resounding crash, as Mugu unleashed the 72nd blow of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, the grotesque tumors on the body of the tin-headed solar serpent were completely obliterated. Sensing an overwhelming peril, the tin-headed solar serpent's eyes glowed a fierce crimson in its despair. Suddenly, it expelled a small orb from its mouth, radiating potent fluctuations of soul power. A torrent of formidable energy erupted from it, forcing both Mugu and Bibi Dong to retreat momentarily, rendering them unable to approach. This is not good. The powerful surge of soul power emanating from the orb filled Bibi with foreboding. She could sense that the energy contained within the orb, under the serpent's control, was escalating in ferocity, threatening to explode at any moment. Should that energy be unleashed, neither she nor Mugu would be able to evade its wrath. However, as Bibi attempted to close the distance to the tin-headed solar serpent, she found herself utterly incapable of approaching due to the overwhelming force of the soul power radiating from it. Do you wish for mutual destruction? Not a chance. Just as Bibi grew anxious, Mugu let out a calm yet chilling laugh. Chaotic cloak hammer technique. 9-9 returns to 1, the 81st strike. In an instant, Mugu swung the Haotian hammer, swiftly accumulating the power to deliver the 81st blow in a mere second. With this unparalleled strike, he pierced through the soul power shockwave released by the tin-headed solar serpent, delivering a devastating blow to its colossal head just as it prepared its final desperate attack. The hammer struck decisively, visibly sinking into the serpent's skull, followed by the ominous sound of cracking bones. Ultimately, the massive form of the tin-headed solar serpent plummeted into the molten magma below, creating a tremendous splash of searing lava. As the serpent's body writhed and sank, it was finally engulfed by the molten abyss. Collecting the inner core of the tin-headed solar serpent, Mugu recognized that their joint effort had triumphed over the formidable beast. It was possible it had perished, for its earlier thrashing could merely be the muscle memory of a serpent-type spirit beast, still twitching even in death. Alternatively, it might still be alive but devoid of combat capability or courage to resurface. Regardless, they had successfully passed the final trial on the path through hell. At last, we've done it. The exit should be ahead. Let us hasten our departure. Mugu quietly stowed away the serpent's inner core, turning to Bibi. The inner core was a valuable treasure, one he was keen to keep from her notice. At the moment Mugu struck the tin-headed solar serpent down, the inner core, which had been on the brink of detonation, settled into stillness, posing no further threat. Mugu surmised that Bibi was likely unaware of the existence of such inner cores and had not perceived his discreet acquisition of the tin-headed solar serpent's core. Yes, let us leave this place. I do not wish to linger here any longer. Upon witnessing the defeat of the tin-headed solar serpent and sensing the proximity of the exit, Bibi swiftly unfurled her six-winged purple light wings and soared toward the luminous exit. Indeed, she failed to notice Mugu's retrieval of the serpent's inner core. P.S. There will be another update shortly. The third one may not be forthcoming. Chapter 36. Bibidong's change of heart cursed. The tin-headed solar serpent has fallen. With a resounding smash, the King of Slaughter shattered his wine glass once more within his palace. The King of Slaughter, witnessing the unfolding events, could no longer bear to watch. He understood that from this moment on, the world would be graced by two new harbingers of death, capable of freely traversing the city of slaughter while wielding soul techniques. Observing Bibi hastily approaching the source of light at the exit and subsequently entering it, Mugu followed suit. Once outside, he would need to exercise even greater caution around this woman. After Mugu admonished himself, he leapt towards the exit, entering the radiant light. Upon crossing into this luminescence, Mugu found himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness, utterly disoriented regarding his whereabouts. His body seemed to exist within a void, devoid of any tangible foundation or sense of weight. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy pouring into him from the surrounding darkness, swiftly coursing through to his martial spirit. The influx of this unfamiliar yet potent energy elicited a pained cry from Mugu, as it forcibly inundated him with an overwhelming force. Gradually, he perceived some unfamiliar patterns emerging on his martial spirit. Before he could fully comprehend this transformation, his consciousness faded into oblivion. When Mugu regained awareness, he discovered himself lying amidst a thicket of overgrown grass within a formation that was nearly indistinguishable without careful scrutiny. Nearby, he spotted Bai Dong, still unconscious. Not wishing to disturb her, Mugu immediately settled into a meditative posture to cultivate his soul power. Recognizing that his energy reserves had been significantly depleted from the prior battle and required urgent restoration. Could this be the pattern of the god of death's domain? While practicing, Mugu directed part of his focus onto his martial spirit. He soon discerned unfamiliar markings adorning it. By concentrating his mind on these patterns, he became aware of the existence of the god of death's domain. The activation was straightforward. A mere thought would enable him to unleash the power of the domain. Realizing that he had indeed acquired this formidable ability, Mugu felt a wave of relief and chose to set it aside for the moment, devoting himself entirely to his cultivation while remaining vigilant to his surroundings. Eventually, upon noticing that Bai Dong had awakened, Mugu found his soul power nearly restored. Have we emerged? Bai Dong inquired, noticing Mugu. Instantly, she summoned her martial spirit. Accompanying the ethereal image of the Death Spider Emperor were 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and so forth, an optimal configuration. Seeing Bai Dong unleash her martial spirit, Mugu grew cautious, fearing she might take aggressive action. Yet, it became evident that she had no intention of exacting revenge at that moment. She merely sought to ascertain whether she could utilize her soul rings. With her verification complete, relief washed over her, and her confidence surged. Mugu, you may join the spirit hall, but I request that you conceal your identity for now, Bai Dong stated. Raising her gaze to meet his, although presented as a choice, her tone conveyed an unmistakable directive, implying that if Mugu wished to join the spirit hall, He must temporarily obscure his true self. Now free from the need to mask her own identity in Mugu's presence, Bai Dong indicated that their circumstances had shifted. Outside the confines of the killing city, their roles had been reversed. Previously, she had been compelled to accommodate Mugu, whereas now he sought her favor. To thrive in the outside world, Mugu realizes that joining the Spirit Hall is essential. Indeed, even without the Holy Maiden's counsel, this has been my intention all along. After all, I have offended too many individuals in my endeavors. Observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Mugu had anticipated the shift and felt no surprise within. However, his exterior portrayed a facade of hurt from Bibi Dong's transformation. His eyes initially reflected a tempest of anger and confusion, which ultimately gave way to a somber acceptance. The pastoral song contrasts sharply with the appellation of Bibi Dong, reflecting a keen sense of the times. Rest assured, as long as you grow stronger, even if your identity is ultimately revealed, the Spirit Hall will protect you. You are aware of my circumstances. Qian Renxue treats me as a forbidden treasure. So do not blame me for maintaining my distance from you. I fear that an inadvertent display might alert Qian Renxue, leading to our demise. Upon seeing the pastoral figure, Bibi Dong quickly recognized the reality, nodding in approval. It is commendable that she possesses enough awareness. Had the pastoral figure been excessively foolish, failing to grasp the situation upon emergence, she would have deemed him of little use, perhaps even opting to eliminate him immediately for vengeance. For if he were too dim-witted, bringing him back to the Spirit Hall could prove detrimental rather than beneficial. Fortunately, the pastoral figure's conduct greatly satisfied her. If we wish to be together, we must first eliminate Qian Renxue. Until then, you must endure. Soon after, Bibi Dong's tone shifted, gazing at the pastoral figure with a gentle, apologetic demeanor. She understood the necessity of offering him hope while simultaneously conveying that her actions stemmed not from a change of heart but from compulsion. I understand. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's explanation, the pastoral figure's spirits brightened. I trust you implicitly. Yet, deep within, he harbored no belief in her words. Nevertheless, to temporarily align himself with the Spirit Hall, he resolved to play along with her charade. Although aware that Bibi Dong would ultimately behave this way, he still felt a flicker of anger, genuine indignation at the thought of losing her as a plaything. To reclaim Bibi Dong in the future, he must truly surpass her in strength. The sole comfort he found was that she did not attempt to kill him upon her emergence for revenge. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to devise a means of escape from her clutches. Bibi Dong, await my rise. Once I truly stand tall, I shall return to your secret chamber. Chapter 37, The Sorrow of Frost. Ultimately, after conferring with Bibi Dong, the pastoral figure assumed a new identity. To prevent others from recognizing him, he donned a half-mask, reminiscent of those worn by Tang San and his companions in anime, obscuring everything above the nose while revealing the exquisite lower half of his face. The shepherd was already striking, and upon donning the accessory, his allure not only remained intact but was enhanced with an air of mystery. Coupled with his profound gaze, he became even more captivating. For now, I shall refer to him as Mugu. Subsequently, the shepherd revealed to Bibi Dong the name he intended to adopt. For his current visage could rival that of Mugu without tarnishing the name. Mugu, yes, henceforth you shall be known as Mugu. Bibi Dong harbored no objections, merely casting a surprised glance at the shepherd. Typically, when someone changes their name, they would only alter their given name or change both entirely. Yet, the shepherd chose to change his surname while retaining his given name. Ultimately, after deliberation, they crafted an identity for the shepherd. Mugu, hailing from overseas, was a soul master who, upon hearing tales of the enigmatic city of Slaughter, ventured onto the continent and willingly entered the city to hone his skills. Together, he and Bibi Dong successfully emerged from the city of Slaughter. Bibi Dong had met the shepherd within the city and recognizing the shepherd's innate talent, as well as understanding that he was not a fallen soul but rather someone who had sought the challenges of the city, she invited him to join the Spirit Hall. His martial spirit, Frostmourne, was a sword of premium ice attributes, born from the amalgamation of two high-quality ice martial spirits he had consumed, further refined through his life simulations. The quality of his martial spirit surpassed that of mere high quality, barely reaching the pinnacle. It is important to note that not all Sea Soul Masters possess Sea Soul Beast as their martial spirits. This term merely refers to soul masters from beyond the continent. Thus, it was entirely plausible for the shepherd to claim he had once been a Sea Soul Master. Frostmourne, are you certain this is not a high-quality frost blade? Bibi Dong regarded the long sword emanating an icy chill with a tinge of skepticism. It could also be described as a mutation of the Frost Blade martial spirit. However, Frostmourne far surpassed the Frost Blade, for it was not merely a sword but a seal blade. The blade of Frostmourne bore the intricate tattoo of a dragon, within which was sealed the soul of an ice dragon. Should I attain the rank of Soul Sage and awaken my martial spirit's true form, I would be capable of summoning it. With a proud smile, Mugu indicated that his Frostmourne was undoubtedly a top-tier martial soul. As for the dragon pattern above, it was merely an ice-scaled serpent for the time being. Nonetheless, the martial soul he had created indeed possessed the quality of a supreme martial soul. Bibi Dong scrutinized the Frostmourne in Mugu's hand and noticed that the blade bore what appeared to be a dragon tattoo. If Mugu's claims were true, this would indeed be a top-tier martial soul, possessing the capabilities of both weapon and beast martial souls, as far as she knew. The serpent spear Douluo and the dragon subduing Douluo within the spirit hall also wielded such dual-form martial souls, all of which were indisputably top tier. I see. From where did you acquire this martial soul? Revealing such a martial soul would not bring about trouble, would it? Bibi Dong regarded Mugu with skepticism, naturally. She wished for Mugu's disguised identity to possess a top-tier martial soul, one worthy of his experiences. However, top-tier martial souls were rare. And behind each one typically lay a powerful family faction. No, this is the result of an anomaly during my simulation. And it is the first of its kind to appear in this world. The pastoral song was carelessly composed. Can the martial spirit you emulate also undergo mutation? Upon hearing the words of the pastoral song, Bibi Dong could not help but be once again astounded by the capabilities of the pastoral spirit. It is truly all-encompassing. If the direction of mutation is detrimental, one can simply abandon that martial spirit. However, if the direction is advantageous, it would indeed be extraordinary. To simulate and replicate your martial spirit, only to mutate into something even more formidable, seems utterly unjust. An accident, if possible, I would prefer to avoid. That incident nearly cost me my life. The pastoral song explained with lingering apprehension. In this performance, the pastoral song awarded itself a perfect score. Ultimately, the identity that the pastoral song had assumed was confirmed. A 20-year-old, a member of the 54th Overseas Soul Master Cohort, with the martial spirit of Frostmourne. Having emerged from the city of slaughter, possessing the domain of a god of death, it took several days for the pastoral song to accompany Bibi Dong to Soul City. During these days, Bibi Dong's demeanor towards the pastoral song had transformed entirely from their time in the city of slaughter. While she was no longer as completely dismissive as when they first met, a distance remained between them. Bibi Dong explained that this was precautionary, even in solitude. It was best for them not to grow too intimate. It was even advisable to forget everything that had transpired between them. What could the pastoral song do in response? Naturally, it complied with Bibi Dong's performance. Fortunately, the pastoral song had mentally prepared for this, understanding that after their escape, any thoughts of monopolizing Bibi Dong were futile, thus experiencing no psychological disparity. On the journey back to Soul City, Bibi Dong's beauty attracted some trouble. However, both the pastoral song and Bibi Dong effortlessly resolved these issues, eliminating all threats without hesitation. The Saintess. It is Her Highness the Saintess. Upon Bibi Dong's arrival at the gates of Soul City, the guards swiftly recognized her and bowed in reverence. Rise, Bibi Dong calmly addressed the kneeling guards, her noble aura more pronounced than ever since arriving at Soul City. Come. I shall take you to the Hall of the Pope. Without looking back at the pastoral song, she led the way into Soul City. Mugu cast a glance at the magnificent spirit city before stepping inside. As he anticipated the imminent meeting with Qian Renxue, a sense of anxiety washed over him, leaving him uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong. If Bibi Dong were to reveal his predicament, it would spell his doom. Yet, it was unlikely. Had Bibi Dong wished to eliminate him, she could have acted the moment she emerged from the city of slaughter, where her hands-on approach would surely have satisfied her vengeance. In the depths of his heart, Mugu shook his head but still trusted his judgment. He believed that Bibi Dong would certainly not reveal the truth. If she did, it would not bode well for her either. He thought that once he grew strong enough to contend with Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong might eventually disclose it, spurring them to conflict. However, that moment was certainly not now. He pondered the age of Qian Renxue. She must be quite adorable at this stage. After dispelling his worries, Mugu recalled another female character from the Douluo continent whom he held in high regard, and interestingly, she was Bibi Dong's daughter. Chapter 38. Qian Renxue, the Saintess has returned? Good, good. Let the Saintess come to see me at once. In the Pope's chamber, Qian Renxue, who was attending to matters of the Spirit Hall, felt a surge of joy upon learning of Bibi Dong's return to Spirit City. The girl, Shuer, had been clamoring to see her mother, and now she had finally returned. A faint smile graced Qian Renxue's lips. Over the past 2 years, Qian Renxue had frequently inquired about Bibi Dong's whereabouts and when she would return. Little did he expect she would truly emerge from the city of slaughter. Yet, given her immense talent, it would have been peculiar if she had not managed to escape from such a place. It was likely that she had already attained the realm of the god of slaughter described in the records. Although Qian Renxue was somewhat astonished that Bibi Dong had returned from the city of slaughter, he nonetheless deemed it a natural occurrence. If Bibi Dong did not possess such formidable talent, he would never have taken her as his disciple, nor would he have employed such means to retain her. Soon, Qian Renxue settled quietly upon his throne, awaiting Bibi Dong's arrival. Before long, he witnessed her return. Master, I have returned. Upon entering the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong beheld Qian Renxue seated regally upon the throne. Suppressing the hatred within her, she greeted him with utmost respect. My dear disciple, you have finally returned. It brings me great comfort to see you emerge from the city of slaughter. Observing Bibi Dong's respectful demeanor, Qian Renxue could not help but smile with satisfaction. He understood that Bibi Dong was now able to accept the nature of their relationship as that of teacher and student. Any advancement beyond that was something she was unwilling to accept, and he had no intention of forcing her. As long as Bibi Dong was willing to remain and continue as his disciple, Qian Renxue felt content. Thanks to your guidance, Master. Bibi Dong lowered her head in gratitude. This time, upon my return from the city of slaughter, I have brought someone with me. I hope to have him join our spirit hall. He has also passed the trials of the city of slaughter and emerged from it. Bibi Dong preferred not to engage in any superfluous conversation with Qian Renxue and promptly shifted the topic to Mugu. Oh, someone else has emerged from the city of slaughter? Where is he? Qian Renxue's eyes brightened at Bibi Dong's words. Anyone capable of escaping the city of slaughter was undoubtedly a genius. To recruit such a person into the spirit hall would be a tremendous boon. He is waiting outside. Very well. Let him enter. I wish to see who possesses such remarkable abilities to have emerged from the city of slaughter. Qian Renxue eagerly instructed for Mugu to be admitted. Soon after, Mugu entered the Pope's chamber under the escort of the guards. Having been instructed by Bibi Dong to wait outside previously, I am Mugu, and I pay my respects to your holiness. Upon entering, Mugu encountered Qian Renxue on the throne, and he clasped his hands across his chest, bowing slightly. Mugu, why are you wearing a mask? Qian Renxue immediately noticed the mask adorning Mugu's face and inquired directly. Your holiness, I was originally a sea spirit master. I wear this mask due to the customs of my hometown, where both men and women don masks upon awakening their martial souls, and only remove them upon marriage. The shepherd began to explain. This reasoning had been discussed with Bibi Dong, who found no issue with it. After all, geniuses are afforded certain privileges. And she believed that Qian Renxue would not make things difficult for the shepherd because of this. I see. Then I shall await the day you unveil your true self. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue merely smiled and did not probe further. The pastoral song has already conveyed this sentiment. Should he insist on forcing the pastoral song to remove his mask, regardless of the pastoral song's willingness, it would primarily reflect a lack of respect towards him, which would be detrimental to his efforts in winning hearts. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he would certainly not be so reckless. Even if he harbored doubts about the pastoral song's identity, he could gradually investigate the matter later. After all, securing such a genius for the Spirit Hall is paramount. Furthermore, even if there were issues surrounding the pastoral song's identity, as long as he did not come with malicious intent, it would not concern him. Your Holiness. Upon arriving on the continent, I have come to realize that its splendor surpasses anything overseas, which is why I wish to remain here. Coincidentally, upon being invited by Her Highness the Saintess, I agreed. Your Holiness would not reject me simply because I am a sea spirit master, would you? Seeing that Qian Renxue indeed did not compel him to remove his mask, the pastoral song breathed a sigh of relief and continued, however. Even if Qian Renxue were to insist, I would not be fearful. My true identity has not offended the Spirit Hall, rather. It is those sects that have incurred my ire. Should Qian Renxue discover my true identity, even if he does not accept me, he would certainly allow me to leave, sending me to contend with those sects pursuing me. Haha, indeed. Mugu, on behalf of the Spirit Hall, I warmly welcome your joining. Upon hearing these words, Qian Renxue immediately broke into laughter, rising from his throne to formally address the pastoral song. Thank you, Your Holiness. It is an honor to join the Spirit Hall. Mugu responded with a smile. Mugu, you still appear quite youthful. May I inquire about your current soul power level? Upon officially confirming Mugu's induction into the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue felt free to inquire about the details of Mugu's background, which would facilitate his arrangements. Your Holiness. I am a Soul King of level 54, at the age of 20, and my martial spirit is the Supreme Frostmourne. In response to Qian Renxue's question, Mugu relayed his information as previously planned. A 20-year-old Soul King. Upon learning that Mugu was indeed a Soul King at the tender age of 20, Qian Renxue could not help but be astonished. He had anticipated that Mugu might be young, but he had not expected him to be merely 20 years old. The fact that a 20-year-old could achieve level 54 as a Soul King was a rarity, even within the Spirit Hall. What astonished Qian Renxue even further was that Mugu had managed to escape from the city of slaughter with such prowess, despite being a Soul King. Although he had never ventured into the city of slaughter himself, he was well aware of its perils. While it was said that soul skills could not be utilized within the city and that soul power levels became inconsequential, it remained true that a higher soul power level equated to greater strength. The fact that Mugu, with merely the cultivation of a Soul King, managed to escape from the city of slaughter is truly terrifying. He had previously feared that Bibi Dong, at the Soul Saint level, might struggle to emerge from such a place. Initially, upon hearing Bibi Dong mention that someone had accompanied her out of the city of slaughter, he presumed that this individual was at least a Soul Saint or a Soul Douluo. Little did he know that Mugu was not even a Soul Emperor, but merely a humble Soul King. However, despite Mugu's modest rank, Qian Renxue regarded him with great significance. From any perspective, it was evident that Mugu possessed extraordinary talent, rivaling that of his disciple, Bibi Dong, provided that no unforeseen circumstances arise. He is destined to become another title Douluo in the future. Thus, Qian Renxue assigned Mugu to serve as a personal guard beside the Saintess, assisting her in her endeavors. In doing so, he effectively made arrangements for Bibi Dong as well, considering Mugu was brought back by her. He would henceforth act as her trusted confidant. Being able to work closely with the Saintess of the Spirit Hall is a testament to the esteem in which the Spirit Hall holds Mugu. Yes, Your Holiness. The pastoral song harbored no objections to this arrangement. Subsequently, it was momentarily dismissed by Qian Renxue, who summoned someone to arrange accommodations for the pastoralist. My dear disciple, Do you truly comprehend the identity of this Mugu? After Mugu's departure, Qian Renxue inquired about Bibi, hoping to glean more information about Mugu from her. I only knew that he hailed from overseas, which aligned with what he had previously stated, and that he was exceptionally skilled at creating his own soul techniques. His remarkable streak of victories in the hell arena of the Slaughter City was attributed to his self-created soul techniques, particularly a formidable sword style. Additionally, I discerned that he was not a fallen being, which prompted my invitation for him to join the Spirit Hall. Naturally, Bibi would not speak the truth. The circumstances within the Slaughter City were beyond the comprehension of outsiders, allowing her to say whatever she wished. Even if Mugu's identity were eventually revealed by someone emerging from the Slaughter City, that would be a matter for the distant future. Since you say so, I trust your judgment, teacher. His talent is commendable, though slightly inferior to yours. Nonetheless, it should not be difficult for him to become a titled Douluo in the future. Nurture him well. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue smiled and ceased further inquiries. Yes, teacher. Bibi nodded respectfully yet harbored deep resentment within. If you truly believed in my insight, you would not have torn me apart from Yu Xiaojiang. What a laughable assertion. Thinking of Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for him. Where had he gone since the wedding with his cousin Lu Erlong was thwarted? You haven't returned in 2 years. It's time to visit Shuer. She is with her grandfather. Qian Renxue, oblivious to Bibi thoughts, commanded her. He was aware of Bibi disdain for Qian Renxue, her strong aversion to her existence, even refusing to be called mother by her. Yet, he could not disregard Qian Renxue's feelings. Thus, he used an authoritative tone to compel Bibi to accept Qian Renxue's presence. Even if she disliked her, she ought to feign the demeanor of a mother. Shuo awakened her martial soul 2 years ago, which belongs to our angel clan. And she possesses a full innate soul power of level 20. She embodies the hope of our angel clan. You should take pride in having such a daughter. Subsequently, Qian Renxue informed Bibi of Qian Renxue's talent. He believed that upon learning of Qian Renxue's abilities, Bibi would come to appreciate her. The angel martial soul. A full innate soul power of level 20. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Bibi was momentarily taken aback, genuinely astonished by Qian Renxue's talent. I understand. I shall seek her out immediately. A full innate soul power of level 20, truly deserving of being my daughter. Bibi silently nodded, seemingly proud of Qian Renxue's abilities. Before turning to leave, you treated me that way initially, likely in hopes of Qian Renxue's emergence, didn't you? It seems you have succeeded, Qian Renxue. As Bibi departed, her heart brimmed with resentment, her eyes shimmering with a red glow, entirely devoid of joy for Qian Renxue's remarkable talent. Her earlier words had merely been for Qian Renxue's benefit. Bibi had never wished to acknowledge Qian Renxue's existence. And now that she learned that Qian Renxue's awakened martial soul belonged to the angel clan, she was even less inclined to accept her as her daughter. One day, I shall bring ruin to the angel clan that you so cherish. Bibi silently swore once more. Mother. In the Douluo hall, the little girl Qian Renxue, who was learning from her grandfather, suddenly spotted a figure she had longed for, and her face lit up with joy. Without hesitation, Qian Renxue dashed away from Qian Dalu towards the entrance. Mother? Sister? Qian Renxue joyfully approached Bibi but quickly sensed that Bibi did not appear particularly happy, prompting her to cautiously alter her address. She understood that her mother disliked being called mother. You've returned? From a distance, Qian Dalu was taken aback upon seeing Bibi. He was aware of her trip to the Slaughter City and did not expect her to return so swiftly. Upon hearing his granddaughter's address to Bibi, Qian Dalu frowned, feeling a sense of displeasure. However, recalling the transgressions his son had committed against Bibi, he could only suppress his discontent and refrain from reproaching her. Observing the cautious gaze of Qian Renxue, Bibi heart softened slightly. Yet, the thought that Qian Renxue was Qian Renxue's daughter, now awakened with an angel martial soul, made Bibi reluctant to accept her. You may call me mother from now on. Although she was internally resistant, Bibi outwardly caressed Qian Renxue's head, smiling as she spoke. Really? Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight at these words. Bibi continued to stroke her head, nodding affirmatively. Mother. Hearing Bibi affirmation, Qian Renxue cheered, then wrapped her arms around Bibi's long, straight legs, burying her head against her abdomen. Mother, where have you been? Shuo has missed you so much. While affectionately holding on to Bibi, Qian Renxue expressed her longing. I went to a place for training. Bibi chuckled softly, patting Qian Renxue's back, then turned to Qian Dalu, saying, I have met the Grand Priest. Indeed, returning from the Slaughter City in such a short time speaks to your prowess as a dual martial soul wielder. However, I sense that your current state seems to exhibit some issues. Am I correct? Qian Dalu observed Bibi demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 40, Quintuple Effect. Qian Dalu perceived that Bibi current state was problematic. It was not merely the concealed hatred and pretense that had been discovered, but rather Bibi mental state. He noticed that she was on the brink of losing control over her murderous intent. Mother, what is wrong? Is something the matter with you? Qian Renxue, still clinging to Bibi, turned anxiously to Qian Dalu after hearing his words, her concern palpable. After inquiring, she glanced back up at Bibi, her grip around her legs tightening. Bibi patted Qian Renxue's head, then addressed Qian Dalu. Yes, it is the domain of the god of slaughter. The god of slaughter domain acquired from the slaughter city is exceptionally unique, and having undergone 2 years of training in such a place, I find it challenging to control the murderous intent within me. However, it should not pose a significant problem. I will enter seclusion for a while to fully master the god of slaughter domain. Upon encountering Qian Douluo, who discerned her condition, Bibi remained unsurprised. After all, this individual was among the most formidable limit Douluos of the contemporary era. She promptly responded, acknowledging the predicament concerning the killing god domain, which she and Mugu had sensed on their journey back. Since their emergence, they found themselves unable to suppress the surges of murderous intent when in the presence of others. Bibi opted to resolve this issue through seclusion, simultaneously avoiding further contact with Qian Xuanji and Qian Renxue. As for Mugu, his current strength was insufficient to aid her, and she had no intention of involving him. His sole focus should be on cultivating his strength. She would ensure that he had access to all necessary resources for his training. Realizing it was indeed the killing god domain, she acknowledged the need to master it swiftly. In a few days, she mused, I shall first accompany Schwerer for a while before retreating into seclusion. Upon hearing Bibidong's words, Qian Douluo experienced an epiphany. He was familiar with the killing god domain. Yes, I shall master it. Great offering, he replied, albeit reluctantly, while Bibi smiled in agreement. The Holy Maiden's token, what a remarkable treasure. With this, she would no longer need to fret over the resources required for cultivation, and she would gain unrestricted access to the Wuhuan Temple's library. Truly, Bibi recognized the efforts I have put forth over the past 2 years and chose to reward me accordingly. At this moment, Mugu held a special token in hand, extolling its virtues. If Bibi were aware of Mugu's murmurs, she would undoubtedly fly into a rage, abandoning any thoughts of manipulation and opting instead for a swift execution. Sacrifices made? Who desires such a beastly offering? Naturally, Mugu was aware that Bibi was absent. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak so freely. Secluded, she was not only evading him but also eluding Qian Sunji and Qian Renxue, he surmised. Yet, Mugu was indifferent to Bibidong's choice to seclude herself, for he had already achieved his purpose of entering the spirit hall. With the Holy Maiden's token bestowed upon him by Bibidong, he could maximize his acquisition of the necessary resources for cultivation. The cultivation of a soul master encompasses not only the enhancement of soul power but also the refinement of the physical form. In the world of Douluo, soul masters lack systematic methods for cultivating their bodies. Instead, they resort to rudimentary physical training techniques. For instance, the weighted running with stones devised by Yu Shaojiang in the original narrative represents merely a basic approach to bodily conditioning. Even during the divine trials on Sea God Island, one of the assessments involved binding participants to submerged silver pillars in the tidal sea to withstand the ocean's relentless tides, a method aimed at physical fortification. Such techniques depend on external forces rather than direct cultivation. Moreover, there exists the practice of utilizing medicinal baths for body conditioning, a relatively swift method that necessitates complementary basic training to achieve optimal absorption of the medicinal effects when the body is in a state of extreme fatigue. However, this approach is also the most resource-intensive. Regrettably, I have yet to devise a direct method for body cultivation. Otherwise, the process would be considerably easier. Reflecting upon the physical conditioning methods in this world, Mugu let out a resigned sigh. Despite his profound disdain, he must resort to such means for physical training. Only by enhancing his physical attributes can he accelerate the cultivation of his soul power. In fact, if his physical condition falls short, his soul power may stagnate. This realization dawned upon Mugu only after arriving in this world. The path to soul power cultivation is fraught with challenges. Not all soul masters comprehend this principle. It remains confined to a select few elite sections. Most soul masters merely know to passively improve their physical attributes by absorbing spirit rings. Thus, Mugu resolved to summon his martial spirit and engage in life simulation once more. Since his emergence from the city of slaughter, he had not undergone a life simulation. He was eager to discover how the external world would influence this experience. As curiosity enveloped him, the simulator materialized in his hand, accompanied by the 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, an optimal configuration indeed. This marked Mugu's first encounter with his soul rings. The familiar sound of the simulator whirring to life resonated once more. Uniquely, this time, the soul rings surrounding the simulator also began to rotate in synchrony with its movement. 3 rings spun clockwise while 2 spun counterclockwise, intertwining as they did so. On the first day, you embarked on an endeavor to develop a methodology for physical cultivation. Yet your efforts yielded no results. On the second day, you persisted in your attempts, but still, nothing came of it. By the 234th day, your relentless endeavors led to a perilous state of obsession. Halt. Upon realizing that the simulated version of himself had succumbed to this peril, Mugu skillfully ceased the life simulation. Another failure, yet Mugu remained unfazed. He had faced countless setbacks while striving to develop his soul power cultivation technique prior. This was the effect of his soul rings. During life simulation, the consumption of soul power was reduced to 1/5 of its usual amount, effectively allowing him to simulate 5 times the duration. Simultaneously, Mugu became aware of the specific effects of his soul rings. Before awakening the memories of his past life, He had only known that his soul ring's abilities enhanced the success rate of simulations. The particulars remained a mystery he had not pursued. Now, however, Mugu sought to comprehend everything, naturally delving into the details. A fivefold reduction in consumption could be interpreted as a fivefold increase in success rate, yet even so, he sensed that developing a physical cultivation technique within a short span was still improbable. For the time being, the most viable option remained a combination of physical exercise and medicinal baths. In truth, there exists an even more effective method, locating the ice and fire yin-yang well. Recognizing that he could not devise a physical cultivation technique in the near term, Mugu's thoughts turned to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Chapter 41. The library. When it comes to the most potent means of physical conditioning in the Douluo continent, one must consider the celestial herbs. Particularly noteworthy are the supreme ice and fire herbs, the 8-dimensional xianbing grass, and the lihua xingjiaoshu, which possess extraordinary effects for physical enhancement. In the original narrative, after consuming the ice and fire herbs, Tang San did not experience an increase in soul power. Instead, the benefits were manifested in the enhancement of his physical form. Following that event, Tang San swiftly gained the strength to leap several ranks in physical durability. Over the course of 6 months, he ascended from level 34 to level 37, achieving this feat due to the enhancement of his physical strength, which facilitated easier leveling. Among the myriad celestial herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well, aside from the ice and fire herbs, there exists another with formidable effects for physical cultivation, the rare Qitong Tiangong chrysanthemum consumed by Dai Mubai. Although it may not confer an indestructible physique, it excels in physical training compared to other celestial herbs. Of course, while other celestial herbs may not possess such potent effects for body conditioning, they remain exceptionally powerful. In Mugu's estimation, the greatest boon on the Douluo continent lies within these celestial herbs. Had the Shrek 7 Devils not acquired those herbs to enhance their innate talents, aside from Oscar and Tang San, none would have ascended to divinity. At this juncture, one wonders if Douluo has discovered the ice and fire yin-yang well. If not, I could easily procure those celestial herbs. However, if they have been uncovered, the situation becomes rather troublesome. Fortunately, even if Douluo has discovered it, there is no cause for alarm. Compared to the so-called blind Douluo, Su Yuntao, Douluo is merely another blind soul master, unaware of the treasures at his disposal, ultimately allowing them to fall into others' hands while he and his granddaughter remain bereft of a single celestial herb. Thus, even if the ice and fire yin-yang well has been discovered by Douluo, I still have ample time. After contemplating these matters, Mugu decided not to hastily seek the Eye of Ice and Fire. Primarily, Mugu believed that at this juncture, Douluo must have already discovered the Eye of Ice and Fire. As mentioned in the original work, Douluo was able to ascend to the rank of title Douluo despite being afflicted by deadly poison, owing to the suppression provided by the Eye of Ice and Fire. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the poison long ago, let alone attained the rank of title Douluo. As far as Mugu knew, at this moment, Douluo was indeed a title Douluo, which meant he had already claimed the Eye of Ice and Fire for himself. Consequently, the Eye of Ice and Fire was no longer unclaimed, especially considering it was in the possession of a title Douluo. Mugu thought it best to refrain from coveting those celestial herbs for the time being, lest he meet an untimely demise. Unless Mugu was willing to share the celestial herbs and collaborate with Bibi Dong or the Spirit Hall, a mere poison Douluo would be of no consequence. Regrettably, Mugu had no desire to share. After all, there were still several years before Tang San appeared to harvest those celestial herbs. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether Tang San would indeed arrive. For now, the matter of the celestial herbs could be set aside. The issue of the uncontrollable killing god domain needed to be addressed first. In the original narrative, Tang San mastered the killing god domain by learning music and noble etiquette to suppress his killing intent, ultimately taking a year to gradually gain control. I have no interest in studying music, but I can immerse myself in the ocean of martial spirit knowledge, which would yield similar results. Once the issue of the celestial herbs was dismissed, Mugu devised his own strategy for mastering the killing god domain. The management of the killing god domain and the acquisition of martial spirit knowledge could coexist harmoniously. Thus, from that day forth, Mugu began a regimented routine of cultivation and study. Each day, he would undergo physical refinement followed by medicinal baths. He also engaged in life simulations daily, attempting to develop a martial training method. For the time being, he deemed other self-created soul skills unnecessary, as the soul skills he currently possessed sufficed. Furthermore, he dedicated time to studying martial spirit knowledge in the library of the Spirit Hall. After several days, Mugu could distinctly perceive that the once volatile killing god domain was gradually stabilizing. The plan was unfolding successfully. In a quiet corner of the library, surrounded by a plethora of books, Mugu sat in the center, engrossed in a particular volume. There exists a limit to the absorption of the first soul ring. So far, the highest quality and longevity of the first soul ring absorbed was 423 years. Any soul master attempting to absorb a first soul ring exceeding this age would meet a tragic end. TSK. It appears that Yu Xiaojiang's research on soul ring longevity was indeed pilfered from the Spirit Hall. As Mugu perused the documented information, A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Whether reading novels or watching animations, Mugu always felt that Yu Xiaojiang's status in Douluo continent was excessively elevated. Most importantly, it was a case of reputation not matching reality. The 10 core competencies that Yu Xiaojiang formulated were merely simplistic concepts, akin to common knowledge within the Soul Master community. Yet, he brazenly summarized and synthesized them, appending a few of his own conjectures, thus claiming them as his own. Previously, Mugu had speculated that the knowledge Yu Xiaojiang possessed was pilfered from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Spirit Hall. Now, having seen the records within the Spirit Hall, his suspicions were validated. Mugu acknowledged that Yu Xiaojiang possessed a commendable level of intelligence, capable of synthesizing information and proposing numerous constructive ideas, which is quite impressive. However, it is somewhat shameless for Yu Xiaojiang to claim ownership of this knowledge as if it were his own original research. Nevertheless, his audacity to disseminate such information is indeed bold. Originally, certain knowledge was confined to the powerful sects, yet he boldly revealed it all. Regardless of whether his motives were to seek fame or genuinely to disseminate knowledge, his actions can be deemed as noble. It is no wonder that he was expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Had they not cast him out, they would have faced significant repercussions, as Yu Xiaojiang inadvertently offended many individuals. Moreover, the various sects employed highly sophisticated tactics, ultimately branding Yu Xiaojiang's revelations as unrealistic theories. Yet, only the foolish would be misled. The astute would undoubtedly recognize the value of the useful knowledge within the 10 core competencies he published. As Mugu perused the book in his hands, he pondered over the character of Yu Xiaojiang. In terms of knowledge dissemination, Mugu conceded that his endeavors were indeed remarkable. However, he also regarded Yu Xiaojiang as a hypocritical figure, a petty person chasing after fame and fortune. Many instances within the original text illustrate this. For example, Yu Xiaojiang, fully aware of Tang San's identity and the conflict with the Spirit Hall, nonetheless urged Tang San to attend the final Soul Master competition at the Spirit Hall. Considering the surface truth, the previous Pope, Qian Renxue, met his demise at the hands of Tang Hao. It was reckless of Yu Xiaojiang to send Tang San into the lion's den, in his pursuit of fame for Tang San at the competition. He seemed utterly oblivious to Tang San's safety. It remains unclear whether this was a deliberate oversight or stemmed from other motives. Perhaps Yu Xiaojiang did care for Tang San, yet was blinded by ulterior motives. For him, it might have been more crucial for Tang San to achieve accolades, to establish his own reputation. Furthermore, Yu Xiaojiang's premature visit to the Spirit Hall to seek Bibi Dong's counsel on resolving the issues surrounding twin martial souls was rather underhanded. He chose the precise moment when Tang San revealed his twin martial soul and the Haotian hammer during the competition to rush over. It is likely that Yu Xiaojiang was acutely aware that once the news of Tang San's twin martial soul reached the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly deduce Tang San's identity, prompting his hasty visit to solicit a solution. It is perplexing how Yu Xiaojiang could request such crucial knowledge from the son of his sworn enemy. In summary, there are numerous such instances. Shaking his head, Mugu quickly dismissed thoughts of Yu Xiaojiang and continued to immerse himself in the ocean of learning. Who are you? How did you come to be here? It was only when a melodious voice broke through his reverie that Mugu was jolted from his studies, slightly irritated at the interruption. He had assumed that this reading area was a sanctuary, accessible only to those bearing the Holy Maiden's token. Raising his gaze, he turned towards the source of the voice. A delicate, golden-haired little girl soon came into view, with her exquisite, petite features and sparkling, expressive eyes. It was evident that she was destined to be a beauty at a young age. Qian Renxue? Upon recognizing her, the displeasure that had briefly surfaced in Mugu's heart vanished, replaced by a sense of surprise. Actually, it is I who should be asking you. Who are you? And how did you find yourself here? As Mugu gazed at Qian Renxue, she spoke, "This library belongs to my family. I can come and go as I please." Hearing Mugu's words, Qian Renxue raised her chin and replied loudly, "This library is owned by the Spirit Hall. How could it possibly belong to you? It's not good for a child to lie. Now tell me, how exactly did you manage to get in here?" Aware that Qian Renxue's words held some truth, Mugu feigned ignorance, adopting an expression that suggested she believed Qian Renxue was merely boasting. As she spoke, Mugu playfully pinched Qian Renxue's adorable cheek, viewing it as a fitting consequence for her fib. Well, Mugu couldn't resist the urge to squeeze Qian Renxue's lovely face, and to her delight, it was as soft and smooth as she had imagined, providing a delightful sensation. "Ah, you naughty rascal!" Qian Renxue exclaimed, stepping back in surprise. She glared at Mugu, indignantly scolding her, though her childish tone lacked any real intimidation and only made Mugu find her even more endearing. "The Spirit Hall belongs to my family, and so this library is undoubtedly ours. I am not lying. You have bullied me, and I shall inform my grandfather," Qian Renxue declared, standing her ground. With that, she turned to head back and report to her grandfather. Wait. Seeing Qian Renxue's intent to complain to Qian Douluo, Mugu quickly interjected to stop her. If Qian Renxue were to go and tell on her, it would spell trouble for Mugu. Given Qian Douluo's affection for his granddaughter, Mugu would undoubtedly face the consequences. A moment of impulsiveness could lead to regrettable outcomes. "What? Are you afraid?" Qian Renxue looked back at Mugu. Sensing her apparent fear, and instantly felt triumphant. You claim the spirit hall is your family's? Just who is the Pope to you? Knowing that Qian Renxue was eager to see her intimidated, Mugu played along, albeit with a hint of genuine trepidation. My father, of course. What of it? Upon noticing that Mugu had caught on and wore a fearful expression, Qian Renxue proudly lifted her chin once again. I apologize for my earlier words. That was indeed my fault. Mugu promptly and earnestly expressed his apologies to Qian Renxue. After all, having already committed the act, a mere apology would cost him nothing. Humph. Are you finally feeling fear? Observing Mugu's trepidation, Qian Renxue found her anger dissipating, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. Then tell me, how did you come to this place? It should not be accessible to you. With curiosity piqued, Qian Renxue pressed Mugu for answers. I am the personal guard of Her Holiness the Saintess. It is by Her Holiness's decree that I was granted entry here. Mugu produced the Holy Maiden's token and began to explain it to Qian Renxue. Your mother's token? She actually entrusted it to you? You are indeed her personal guard? Upon seeing the Holy Maiden's token in Mugu's hand, Qian Renxue could not help but express her astonishment, her curious eyes fixed on Mugu, realizing that the person who had bullied her was actually her mother's protector. You are also the daughter of the Holy Maiden? Hearing Qian Renshue's words, Mugu felt compelled to express his surprise once more, for the fact that Qian Renxue was Bibi Dong's daughter had been kept under wraps. Known only to a select few, Bibi Dong was reluctant to acknowledge it, and Qian Renxue, to some extent, felt a tinge of shame for having impregnated his disciple, an affair that could be deemed rather unsavory. Moreover, since Bibi Dong was unwilling to make it public, he consented to keep it a secret, thus the truth of Qian Renxue being Bibi Dong's daughter remained concealed, in the presence of outsiders. Bibi Dong had even instructed Qian Renxue to refer to her as sister. Indeed, however, this matter seems best left undisclosed. Please do not speak of it. At that moment, Qian Renxue seemed to realize her slip of the tongue and hurriedly cautioned Mugu. Rest assured, I shall remain tight-lipped. Mugu hurriedly assured with a sense of alarm. That's good. At your age, do you still need to learn? Qian Renxue nodded in satisfaction and then curiously pressed Mugu for more details. Chapter 43. The First Soul Skill. The pastoral singer was rendered speechless by a single remark from Qian Renxue. What does it mean to say that at such an age one still needs to learn? As if my childhood studies were taken lightly. Little girl, what do you understand? To live is to learn until old age. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. With a hint of irritation, Mugu spoke. Is that so? Upon hearing Mugu's words, Qian Renxue blinked and nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Mugu's statement. You focus on your own matters. I shall immerse myself in my studies. Do remember not to disturb me? After this, Qian Renxue paid no heed to Mugu, initially curious about why Mugu was present. She now satisfied her curiosity and was eager to delve into her studies. After her grandfather taught her to read and write, he instructed her to come here to learn about martial spirits. Each day, her grandfather assigned her tasks, requiring her to locate the appropriate books in the library for self-study. When it came time to submit her assignments, if she encountered difficulties, Douluo would provide explanations. A few days prior, she had the luxury of slacking off while Bibi Dong accompanied her. However, starting today, with Bibi Dong in seclusion, Qian Renxue had to resume her training and learning under her grandfather's guidance. Thus, she found herself in the library today. After locating the books she desired, Qian Renxue began to peruse them not far from Mugu, engaging in her studies quietly and exhibiting remarkable self-discipline. Quite disciplined indeed. Mugu thought to himself, admiring Qian Renxue's commitment to learning. Her ability to ascend to divinity, first among the original characters, is attributable not only to her innate talent, but also to her unwavering effort. Yet, observing the earnestness with which Qian Renxue studied, Mugu felt a pang of sympathy. At such a tender age, she bore burdens that were not hers to carry. It was likely that Douluo had often reminded her that the hopes of the angel clan rested upon her shoulders. Children ought to enjoy a joyful childhood. Nevertheless, the world is diverse. One cannot apply a single standard universally. The pursuit of strength is, in itself, a joyous endeavor. I too must study. I cannot allow myself to be outshone by a little girl. Shaking his head, Mugu immersed himself in his own studies. Thus, in the library of the Martial Spirit Hall, a place of utmost privilege, Mugu and Qian Renxue occupied their respective corners, each diligently engaged in their studies. For several consecutive days, both Mugu and Qian Renxue pursued their studies in solitude, neither disturbing the other. Mugu continues to lead a simple, yet resigned life of cultivation. Striving to perfect his physical training methods, though he has yet to achieve success, he remains unperturbed. Originally, as a guardian of the Holy Maiden, he was meant to stay by Dong's side. However, with her in seclusion, he finds himself with little to occupy his time. Thus, self-improvement becomes his paramount task. Mastering soul skills entails not merely expressing their original form, but being able to transform them at will. This, he believes, constitutes true mastery. On this particular day, Qian Renxue, tasked by her grandfather, sought out the relevant tomes and began to peruse them. However, the descriptions within the text caused her brow to furrow slightly, as she found herself struggling to comprehend the material. After several hours of consulting additional related works, she still remained perplexed, which cast a shadow of frustration upon her delicate features. This was her first encounter with a problem she could not unravel. Qian Renxue hoped that upon returning, when Qian Douluo inquired about her studies, she would not have to confess ignorance. Surely he would understand. Being a guardian of her mother and having spoken that memorable phrase that day, he must possess considerable knowledge. Subsequently, her gaze drifted towards Mugu, who was also immersed in his studies, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hey! Upon reaching Mugu, she called out, for she was unaware of his name and could only resort to such a greeting. I am not Hey, Your Highness Qian Renxue, I am Mugu. Mugu lifted his gaze towards Qian Renxue and, after a brief response, inquired, Is there something you need from me, Your Highness Qian Renxue? After several days of interaction, Mugu had come to understand that if Qian Renxue had no pressing matters, he would diligently remain engaged in his studies and would not approach him. Qian Renxue gazed at Mugu, her bright, expressive eyes momentarily glimmering, before she spoke. It's Mugu, correct? Allow me to pose a question to you, and see if you know the answer. It is only natural to seek my counsel when faced with uncertainty, isn't it? Mugu instantly comprehended the meaning behind Qian Renxue's words. However, since Qian Renxue, in her proud and aloof demeanor, was unwilling to seek guidance, she instead suggested that she was there to test him. Observing the cleverness of Qian Renxue, Mugu felt a subtle amusement in his heart and decided to play along with her. Very well, what question do you have? I am certain I shall know the answer. The shepherd, with a smile that seemed to hover between amusement and seriousness, responded. Observing the shepherd's enigmatic expression, Qian Renxue felt a tinge of embarrassment. Had he discerned her subtle thoughts? Yet, noticing that the shepherd did not reveal her awareness and instead chose to play along, Qian Renxue decided to feign ignorance and posed her inquiry. Do you know what it truly means to have a complete mastery of a soul skill? With her arms crossed over her chest, she adopted a demeanor of earnest seriousness, as if genuinely testing the shepherd. To have a thorough mastery of a soul skill? It is quite simple. As long as you can wield the skill at will, that is the essence of complete control over it. Hearing the words, Mugu smiled faintly and replied with confidence. Yet within, he could not help but marvel silently. How could Qian Renxue, at such a tender age, already possess such profound knowledge of martial spirits? Upon hearing Mugu's response, Qian Renxue's expression faltered slightly. While his answer was indeed correct, it was not the information she sought. What she truly wished to understand was how to achieve it. Indeed, do you know how one can act according to their desires? Qian Renxue maintained a serious demeanor, nodding with a sense of satisfaction, then continued to inquire. This is quite simple. Allow me to demonstrate, and you shall comprehend. As Mugu gazed upon Qian Renxue, he found her exceedingly adorable, longing to pinch her delicate face once more. Frostmourne, resisting the urge to squeeze Qian Renxue's cherubic visage, Mugu effortlessly summoned his martial spirit. Of course, he did not summon the original form of his martial spirit, but rather a simulated version of Frostmourne. A blue ice sword, emanating a chilling aura and surrounded by drifting shards of ice, materialized in Mugu's hand. Behold, this is the true form of my first soul skill. First soul skill, Frostblade. In the presence of Qian Renxue, Mug gracefully brandished the frost sorrow in his hand, causing a blade of frosty energy to coalesce before him. With a swift motion of the ice sword, it shot forth with a whoosh. This was the original manifestation of my first soul skill, concentrating a blade of icy energy to attack my foes from the front. However, once I fully mastered this soul skill, it transformed into something extraordinary. The first soul skill, Frostblade. Immediately thereafter, Mug once again demonstrated his first soul skill before Qian Renxue. Chapter 44. The Blue-Silver Emperor and Tang Hao. The frost sword that Mugu unleashed before Qian Renxue has transcended its former singularity. It now manifests as a multitude of frost swords coalescing concurrently. Do you see? Once I have fully grasped the originally singular offensive soul skill, I can freely converge a greater number, transforming it into a formidable area of effect assault soul skill. As Mugu skillfully unleashed the first soul skill under the state of Frostmourne, he elucidated its intricacies to Qian Renxue. Yet, that was not all. Subsequently, Mugu demonstrated his first soul skill once more before her eyes. This time, he concentrated the originally frontal attack into a stealthy ambush from behind the enemy. The Frostblade, wielded by Mugu, not only allowed for frontal assaults but also enabled strikes from various angles, be it from above, below, or through cunningly devised trajectories. Do you see? This is the art of employing soul skills with absolute freedom. In the end, Mugu remarked, "How remarkable." Qian Renxue gazed in awe at the first soul skill demonstrated by Mugu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, utterly captivated by the execution of his soul technique. So this is what it means to wield a soul skill with such freedom. Yet, how does one achieve this? While Qian Renxue grasped the concept and understood that this truly exemplified a complete mastery of a soul skill, she remained uncertain about how to attain such an effect. Knowing the outcome seemed straightforward. All one needed to do was persistently experiment. It was quite simple. As Mugu gazed at the astonished Qian Renxue, a subtle smile graced his lips. The simplicity of the matter was evident, but only to Mugu, for he possessed the ability to simulate life, a soul skill that, after merely a few iterations, would grant him complete mastery, while others would require extraordinary talent, relentless practice, and numerous attempts to achieve such a feat. Qian Renxue, oblivious to the truth, found great sense in Mugu's words and became instantly invigorated. Then, recalling that she was meant to be assessing Mugu, she quickly composed herself, nodding at him with an air of authority. Indeed, well answered. You have passed this time, but do not become complacent. I shall continue to challenge you with further questions. Study diligently, and should you encounter anything unclear, feel free to inquire of me. With the demeanor of a little sage, Qian Renxue imparted her wisdom before hastily finding an excuse to depart. Ah, that little girl. As Mugu watched her retreating figure, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Yet, in comparison to the self-disciplined scholar he had known, he found this spirited version of Qian Renxue far more endearing. To fully master the domain of the god of death would require at least half a year. Disregarding Qian Renxue's exit, Mugu took a moment to attune himself to the nuances of his own god of death domain, arriving at a decisive conclusion. He would attain complete control within half a year, a feat that was twice as swift compared to Tang San's journey in the original narrative. Mugu was quite content with this and felt no urgency. After all, he could conveniently acquire more knowledge about martial souls, which was one of the primary reasons for his joining the Spirit Hall. The pastoral melody has also endeavored to utilize life simulation in order to swiftly master the domain of the god of slaughter. However, such attempts proved futile, for the domain of the god of slaughter does not originate from the pastoral melody's own power. Rather, it is an external force inherited from the Azura god. Consequently, the pastoral melody must gradually adapt to and master this power. The experiences garnered from life simulation merely bestow upon him the memories of those simulated lives, encompassing knowledge but nothing more. For instance, in each life simulation, the soul power of the pastoral melody undoubtedly ascends, yet upon concluding the simulation, he does not inherit that soul power in reality. The birth of Tang San is imminent, perhaps just a year or two away. At this juncture, the Blue-Silver Emperor is already entwined with Tang Hao, reflecting on the fact that his own time is shorter than Tang San's. The pastoral melody realizes that Tang San's arrival is drawing near. Over the past few days, he has leveraged his identity to acquire some intelligence. Thus, he is aware that at this moment, Tang Hao is indeed with the Blue-Silver Emperor. Yet, during this time, the identity of the Blue-Silver Emperor as a soul beast remains undiscovered. In truth, she has long since attained level 60, becoming a genuine human, such that even a titled Douluo cannot discern her true identity. In the original narrative, the Blue-Silver Emperor was detected by Qian Xuanji, likely coinciding with Tang San's birth when her pregnancy might have momentarily revealed the aura of her soul beast identity. Regarding the original text's omission of how the Blue-Silver Emperor's identity was exposed and led to her being hunted, the pastoral melody draws a parallel to Uzumaki Kushina from Naruto, giving rise to such speculation. However, knowing this is of little consequence. Ultimately, the Blue-Silver Emperor is already with Tang Hao, making it exceedingly difficult for me to intercept their love. Moreover, during these 6 months, I must exercise patience and quietly dedicate myself to study, so as to more swiftly master the domain of the god of slaughter. Until I have fully grasped the domain of the god of slaughter, even with mastery, I would not stand as a match against Tang Hao. The Blue-Silver Emperor is beyond my reach. Mugu possesses a keen awareness of his own capabilities. Upon discovering that Lan Yin Huang has united with Tang Hao, he resolutely relinquishes any intention of seizing Lan Yin Huang from Tang Hao. After making this challenging decision, Mugu contemplates whether to inform Tang Hao and Lan Yin Huang in advance, urging them to exercise caution and avoid detection. This way, upon the birth of Tang San, he would not inevitably become an adversary of the Spirit Hall. However, upon further reflection, he discards the notion the Spirit Hall seeks to unify the continent. And regardless of whether they harbor a vendetta against Tang San for his mother's demise, he will undoubtedly be viewed as an enemy. Furthermore, considering Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, the most prudent course of action would be to prevent Tang San's birth altogether or, should he be born, to extinguish him in his cradle at the earliest opportunity. With this thought, a crimson glimmer flickers in Mugu's eyes, and a surge of murderous intent nearly overwhelms him. After Mugu promptly recognized the situation, he took a deep breath to suppress his emotions. He was still influenced by the realm of the god of death, after all. He had always adhered to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. He had no intention of becoming a benevolent figure, yet he also did not wish to engage in malevolence. Once he regained his composure, Mugu silently reminded himself that his past actions, prior to awakening his memories, did not count. As for the incident in the city of Slaughter where he forcibly occupied Bai Dong, it was merely a preemptive measure against her intent to kill him. Thus, it could hardly be deemed as Mugu's deliberate wrongdoing. The pastoral song, however, emphasizes principles. It is imperative to swiftly and thoroughly master the domain of the god of death. With a murmured thought, Mugu cast aside distractions and recommenced his earnest studies. Chapter 45. Qian Renxue's setback. Grandfather, I understand what it means to completely master a soul skill. For instance, my first soul skill, Angel Assault, initially allows me to condense the power of a six-winged angel into my fist, simultaneously forming a light shield that balances offense and defense. If I can utilize multiple Angel Assault or employ it solely as a protective shield for my entire body, it would signify a deeper mastery of Angel Assault. Wouldn't it? Within the Douluo Hall, Qian Renxue shared her insights regarding the mastery of soul skills with Qian Douluo. Indeed, your understanding is commendable. It surpasses that of your father at the same age. Qian Douluo expressed his delight, his heart swelling with pride upon hearing Qian Renxue's words. His granddaughter not only possessed exceptional cultivation talent, but also displayed remarkable wisdom, grasping much of the knowledge regarding martial souls through her own readings, unlike her father, Qian Sundiji, who required meticulous guidance due to his average talent and intellect. Grandfather, I am indeed impressive. Qian Renxue beamed at the praise from Qian Douluo. Do you know how to achieve complete mastery of your first soul skill? Qian Douluo inquired with a gentle smile, prompting her for further insight. That should be quite simple. Now that I know the outcome, I merely need to train accordingly. Qian Renxue immediately articulated the answer she had derived from Mugu. Is that so? Then tell me. How long do you think it will take to accomplish this? Qian Douluo asked, amused by her innocent confidence, choosing not to disabuse her of the notion that it would be easy. A month, grandfather. I am certain I can completely master my first soul skill in just 1 month. Qian Renxue declared, blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Very well, I shall await the results in a month's time. Qian Douluo responded with a chuckle. He refrained from correcting her, believing that experiencing failure would be a valuable lesson to temper her pride, as Qian Renxue's training had been remarkably smooth thus far. Just wait, grandfather. In a month, I will surely succeed. However, the following days proved to be quite arduous. Initially brimming with confidence, Qian Renxue soon discovered the gravity of her miscalculation after numerous attempts. What should I do? I promised grandfather I would achieve this in a month. Now, not only is a month insufficient, but even 6 months may not suffice. The memory of her confident assertions before her grandfather filled Qian Renxue with embarrassment, as she felt a profound sense of shame. More importantly, she did not wish to disappoint her grandfather. If she failed to fulfill her promise, he would undoubtedly be disheartened. It's all that person's fault for claiming it was simple. How could it be so easy? Amidst her embarrassment, Qian Renxue found herself attributing part of the blame to Mugu, believing that her trust in his words had led her astray. What's wrong, Princess Qian Renxue? I hope I have not offended you, Mugu remarked, puzzled by the melancholic expression on Qian Renxue's face after her prolonged absence from the library. You have indeed offended me. You told me that mastering a soul skill would be easy once I knew the outcome, but that was a deceit. Knowing the result does not make it simple at all. Qian Renxue glared at Mugu with her sparkling eyes, indignation evident in her tone. It truly is simple. Did you not witness me employing the soul skill that day? That is precisely how I did it. Mugu replied, a smile creeping into his heart at her reaction, though he maintained an innocent facade. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Qian Renxue, who had initially intended to continue her accusations, found her expression momentarily frozen. The matter seems rather questionable, as the esteemed Mugu reflects. Pray tell, how long did it take you to fully master your first soul skill? The indomitable Qian Renxue, still unconvinced, swiftly posed another inquiry. She was eager to ascertain the duration it took Mugu to achieve mastery, if it had taken a considerable amount of time. How could it be deemed simple? Let me think, perhaps 2 days? Or was it 3? I can't quite recall, but it was surely within that brief span. Mugu responded nonchalantly after some contemplation. What? How is that even possible? Upon hearing Mugu's assertion, Qian Renxue, who was already aware of the skill's inherent difficulty, was struck with disbelief. How could Mugu accomplish what even she could not, and in merely 2 or 3 days? Such a notion was utterly implausible to her. If Princess Qian Renxue chooses not to believe, so be it. I can only speak the truth. The shepherd smiled, indifferent to whether Qian Renxue believed him or not. The attitude of Mugu surprisingly made Qian Renxue begin to believe a little. Could you perhaps enlighten me on how you achieved this? With a glimmer of belief, Qian Renxue turned her thoughts and directly sought Mugu's guidance. At this moment, she abandoned her pretense of testing Mugu. Her singular focus was to swiftly discover a solution and avoid disappointing her grandfather. How did you accomplish it? Upon hearing Qian Renxue's inquiry, Mugu was indeed willing to share her insights. However, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, as each individual's martial soul is unique. Even if 2 individuals possess the same martial soul, its manifestation can vary significantly among different soul masters, leading to diverse levels of mastery over their soul skills. Nonetheless, there are certainly some universal principles that, if conveyed to Qian Renxue, could save her from considerable detours. You surely understand. Share it with me, or I shall inform my grandfather that you bullied me that day. Before Mugu could respond, Qian Renxue resorted to a form of coercion. This was decidedly unappealing. I can share my knowledge, but before that, I must thoroughly understand your martial soul and soul skills, as mine differs from yours. A flicker of irritation crossed Mugu's mind, and she resolved not to provide her insights without due diligence. She intended to carefully examine Qian Renxue's martial soul and soul skills, coincidentally testing a hypothesis of her own. Chapter 46, The Angelic Martial Soul, Within Reach. Has long pondered whether, aside from devouring others' martial souls, there exist alternative methods to enhance the probability of successfully simulating a martial soul. The act of consuming martial souls serves the purpose of deepening one's understanding of their unique characteristics. Therefore, if one were to seek a comprehensive understanding of another's martial soul without resorting to consumption, could this knowledge potentially elevate the likelihood of successful simulation? Mugu believes it is indeed possible. It is merely a matter of not having had the opportunity thus far. Gaining a comprehensive understanding of another's martial soul through mere observation proves to be exceedingly challenging. Only by entering the consciousness of the target can one attain an accurate and thorough comprehension of their martial soul. However, this necessitates the cooperation and openness of the other party. Generally speaking, Mugu lacks the interest to experiment with ordinary martial souls. Yet, the martial soul possessed by Qian Renxue is an entirely different matter, igniting Mugu's curiosity. Presently, it appears to be a fortuitous opportunity. At this juncture, there are few martial souls that can capture Mugu's attention, especially considering that even the most elite martial souls can be simulated and created by Mugu himself. How do you wish to comprehend it? Upon hearing Mugu's request, Qian Renxue did not decline and inquired further, "Extend your hand to me." Mugu spoke. "Is that so?" Upon hearing such a simple suggestion, Qian Renxue immediately extended her delicate right hand towards Mugu. "Well, please do not resist. Just relax your body and mind." Mugu gazed at Qian Renxue's delicate, snow-white little hand. After a brief nod, he extended his hand to grasp hers. It was soft and cool to the touch. Mugu grasped Qian Renxue's right hand, channeling a portion of his consciousness to intertwine with his soul power, which then transmitted to Qian Renxue. Upon sensing the intrusion of foreign soul power, Qian Renxue instinctively felt discomfort and a desire to resist. However, recalling Mugu's earlier words, she managed to suppress her instinctive reaction. Soon, Mugu's soul power permeated Qian Renxue's body, swiftly locating her martial soul. Yet, even upon contact with her martial soul, Mugu furrowed his brow, for he discovered that the method of contact through soul power could not decipher Qian Renxue's six-winged angel martial soul. It was akin to possessing a handgun without any understanding of its mechanism. Disassembling it would be futile, let alone comprehending its intricacies. "Is it ready?" The touch of Mugu's soul power on her martial soul rendered Qian Renxue exceedingly uncomfortable, prompting her to urge him. The sensation was akin to standing before Mugu, utterly unclothed. "Wait a moment. Your Highness, Qian Renxue's martial soul is a legendary divine gift. Grant me a little more time." The pastoral song offered solace. What should be done? Through the method of soul force contact, it was impossible to decipher Qian Renxue's martial soul. Were there other avenues to explore? Simultaneously, Mugu's mind raced with thoughts. I can utilize my own martial soul, while my soul force cannot unravel Qian Renxue's martial soul through mere contact. My martial soul possesses that capability. Soon, Mugu devised a plan. He then altered his approach, employing a method that did not require the summoning of his martial soul. Instead, through the contact of their hands, he directly used his soul force as a conduit to transmit his martial soul to Qian Renxue. Boom. As Mugu's martial soul entered Qian Renshue's body, he found himself transported to a golden starry sky, where, at the heart of this celestial expanse, a six-winged angel floated majestically amidst the shimmering gold. Surrounding the angel were two radiant yellow halos. The pastoral melody reveals that it is indeed the soul ring of Qian Renxue. It appears that Qian Renxue is currently merely a soul master of over 20 levels. The simulator, without consuming Qian Renshue's martial spirit, shall analyze her martial spirit. Mugu commanded his martial soul, fearing that without exerting his will, it might instinctively attempt to devour Qian Renshue's martial soul. As long as Qian Renxue did not resist, success was conceivable. However, given her current strength, even resistance might prove futile. Yet, Mugu had never contemplated the notion of consuming Qian Renshue's martial soul to render her powerless. Thus, he merely instructed his martial soul to analyze hers, aiming to enhance the probability of successfully simulating Qian Renshue's martial soul. With a crisp sound, Mugu's consciousness guided his martial soul to suddenly split, transforming into 27 small cubes distributed around the angel martial soul. Subsequently, these individual cubes connected through energy links, forming a colossal energy cube that enveloped Qian Renshue's angel martial soul entirely. Finally, Mugu observed his martial soul begin to rotate rapidly, analyzing Qian Renshue's martial soul without resorting to devouring it. Indeed, it was feasible. Witnessing this scene, Mugu felt a surge of joy, realizing that his hypothesis could be realized. "What have you done? Why does my martial soul feel so peculiar?" At that moment, Qian Renxue sensed an increasing discomfort. unable to resist the urge to retract her right hand. Surrounded by Mugu's martial soul, hers was effectively isolated, rendering her acutely aware of the unusual situation. In that instant, she found herself unable to wield her martial soul, feeling utterly powerless to resist. Did I not mention? Your Highness Qian Renxue's martial soul is a legendary divine gift, rather unique, hence I require a bit of time. Fear not, Your Highness, nothing will go awry. It will be over shortly. As the daughter of His Holiness the Pope, I would never dare to harm you. Mugu reassured her once more. Hearing his words, Qian Renxue reflected and realized he understood her status, which alleviated her concerns. For the next half hour, Qian Renxue remained in this uncomfortable state. Just as her impatience reached its peak, Mugu finally released her hand. Instantly, Qian Renxue felt her martial soul was once again at her disposal. Experiencing an overwhelming sense of relief, devoid of the previous discomfort. How is it? Now you can tell me how to swiftly and thoroughly master my first soul skill. Can't you? Qian Renxue looked up at Mugu, pressing him for answers. It seemed that should he fail to provide satisfactory responses, she was not inclined to let him off easily. Not yet. We must wait until tomorrow. Please describe the characteristics of your soul skill once more, and I shall analyze it carefully tonight, so I can inform you how to achieve it by tomorrow. The shepherd first shook his head, then spoke with confidence. At this moment, Mugu felt an immense joy within his heart. The angel spirit had finally been obtained. Chapter 47. The Adoration of Qian Renxue, the Angel Spirit. Upon returning to his residence, Mugu summoned his spirit and transformed it into the angel spirit. Instantly, his spirit manifested as a six-winged angel, shimmering with golden light and exuding a sacred aura. Spirit possession. Following this, Mugu performed the spirit possession technique. Truly, it is a divinely bestowed spirit. The enhancements in every aspect surpass even those of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. As he sensed the changes within himself, Mugu marveled at the transformation. The augmentation in physical prowess had already exceeded that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and the angel spirit offered enhancements in various other aspects as well. Overall, it was remarkably balanced, with each enhancement being potent. First spirit skill, Angel Assault. As Mugu delivered a powerful punch, golden soul energy coalesced around his fist. With the force of his strike, this golden energy transformed into a shield and shot forth. The impact of the golden shield against the wall produced a resounding thud. The ability to concentrate power in his fist to enhance his attacks, to project it at a distance, and to bolster defense exemplified the versatility of his first soul skill. A true testament to the angelic martial spirit. Gazing at the golden radiance gathering on his fist, Mugu couldn't help but express his admiration once more. His first soul skill mirrored that of Qian Renxue, a characteristic shared by many top-tier martial spirits. Their soul skills were predominantly fixed, yielding consistent results regardless of the soul beast absorbed. Initiating the life simulation, the primary focus would be to develop the first soul skill under the angelic martial spirit's form. After experiencing the angelic martial spirit, Mugu switched back to the simulator for life simulation. What could be more expedient than a life simulation to master soul skills? On day 1, he diligently practiced the first soul skill in the angelic martial spirit state, gradually becoming accustomed to it. By day 2, he had made significant progress in his familiarity with the skill. On day 3, he had honed his proficiency even further. By day 35, he had fully grasped the application of the first soul skill and was advancing towards greater mastery. After a year of dedicated training, he had completely mastered the first soul skill in the angelic martial spirit state and had even begun to explore alternative applications beyond its original form. Remarkably, Mugu had not exhausted his soul power, and the life simulation concluded flawlessly. Through just one life simulation, he had entirely mastered the first soul skill under the angelic martial spirit. All the variations of the first soul skill, Angelic Assault, as previously discussed by Qian Renxue and Qian Douluo, were now under his command. Seizing the opportunity while his soul power remained, Mugu continued the life simulation, achieving perfect mastery of the second soul skill in the angelic martial spirit state. On the second day, he pondered, "Now, can you tell me?" Not long after arriving at the library, Mugu was approached by Qian Renxue. "Of course, if you practice for another half-month as I suggested, you should be able to initially grasp the transformation of the first soul skill." As Mugu observed the eager Qian Renxue, a confident smile graced his lips. He spoke of the transformation of soul techniques, expressing the ability to wield them at will, yet he did not claim to have perfected their mastery. Such perfection, he acknowledged, was an impossibility, requiring a significant investment of time. "Really?" Qian Renxue questioned, her disbelief evident upon hearing Mugu's words. Although she harbored a fervent hope that he could assist her in discovering a solution, the realization that he had indeed accomplished it left her utterly astonished. In her previous attempts to seek Mugu's guidance, she had approached it with a sense of desperation, treating it as a last resort. "This place is not suitable. Let us find a more appropriate location for the application of soul techniques, and I shall reveal the method to you." With a confident demeanor, Mugu declared, "All right. Let us proceed to my training ground." Upon hearing Mugu's unwavering assurance, Qian Renxue no longer harbored doubts and promptly accompanied Mugu to her training arena. Once there, Mugu instructed Qian Renxue to summon her martial spirit and utilize her first soul skill. After Qian Renxue executed the skill, Mugu provided her with meticulous guidance. Since Mugu had simulated Qian Renxue's martial spirit, the characteristics matched perfectly, leading to a near-identical execution of the first soul skill. Under such circumstances, Mugu, having mastered the first soul skill flawlessly, was able to offer effective instruction to Qian Renxue. Initially skeptical, Qian Renxue, after following Mu Ji's advice and making continuous attempts, discovered her proficiency in the first soul skill was rapidly improving. It was indeed true. Qian Renxue felt a mix of astonishment and delight, abandoning all doubts about Mugu and earnestly adhering to her guidance. Though she had not completely mastered it yet, Qian Renxue was now aware of how to achieve that milestone. No wonder this individual could become Mother's personal guard. It was truly remarkable. The ability to provide guidance tailored to my martial spirit's characteristics is astonishing. Alongside her exhilaration, Qian Renxue's perception of Mugu began to shift. Previously, she merely regarded Mugu as capable enough to serve as her mother's guard, but now she recognized that, apart from martial spirit talent, Mu Ji's intelligence far surpassed her own. She had always believed herself to be quite clever, able to comprehend and learn from the books in the library independently. Now, she realized there were others even more astute than herself. This inevitably sparked a slight admiration for Mugu within Qian Renxue. After half a month of training, Qian Renxue finally grasped various transformations of her first soul skill. While she was not yet proficient, she had indeed learned it. Well done, Princess Qian Renxue. You have mastered it. The remaining task is to practice diligently until you achieve perfect control. Mugu praised her generously upon witnessing her progress. During this time, Qian Renxue had persistently sought his assistance, despite him having already shared the methods. She insisted on his daily, hands-on guidance. Observing Qian Renxue's gradual improvement, Mugu couldn't help but marvel at her extraordinary talent. Even with his mentorship, her rapid learning was quite formidable. It was no wonder she was destined to be the first to ascend to godhood in the original tale. Indeed, Qian Renxue exclaimed, her joy palpable upon receiving Mu Ji's commendation. Grandfather seems to doubt my ability to learn this in a month. Now, having achieved it in less than a month, he will surely be astonished. Amid her elation, Qian Renxue also mentioned Qian Douluo. Although Qian Douluo had not voiced his skepticism, she sensed that he might have underestimated her capabilities. Now, she eagerly anticipated whether her grandfather would be astonished by her performance. Chapter 48. The Astonished Qian Douluo First Soul Skill, Angel Assault. A month after the agreement with Qian Douluo, within the Douluo Palace, Qian Renxue was continuously demonstrating her first soul skill. Each execution bore subtle variations, though it was merely one soul skill. It seemed to manifest as several in Qian Renxue's hands. Father. Witnessing Qian Renxue's extraordinary display, Qian Xuanjie, who was also observing, exclaimed in shock to Qian Douluo beside him. Father, is this truly not your instruction? Qian Xuanjie could hardly fathom that Qian Renxue had mastered such numerous variations of her first soul skill in merely a month without guidance. Indeed, even with instruction, achieving such a feat in such a brief period seemed implausible. It is not my teaching. Qian Douluo, equally astonished, regarded Qian Renxue with profound amazement. He had not anticipated that little Shui possessed such remarkable talent. She would undoubtedly be the hope of the Angel clan. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Qian Douluo felt a surge of joy. The stronger Qian Renxue appeared, the more delighted he became. Her prowess suggested that the long-held hopes of the Angel clan might finally be realized. The emergence of a deity among them, capable of inheriting the divine position of their ancestors. Little Shui is certainly capable of achieving this. Qian Xuanjie, understanding his father's sentiments, smiled in agreement. Father, grandfather, how do you find my performance? At this moment, Qian Renxue halted her display, turning with a beaming face towards Qian Xuanjie and Qian Douluo, brimming with pride. Remarkable. I never anticipated little Shui would be so formidable. You far surpass me. Qian Xuanjie could not contain his praise for his beloved daughter. Indeed, but do not let this acclaim lead to arrogance. Continued effort is essential. Qian Douluo's tone was more serious, though he acknowledged Qian Renxue's achievements. Yes, grandfather. Nonetheless, Qian Renxue was immensely pleased, for her grandfather seldom offered her such accolades. This realization once again reinforced Qian Renxue's belief that seeking guidance from Mugu was an exceedingly wise decision. Had it not been for Mu Ji's mentorship, she would undoubtedly have disappointed her grandfather and father this time. Consequently, after this experience, whenever Qian Renxue encountered perplexing issues, she would consult Mugu. In the library, they no longer occupied themselves with their own affairs, choosing instead to engage with one another. Mugu exhibited remarkable patience in addressing Qian Renxue's inquiries, providing her with comprehensive guidance each time. Initially, Qian Renxue approached Mugu only when she encountered unfamiliar concepts. However, as time progressed, she discovered that through Mu Ji's explanations and instruction, she acquired a much clearer understanding of the knowledge pertaining to martial souls, often surpassing the clarity of her grandfather's teachings. Thus, whenever she encountered new concepts, she would invariably seek Mu Ji's counsel. Qian Daolu, who was responsible for instructing Qian Renxue, gradually realized that she was capable of mastering the martial soul knowledge through her own studies, requiring very little guidance from him. In fact, on numerous occasions, Qian Renshue's responses left him quite astonished. While Qian Daolu was pleased with his granddaughter's intelligence, he also lamented the loss of the joy in educating her, feeling as though his role was becoming redundant. Initially, he harbored no suspicions, but gradually, he began to sense something awry. No matter how astute Qian Renxue was, certain aspects of martial soul knowledge could not be solely learned from the library's texts, particularly since some information was inadequately recorded. This led Qian Daolu to harbor doubts and motivated him to observe how Qian Renxue was acquiring her knowledge in the library, which ultimately revealed the truth of Mugu's guidance. Jier, who was that individual in the library? Upon discovering Mugu's presence, Qian Daolu refrained from revealing himself immediately and instead approached Qian Sunji to inquire about Mugu's background. Anyone allowed into the library's special area would undoubtedly be recognized by Qian Sunji. Father, the person you mentioned is named Hugo. He was brought back by Bai Dong from the city of Slaughter. Upon hearing Qian Daolu's description, Qian Sunji immediately identified the individual in question. Although he had only met Mugu once, the encounter left an indelible impression on him. It was difficult to forget someone who had emerged from the city of Slaughter alongside Bai Dong. Oh, he hails from the city of Slaughter? Qian Daolu expressed his astonishment at this revelation. Noticing his father's curiosity, Qian Sunji promptly relayed the information he possessed, primarily what Bai Dong had previously shared with him, supplemented by Mugu's own introduction. Impressive. To have emerged from the city of Slaughter at such a young age, only 20. A soul master with such potential is truly remarkable. Moreover, his comprehension of martial soul knowledge surpasses even that of this old man. After absorbing Qian Sunji's account, Qian Daolu sighed in admiration. You may not be aware, but the reason for Xiao Shue's rapid development is precisely due to his instruction. For a long time, I believed that Xiao Shue was merely exceptionally clever. It was only later that I discovered it was Mugu who was teaching her in the library. Noticing the look of confusion on his son's face, Qian Daolu elaborated. What? Xiao Shue was taught by him? Is he intentionally drawing close to her? Qian Sunji expressed his surprise, unable to suppress his skepticism regarding Mugu's intentions. That seems unlikely. Very few within the Spirit Hall are aware of Xiao Shue's existence, unless Bai Dong has mentioned it. If Bai Dong is indeed the one who referred him, then it appears she has requested his guidance for Xiao Shue. It seems Bai Dong is gradually accepting Xiao Shue. Initially shaking his head, Qian Daolu calmly analyzed the situation. By the end of his contemplation, a smile naturally graced his face. Since Bai Dong's return from the city of Slaughter, she had begun to accept Qian Renxue in his presence. Although he had harbored some doubts then, it was now evident that Bai Dong had genuinely embraced Qian Renshue's existence. Qian Daolu was undoubtedly pleased with this transformation. Then are you planning to allow him to continue instructing Xiao Shue? Qian Sunji inquired, realizing that he had overthought the matter. This can wait. I shall make a decision after I meet him. In response to Qian Sunji's words, Qian Daolu waved his hand, opting not to rush into a decision. Despite Qian Renshue's rapid advancements in martial soul knowledge under Mugu's tutelage, advancements that even caused him to reflect on his own inadequacies, he remained convinced that no one was better suited than himself to guide his granddaughter in the cultivation of her angel martial soul. At most, he would allow Mugu to continue instructing Qian Renxue regarding martial soul knowledge, but a final decision would only be made after he had met Mugu. Indeed, I will defer to your judgment, father. Qian Sunji had no objections, fully trusting Qian Daolu's authority. On this day, Mugu remained immersed in the ocean of knowledge, eagerly awaiting Qian Renshue's arrival. After several months of interaction, Mugu had grown accustomed to guiding Qian Renxue and found great joy in doing so. For Mugu, instructing Qian Renxue was a source of immense happiness. Everyone possesses an innate desire to teach, and Mugu was no exception. He relished the experience with Qian Renxue. Her intelligence made the teaching process particularly gratifying. As for anything beyond that, it was inconsequential. Qian Renxue was merely an 8-year-old girl at this stage. Ah, little one, you've arrived so early today. Without lifting his gaze from the book in hand, Mugu greeted her with a smile as he heard footsteps approaching. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Qian Daolu felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly cleared his throat. Noticing the unusual tone, Mugu finally looked up and exclaimed, my apologies. I mistook you for someone else. You must be the esteemed grandfather of Princess Qian Renxue, the grand offering of Douluo Hall, am I correct? Mugu feigned an air of conjecture regarding Qian Daolu's identity. He certainly recognized him, but this marked their first encounter in this realm. Even though he had previously seen him in the anime, he could not help but marvel at how Qian Daolu bore no resemblance to a centenarian. Yet, upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. After all, this was no ordinary world, and those endowed with formidable power often appeared remarkably youthful. For instance, when Bibi Dong made her appearance in the anime, despite her considerable age, she still resembled a woman in her 20s. The same could be said for Poseidon on Sea God Island. Of course, Mugu believed that he too would maintain an ageless visage in the years to come. How astute of you to discern my identity so swiftly, Qian Daolu remarked, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Honored to meet the grand offering. Upon hearing Qian Daolu's admission, Mugu quickly offered his formal respects. Indeed, during this period, I must extend my gratitude for your guidance towards Xiaoxue. Qian Daolu nodded in agreement and expressed his gratitude for Mugu's mentorship of Qian Renxue during this time. It is truly my honor to guide Her Highness Qian Renxue. Mugu hurriedly replied, your extensive explanations regarding martial souls have greatly benefited me. In your opinion, what is the essence of a martial soul? Qian Daolu nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further about Qian Renxue, but instead began to question Mugu. Great offering. I believe that a martial soul is also the innate talent of a soul master. The nature of a soul master's martial soul essentially determines their potential. The pastoral song incisively responded, indeed, I have heard someone say that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Do you believe that statement holds truth? Qian Daolu countered with a quote from Yu Luoyang, challenging the assertion made by the pastoral song. This was not a rejection of the pastoral song's perspective, but rather an invitation to discern how the pastoral song would respond. The Grand Elder's words likely echoed those of the so-called master named Yu Luoyang, did they not? The pastoral figure smiled serenely, surprised that Qian Daolu would also be aware of the words spoken by Yu Luoyang. However, it is quite reasonable, for Qian Daolu had long since reached the pinnacle of Douluo, attaining the utmost limit achievable by a soul master. Any further advancement would lead only to divinity. Yet, as the guardian of the angel god, much like Poseidon's high priestess, he is precluded from becoming a deity himself. Their existence is solely to await the successors of the angel god or the sea god. Thus, Qian Daolu, in his daily life, no longer required cultivation and found himself in a state of leisure. The only aspect that could still facilitate his enhancement was the utilization of his own power, exploring how to better harness his innate strength. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was aware of Yu Luoyang's burgeoning reputation and theories. I believe the words uttered by that master are merely a jest that deceives the masses. If those words held any truth, why has that master not broken through to become a soul venerable? He himself stands as the finest counterexample to that very statement. If one were to possess the same martial soul and innate soul power level, then the master's words would indeed carry substantial weight. Mugu eloquently articulated his interpretation of Yu Luoyang's statement, which he regarded as mere platitude. In his view, it parallels the notion from the world of One Piece that there are no worthless devil fruits, only incompetent users of those fruits. Indeed, a profound insight. The essence of a martial soul lies in an individual's innate talent. The nature of one's martial soul inherently determines the upper and lower limits of that soul master's potential. A low-quality martial soul, regardless of its theoretical upper limit, remains substantially constrained without considerable effort. Conversely, a high-quality martial soul boasts both elevated ceilings and floors, often requiring minimal cultivation to achieve heights unattainable by soul masters of inferior martial souls, even with a lifetime of dedication. Upon hearing Mugu's remarks, Qian Daolu expressed his admiration, aligning with Mugu's perspective. Without delving into the correctness of Mugu's assertions, it is evident that their angel clan possesses the most superior martial souls on the Douluo continent, thereby affirming Mugu's assertions as valid. Subsequently, Qian Daolu further enlightened Mugu with an abundance of knowledge regarding martial souls. The pastoral songs are characterized by a candid expression of one's insights. Although the knowledge of soul weapons that the shepherd currently possesses is not comprehensive, anything the shepherd has encountered is readily comprehended, and he is capable of drawing inferences beyond the immediate context, thereby forming his own distinctive perspectives. This is attributed to the shepherd's unique worldview, which is enriched by experiences from a past life. The wealth of knowledge gained from previous encounters serves as a significant asset. Through assessments, Qian Daolu has also recognized this attribute. The various interpretations of pastoral poetry are indeed refreshing, with explanations that are novel and intriguing. Upon closer reflection, one realizes the truth in these insights. Particularly, the utilization of soul techniques within pastoral themes has left Qian Daolu profoundly astonished. Mugu effortlessly manipulated all of his soul abilities, exhibiting a remarkable versatility. Even without the use of soul rings or his martial spirit, he had developed numerous practical self-created soul techniques. Over the years, he had not encountered anyone stronger than Mugu in this regard. It is no wonder that he was able to escape from the city of slaughter. Mugu, I would like to formally request that Xiaoxue become your disciple. Would you be willing? Finally, Qian Daolu gazed at Mugu with satisfaction and expressed his decision. Chapter 50. The Soul Master's Manual to have His Highness Qian Renxue become my disciple? Mugu was somewhat taken aback upon hearing Qian Daolu's words. Although he had imparted a considerable amount of knowledge to Qian Renxue during this time, he was aware of Qian Daolu's high regard for her. So he had not anticipated that Qian Daolu would formally request her to become his disciple. Of course, I would be honored. Despite his surprise, Mugu promptly gave his consent. This development was certainly not a disadvantage for him. Being able to mentor Qian Renxue would undoubtedly elevate his standing within the spirit hall. Haha, splendid. I shall entrust Xiaoxue to you from now on. Qian Daolu was unperturbed by Mugu's agreement. He would have been astonished had Mugu declined. Nonetheless, he could not entirely relinquish his concerns about entrusting Qian Renxue's education to Mugu. His primary focus lay in Mugu's proficiency in the development and application of soul techniques, particularly those self-created techniques. If Qian Renxue could learn from Mugu, it would be even better, for no one would ever complain about having an extra soul technique or two. Thus, the following day unfolded. Under the witness of Qian Douluo and Qian Xuanji, Mugu officially became the teacher of Qian Renxue. Bibi Dong remained in seclusion, unaware of this development. Should she learn of it, one can only imagine her reaction. She harbors a profound disdain for her daughter, Qian Renxue, to the extent of refusing to acknowledge her existence, merely feigning acceptance to placate Qian Douluo and Qian Xuanji. It is particularly galling that Mugu, the very man who once humiliated her, has now taken on the role of a mentor to Qian Renxue. Undoubtedly, upon discovering this, Bibi Dong would harbor an even greater desire to eliminate Mugu. Alas, for now, she remains oblivious, unwilling to emerge from her retreat until she fully masters the god of death domain. Her seclusion serves as a means to evade Qian Xuanji and Qian Renxue, preferring to keep her distance. If it were possible to temporarily leave the spirit hall, she would certainly welcome the opportunity. After becoming Qian Renxue's teacher, Mugu's approach to her tutelage did not undergo significant change. Currently, Qian Renxue primarily focuses on cultivating her soul power and acquiring knowledge about martial souls. Practical combat training is not yet necessary. Even though Qian Renxue is already a level 28 Great Soul Master, she remains merely an 8-year-old girl. Time quietly passes as Mugu imparts martial soul knowledge while guiding Qian Renxue, the god of death domain. 6 months after joining the spirit hall, Mugu once again unleashed the god of death domain. An invisible realm enveloped him, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet and emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Ordinary individuals entering this domain would be utterly paralyzed with fear. Even soul masters would feel an unsettling dread within its confines. Excellent. At long last, he has completely mastered the god of death domain, no longer needing to worry about the uncontrollable surge of murderous intent. As Mugu perceives the transformation within himself, his heart brims with joy. Harnessing his acquired knowledge to mitigate the uncontrollable issues within the realm of the god of slaughter, he has gradually begun to master this domain. A choice that has undoubtedly proven wise. Over the past 6 months, he has thoroughly absorbed all the information regarding martial souls recorded in the Spirit Hall's library, along with various other knowledge. For instance, the library also contains records of numerous herbs. However, Mugu is taken aback to discover that the Spirit Hall lacks any documentation on celestial herbs. It cannot be said that such records are entirely absent. There are indeed several herbs noted for their extraordinary medicinal properties, yet they are not classified as celestial herbs but rather regarded as ordinary medicinal plants. Given the recorded effects, Mugu harbors serious doubts, suspecting that these might be celestial herbs capable of enhancing soul power and strengthening martial souls. What else could they be? In addition to the herbal records, there are also various accounts of forging materials, albeit not in abundance. The unique materials that Tang San discovered in the original narrative are conspicuously absent from the Spirit Hall's records. However, this is hardly surprising, as the inhabitants of this world place greater importance on martial souls. In their eyes, the most treasured artifacts remain the soul rings and soul bones derived from soul beasts. The reason Mugu was able to master all the books within the Spirit Hall library in just 6 months was due to his utilization of the Soul Spirit Simulator for learning. Without this aid, it would have been implausible to acquire such extensive knowledge in such a short span. Through this extensive study, Mugu has thoroughly grasped the intricacies of spirit-related knowledge, as the Spirit Hall's records offer a rather comprehensive overview of various spirits. When combined with Mugu's insights from his previous life, he has emerged as arguably the most erudite spirit master in this realm. Now, should Mugu choose to publish a theoretical work akin to that of a master, it would be entirely within his capabilities. Furthermore, he could elucidate his concepts with clarity and substantiation, ensuring that readers could easily comprehend and genuinely learn from his writings. Unlike the largely theoretical and speculative nature of Yu Xiaojiang's 10 core competencies, should I also consider authoring a book? With the death god domain retracted, Mugu thoughtfully stroked his chin, intrigued by the notion. If I were to publish a book, I could undoubtedly overshadow Yu Xiaojiang, proving how unreliable and unsound his theories are, many of which fail to withstand practical validation. Mugu felt a flutter of excitement. Yet, if he were to proceed with such a venture, it seemed he would inevitably offend the major sections. He was not particularly concerned about antagonizing them, as he had already incurred their displeasure in the past. However, publishing a book would yield little advantage for him, unless one day he sought to establish a divine position through the accumulation of faith, an endeavor he deemed unnecessary for now. After some contemplation, Mugu decided to suppress his impulse to publish. Indeed, during his time in the city of slaughter, he had been influenced by its oppressive atmosphere, cultivating a heavy aura of hostility. Now, having fully mastered the domain of the god of slaughter, he found himself contemplating the idea of educating the masses through a book. Nonetheless, this was a positive change. With a more tranquil disposition, he felt content as long as things proceeded smoothly. regardless of whether he chose to publish. It would be prudent to document his insights for future reference. This would also facilitate his guidance of Qian Renxue. Thus, Mugu devoted several days to meticulously recording various theories he had developed regarding martial souls. The pastoral song refers to it as the Manual for the Cultivation of Soul Masters. The Manual for the Cultivation of Soul Masters? Teacher, is this the book you authored? As Mugu's disciple, Qian Renxue naturally is the first to receive this work. Indeed, you are my disciple. So it is only fitting that this book is bestowed upon you first. You may peruse it within its pages. You will find that much of the content mirrors what I have taught you, albeit in greater detail. Here, it is documented in a more theoretical manner, allowing you to comprehend why I instructed you in such a way. Additionally, there are concepts that you have yet to learn, and it would be beneficial for you to review them in advance, as I will teach you each one in due course. Mugu gently stroked Qian Renxue's head and smiled. Chapter 51. The Shock of Qian Douluo. So it is, the stronger the physical constitution, the faster one can cultivate soul power. No wonder both my grandfather and teacher urged me to strengthen my body. As for how to find a soul beast whose soul ring matches my martial soul, my teacher has mentioned that it is unnecessary. As long as the quality and age of the soul ring are sufficient, that suffices. The limit for a soul master to absorb soul rings is not fixed, but rather depends on the physical quality of the soul master. The stronger the body, the higher the quality of the soul ring that can be absorbed. Regarding martial soul fusion techniques, they can be divided into martial soul fusion techniques and soul skill fusion techniques. In the library, Qian Renxue quietly perused the cultivation manual written by Mugu. The more she read, the brighter her eyes became. Previously, Mugu, along with her grandfather Qian Douluo, had imparted certain teachings to her that she had not fully comprehended. However, after reading Mugu's work, she grasped the underlying principles. Although the cultivation manual of the soul master does not contain as much information as the entire library of the spirit hall, Qian Renxue found it to be remarkably comprehensive and easy to understand, far clearer than the records in the vast library. She eagerly flipped through the pages, discovering both what she had already learned and what she had yet to master. Teacher, did you truly write this? You are truly remarkable. Qian Renxue looked at Mugu. Her big eyes filled with admiration. She had always respected Mugu, but now she was even more in awe of her teacher's wisdom and knowledge, feeling a swell of pride and honor for having such an extraordinary mentor. Isn't that right, teacher? I feel the same way. With a hearty laugh, Mugu displayed no modesty. Master, why is there no record on how to cultivate and develop one's own soul techniques? However, Qian Renxue paid no heed to Mugu's pride and proceeded to inquire about other matters. I have omitted certain information that is only beneficial to prodigies. Recording such knowledge would serve no purpose for ordinary soul masters and would merely squander their time. Take, for instance, the Lingbo Weibo technique I taught you. Given your talent, you have yet to master it. Others might take 10 or even 8 years to grasp it. Instead of wasting their time, they would be better off enhancing their soul power, lest they suffer losses for little gain. The shepherdess explained with a smile. Indeed, what the teacher said holds true. Upon hearing herself being used as a metaphor by the shepherdess, Qian Renxue felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had been practicing the Lingbo Weibo for several months, but had yet to master it. Teacher, may I show this to my grandfather? Qian Renxue inquired eagerly, holding up the Soul Master's cultivation manual towards the shepherdess. She was eager for her grandfather to appreciate the prowess of her teacher. Of course you may. It is nothing of great significance, merely my personal insights into soul master cultivation. Mugu smiled nonchalantly. He was well aware of the significance of the book he had produced. Yet he felt indifferent about showing it to Qian Douluo. Even if Qian Douluo were to read it, he could not rely on it to break through to level 100. Moreover, Mugu had previously contemplated disseminating it, so he would naturally not keep it hidden. The cultivation of soul power levels is intricately linked to the physical strength of the soul master. The training of multi-entity soul skills can be strategically planned, allowing multiple soul masters to absorb the soul rings of the same soul beast, thereby facilitating the development of soul skills that are easier to cultivate into multi-entity fusion techniques. This book astonishingly encapsulates every aspect of soul master training, presenting unique insights that are clear and precise, with no discernible errors, earning one's trust. It is indeed an extraordinary work. Within the Douluo Hall, Qian Douluo was left in awe as he perused the manual on soul master cultivation. He had not anticipated that Mugu could author such a remarkable book. It was nothing short of a secret manual for soul masters. With this book, every soul master would have a clearer understanding of their cultivation path, knowing how to strive effectively rather than engaging in haphazard training and random absorption of soul rings. No wonder that young man had spoken with such disdain regarding that master. Previously, I thought that the book written by Yu Luoyang, which detailed the 10 core competencies of martial souls, was impressive for its summaries and conjectures on various martial soul-related knowledge. However, it now pales in comparison to this manual on soul master cultivation. Qian Douluo then recalled Yu Luoyang's book and, upon comparing it to Mugu's work, realized that Yu Luoyang's writings were utterly incomparable. In juxtaposing Mugu's manual with Yu Luoyang's 10 core competencies of martial souls, One could discern the lack of rigor in the absurdity of Yu Xiaojiang's claims. Although Yu Xiaojiang's work had been ridiculed by the world, he had known there was some merit within. It was merely that various sects sought to undermine his theoretical knowledge to safeguard their own advantages. Now, Qian Renxue recognized why Yu Xiaojiang's theories had become a subject of mockery. Many of its contents lacked the necessary rigor. In contrast, Mugu's manual on soul master cultivation presented many theoretical insights that were new to him, yet Mugu articulated them with precision and clarity. Upon comparing them with his own understanding and cross-validating the information, he was able to conclude that Mugu's theories were nearly all correct. Why nearly? Because he did not dare to assert absolute certainty without first-hand evidence. Mugu, I wish to include your manual on soul master cultivation in the library. Do you think that would be acceptable? Soon after, Qian Renxue approached Mugu, expressing his desire to archive Mugu's work in the library so that others within the Spirit Hall could also benefit from it. After all, it was Mugu's creation, and he needed to obtain Mugu's consent before proceeding. If Mugu is unwilling, he finds it inappropriate to voice any objections. The fact that he can impart this knowledge to Qian Renxue is already quite commendable in his eyes. Naturally, the Spirit Hall would not seek your assistance without recompense. Within the vast collection of spirit bones housed there, I can allow you to select 2. Qian Renxue subsequently elucidated the benefits. 2 spirit bones. And with Mugu having the liberty to choose, Qian Renxue believes that the cultivation manual for spirit masters holds great value. Chapter 52. 2 spirit bones. 2 spirit bones. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Mugu could not help but express his astonishment. It was only after his arrival in the Douluo world that he truly grasped the rarity of spirit bones. It can be said that even many titled Douluos may not possess spirit bones, and title Douluo represents the pinnacle of spirit master hierarchy in this realm. Therefore, it is evident that spirit bones are indeed exceedingly precious and remarkably scarce. In his previous readings of novels or anime, Mugu had noted the scarcity of spirit bones, which seemed illogical. One would expect their numbers to have increased over the years. Yet, the reality is quite the opposite. The quantity remains exceedingly limited. Only after perusing all the texts in the Spirit Hall's library did Mugu come to understand the reason behind this phenomenon. This is due to the fact that when a spirit master absorbs a spirit bone, it may not be released upon their demise as one might assume. 2 scenarios exist. One is that it can be released, while the other is that it will vanish with the spirit master's death. This hinges upon the degree of fusion the spirit master achieves with the spirit bone. If the spirit bone has been perfectly integrated, it will disappear alongside the spirit master. Conversely, if it has not been fully assimilated, it may be released. Lower quality spirit bones are more prone to complete fusion, whereas higher quality ones are more challenging to fully integrate. Thus, the market for spirit bones in the Douluo world is devoid of low quality specimens. Those spirit bones of 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, once merged with a spirit master, are unlikely to be released again. I recall in the original text, someone attempted to seize Tang San's external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, but abandoned the effort upon realizing that the lances had been completely integrated with Tang San. Returning to the matter at hand, Mugu readily acquiesced to Qian Renxue's request. Honorable Elder, should I wish to make this information public in the future, would that be permissible? He also mentioned the possibility of publicly sharing the cultivation manual for spirit masters. You wish to disclose it? Qian Renxue exclaimed in surprise. He could comprehend Yu Xiaojiang's intent to share his theoretical knowledge as a means to gain recognition and avoid obscurity. However, Mugu's case is different. Such knowledge, which could be deemed a secret, ought to be preserved as a legacy for the family. Mugu was already astounded by the prospect of placing the Soul Master's training manual in the Spirit Hall library. However, he did not anticipate that he would also contemplate making it public. Indeed, if this book were to be disseminated, it could significantly reduce the detours that all Soul Masters must navigate in their training, thereby benefiting the entire community of Soul Masters. Historically, the world of Soul Masters has been dominated by various sects and the 2 great empires, monopolizing both training resources and knowledge of martial spirits. The emergence of the Spirit Hall has provided a rare opportunity for the common folk, allowing all Soul Masters to enjoy a superior training environment. I hold a deep admiration for the Spirit Hall in this regard. Nevertheless, it remains insufficient. The current influence of the Spirit Hall is still lacking, as the world remains under the control of the major sects and the 2 empires. Thus, I am inclined to make this knowledge public, which would lead to an increasing number of rising commoners. While making this manual public would also benefit the major sects. Many of the insights contained within are already known to them. They simply lack the synthesis and understanding of the underlying reasons behind their practices. Consequently, the assistance this book offers to them is limited, whereas it would be the common soul masters who stand to gain the most. And we, the Spirit Hall, undoubtedly have the largest population of common soul masters. Mugu nodded, articulating his thoughts. Naturally, he spoke in favor of the Spirit Hall. In truth, he was rather indifferent to the plight of those common soul masters. His primary concern lay in whether he could harness the power of belief through this book. Additionally, He was acutely aware of the significance of reputation. Mugu understood that possessing great renown could yield numerous advantages. Take Yu Shaojiang, for instance, despite being perceived as a failure. His considerable fame earned him respect from many, even amidst ridicule. Haha, splendidly said. Mugu, I never anticipated you possessed such magnanimity. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Qian Renxue could not help but chuckle heartily. The pastoral song's ability to consider the spirit hall and envision its enhancement towards greater strength brings him immense satisfaction. The notion of pastoralism fills him with a profound sense of pride, as it was the very impetus behind his establishment of the spirit hall. His aspiration was to provide a more favorable cultivation environment for the common spirit masters. Undoubtedly, apart from awaiting the emergence of the angel god's successor, his grandest vision lies in the development and expansion of the spirit hall. However, despite the influence he garnered from the Douluo hall to create the spirit hall, its current impact remains rather limited, far inferior to the top 3 sects and even more so to the 2 great empires. You speak wisely. The greatest beneficiaries of this book's publication will undoubtedly be our spirit hall. Given your open-mindedness, I shall not stand in your way. Should you desire, I can immediately arrange for the printing of sufficient copies to swiftly present it to the world. Qian Renxue said, patting the shepherd's shoulder with great solemnity. As the author of the Soul Master Cultivation Manual, the shepherd willingly made it public, believing that its disclosure would greatly benefit the spirit hall. Thus, he had no reason to disagree. In that case, the soul bone. Upon hearing that Qian Renxue was willing to make the information public at the earliest opportunity, Mugu did not object. However, he was apprehensive that this might jeopardize the soul bones he had been promised. After all, Mugu intended to disclose the information regardless. The spirit hall could achieve its objectives without resorting to trading soul bones. Fear not. The 2 soul bones I promised you remain at your discretion. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Qian Renxue chuckled heartily, showing no signs of retracting his offer. To him, while the 2 soul bones were indeed valuable, they paled in comparison to the esteemed cultivation manual authored by Mugu for spirit masters. Although Mugu chose to make it public, preventing the spirit hall from monopolizing the benefits, the hall would still reap substantial gains post-disclosure, potentially even more. By unveiling Mugu's cultivation manual under the auspices of the spirit hall, the resulting prestige alone would yield remarkable returns for the organization. Then I extend my gratitude to the grand offering. The timing of the disclosure shall be determined by you. Mugu finally felt relieved. However, he was uncertain about the quality of the soul bones preserved by the spirit hall. Follow me. I shall lead you to select the soul bones. Chapter 53. The swift journey of the wind's left leg bone. The treasury of the spirit hall is situated within the Douluo Palace, safeguarded by the Douluo Palace itself, specifically under the vigilant care of Qian Renxue. Anyone who earns a reward for their significant contributions in the spirit hall must also have the approval of Qian Renxue. At this moment, Mugu stood within the treasury of the spirit hall, gazing at the 7 or 8 soul bones shimmering with various hues of light before him. Even within the spirit hall, the collection of soul bones amounted to a mere 8 pieces. This illustrates the rarity of soul bones is not merely a saying. Each of these soul bones possesses a quality of over 10,000 years. Huge Go, you may select 2 from these, Qian Renxue remarked, offering guidance to Mugu from the side. Thank you, esteemed offering. I shall not be modest. After expressing his gratitude, Mugu stepped forward to touch each of the soul bones. Through this tactile connection, he could discern the information pertaining to those soul bones. There were a total of 8 pieces, 2 from the head, 2 from the right arm, 3 from the left leg, and 1 from the right leg. Notably absent were the left arm and torso soul bones. The soul bones were categorized into 6 types, with the head and torso bones being of paramount importance, followed by those of the limbs. Additionally, there existed a rarer and more precious category known as external soul bones, which could grow alongside the soul master. The 8 spider lances possessed by Tang San in the original narrative belonged to this category. External soul bones were the most coveted, so much so that even the treasury of the spirit hall did not possess them. Great Elder, I shall select these 2 soul bones, Mugu declared, opting for the wisdom skull of 50,000 years and the swift leg bone of 30,000 years. Ultimately, he chose 2 pieces that he recognized, as they had previously appeared in the original story, awarded by the later Pope Bibi during the Soul Master competition. Originally intended for the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, but ultimately claimed by Tang San and his companions. The explosive burning flame, right arm bone, which appeared in the competition, was not present, likely still uncollected by the Spirit Hall. However, the white skull that Bibi had privately given to Hulaina was now before Mugu. Upon comparing it with the wisdom skull, the white skull fell slightly short, leading Mugu to choose the wisdom skull. I understand your choice of the wisdom skull. What of this 60,000 year right arm soul bone? Will you not select this piece? Qian Renxue expressed surprise at Mugu's decision. Among the soul bones present, the most valuable was undoubtedly the 50,000 year wisdom skull. After acquiring a head bone, he presumed Mugu would opt for the higher quality 60,000 year right arm soul bone. Yet Mugu responded, while that piece is indeed of high quality, I prefer the 30,000 year swift leg bone. I value the advantages of speed over mere defense. The shepherd explained with a tone of realization. So, these 2 soul bones are yours. Given your current level of soul power, absorbing these 2 soul bones is indeed quite suitable. However, I advise you to refrain from absorbing both at once. It is preferable to wait a while before absorbing the second one. Rapid enhancement within a short period may not be beneficial. Qian Renxue nodded, understanding the shepherd's counsel, and simultaneously shared his own experience regarding the absorption of soul bones. Yes, thank you for the reminder, esteemed elder. I shall certainly heed your advice. Mugu expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, he carefully stored the 2 soul bones he had selected, tucking them away into his bosom. Observing Mugu's actions, Qian Renxue waved his right hand, causing an object resembling a bracelet to soar from a corner of the treasury into his grasp. Consider this soul-guiding device a personal gift from me to you. It will serve as a means for you to store items, Qian Renxue remarked, before extending it to Mugu. Thank you very much, esteemed benefactor. The shepherd extended his hand to receive it, and this time, the gratitude expressed was evidently more sincere. Mugu was pleasantly surprised by Qian Renxue's generosity. Not only did he receive 2 soul bones, but he was also gifted a soul guide device, a storage artifact he had long desired. Encouraged by Qian Renxue's words, he felt a wave of optimism about his promising future. Qian Renxue, with a knowing smile, expressed his approval of Mugu while also conveying gratitude for Mugu's guidance of Qian Renxue. Upon returning to his residence, Mugu retrieved his 2 soul bones from the storage bracelet, contemplating which to absorb first. He was aware, even without Qian Renxue's reminder, that absorbing 2 soul bones simultaneously was inadvisable. The enhancement of soul power that accompanied the absorption could lead to an unstable foundation if one relied excessively on external sources for improvement. Ultimately, he decided to absorb the left leg bone of the 3,000-year-old Speedy Pursuit first, opting for the one of slightly lesser age and quality. Seated in a meditative posture, Mugu began the absorption process of the Speedy Pursuit left leg bone. As he concentrated, the bone gradually levitated, finally merging seamlessly into his left leg. Mugu could distinctly sense an object penetrating his left leg, gradually adhering to the bone as if it were welded on. This marked the initial fusion. Complete integration would see the soul bone merge entirely with his left leg bone. With the successful absorption of the soul bone, Mugu felt a surge in his soul power, elevating his level from 55 to 56. Over the past 6 months, he had scarcely practiced, resulting in a mere 1-level increase. After absorbing the wind-chasing left leg bone, Mugu acquired an accompanying soul skill. When invoked, this skill dramatically enhanced his speed. The combined force of his soul power and the soul bone transformed his left leg into a blade, allowing him to execute a series of rapid slashes against multiple foes, a true area attack technique. However, Mugu was less concerned with the attack's effectiveness and more with the significant boost in speed it afforded him. Upon testing the skill, he discovered it provided an impressive 80% increase in velocity. He resolved to focus on developing the soul skill primarily for speed enhancement, neglecting the offensive aspect entirely. After familiarizing himself with the characteristics of the soul skill, Mugu summoned his martial soul, intending to delve deeper into its potential. Gr. Print this book in large quantities and publish it under the name of the Martial Soul Hall. Concurrently, Qian Renxue approached Qian Renxue, handing him the Soul Master Training Manual with instructions to distribute it. Chapter 54. Qian Renxue exclaimed, "Father, you are remarkable." "Of course, father," he readily agreed. Curiosity piqued as to why his father suddenly desired him to publish a book. After glancing at the title, Qian Renxue surmised the nature of the book without checking the author's name, quickly flipping through its pages. Initially, he read rapidly, but as he progressed, his pace slowed. Utterly captivated by the manual's profound content, despite his initial predictions, the depth of insight contained within left him astonished. This was a veritable treasure trove of knowledge for soul masters. It encompassed various aspects of soul master training, presenting fresh perspectives, clarity, and rigorous logic. "Father, you are incredible. You authored a comprehensive guide to all training directions for soul masters." Looking up, Qian Renxue could not help but praise Qian Renxue. However, Qian Renxue's expression darkened slightly as he reprimanded, "Fool, did you not notice the author? This is not my work." Caught off guard by his father's rebuke, Qian Renxue quickly re-examined the book. To his astonishment, he discovered the author was none other than Mugu. How is this possible? This book was written by Mugu? His eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the revelation. The theoretical knowledge possessed by Mugu is profound. He is acutely aware of this fact. Otherwise, Qian Renxue would not have permitted Qian Renxue to become Mugu's disciple. However, no matter how highly he regarded Mugu, he never anticipated that the tome he held, an exceptional manual for soul master cultivation, was indeed authored by Mugu himself. Indeed, this book is a creation of Mugu. Qian Renxue understood Qian Renxue's astonishment and refrained from reprimanding him further, nodding in acknowledgement. "I still find it hard to believe. However, since my father has said so, it must be true. It seems I have underestimated him." Qian Renxue murmured, unable to suppress his awe. This book signifies a paradigm shift for the soul world. Its emergence will illuminate the path for all soul masters in their cultivation endeavors. Qian Douluo concurred with Qian Renxue's sentiment, having previously shared similar reflections. Wait, father, are you truly intending to make this book public? Upon hearing Qian Douluo's statement, Qian Renxue recalled that his father had presented this book to him with the intention of its public release. The mere thought of such a sacred text being disclosed filled him with urgency. Indeed, doing as I say is the way forward, Qian Douluo declared decisively. Observing Qian Renxue's bewilderment, he elucidated, "My son, you must elevate your perspective and aspirations. The public release of this book will undoubtedly benefit our spirit home more than it harms us. You are fixated on the potential losses of its disclosure. Yet you fail to recognize the advantages it can bring to our spirit hall." Subsequently, Qian Douluo recounted to Qian Renxue the insights Mugu had shared with him, supplementing it with additional information that Mugu had not mentioned. "Truly, my father possesses remarkable wisdom. It is I who has lacked vision and ambition. I shall adhere to your instructions. Next month, the finals of the Soul Master competition will be held at our spirit hall. After the grand finale, I will ensure its public release." Upon hearing Qian Douluo's words, Qian Renxue realized that he had indeed been narrow-minded. The advantages of publicizing the Soul Master's cultivation manual for the Spirit Hall were far more substantial than he had previously thought. Through Qian Douluo's insights, he could foresee the burgeoning strength of the Spirit Hall in the future. It turns out that sharing knowledge could yield such significant benefits. He had always believed that the true path to strengthening oneself lay in hoarding valuable resources for personal use. Next month marks the finals of the Soul Master competition? Then let us proceed, as you suggest. Qian Douluo nodded in agreement, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his face. It had been a considerable time since he had followed the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent. He was pleasantly surprised that the finals would occur just a month later. Thus, unveiling the cultivation manual after the finals was indeed a wise choice. He was curious to see how the various sects in the two empires would react. "You may take your time to examine this book thoroughly. I will leave the rest to you." After reiterating his instructions to Qian Renxue, Qian Douluo departed. On the 655th day, you have perfectly mastered the soul skill of the wind-chasing left leg bone, enabling you to amplify your speed by 200% when utilizing the soul bone skill. The life simulation has concluded. After several simulations, Mugu successfully developed the left leg soul bone skill to achieve the desired effect. A twofold increase in speed is indeed a terrifying enhancement. Qian Douluo displayed remarkable resolve. He was genuinely prepared to make my book public. And he chose to do so after the finals of the Soul Master competition. The Soul Master competition is a distinctive hallmark of the Douluo continent. Once Mugu retracted his martial soul, he contemplated the implications of the manual's public release alongside the upcoming Soul Master competition. The Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition occurs once every 5 years, attracting soul masters from all academies. Even those not affiliated with an academy often seek admission to prestigious ones in order to qualify for this grand event. Speaking of which, I believe I meet the age requirement to participate in the competition. Even in the next edition, I will be just 25, thus eligible. However, he decided against it. Having emerged from the city of slaughter, he felt he had already engaged in enough soul battles. For Mugu, who had fought his way out of the city of slaughter, the upcoming competition held little allure. Nonetheless, attending to observe the reactions of various sects in the two empires upon receiving the Soul Master cultivation manual would indeed be worthwhile. The shepherd smiled, beginning to express anticipation for the Soul Master competition scheduled a month later. Mugu eagerly anticipated the various reactions following the public revelation of the Soul Master's cultivation manual. Chapter 55, The Great Gathering. Prior to the commencement of the finals of the elite tournament of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy, Mugu had successfully absorbed the wisdom skull of spiritual condensation. It took him 3 days to fully assimilate this soul bone. Initially, Mugu harbored hopes that absorbing this ancient soul bone, aged 50,000 years, would significantly enhance his soul power. To his surprise, there was no increase whatsoever. His soul power level remained at 56. However, this soul bone considerably augmented Mugu's mental prowess, could distinctly perceive an enhancement in his mental strength, as though his comprehension had also increased. When he engaged in life simulations once more, the experience flowed much more smoothly. Therefore, although it did not elevate his soul power level, its assistance to him was undeniably formidable. A robust mental strength fortifies one's resistance against mental-type soul skills, such as enchantments. Furthermore, this soul bone was accompanied by a soul skill, the Wisdom Divine Light. Activating this skill allows him to unleash 2 beams of concentrated mental energy from his eyes, launching a mental assault on his adversaries. While it may not quite measure up to Tang San's purple extreme divine light, which can even interfere with reality and serve as a laser, it nonetheless sparked the idea within to develop a form of ocular technique. Even if it does not compare to Tang San's purple extreme demon eye, it must possess the ability to see through illusions. Upon realizing that his wisdom divine light paled in comparison to Tang San's, began to contemplate the creation of an ocular technique. However, for the time being, he prioritized the development of a body refinement cultivation method. After a considerable period, He had made some progress in this area and had already devised a method for body refinement. Regrettably, the results were far from satisfactory, yielding less benefit than regular exercise combined with medicinal baths. Hence, he continued to delve deeper into its development. Should the body refinement method come to fruition, and if ocular techniques were to be integrated into his daily practice, it would also necessitate the cultivation of mental strength. Regardless of the aspect, I must possess them all. Had a clear vision for his future cultivation. While it may be challenging for others to attain everything, his simulator would allow him to obtain it all. Soul power cultivation methods, body refinement cultivation methods, mental strength cultivation methods, ocular techniques. None of these currently exist in this world. The true strength lies in the innovations he would bring forth, rendering the public disclosure of the Soul Master Cultivation Manual inconsequential. Even if everything were to be unveiled, I need not fear being surpassed, thanks to my simulator. However, setting aside the prospect of creating a divine position, there remains no necessity to disclose these developments. A single Soul Master Cultivation Manual would suffice to elevate my prestige significantly. On this day, the long-anticipated final of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the continent finally arrived. The 15 teams victorious from the qualifying rounds of the Heaven Do Empire, combined with the 15 teams from the Star Luo Empire, alongside the teams representing the Heaven Do Royal Academy and the Star Luo Academy, had gathered in Seoul Arena City. Among the participants of the Heaven Do Royal Academy team was also the son of Ning Fengji, the current leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Fanner performed splendidly in the competition. Ning Fengji urged his son, Ning Fan. Yes, father, I certainly will. Ning Fan replied promptly upon hearing his father's encouragement. Good luck. Ning Fengji nodded, refraining from saying more. The reason for accompanying him was that this was his eldest son's inaugural participation in such an event. He felt compelled to offer his support. Nevertheless, he harbored reservations about his son's team. Even though he was his son, he did not hold high expectations. At 18, he was merely a level 34 soul respect. His talent was mediocre. Were it not for Ning Fan's possession of the world-renowned auxiliary martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, securing a place in the Heaven Do Royal team would have proven challenging. Reflecting on his other sons, each lacking remarkable talent, Ning Fengji could not help but sigh. If my sons are disappointing, what of my daughters? When will I be blessed with a daughter? With all his sons failing to meet expectations, Ning Fengji found himself yearning for a daughter. He inherently favored daughters, but fate had bestowed upon him only sons thus far. With that thought dismissed, he accompanied the Sword Douluo into Seoul Arena City alongside the Heaven Do Royal team. In the Heaven Do Empire, in addition to the Heaven Do Royal team, the Plant Academy team, the Water Academy team, the Thunder Academy team, and the Blaze Academy team had all entered Seoul Arena City. Meanwhile, the 16 teams led by the Star Luo Empire also made their entrance into Seoul Arena City. Had been present at that moment, he would have been astonished to see the group accompanying the Star Luo team, notably the twin stars of the Haotian school, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. It was unexpected for them to arrive. The Haotian school had always supported the Star Luo Empire, so their presence was not surprising. Yet, the fact that the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was also present, supporting the Heaven Do Empire, made it noteworthy. Especially since his son was participating in the Heaven Do Royal team. The distinction lay in the fact that the Haotian school was the foremost sect in the world. And Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were legends. At the age of 43, Tang Hao had already reached level 84 as a Soul Douluo, and was rumored to be recognized as the next leader. It was said that their reason for attending was because Tang Xiao's son was also competing in the Soul Master competition, representing the Star Luo team. Do you know who that beautiful woman with blue hair is? She is stunning. Indeed, she appears so gentle, judging by her closeness to Tang Hao. She must be his wife. The surprise of Mugu is not the primary focus. The inhabitants of Spirit City, upon catching sight of Tang Hao and his companions, were equally astonished. They sensed an unusually significant presence this year, with the twin stars of the Haotian sect in attendance, as well as the newly appointed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji. Two prominent figures from the upper three sects had suddenly arrived. Ain, what troubles you? At this moment, Tang Hao noticed his wife exhibiting a peculiar demeanor after entering Spirit City, prompting his concern. I'm fine. Ain replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head to reassure him. Having attained level 70, she had fully transformed into a human and was no longer apprehensive about being detected by soul beasts. However, the entrance into Spirit City still rendered her somewhat tense. Chapter 56. The competition begins after all participating teams gathered in Spirit City. The following day, following a brief respite, they convened within the Spirit Hall. The final competition was to take place in the square before the Hall of the Pope, beneath a colossal statue of an angel, where a stage specifically constructed for the contest awaited. At this moment, all teams, including those from the Spirit Hall, assembled in the square. Qian Renxue gracefully descended from the high platform. Hail to the Pope! Hail to the Pope! With Qian Renxue's entrance, the guards of the Spirit Hall promptly knelt in reverence. Hail to the Pope! Hail to the Pope! As the guards paid their respects, all members of the competing teams also knelt on one knee. Naturally, those observing from the sidelines, such as Mugu and Qian Renxue, refrained from bowing. Among them were the two brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, with Tang Hao even accompanied by the blue-silver emperor. As Mugu observed several figures in the audience, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tang Hao and the blue-silver empress would attend this year's Soul Master competition. The audacity of the blue-silver empress was indeed remarkable. However, now that she had reached level 70, she need not worry about her identity being revealed. How did the original blue-silver empress's identity come to light? Was it during her pregnancy that she emitted the aura of a soul beast, or was it solely on the day of her delivery? If it were merely on the day of birth, with a bit of caution, she could have avoided detection. Was it during her time in Wuhuan City that she conceived Tang San, leading to the exposure of her aura and subsequent identity revelation? As he contemplated the figure of the blue-silver empress, Mugu could not help but speculate, seemingly aware of Mu Ji's gaze. Both Tang Hao and the blue-silver empress lifted their heads, catching sight of Mugu and Qian Renxue. Who are those two? Why are they staring at us? Ayin, do you know them? Tang Hao whispered, puzzled. I don't know either. The blue-silver empress replied, shaking her head with certainty. It's likely they can't resist looking because you're so beautiful. Tang Hao chuckled in response, brushing off the matter, for he had experienced such attention numerous times before. Rather than feeling concerned, he seemed to revel in it, much to the silent irritation of Tang Xiao, who felt a pang of envy. After all, he too had once been captivated by the blue-silver empress, yet she had chosen his brother, Tang Hao, leaving him to offer his blessings instead. Hearing Tang Hao's compliment, the blue-silver empress's cheeks flushed slightly, wishing to retort, yet reluctant to do so. She simply shot Tang Hao a glance before directing her attention back to the arena. Unbeknownst to them, even Qian Renxue, situated high above, cast a few extra glances at the blue-silver empress. So that gentlewoman ultimately ended up with Tang Hao, he mused, slightly displeased at witnessing the closeness between them. Years ago, when Tang Hao first encountered the blue-silver empress, Qian Renxue had been present as well. He had chanced upon the scene and was struck by the grace of such a woman. He had felt a stir within him then. But as Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had approached her first, he had refrained from pursuing her to avoid conflict with the Houghton sect. Moreover, with Qian Renxue having been born by that time, he was uncertain how to manage bringing the blue-silver empress into the fold, ultimately deciding to forego the matter. Yet now, seeing the woman who had once stirred his heart alongside Tang Hao, he could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. May everyone present perform admirably and strive for victory. Our spirit hall has prepared generous rewards awaiting you. With that proclamation, Qian Renxue suppressed his discontent and announced the commencement of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. As he stepped back, the host from the Spirit Hall promptly took over the proceedings. Though you may already be aware, I will reiterate, the finals will adopt an elimination format, with teams drawing lots to determine their opponents. Victors will advance to the next round, while losers will be eliminated immediately, with 33 teams participating. One team will receive a bye into the next round. The team awarded a bye will not enjoy this privilege in subsequent draws. The competition will primarily consist of team battles, transitioning to a combination of team and individual battles once only 3 teams remain. To determine the 2 teams that will compete in the grand finals, death is strictly prohibited during the matches, or else participants will be disqualified. Furthermore, no non-food type or auxiliary soul mastercrafted food or medicine, nor any unrelated weapons, may be used to ensure absolute fairness and equity. Now, please send forth representatives from each team to draw lots. The host swiftly detailed the competition rules and wasted no time, allowing each team to send representatives to draw their lots. All participating teams seemed eager to commence the matches. After the host's announcement, representatives hurriedly approached to draw their lots. We are team number 1. We are team number 15. Haha, we drew the bye. Once all teams had drawn their lots, the results were quickly announced. Now, we invite the 2 teams that drew number 1 to the stage. The other teams may temporarily depart. After revealing the results, the host was direct, eschewing any embellishment regarding the prowess of the teams or the excitement of the competition. Let the games begin. Teacher, who do you think will win? Qian Renxue asked in excitement as the competition finally commenced. The Blue Tyrant Academy team, of course. Mugu gazed at one of the teams, a faint smile gracing his lips. As he spoke, his attention shifted from the team to a woman in the audience. To his surprise, he realized that Lu Erlong had also arrived. It turned out that Lu Erlong had established the Lanba Academy and not only did it qualify for the competition, but the Lanba team had also advanced to the finals. At that moment, one of the competing teams was indeed the Lanba Academy team. The dark-haired woman was none other than Lu Erlong, who had harbored feelings for her cousin but was ultimately spurned by him during a wedding when her identity was revealed by family members. Being cousins, their union was forbidden. Yu Shao Gang accepted this reality and, in an effort to avoid Lu Erlong, chose to leave and conceal himself. However, Lu Erlong had never been able to move on. Her physique was truly remarkable, perfectly matching her fiery temperament. Observing Lu Erlong's enchanting figure, Mugu felt a surge of warmth within him. Since emerging from the city of slaughter, he had not been with any women. It was not that he lacked desire. Rather, he had abstained in order to fully master the domain of the god of slaughter. Moreover, after experiencing Bai Dong, he found it difficult to be interested in ordinary women. Yet, Lu Erlong's presence ignited a spark of intrigue in him. Of course, the Blue-Silver Emperor, Ayin, was also quite admirable. However, she was now the wife of Tang Hao, and Mugu had no intention of attempting to take her from him. His thoughts did not linger on that matter. Lu Erlong, on the other hand, had not accepted any other men since Yu Shaogang's departure and was currently in a period of emotional unavailability. Now that he had fully mastered the domain of the god of slaughter, there was no need for him to remain cooped up in the library studying. It was time to consider his own happiness. As he observed Lu Erlong, Mugu silently resolved that if Bai Dong were willing to accept him again, he would have no desire to pursue other women. Yet, he understood that Bai Dong was unlikely to entertain such notions, considering it would be a miracle for her to even tolerate his presence. Thus, in pursuit of his own happiness, Mugu decided to make a move towards Lu Erlong. Capturing her affections should not be overly challenging. She was a woman who valued intellect over brute strength, much like Bai Dong, and she appreciated cultured and knowledgeable men. Fortuitously, he possessed all of those qualities. With a confident smile deep within, Mugu inquired, "Is it the Blue Overlord Academy team? Why is that?" Upon hearing Mugu's words, Qian Renxue felt a twinge of curiosity, unable to comprehend why the teacher held such a favorable view of the Blue Overlord Academy team. After all, the members of this team hailed from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, which is one of the top 3 sects and undoubtedly possesses considerable strength. Mugu smiled as he explained. Initially, he had not noticed and was puzzled as to how the Blue Tyrant Academy had made it into the finals. Upon closer inspection, Mugu discerned certain characteristics among the students and even recognized 2 familiar faces, allowing him to ascertain their identities. After all, Mugu had once been part of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect himself. Mugu finally comprehended why the Blue Botter Academy was able to reach the finals. While watching the anime, he had always been curious about how the Blue Botter Academy, founded presumably after the Shrek Academy, could attain the status of a prestigious Soul Master Academy, one that possessed the qualifications to compete. It now appeared that in its early days, it had received substantial support from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. However, for reasons unknown, the presence of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex within the Blue Botter Academy had vanished, and they no longer spoke of their illustrious history in the Soul Master Competition finals. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, so that was it. "Teacher, you are truly remarkable to have discerned their origins." Upon hearing Mugu's words, Qian Renxue suddenly understood and looked at Mugu with admiration. "Let the competition begin. Let us watch the match." Without explanation, Mugu smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue quickly redirected her gaze back to the arena. The 2 competing teams soon revealed their martial souls. As Mugu had mentioned, the Blue Tyrant Academy's team astonishingly included 3 members possessing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. Although they were not direct descendants, their strength was not to be underestimated, given that their martial soul was the renowned Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Congratulations to the Blue Tyrant Academy for their victory, successfully advancing to the next round. Half an hour later, the 2 teams drawn as number 2 were set to compete. After a fierce battle lasting half an hour, the outcome aligned with Mugu's expectations. The Blue Tyrant Academy emerged victorious. Victory! How wonderful! Lu Erlong cheered upon witnessing her academy's triumph. This single battle had already established a reputation for the Blue Tyrant Academy. How could the Blue Tyrant Academy have won again? What is the origin of this academy? She pondered, astonished that the team boasted 3 members from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Previously, she had thought there was only 1. She had not anticipated there to be so many. This Blue Tyrant Academy must surely be connected to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The name itself is a clear indication. Indeed, it became evident that the academy was founded by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, explaining their easy passage into the finals and their straightforward victory in the first round. Observers from other academies were taken aback by the Blue Tyrant Academy's success, especially since it was their first time participating in the Soul Master competition. Previously, only 1 member from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had represented the Blue Tyrant Academy, which had not raised much suspicion. After all, the sect maintained a neutral stance, with disciples joining various academies, including the Star Luo Battle Team and the Tiando Royal Battle Team. However, now that 3 members from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were present, combined with the name of the academy, it dawned on them that this was indeed an academy representing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yet, there was a contradiction. The founder of the Blue Tyrant Academy was a woman named Lu Erlong, who was not affiliated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Rumors swirled around Lu Erlong's beauty and exquisite figure, prompting speculation about a possible connection with the sect. Of course, some were skeptical, aware of Lu Erlong's identity. Initially excited, Lu Erlong's expression darkened upon hearing the surrounding murmurs. How infuriating! She clenched her fists, barely restraining her anger. Fortunately, those gossiping noticed her presence and her evident fury, swiftly falling silent. "Xiaoxue, stay here and watch. I have matters to attend to," Mugu instructed Qian Renxue, who was beside him, before turning and departing. "What? How could Mugu leave without accompanying me? Qian Renxue muttered in dissatisfaction. However, she soon ran up to her father, Qian Shuanji, above. P.S. Unable to produce a third update, I feel ashamed. Let us aim for 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 58. A direct confession. Lu Erlong. Why let those voices provoke you? They are merely envious of the achievements your academy has garnered. Just as Lu Erlong continued to seethe over the earlier remarks, a magnetic male voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Startled by the unexpected voice, Lu Erlong turned to discover a figure standing behind her, whose presence was strikingly tall. Exuding an air of refined elegance, adorned with a mask that added an aura of mystery. Beneath the mask, his handsome features were unmistakably remarkable. Who are you? Despite the allure of the stranger, Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, instinctively stepping back a couple of paces. While Mugu possessed an appealing demeanor, she was not so superficial as to be easily swayed. My name is Mugu. Though I may not yet possess renown, I believe that soon the entire continent will know my name. Mugu confidently introduced herself, asserting that to be envied is the mark of mediocrity. Director Lu Erlong need not be overly concerned with their words. The more they speak, the more it underscores your excellence. Before Lu Erlong could respond, Mugu continued. To be envied is the mark of mediocrity. Initially, Lu Erlong perceived Mugu as arrogant, but upon hearing this statement, she found herself momentarily speechless. The phrase resonated with profound truth, expanding her perspective significantly. Indeed, to be devoid of envy is to be mediocre. Those individuals are merely envious of her achievements. Where did you hear such a statement? Lu Erlong inquired, her resistance to Mugu's approach diminishing, curiosity piqued. She felt that such a philosophically rich remark could not have originated from the young man before her. Despite his remarkable aura, it was evident that Mugu was younger than herself, making it unlikely that he had derived such wisdom independently. This phrase had only just emerged in the world moments ago. Mugu smiled faintly, not disclosing that it was a revelation of his own, but rather acknowledging that it was indeed the first time it had manifested in this world. What? Upon hearing Mugu's tacit admission, Lu Erlong was instantly struck with disbelief. If Dean Lu Erlong chose not to believe it, then let it be regarded as mere hearsay on my part. The shepherd smiled faintly. Originally skeptical of the shepherd's words, Lu Erlong found himself somewhat convinced by the statement, especially given the shepherd's nonchalant demeanor. If it were not the shepherd who had spoken those words, he would not have displayed such an indifferent attitude. I apologize. That was not my intention. I simply did not expect such a profound statement to come from a young person. Lu Erlong quickly offered an embarrassed apology. It matters not, as long as this statement truly aids Director Lu Erlong. Mugu smiled gently once more. Thank you. Your words have truly uplifted my spirits. Upon hearing Mugu's sentiment, Lu Erlong expressed her sincere gratitude. Mugu, you didn't seek me out solely to offer me counsel, did you? Subsequently, Lu Erlong directly inquired about Mugu's intentions, aware that Mugu's visit could not merely be attributed to a sense of discontent. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, she found the individual before her to be quite impressive. I have come here specifically for you. Spoke directly, understanding that with someone as temperamental as Lu Erlong, a straightforward approach was necessary. Have you come specifically for me? Is there something you wish to discuss? Speak freely, considering your earlier compliment. I am willing to assist you with anything that isn't too burdensome. Lu Erlong mistakenly believed that sought her help and readily agreed. A charming lady deserves a gentleman's affection. Upon first laying eyes on Director Lu Erlong, I was captivated. Thus, I have come to pursue her, not to seek her assistance. Realizing Lu Erlong's misunderstanding, felt compelled to clarify his intentions. As he spoke, his gaze lingered upon her, imbued with a fervent intensity. Upon hearing's declaration, Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a confession. It was her first time experiencing such directness, causing her heart to flutter with a mix of shyness and confusion. However, she soon regained her composure. I'm sorry, but I already have someone I care for, she replied, shaking her head in rejection. Nevertheless, her tone lacked the icy coldness she typically employed when dismissing others. Over the years, many had pursued her, yet she had turned them all away, often before they could even voice their intentions, deterred by her frigid demeanor. Before her stood the only man she had encountered after just one meeting who did not inspire disdain. Hence, her refusal was not delivered with the usual chill. Yet, she remained resolute in her decision. Though she harbored no animosity towards, her heart belonged to Yu Xiaojang. May I inquire as to who he is? Anyone capable of winning your affections must surely be quite remarkable. The shepherd feigned a sense of regret and sighed. Yu Xiaojang, what virtue or talent do you possess? A mere waste, that even Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong cannot forget you? In the depths of his heart, Mugu could not help but feel a mix of envy and resentment towards Yu Xiaojang once again. However, the thought that Bibi Dong, whom Yu Xiaojang had never even touched, had already been toyed with countless times by him eased Mugu's envy somewhat. It was Yu Xiaojang who should truly feel sorrow and envy. Before him stood Lu Erlong, a woman he cherished, so he decided to be forthright. Lu Erlong, oblivious to the tangled emotions within Mugu, perceived him as open and honest. He confessed his feelings directly and, upon being rebuffed, showed no signs of lingering. He merely wished to understand whom she deemed worthy of her affection. Yet, upon hearing Mu Ji's words and thinking of Yu Xiaojang, Lu Erlong's expression inevitably dimmed. To this day, she remained unaware of Yu Xiaojang's whereabouts. After searching for several years without success, she had ultimately established the Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Erlong. It seems your demeanor suggests that the man you admire may not share your feelings, Mugu mused, observing the change in her countenance. A smirk crossed his lips as he eagerly pressed for answers, feigning surprise and delight. He surely must not dare to harbor feelings for me. Faced with someone who sincerely cherished her, Lu Erlong was reluctant to deceive Mugu and could only respond with a bitter smile. Chapter 59. Qian Renxue reports dare not? The pastoral melody expressed her perplexity. It's nothing. You needn't concern yourself with it. After all, I already have someone I cherish. Lu Erlong shook her head, clearly reluctant to divulge the specifics. Well, I understand. Mugu nodded slightly, yet showed no intention of turning away. Since that is the case, perhaps we could become friends? I am Mugu, hailing from overseas, age 21 and a level 56 Soul King, currently serving in the Spirit Hall. Following this, Mugu formally introduced himself. What? You are only 21 years old and already a Soul King? Upon hearing Mu Ji's introduction, Lu Erlong's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him in astonishment. Previously, she had been struck by the profound wisdom of Mu Ji's words, but now she was equally taken aback by his extraordinary talent. A 21-year-old Soul King. Among all the gifted participants in the upcoming Soul Master competition, it seems none could rival the remarkable Mugu before her. Moreover, he was not merely a fledgling Soul King, but a level 56 one, only 2 levels beneath her. Indeed, would Director Lu Erlong be willing to befriend someone like me? Mugu nodded in affirmation. Very well, but let us remain merely friends. You need not address me as Dean any longer. Simply call me sister. For I am 2 levels your senior, a Soul King of level 58. Lu Erlong hesitated for a moment, but could not bring herself to reject Mugu again, especially since the other party was merely proposing friendship. She also shared her soul power level, though she refrained from mentioning her age, as even Lu Erlong was not particularly inclined to disclose such information. All right then, Sister Long. Immediately, Mugu acquiesced and began to address her as sister. Lu Erlong felt an inexplicable discomfort, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. The second match was about to commence, so let us watch the competition. Although she had agreed to befriend Mugu, Lu Erlong found herself somewhat unaccustomed to forming a friendship with someone who harbored affection for her. As the match was about to begin, she hastily exclaimed. The second match featured the Tianxue Academy team pitted against the Renxue Academy team. Under the authoritative announcement of a capable host from the Spirit Hall, the 2 teams swiftly engaged in combat. Tianxue Academy emerged victorious in this contest. After both sides revealed their martial spirits and soul rings, Mugu, seated beside Lu Erlong, did not remain silent. Instead, she confidently rendered her assessment of the unfolding battle. How could you discern that so early? The soul power levels of both teams appear quite similar. Lu Erlong, captivated by Mugu's confident appraisal, could not help but inquire further, eager to understand the basis of her judgment. It's quite simple. One can ascertain their type of soul master merely from their martial spirits. Mugu explained. The composition of the Renxue team is characterized by agility, yet they lack resilience, lacking the capacity to withstand significant damage, while they might fare well against other teams. Facing Tianxue Academy is a different story. It is evident from Tianxue's martial spirits that they possess a plethora of control-type soul skills, which perfectly counter Renxue's strengths. As Mugu smiled faintly, she proceeded to elucidate. Sister Long, observe how that member of the Renxue team was incapacitated even before approaching the adversary. Once the 2 teams engaged in combat, Mugu seamlessly transitioned into a commentator, deftly conveying the evolving dynamics of the battle to Lu Erlong, effectively clarifying her initial assessment. Initially, Lu Erlong paid little heed, but as the skirmish unfolded, she soon found herself deeply moved. The transformations occurring within the battle closely mirrored Mu Ji's predictions. Ultimately, the Tianxue team emerged victorious over the Renxue team with remarkable ease. Mugu, how is it that you possess such profound understanding? How did you ascertain the type of soul master simply by observing their martial souls? Moreover, you even deduced which team would triumph based on their composition. That is truly impressive. Upon the conclusion of the match, Lu Erlong could not contain her astonishment as she gazed at Mugu. Mu Ji's remarkable talent in cultivation had already left her astonished. She was even more surprised by Mu Ji's exceptional understanding of martial soul knowledge. The way Mugu spoke so eloquently reminded her of Yu Xiaojang. Surely, even Yu Xiaojang could not make such confident and precise judgments, could he? Perhaps it was due to my extensive reading that I possess a greater understanding. Moreover, I merely ventured a bold guess earlier, and to my surprise, it turned out to be correct. Mugu smiled modestly. There is still a competition ahead, so let my sister see if you can continue to guess correctly. Upon hearing Mugu's humble words, Lu Erlong smiled faintly and provoked her. She truly wished to witness whether Mugu was indeed as formidable as rumored. Very well. As long as Sister Long wishes for me to guess, I shall do so. The shepherd's song serves as an excellent embodiment of unrequited affection. Had the shepherd displayed such overt devotion from the outset, it would undoubtedly have repelled Lu Erlong. Yet now, Lu Erlong feels no aversion. Instead, she perceives the shepherd's affection as genuine. Rather than feeling disdain, she experiences a curious sense of delight. Father, look. The teacher is laughing and chatting with that woman. Who is she? Qian Renxue, who was watching the competition alongside Qian Xuanji, could not help but report to her father upon noticing the exchange between the shepherd and Lu Erlong. At her tender age, Qian Renxue remains oblivious to the nuances of romantic love. She merely feels a twinge of discomfort witnessing her teacher's jovial interaction with another woman, akin to the feeling of having a cherished toy snatched away. So, that lad has ventured down there. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Qian Xuanji realized that the shepherd had descended and was engaging in light-hearted banter with a lady. After casting a discerning glance at Lu Erlong, a faint smile crept upon Qian Xuanji's lips as understanding dawned upon him. Do not worry, my dear. I shall inquire further on your behalf. That woman may very well become your future mentor. With a gentle pat on Qian Renxue's head and a soft smile, Qian Xuanji then summoned an aide to gather intelligence regarding Lu Erlong. Mugu is currently of paramount importance to the Spirit Hall. Thus, he must ascertain the origins of the woman he is interested in. He certainly does not wish for such a talented individual to depart the Spirit Hall for the sake of a woman. Should her identity prove unproblematic, he would be more than willing to assist Mugu. However, judging by the boy's demeanor, he hardly seems to require anyone's aid. His discernment is commendable, and he's in no way inferior when compared to that lady, although he lacks her gentle demeanor. Observing the camaraderie between Mugu and Lu Erlong, Qian Xuanji could not help but shake his head inwardly. Upon comparing Lu Erlong with the Blue-Silver Empress, he discovered that he still favored the latter. Alas, that woman has already become another's wife. The first round of the Soul Master competition spanned 2 days with 16 matches, including the teams that had buys. A total of 17 teams advanced to the second round. The second round concluded in just 1 day, yielding 8 teams, along with the team that had a bye, resulting in 9 teams proceeding to the third round. After the third round, only 5 teams remained: the Spirit Hall team, the Star Luo team, and the Tiando Royal team. These 3 seed teams all reached the final 5. The other 2 teams that made it to the top 5 were the Heavenly Water team and the Divine Wind team. Lu Erlong's Blue Overlord team was eliminated in the third round. Nevertheless, achieving a place in the top 9 in their first Soul Master competition is quite an impressive feat, establishing their reputation. During the recent competitions, Mugu diligently accompanied Lu Erlong, serving as her personal commentator, providing insights tailored solely for her. This allowed Lu Erlong to enjoy an exquisite viewing experience. Watching a match with commentary is a vastly different experience than without, especially with someone as knowledgeable and articulate as Mugu. Lu Erlong found herself thoroughly captivated by Mugu's intellect and wisdom, although her admiration was solely for his acumen, not an infatuation. Mugu, why did you not participate in this grand tournament? You ought not to miss such a significant event. You may not have the opportunity to compete in the next one. After several days of interaction, Lu Erlong, feeling quite familiar with Mugu, could not help but inquire about his absence from the prestigious competition. She felt a sense of regret for him. Had he participated, he would have undoubtedly garnered much attention and astonishment. Merely Mugu's soul power level of 56 at the age of 21 would ensure his name was remembered by all. In previous competitions, although there had been participants at the Soul King level, none had reached the remarkable level of 56. For instance, in this Soul Master competition, no contestant achieved the rank of Soul King. The soul power level of the pastoral song utterly surpasses all the participants. Such a competition holds no challenge for me whatsoever. The shepherd smiled proudly. Indeed, this was the case. Otherwise, it would have posed no challenge for the shepherd to join the Spirit Hall's team before the competition. Upon hearing that the shepherd had refrained from participating in this grand tournament for such a reason, Lu Erlong couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. Yet, considering the shepherd's formidable strength, they were indeed justified in making such a statement. Previously, I was unfamiliar with Sister Long. Had I known her sooner, I would have certainly joined her Blue Tyrant team to assist her in securing the championship. In the blink of an eye, the once proud shepherd became somewhat shameless. Chuckling at the shepherd's rapid change of demeanor, Lu Erlong couldn't help but be amused. Come now, you are a member of the Spirit Hall, and despite your eloquent words, the Pope would never allow you to join another academy's team. Lu Erlong then responded dismissively. For Sister Long, I would be willing to withdraw from the Spirit Hall. Mugu retorted, it is impossible now, so anything can be said. I won't talk to you anymore. Let's watch the match. Lu Erlong's fair face flushed slightly, her heart racing as she hurriedly turned her head away, not wanting to engage in such ambiguous conversation with Mugu. She swiftly shifted the topic. Although Mugu no longer spoke of pursuing her, claiming instead to seek friendship, Lu Erlong understood that this was merely a pretext. Mugu was finding ways to draw closer to her. In truth, Lu Erlong wished to limit her interactions with Mugu, desiring nothing more than a simple friendship. Yet, Mugu harbored ulterior motives, and Lu Erlong believed she merely needed to remain steadfast in her intentions. However, as the days passed, Lu Erlong found herself increasingly captivated by Mu Ge's exceptional qualities. After the competition concluded, she resolved to depart swiftly from this place, for Mugu was too perilous. Lu Erlong silently acknowledged her growing apprehension about deepening her connection with Mugu, fearing that she might succumb to her charm. Very well, let us then witness the competition. Mugu smiled faintly. He had already sensed that Lu Erlong was feeling apprehensive around him, which was indeed a positive sign. It proved that his offensive strategy was quite effective. Subsequently, Mugu transformed once more into a commentator, watching the match while providing insights for Lu Erlong. In this round of competition, the Tiando Royal team had drawn a bye, while the Xinghua team faced off against the Shinkong team, and the Wuhan Temple team went up against the Tianshui team. The morning matches featured the Xinghua team competing against the Shinkong team. Without needing any predictions from Mugu, Lu Erlong confidently voiced her assessment. I already know the outcome. The Xinghua team will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Indeed, Sister Long is quite formidable. Although the Shinkong team possesses commendable strength, they still fall short compared to the Xinghua team. With a smile, Mugu acknowledged Lu Erlong's judgment and continued to provide commentary for Lu Erlong as the battle progressed. Although she was aware of the outcome, Mugu chose to persist in her explanations. Lu Erlong did not refuse, even though she had also anticipated the result. Having Mugu narrate the events as she watched was undeniably beneficial. Through Mugu's insights, she gained a clearer understanding of the evolving dynamics of the battle. The outcome of the match between the Xing Luo team and the Xinfeng team was as Lu Erlong had predicted, with the Xing Luo team ultimately emerging victorious. At this juncture, the Hao Tian sect had yet to seal its mountain, and aside from Tang Long, the son of Tang Xiao, there were 2 disciples of the Hao Tian sect among the Xing Luo team, totaling 3 members possessing the Hao Tian hammer martial soul. Tang Long was a direct disciple, while the other 2 were also formidable in their own right. Thus, the Xing Luo team triumphed over the Xinfeng team with an overwhelming display of strength. Father, uncle, we have won again. After his victory, Tang Long rushed to the edge of the arena, joyfully shouting to the audience. Whereas Father Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were seated. Well done, you have showcased the prestige of our Hao Tian sect. Tang Hao nodded at Tang Long, smiling as he offered his praise. Not bad at all. You haven't brought shame to the sect. Although Tang Xiao was pleased, he maintained a more serious demeanor, merely giving a slight nod. Rest assured, our team will definitely secure the championship. Tang Long confidently patted his chest and assured Tang Xiao. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Speak only after you have won. Tang Xiao replied with a scoff, somewhat displeased with his son's exuberance. Confidence is commendable, but excessive boastfulness is not. Tang Long's jubilant dash to share the good news with his father naturally drew the attention of the crowd, including Mugu. However, Mugu, after a brief glance, found her gaze involuntarily drawn to the blue-silver emperor beside Tang Hao. That woman is truly stunning, isn't she? Just as she was contemplating, Lu Erlong's voice suddenly reached her ears. Indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful. I have never encountered a woman so warm-hearted. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Mugu did not divert her gaze and continued to observe the blue-silver emperor, nodding in agreement with a calm demeanor. Seeing Mu Ge's composed reaction, Lu Erlong was momentarily at a loss for words. The pastoral melody seemed to gaze upon the other with an appreciative eye. Moreover, she had come to realize that her tone had been somewhat off moments ago. Continuing to confront the pastoral melody would only reveal her concern. Indeed, it was my first encounter with such a gentle and exquisite woman. Consequently, Lu Erlong refrained from directly opposing the pastoral melody and instead acquiesced to her sentiments, acknowledging the allure of the blue-silver empress. However, I must admit, I find Dragon Sister far more appealing. Noticing Lu Erlong's unexpected calmness, the pastoral melody ceased to fixate on the blue-silver empress and turned to Lu Erlong with a smile, saying, "You should take your time. There aren't many like me." Lu Erlong, having grown accustomed to the pastoral melody's sudden flirtations, remained unfazed and teasingly replied, "Why can't it be Dragon Sister?" Mugu gazed intently at Lu Erlong. "I apologize, but I have already developed feelings for someone else. If you continue to speak this way, I shall cease to engage with you." Confronted by Mu Ge's relentless pursuit, Lu Erlong once again declined his advances, even issuing a stern warning. "The competition has concluded. I shall take my leave now." With that, Lu Erlong turned and departed without hesitation. Observing her retreating figure, Mugu felt a slight headache. He had not anticipated that this woman would prove to be so difficult. Was she truly so devoted to Yu Xiaojing? Perhaps he should make another attempt. If it fails, so be it. With a cold snort, Mugu resolved to persist in his endeavors. However, should Lu Erlong remain unwilling to relinquish her attachment to Yu Xiaojing, he would ultimately concede. He was prepared to lower his pride in pursuit, yet if he perceived no glimmer of hope or deemed the objective too formidable, he would decisively retreat. His quest was solely for his own happiness, not a genuine pursuit of love. Love, after all, was too exhausting. On the afternoon of the match between the Spirit Hall team and the Tianshui team, Mugu was notably absent. Even on the following day during the semifinals, he did not make an appearance. The competition, however, pressed on, and the Tiando Royal team fell short against the Xinghua team and the Spirit Hall team, securing only third place in the tournament. After 2 consecutive days without sight of Mugu, Lu Erlong felt an undeniable void. Watching the matches seemed devoid of interest. Could it be that my words were too harsh the other day? Lu Erlong pondered. Yet, had she refrained from speaking so candidly, he would likely have become even more audacious. Perhaps this was for the best. Ultimately, Lu Erlong reassured herself that her actions were justified, though a subtle discomfort lingered in her heart. Sister Long, have you missed me these past 2 days? Yet, just as Lu Erlong believed Mugu would not grace her presence again, he reappeared on the final day of the championship. Humph, who would miss you? To be candid, Lu Erlong was initially taken aback by Mugu's sudden appearance, but upon hearing his words, her expression shifted to one of mild disdain. The past 2 days had been consumed by other matters, and she had neglected to inform Sister Long this was her oversight. For today's final match, allow me to provide commentary for you, Sister Long. Mugu, undeterred by Lu Erlong's demeanor, offered a faint smile and provided a brief explanation for his recent absence. Naturally, his intent was to leave Lu Erlong in suspense, and it appeared to be quite effective. The delight evident in Lu Erlong's eyes upon their encounter was unmistakable. Say what you wish. I am not compelled to listen, he thought, masking his surprise with a nonchalant expression. Very well. It seems I take pleasure in elucidating things for you. With a light-hearted chuckle, Mugu's words left Lu Erlong feeling increasingly uneasy. It was as if Mugu were on the verge of openly confessing her affection. Just stick to the narration and refrain from such frivolous remarks. Lu Erlong retorted, her annoyance palpable. She hesitated to scold Mugu, for the latter had not explicitly declared her feelings. Furthermore, even if Mugu had done so, Lu Erlong would hardly be taken aback, as Mugu had already professed her admiration during their initial encounter. Very well. As Mugu smiled faintly and playfully teased Lu Erlong, he soon turned his attention to the match about to commence. Today's competition pits the Xinghua team against the Wuhuan Temple team. Both squads boast commendable lineups. The familiar sound of Mugu's commentary brought Lu Erlong back to the exhilarating atmosphere of the match, eliciting an inexplicable sense of comfort within him. As he reflected on this final contest of the grand tournament, a wave of reluctance unexpectedly washed over him. What am I thinking? Once the match concludes, I should depart without delay. Shaking his head, Lu Erlong swiftly dispelled his feelings of nostalgia. The ultimate finals were about to commence. This battle was predicted to culminate in a victory for the Wuhuan Temple team. Despite the Xinghua team having 3 disciples from the Haotian sect, which rendered them formidable, they lacked adequate control. Against teams of slightly lesser strength, they could easily dominate. However, should they encounter an equally matched opponent with robust defensive and restorative capabilities, victory would prove elusive. The Xinghua team thrived on aggressive tactics, and if their initial onslaught failed to be sufficiently ferocious, and the Wuhuan Temple team managed to prolong the engagement, defeat would inevitably befall the Xinghua squad. Indeed, the Xinghua team was aware of this and initiated a vigorous assault from the outset, demonstrating sound strategic decisions. Regrettably, their aggressive approach did not yield the desired results. As they found themselves entangled with the Wuhuan Temple team, the outcome appeared sealed in their defeat. With a resounding thud, the match concluded precisely as Mugu had predicted, leaving only Tang Long standing on the field, ultimately sent flying by a member of the Wuhuan Temple team. I hereby announce that the champions of this edition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition are the Wuhuan Temple team. As the host's words echoed, the Soul Master Tournament reached its definitive conclusion. Naturally, while the competition had ended, there remained the awards ceremony. Congratulations to the Wuhuan Temple team for their victory. These prizes are now yours. Qian Renxue stepped forward to distribute rewards to the triumphant Wuhuan Temple team. The rewards from the Wuhuan Temple differed from those of the 2 great empires. Devoid of noble titles, they nonetheless were far from stingy. With the conclusion of this grand tournament, the anticipation for the next edition, 5 years hence, began to stir. There was no rush to depart. The Wuhuan Temple had a significant announcement to make. After the distribution of rewards, Qian Renxue prepared to reveal another critical matter. Chapter 62, The Honorary Elder Your Holiness. The Pope has an announcement to make. The timing, following the conclusion of the tournament, suggested it must be of great importance. Curiosity enveloped all those present. Eager to discern the weighty matter Qian Renxue was poised to disclose. Mugu. At this juncture, Qian Renxue, having declared his intent to announce something significant, turned his gaze toward Mugu, calling out to him. What does the Pope desire from me? The Soul Master Training Manual could simply be revealed. Your Holiness. With a sense of bewilderment, Mugu swiftly approached Qian Renxue. Mugu, in recognition of your contributions to the Spirit Hall, I hereby bestow upon you the esteemed title of Honorary Elder. This token signifies your new identity. From this moment forth, your standing within the Spirit Hall will be second only to mine as the Pope. Qian Renxue declared solemnly to the puzzled Mugu, a faint smile gracing his lips as he presented a plaque to him. What? An honorary elder. Who on earth is this individual to receive such an accolade from the Spirit Hall? The assembly gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with curiosity as they regarded Mugu. Previously, they had scarcely acknowledged him, merely noting his constant presence beside Lu Erlong, unaware that he was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. The sudden announcement of his appointment by Qian Renxue left them utterly astonished. An honorary elder. What deeds had he accomplished to merit such a distinction? Lu Erlong, equally taken aback, gazed at Mugu with a mix of admiration and disbelief. The title of honorary elder is not bestowed lightly. It requires substantial contributions to the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojiang had once confided in her that he himself was an honorary elder, having utilized his intellect to systematically compile the knowledge of the Spirit Hall's spirits. Yet, few were aware of Yu Xiaojiang's esteemed title, and had she not trusted his words, she would have doubted its authenticity. Now, however, Mu Ji's elevation to honorary elder was occurring before the eyes of many witnesses. This moment was witnessed by representatives from the continent's most prestigious spirit master academies in the two great empires, alongside the three major sections. Thus, Lu Erlong was left wondering what Mugu had done to earn such recognition from the Spirit Hall. Was the Pope merely announcing the elevation of an honorary elder? Why would so many witnesses be necessary? Did he truly deserve such honor? After the initial shock, the expressions of those present turned sour. Their presence seemed to serve merely as a backdrop for the newly appointed honorary elder, a role they felt unworthy of. Thank you, Your Holiness. Mugu, having recovered from his surprise, graciously accepted the plaque handed to him by Qian Renxue. He soon realized that Qian Renxue was rewarding him for his authorship of the Spirit Master's training manual. While Qian Douluo had previously provided material rewards, Qian Renxue was offering a reward of status. Understanding this, Mugu accepted the honor without hesitation. Although the title of honorary elder did not place him directly beneath the Pope, it significantly elevated his status within the Spirit Hall. This was undoubtedly advantageous, and Mugu had no reason to refuse. This is what you deserve, Qian Renxue remarked with a smile as Mugu accepted the plaque. He then surveyed the crowd and addressed the gathered assembly. I am sure you are all curious as to why I have conferred the title of honorary elder upon Mugu, and why you are here to witness this event. It is because Elder Mugu recently authored a training manual for spirit masters, which offers profound insights into the cultivation of spirits. Any spirit master who peruses it will gain a deeper understanding, avoiding many pitfalls on their path of cultivation. This book is nothing short of a divine scripture. Today, I have invited you to witness Elder Mugu's elevation because the Spirit Hall intends to make this manual publicly available for all spirit masters to study. Qian Renxue continued, instructing his subordinates to distribute copies of the training manual to everyone present. So this was the true announcement the Pope wished to make. A divine scripture? Was that not a tad exaggerated? I am curious about what kind of scripture could lead to the author being granted the title of honorary elder by the Spirit Hall. The manual's title was straightforward enough. It would be intriguing to see its contents. As the assembly, including Ningfengxi and Tang Hao, began to comprehend the significance of Qian Renxue's announcement, members of the Spirit Hall appeared, distributing copies of the training manual to everyone present. With a rustle, the first recipients eagerly began to peruse the pages. Ningfengxi was among the first to receive a copy. Initially indifferent, his eyes widened in astonishment after flipping through a few pages. The content was nothing short of shocking. After a rapid skim of the entire volume, Ningfengxi's heart surged with excitement. Although he had yet to delve into the details, even a cursory glance revealed enough to astonish him. This book was indeed a divine scripture. The Spirit Hall had chosen to make it public. How incredible! Had I seen this book earlier, I would have surely progressed more swiftly to become a titled Douluo. Nearby, Jian Douluo had also completed a brief review of the training manual, equally stunned by the revelation. Indeed, it was astonishing that the Spirit Hall would make such invaluable knowledge public. Ningfengxi was left in disbelief, equally shocked by the Spirit Hall's decision to unveil such a precious scripture. This is something we can view for free? The notion that the Spirit Hall would release such a book left many perplexed. Regardless of the Spirit Hall's motivations, this book was now theirs to keep, and there was no way they would return it. Not only Ningfengxi and Jian Douluo, but others were equally astonished by the Spirit Hall's decision to publicly disclose the Spirit Master's training manual. They could not fathom why the Spirit Hall would choose to share such critical knowledge. Shouldn't the wisdom contained within the manual be kept secret? Only a fool would make such valuable information available to all. Previously, they had only known of one such fool, Yu Xiaojiang of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. To their surprise, it seemed the Spirit Hall had joined the ranks of such folly. In their eyes, Yu Xiaojiang's motivations for disclosure were rooted in a desire for fame and recognition. Unable to continue his cultivation without being labeled a failure, he resorted to showcasing his knowledge to validate himself. But the Spirit Hall had no such need, making their actions all the more bewildering. At this moment, the crowd, astonished by the actions of the Spirit Hall, secretly regarded it as foolish. Yet, some wore grim expressions, for the knowledge inscribed within the texts, once thought to be their exclusive domain, had now been unveiled to all, in a more detailed and refined manner. This meant that everyone would soon grasp this knowledge. stripping them of any advantage they might have had. To their incredulity, such a profound work had emerged from his hands. The theories and insights contained within surpassed even those of Yu Xiaojing. As Lu Erlong perused the book in her hands, she finally comprehended why Mugu had been bestowed the honor of elder. Even a cursory glance revealed that the training manual for soul masters contained information far superior to the theoretical knowledge crafted by Yu Xiaojing. Lu Erlong had always been drawn to erudite individuals. Her initial attraction to Yu Xiaojing over Flinder stemmed from this very admiration. Although she had long recognized Mu Ji's intelligence and wisdom, she had not anticipated the extent of his prowess, producing a tome seemingly more formidable than Yu Xiaojing's 10 core competencies of the Spirit Hall. From this day forth, the entire continent's soul masters would be transformed by the emergence of this work. Who would have thought such a remarkable book could be authored by a youth? It was truly extraordinary. Alas, such talent had joined the Spirit Hall. On the side of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, Tang Xiao directed his gaze towards Mugu, expressing his astonishment to his younger brother Tang Hao and sister-in-law Ayin. Indeed, it was impressive. Much of the knowledge that had been exclusive to their sect would now be made public. Tang Hao nodded in agreement, yet his gaze towards Mugu bore a hint of hostility. That knowledge was rightfully the domain of the Haotian sect. Nevertheless, there was no cause for excessive concern. Acquiring this book ultimately favored the Haotian sect. Furthermore, the true foundation of the Haotian sect lay in their martial spirits, a disparity that no amount of knowledge could diminish. Tang Xiao smiled faintly, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes, unnoticed by Tang Hao. The true depth of the Haotian sect's legacy, which he had not mentioned, was the ancestral divine technique of the great Sumeru hammer. His envy arose from the fact that only those truly gifted disciples of the Haotian sect could master it. His brother Tang Hao was among them, having already learned the great Sumeru hammer, which indicated that he was destined to become the next Haotian Douluo and the sect's master. His own path would lead him to learn the Haotian 9 absolutes, which, while stronger than the chaotic wind hammer, paled in comparison to the great Sumeru hammer. Brother is right. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's remark, Tang Hao contemplated and quickly concurred. I believe this is a positive development. With the publication of this book, everyone will gain clearer insights into how to cultivate and choose the soul rings they need. Moreover, it mentions the decreasing number of soul beasts on the roads, advising against the indiscriminate slaughter of these creatures. Otherwise, in the long run, soul masters will find themselves devoid of soul rings. I find this commendable. Who would have thought there are individuals among humanity who genuinely care for soul beasts? After listening to the brothers Tang, Ayin, who had been silently observing, finally spoke her thoughts. She was particularly interested in the knowledge concerning soul beasts and was pleasantly surprised to discover the recommendation against their wanton slaughter. This revelation brought her immense joy. It was heartening to know that there were humans who considered the plight of soul beasts. While she recognized that the hunting of soul beasts by soul masters was an unchangeable reality, the prospect of reducing unnecessary killings was a welcome hope. The public availability of the soul master's training manual could potentially facilitate this change. In that instant, Ayin regarded Mugu with newfound respect. What does that even mean? It's not as if everyone will stop hunting soul beasts. Upon hearing Ayin's words and observing her gaze towards Mugu, Tang Hao couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. Ayin, rest assured, regardless of what others do, our Haotian sect will not hunt soul beasts unless necessary for acquiring soul rings. Knowing Ayin's true identity, Tang Hao grasped what mattered to her and solemnly assured her while grasping her hand. Yes, I believe in you, Hao, Ayin replied, her heart swelling with emotion as she gazed tenderly at Tang Hao. Cough, cough. Tang Xiao, witnessing their display of affection, found it increasingly intolerable. Must you flaunt your romance before me? Yet, he couldn't help but feel conflicted upon recalling Ayin's identity. Who would have thought the woman they both cherished was, in fact, a soul beast? Brother, Ayin blushed at Tang Xiao's cough, realizing that showing affection in front of him was somewhat painful. She quickly withdrew her hand from Tang Hao's grasp. Ugh! Just as she released his hand, Ayin's expression shifted suddenly, and she felt an urge to retch. Ayin, what is wrong? Both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao noticed her distress and immediately grew anxious. I'm fine, Ugh. Ayin waved her hand, attempting to reassure them, but was overtaken by another wave of nausea. Unbeknownst to her, as she heaved, the previously concealed aura of her soul beast form began to leak out. That is, at the scene, two individuals sensed the unusual aura simultaneously. Sword Douluo and Qian Renxue turned their gazes towards Ayin. Chapter 64. Capture her. The soul beast woman is actually a 10,000-year soul beast in human form. After the initial shock, Qian Renxue's expression quickly turned cold. He had indeed been captivated by the blue-silver emperor, but upon learning that she was a 10,000-year soul beast, that infatuation vanished entirely. Any 10,000-year soul beast that infiltrated human society deserved to be exterminated. Someone, surround that woman. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Renxue pointed towards Ayin and issued his command. Yes, Your Holiness. Yes, Your Holiness. The surrounding guards of the Spirit Hall were initially taken aback, unsure why they were suddenly to turn against the Haotian sect. But they swiftly complied with the Pope's orders, moving to encircle Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Ayin. Unable to separate Tang Hao and Tang Xiao from Ayin, they had no choice but to surround all three. How dare you? What do you intend to do? Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, shielding the pale-faced Ayin, glared angrily at Qian Renxue. What is happening? Why is the Spirit Hall turning against the Haotian sect? Have they lost their minds to dare confront the Haotian sect? At this moment, the other individuals present were struck with profound astonishment, unable to comprehend why the Spirit Hall would suddenly launch an assault on the Haotian sect. They spoke of capturing a certain woman, yet they were fully aware that she was none other than Tang Hao's wife. To capture her would be tantamount to targeting the Haotian sect itself. The two brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, were indeed the embodiment of the Haotian sect. Jian Shu and Ning Fengji, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, were poised to engage with the sword Douluo. The Spirit Hall's intention to strike against the Haotian sect could not be overlooked by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, as they too were one of the top 3 sections. Lord, Tang Hao's wife is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. However, before Ning Fengji could voice his thoughts, the sword Douluo elucidated the reason behind the Spirit Hall's actions. What? Ning Fengji's eyes widened in disbelief. Never anticipating that the truth of the matter would unfold in such a manner, he had presumed that the Spirit Hall sought to attack the Haotian sect, only to discover that the catalyst was Tang Hao's wife. Just moments ago, that woman, the 100,000-year-old soul beast, had inexplicably leaked her soul beast aura. The sword Douluo clarified, simultaneously reconfirming to Ning Fengji that the woman was indeed a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Upon hearing the sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji hesitated. If the Spirit Hall sought to act against the Haotian sect without just cause, he would undoubtedly rise to defend them, as both sects, being among the top 3, shared an unspoken alliance to uphold the peace of the continent. The Haotian sect supported the Star Luo Empire, while the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect backed the Heaven Do Empire, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect maintained neutrality to preserve the balance of power among the continent's factions. Let us observe the situation for now, suggested the sword Douluo. Agreed. Ning Fengji nodded, choosing to remain watchful of the unfolding events. The Blue-Silver Empress had indeed revealed herself during this tournament. In the presence of Qian Renxue, Mugu was equally astonished, as he had not anticipated that his earlier conjecture would turn out to be true. After being surrounded, the Blue-Silver Empress exhibited signs of retching, leading Mugu to understand how her identity had been exposed. It was due to morning sickness that her soul beast aura had leaked. Qian Renxue was truly domineering, attempting to seize the Blue-Silver Empress without the slightest hint of strategy. Upon discovering her, he acted without a plan whatsoever. Did he presume that this was the Spirit Hall and therefore believed she could not escape? Had he devised a plan before taking action, she might not have eluded capture. Subsequently, Mugu silently critiqued Qian Renxue's recklessness. Even if one intended to act, proper planning and personnel arrangements were essential. However, as per the original narrative, she had managed to escape. It remained uncertain whether she could still evade capture now. The shepherd shook his head, standing calmly and prepared to observe the unfolding drama, devoid of any inclination to assist either party. With his current prowess, the Spirit Hall had no need for his intervention in dealing with the Blue-Silver Emperor. To aid the Blue-Silver Emperor? The pastoral song is not as magnificent as it seems, and the Blue-Silver Emperor is not his woman. Moreover, the Blue-Silver Emperor should be able to escape. What am I doing? I am merely fulfilling the responsibilities of our Spirit Hall. Any soul beast that infiltrates human society must be eradicated by our Spirit Hall to prevent them from threatening humanity. And that woman behind you is a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. In the face of the furious inquiries from Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, Qian Renxue let out a faint snort, pointing at the Blue-Silver Emperor and revealing her identity on the spot. He understood that failing to provide a reason would lead the others present to mistakenly believe that our Spirit Hall intended to provoke the Haotian sect. So an explanation was necessary. Our Spirit Hall would never initiate conflict with any faction without cause. What? A 100,000-year soul beast? That woman is actually a 100,000-year soul beast in human form? How is that possible? Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, the crowd erupted in disbelief. All eyes turned greedily towards the Blue-Silver Emperor, who was protected by Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, all mingling with an undeniable glimmer of avarice. After all, she was a 100,000-year soul beast, possessing the soul rings and bones of such a creature, but lacking its power. Any soul master would yearn to hunt down a human that was a 100,000-year soul beast. The soul rings may be unattainable, but a 100,000-year soul bone could certainly be obtained. What a pity it was that they had not discovered her first. Even now, knowing she was a 100,000-year soul beast, they realized she was not something they could seize. Fortunately, they all had self-awareness. Despite their greed, they understood that the Blue-Silver Emperor was beyond their grasp. Have you noticed? Tang Xiao and Tang Hao seem unfazed. Could it be that they already knew the woman's identity? Indeed. Could it be true? Knowing she is a 100,000-year soul beast, Tang Hao actually married her? What do you know? Perhaps Tang Hao intends to keep her close until he ascends to title Douluo and then acquire her soul rings? If that is the case, the soul rings and bones would all belong to him. That's true. If I had the chance to absorb 100,000-year soul ring, I would do the same. Wouldn't that ruin everything for the Pope? At this point, they realized that their only option would be to kill the woman and directly take her soul bone. After the shock of the Blue-Silver Emperor's identity, some noticed that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao did not seem stunned by Qian Renxue's revelation and continued to shield the Blue-Silver Emperor. It became apparent that the brothers had likely known her identity all along. At this moment, Tang Hao and his companions wore grim expressions, perplexed by why the Blue-Silver Emperor's identity had been suddenly exposed. How? Big brother, forgive me. It was my pregnancy sickness that caused the soul beast aura to leak out, leading to this discovery. The Blue-Silver Emperor explained regretfully to Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, not expecting that her condition would result in her aura being revealed. Do not worry, Ayin. We will not let anyone harm you. That's right, sister-in-law, rest assured. After hearing the Blue-Silver Emperor's words, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao finally understood how her identity had been exposed. They had not anticipated that her pregnancy sickness would lead to the leak of her soul beast aura. Had they known earlier, they would not have agreed to bring her to Spirit City. They had always believed that the Blue-Silver Emperor, already at level 60, would never have her identity discovered. They had only learned of it because she had confided in them. Your Holiness, I do not care about Yin's identity. I only know that she is now my wife. As long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to harm my wife. Tang Hao raised his head, glaring at Qian Renxue, and spoke with unwavering conviction. Your Holiness, Ayin is my sister-in-law. If your spirit hall intends to capture her, are you declaring war against our Haotian sect? Tang Xiao also looked up at Qian Renxue, clearly stating his position. The brothers' simultaneous declarations effectively conveyed the stance of the Haotian sect. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Wow, it's true. The Tang brothers have long known the identity of that woman. I can't believe Tang Hao married her knowing she was a soul beast. What will the spirit hall do now? Surely they won't abandon their pursuit of the soul beast. This is going to escalate. Indeed, this is going to escalate. While the crowd was shocked by the realization that the Tang brothers had been aware of the Blue-Silver Emperor's identity, they also sensed that something significant was about to unfold. The spirit hall aimed to capture the soul beast, while the Haotian sect was determined to protect her. A confrontation was clearly on the horizon. It seems you must protect this soul beast today. Coincidentally, our spirit hall is equally determined to capture her. Qian Renxue coldly scoffed at Tang Xiao and Tang Hao's words, showing no hesitation in pursuing the Blue-Silver Emperor despite the looming conflict with the Haotian sect. The atmosphere grew tenser with Qian Renxue's declaration. Boom. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao unleashed their martial spirits, soul rings appearing around them. Boom. Finally, Tang Hao activated his killing god domain, a palpable aura of death emanating from him, enveloping the surroundings. Stop. Upon witnessing Tang Xiao and Tang Hao preparing to engage with the spirit hall, the Blue-Silver Emperor quickly intervened. She then turned her pleading gaze toward Qian Renxue. Your Holiness, though I am a soul beast, I swear I have never harmed humanity. Now that I am Tang Hao's wife, a human's wife, I will never harm humans in the future. Therefore, I implore you, Your Holiness, to spare me. In that moment, the Blue-Silver Emperor's genuine emotions and her vulnerable demeanor made it difficult for anyone to doubt her words. Your Holiness, I can guarantee that Ayin speaks the truth. She is gentle and kind, not one of those evil soul beasts that threaten humanity. She merely wishes to live like a human. Moreover, Ayin is now at level 70, having truly become a human. She is indeed one of us. Thus, I beseech you, Your Holiness, to show mercy. After hearing the Blue-Silver Emperor's plea, Tang Xiao, suppressing his anger, raised his head and earnestly implored Qian Renxue. It was clear that engaging in conflict with the spirit hall would be an irrational act. Your Holiness, I, Tang Hao, can also assure you, and I am willing to swear before everyone present that Ayin will never harm any human actively. If she does, I shall not die a good death. The Blue-Silver Emperor and Tang Xiao implored Qian Renxue in succession, while Tang Hao clenched his fists, suppressing the fury within, and lifted his gaze to speak to Qian Renxue. Upon hearing Tang Hao's vow, the Blue-Silver Emperor was visibly moved, filled with compassion. Rest assured, Ayin. Regardless of your identity, I only know that you are my wife, Tang Hao. Tang Hao grasped the Blue-Silver Emperor's hands, his tone resolute. The heartfelt exchange between the two left all present deeply touched. How could Tang Hao possibly make such an oath? This woman appears to be no wicked soul beast. If that is the case, then there is no need to capture her. Witnessing this scene, most individuals began to feel that the Blue-Silver Emperor was not an evil soul beast, especially with the assurances from Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, who had both vowed to protect her. Humanity harbors a natural empathy, feeling compassion for the weak. Observing the Blue-Silver Emperor's vulnerable state and the genuine affection shared between her and Tang Hao, they instinctively perceived her as a victim and deemed the Spirit Hall as the antagonist, thus stirring their sympathies. Moreover, the Spirit Hall had grown increasingly domineering over the years, and many harbored a subtle desire to resist its authority. Your Holiness, since they have spoken in her favor, Might we consider sparing this woman? Ning Fengji was the first to step forward, voicing his thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, he was inclined to assist the Haotian sect, especially since he was merely expressing his opinion at this moment. Indeed, Your Holiness, this woman does not seem malevolent, and with Tang Hao's oath, there is no necessity to apprehend her. With Ning Fengji's endorsement, others felt emboldened to voice their agreement, albeit cautiously. Yet, only a handful chose to speak up. Most preferred to observe. Nevertheless, even a small number of supporters was sufficient to create a ripple of solidarity. Hearing the surrounding affirmations, particularly Ning Fengji's, Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and the Blue-Silver Emperor felt a flicker of hope that the Spirit Hall might reconsider its stance. Humph. A soul beast is a soul beast, regardless of its form. I do not care whether she has harmed humans in the past or will do so in the future. As long as she is a soul beast infiltrating human society, she must be eradicated. This is the tenet of our Spirit Hall. Yet, in the face of such an atmosphere, Qian Renxue remained steadfast, insisting on capturing the Blue-Silver Emperor. Today, you either surrender her to us, or we, the Spirit Hall, will take matters into our own hands. Qian Renxue declared imperiously, gazing down at the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. I respect your Haotian sect as the foremost sect in the world. So I shall grant you a moment of contemplation. I hope your decision does not disappoint me. You despicable fiend. At Qian Renxue's domineering proclamation, both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were engulfed in anger. Tang Hao could scarcely restrain himself from retaliating. Haotian, do not act impulsively. Tang Xiao quickly intervened, preventing Tang Hao from lashing out. What shall we do now? There is no way I am surrendering Ayin. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, suppressing his urge to act. I understand, but if we resort to violence, it may jeopardize Ayin's safety. Allow me to think of a solution. Tang Xiao reassured Tang Hao, his mind racing for alternatives. He couldn't help but glance at Ning Fengji. If the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School were willing to intervene, they might have a chance to escape with Ayin. Shall we take action? Ning Fengji noticed Tang Xiao's gaze but did not immediately respond. Instead, he turned to the Sword Douluo, speaking gravely. He needed to consider the Sword Douluo's opinion. If he disagreed, there would be no point in discussing further. Master, the Spirit Hall's pursuit of soul beasts is not inherently wrong, the Sword Douluo stated solemnly, first expressing his viewpoint before continuing. Moreover, we are within the Spirit Hall's domain. Even with our assistance, we stand little chance. We can only gamble on the Spirit Hall's reluctance to act against the top 3 sects. Upon hearing the Sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji fell silent. Ultimately, he shook his head gently at Tang Xiao. While offering support was permissible, they could not intervene directly. For the Spirit Hall's actions against soul beasts were not unjustified. Tang Xiao's heart grew heavier upon realizing this. Yet, he bore no resentment toward Ning Fengji, understanding that given the circumstances, it was commendable for him to speak out at all. How utterly inhumane is Qian Renxue? In the audience, Lu Erlong could not help but mutter in disdain at Qian Renxue's words. She felt sympathy for the Blue-Silver Emperor and disapproved of the situation, but was acutely aware of the authority of the Spirit Hall and its Pope, daring only to express her outrage in hushed tones. One cannot claim that our Pope lacks compassion. His actions are not without justification. Lu Erlong believed her voice would go unnoticed, yet it was overheard by the discreetly retreating Mugu. What was initially an open forum for Soul Masters training manuals had escalated into this unexpected turmoil due to the Blue-Silver Emperor's revelation. Realizing it was no longer her concern, Mugu stealthily approached Lu Erlong. Why have you come here? Lu Erlong startled upon hearing Mugu, but upon recognizing her voice, she relaxed. In such a situation, what can a mere soul king like me do but observe from the sidelines? Mugu smiled gently and explained, are you suggesting that the Pope has erred? If so, why? That woman does not appear to embody the malevolent spirit of a soul beast. Upon hearing Muji's words, Lu Erlong ceased to press for an explanation regarding Muji's arrival and, with a furrowed brow, began to inquire further. Do you believe it is wrong for soul masters to hunt soul beasts? The pastoral figure posed a subtle rhetorical question. It is undoubtedly correct for spirit masters to hunt soul beasts. Without such actions, how could we obtain soul rings? Lu Erlong replied with an air of certainty, reflecting the consensus among all spirit masters. However, if you were a soul beast, destined to be hunted by human spirit masters, would you harbor animosity towards humanity? The shepherd once again inquired. Upon hearing the shepherd's words, Lu Erlong could not help but pause momentarily, as this was a question she had never contemplated. However, upon deeper reflection, she suddenly realized that if she were a soul beast, she would undoubtedly harbor animosity towards humanity. It seems you two have come to this understanding. If you were a soul beast, you would surely despise humans, as soul beasts are inherently subjected to the relentless hunting of human soul masters, making it impossible for them not to harbor hatred. Even if a soul beast were to transform into a human after 100,000 years, and upon its death, release soul rings and bones, at its core, it remains a soul beast, still resenting humanity. That woman may appear pitiable, but can you guarantee that she is not merely disguising her true feelings? Can you assure me that she does not secretly loathe humans? Observing Lu Erlong's expression, the shepherd smiled faintly with satisfaction before continuing to probe. Faced with the shepherd's relentless questioning, Lu Erlong found herself at a loss for words. After considering the situation from another's perspective, she could not truly guarantee that the seemingly fragile and pitiable woman did not harbor resentment towards humans. Yet, why then would she choose to marry a human? Lu Erlong gazed at the figure of the blue-silver emperor, unable to believe that the adoring look she cast upon Tang Hao was anything but genuine. Perhaps it was a means of better disguising herself, a way to blend into human society. It could also be that she had indeed developed genuine feelings, thus choosing to betray her own kin. But how can one be certain that a woman capable of betraying her own kind would not one day succumb to another extreme? Even if she were to remain friendly towards humans, such a precedent should not be set. The emergence of such cases could lead to disastrous consequences for humanity, as the transformation of numerous 100,000-year soul beasts into humans would pose a grave threat to our society. One must understand that transformed 100,000-year soul beasts possess innate full soul power, allowing them to level up at an astonishing pace, with most likely achieving the rank of title Douluo without fail. Can you fathom the ultimate repercussions of having a multitude of 100,000-year soul beasts filled with hatred towards humanity? We, as humans, could ultimately find ourselves under the dominion of soul beasts. Therefore, regardless of her character, the fact that she is a soul beast is immutable, and it is indeed justifiable for the spirit hall to reject her. Gazing once more at the figure of the blue-silver emperor, the shepherd articulated his comprehension. This has always been the shepherd's perspective. Even while watching the anime, he maintained such beliefs. He even struggled to comprehend why soul beasts like the blue-silver emperor and Xiao Wu would fall for humans, particularly Xiao Wu, whose mother was slain by humans, a tragedy she witnessed firsthand. Yet, upon entering human society, rather than striving to enhance her power, she pursued romance instead. Have all transformed soul beasts lost their senses? Upon hearing the shepherd's remarks, Lu Erlong found herself speechless once more. This was the first time she had encountered such an interpretation, yet upon reflection, she realized the shepherd's assertions were indeed correct. You are right. Ultimately, Lu Erlong had no choice but to concede to the shepherd's words. As she looked once again at the figure of the blue-silver emperor, the pity in her eyes vanished entirely. Just as the shepherd stated, such a woman is not deserving of sympathy. If she is merely pretending, she is inherently undeserving of pity. If she is not, then her betrayal of her own kind renders her even less worthy of compassion. Chapter 67, Tang Zhao's Method. Do you think they will surrender that woman? Lu Erlong inquired of the shepherd while observing the figure of the blue-silver emperor. Although her sympathy for the blue-silver emperor had dissipated, she remained curious about the imminent developments of the situation. Aware of the shepherd's wisdom, she was eager to hear his thoughts. Regardless of whether Tang Hao genuinely loves that woman or not, they will never opt to relinquish her. For doing so would tarnish the esteemed reputation of the Haotian sect. Mugu confidently analyzed the situation, his curiosity piqued by whether Lan Yinhuang could successfully escape from the unfolding events. His appearance might have altered the course of the narrative, leaving Mugu uncertain about whether the original text indicated that Lan Yinhuang was discovered at this juncture. Thus, he hesitated to ascertain whether Lan Yinhuang would indeed elude capture this time. However, Mugu was certain that if escape proved impossible, Lan Yinhuang would undoubtedly opt for sacrifice. Should Lan Yinhuang choose to make such a sacrifice here? Even if Tang Hao were to leverage this act to break through to the rank of title Douluo, he would not be able to inflict the same grievous injury upon Qian Renxue as depicted in the original tale. This was Wuhuan City, and the Douluo Hall, where Qian Daolu resided, was in close proximity to the Wuhuan Palace. The commotion caused by the sacrifice would surely attract Qian Daolu's attention. Naturally, he could not stand idly by while Tang Hao, empowered by Lan Yinhuang's sacrifice, unleashed his fury upon Qian Renxue. The Wuhuan Palace was unwilling to relinquish their pursuit of that woman, and the Haotian sect would not surrender her either. Upon hearing Muji's words, Lu Erlong's expression grew grave, sensing the imminent crisis. Indeed, this was a situation that demanded attention. We could merely observe. Such matters were beyond our realm of intervention and concern. Mugu calmly remarked, maintaining a spectator's demeanor. Are you not the least bit concerned? If the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect come into conflict, if war erupts between them, you cannot remain uninvolved. Upon hearing Muji's words, Lu Erlong couldn't help but roll her eyes. At worst, I can simply withdraw from the Spirit Hall. The shepherd shrugged nonchalantly, exhibiting an air of indifference. Upon hearing the shepherd's words, Lu Erlong could only remain speechless. To be frank, she found the shepherd to be quite an enigma. Despite possessing remarkable intelligence and prodigious talent, he displayed neither arrogance nor pride, occasionally revealing a hint of shamelessness. Nevertheless, he was undeniably intriguing. Haizi, Ain, do you trust me? Just as the incense was about to reach its end, Tang Xiao suddenly addressed Tang Hao and the blue-silver emperor. Brother, of course I trust you. So do I. Tang Hao and the blue-silver emperor responded without hesitation. Then, regardless of what I say next, you must cooperate with me. We will ensure our departure from the Spirit Hall before discussing further. Tang Xiao nodded and prepared to unveil his plan, offering a preemptive warning to the two. As the incense time elapsed, Tang Xiao was about to articulate his plan when Qian Renxue, without granting them an additional moment, sternly interrogated Tang Xiao and Tang Hao from a position of authority. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense in response to Qian Renxue's pressing inquiries. All eyes were now fixed upon the trio, eager to discern the choice of the Haoyan sect. They understood that this decision would profoundly impact the colossal forces of the Spirit Hall and the Haoyan sect, altering the landscape of their power dynamics. Under the scrutiny of so many, Tang Xiao lifted his gaze, coolly regarding Qian Renxue. Your Holiness, are you aware that you have disrupted our plans for the Haoyan sect? Rather than making a choice, Tang Xiao launched a counterattack against Qian Renxue. What do you mean? Qian Renxue retorted with a disdainful scoff. What has transpired? Why does Tang Xiao say such things? Others were taken aback. Even Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor were momentarily stunned. However, recalling Tang Xiao's earlier words, they chose to remain silent and trust him. Your Holiness, do you think we are unaware of her identity? We have known all along. Allowing my brother to marry her was a strategic move to retain her within our Haoyan sect. Once my brother ascends to the title Douluo, he will naturally acquire her soul rings and bones. Now, due to your interference, we must act sooner than planned. Tang Xiao glared at Qian Renxue, his expression radiating fury at the disruption of their scheme. How's seize her? Do not afford her the chance to take her own life. After addressing Qian Renxue, Tang Xiao immediately commanded Tang Hao. Understood, brother. Following his initial shock, Tang Hao quickly comprehended Tang Xiao's intentions and sprang into action. You, the Blue-Silver Emperor. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, initially found it hard to believe, but soon recalled Tang Xiao's prior remarks, feigning an expression of indignation and betrayal. There was no need for pretense. The gravity of Tang Xiao's declaration left the Blue-Silver Emperor astonished, questioning the veracity of the situation. Yet, despite her inner doubts, she chose to comply, channeling her soul power in preparation to resist. Boom. However, before she could react, Tang Hao swiftly restrained her arms, pulling her into an embrace while gripping her neck. If you wish to live, do not move, he warned coldly. You, Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, I am truly blind for having believed in you. The Blue-Silver Emperor, trapped in Tang Hao's hold, wore an expression of disbelief, heartbroken and filled with rage. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers utterly flabbergasted, mouths agape in astonishment. I always wondered how Tang Hao would marry a soul beast. It appears he intended to keep her for himself until he reached title Douluo. Indeed, marrying her would secure her loyalty. Had he merely captured her and confined her until his breakthrough, who knows what chaos might have ensued. Now, thanks to the Pope's interference, they are forced to imprison her instead. Once they regained their composure, they could not help but admire the strategy of the Haoyan sect. Regrettably, it seemed that all had been thwarted by Qian Renxue's actions. Goodness, I never anticipated Tang Xiao possessed such cunning. As Mugu witnessed the unfolding scene, he could hardly contain his astonishment. He found it utterly implausible to believe Tang Xiao's words, leading him to a singular conclusion. Tang Xiao was merely pretending. Your Holiness, she was discovered by our Haoyan sect, and it is impossible for us to hand her over to you. We, the Haoyan sect, will take her back ourselves and confine her, preserving her spirit ring for my brother, thus relieving the spirit hall of any concerns. Tang Xiao remarked coldly, directing his gaze at Qian Renxue. Chapter 68. The dismissal. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's declaration, Qian Renxue's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that after Tang Xiao uttered those words, capturing the Blue-Silver Emperor was no longer feasible. In the Douluo continent, there existed a regulation stating that the first to discover a spirit beast rightfully claimed it. Unless the discoverer relinquished their claim or genuinely lacked the ability to capture or hunt it, no other soul master could intervene. Therefore, once Tang Xiao asserted that the Blue-Silver Emperor was their prey, the Spirit Hall could no longer pursue her. Any attempt to do so would not only offend the Haoyan sect, but would also irreparably damage the Spirit Hall's reputation by violating the established rules of the Soul Master community. He could not compel Tang Xiao and Tang Hao to kill the Blue-Silver Emperor on the spot, as that would effectively force them to forfeit a 100,000-year spirit ring. So it is, Qian Renxue thought. The Haoyan sect was indeed cunning, but alas, congratulations are in order for you. As long as you ensure her survival, the Haoyan sect will undoubtedly acquire a 100,000-year spirit ring in the future. At that moment, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, spoke up, effectively acknowledging that the Blue-Silver Emperor belonged to the Haoyan sect. Of course, until now, everyone present only knew that the Blue-Silver Emperor was a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form. No one was aware of the specific type of spirit beast she was. Furthermore, no one knew that the Blue-Silver Emperor had leaked her spirit beast aura due to pregnancy, hence they were unaware of her current condition. It is indeed a pity. Had the Spirit Hall not exposed her, Tang Hao could have awaited his breakthrough to title Douluo in peace. Nevertheless, that spirit beast in human form has already been captured, hasn't he? How enviable. That is a 100,000-year spirit beast, the most precious treasure for a soul master. Do you think the Spirit Hall would dare to snatch her? Impossible. Even the Spirit Hall would not audaciously seize another's prey. Indeed, if the Spirit Hall were to act thus, I would be the first to oppose it. Absolutely. The rules of the Soul Master community are sacrosanct. After Ning Fengji spoke, the others present began to echo his sentiments, agreeing that the Blue-Silver Emperor rightfully belonged to the Haotian sect. The overt rules must not be breached. Anyone daring to openly violate them would be opposing the entire Soul Master community. Since you all assert this, I shall take your word for it. I also believe that the Haotian sect, as the foremost sect in the world, would not condescend to ally with spirit beasts, for that would be a disgrace to you. With that, Qian Renxue ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit of the Blue-Silver Emperor. The Spirit Hall had just published the Soul Master Training Manual, a critical moment for consolidating the trust of the Soul Masters. Thus, it was imperative not to openly disregard the community's rules at this juncture. Let us disperse. With a wave of his hand to the guards surrounding the Blue-Silver Emperor, Qian Renxue decisively turned to leave. Yes, Your Holiness. The guards, upon receiving Qian Renxue's command, sheathed their weapons and marched away in unison. Father, uncle. At this moment, Tang Xiao's son, Tang Long, rushed to their side. His expression complex as he observed Tang Hao and the still restrained Blue-Silver Emperor. Tang Hao, of course, dared not release the Blue-Silver Emperor, as that would appear too contrived. Let us discuss this later. We must return to the Haotian sect. Sensing his son's desire to inquire further, Tang Xiao promptly interrupted him, speaking with urgency. Although the Spirit Hall had abandoned their attempt to capture the Blue-Silver Emperor, Tang Xiao knew that lingering too long could present dangers. After all, the fact that the Blue-Silver Emperor was a 100,000-year spirit beast had been unveiled. A 100,000-year spirit beast, albeit one that had lost her original power in human form, would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. While no one would dare to seize her openly, clandestine attempts could not be ruled out. All right, we shall return to the Haotian sect at once. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Tang Hao, our 7-treasure glazed tile sect has matters to discuss with your sect's leader at the Haotian sect. Would you mind if we accompany you? At that moment, Ning Fengji approached alongside the sword Douluo. As for Ning Fengji's son, Ning Fan, he had been instructed to leave with the academy's group. Ning's sect leader, upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Tang Xiao's expression slightly changed, revealing a flicker of hesitation. Despite Ning Fengji's recent support, Tang Xiao could not shake off concerns that Ning Fengji might be using this as a pretext to approach them and seize the Blue-Silver Emperor. After all, she was a 100,000-year spirit beast, and his apprehensions were not unfounded. Ning Fengji was accompanied by a titled Douluo, fully capable of snatching the Blue-Silver Emperor from them and even eliminating them without a trace. Is it inconvenient? If so, we can forego it. Ning Fengji, noticing Tang Xiao's hesitation, merely smiled lightly, showing no sign of anger. He understood that Tang Xiao's wariness was reasonable. He had come to offer assistance to Tang Xiao as a gesture of goodwill, and if Tang Xiao was unwilling, he would not press the issue. No inconvenience at all. Thank you, sect leader Ning. Tang Xiao quickly made a decision upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, choosing to trust him and expressing his gratitude. Acknowledging the intent behind Ning Fengji's visit, Ning Fengji smiled in satisfaction at this response. Soon, Tang Xiao and his companions departed alongside Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, escorting the Blue-Silver Emperor. Let us take our leave as well. This competition has proven worthwhile. Indeed, I shall thoroughly study this Soul Master Training Manual upon our return. I too. With this book, our academy will be able to better guide our students in their cultivation. As Tang Hao and his group exited, accompanied by members of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the remaining individuals also chose to depart. The 100,000-year spirit beast was no longer their concern. Otherwise, they would be incurring the wrath of both the Haotian sect and the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, an outcome they could ill afford. Setting aside thoughts of the 100,000-year spirit beast, their foremost desire was to carefully examine the Soul Master Training Manual authored by Mugu. Sister Long, are you also leaving? Why not stay a few more days? I can elaborate on the Soul Master Training Manual with you. At that moment, Mugu became aware that Lu Erlong was preparing to depart and promptly approached him to express her desire for him to stay. Chapter 69, Body Refinement Training Method. That individual has once again sought out our esteemed dean. It remains uncertain whether she will acquiesce to his advances, for he currently holds the esteemed title of Honorary Elder of the Wuhuan Hall, truly deserving of our dean's regard. Who would have imagined that such a fiery-tempered woman as our dean would attract the interest of another? It would be wise for her to accept his proposal post-haste. Opportunities to encounter such an exceptional man are rare indeed. Indeed, nearby, members of the Lamba Academy battle team observed Lu Erlong and Mugu, unable to restrain their hushed whispers. These students harbored both fear and respect for Lu Erlong. They were taken aback to witness someone pursuing their dean during this competition. Look, our dean approaches. That man is leaving as well. It seems our dean has turned him down. What a pity. Before long, they saw Mugu depart, and Lu Erlong walk towards them. prompting a sudden silence as they refrained from further discussion. They noted the displeasure etched upon Lu Erlong's face and wished not to incur her wrath at this moment. All right, the competition has concluded. Let us make our exit. Upon reaching the students, Lu Erlong declared their departure. At this juncture, she was indeed in a rather disheartened state. Though Mugu implored her to stay, Lu Erlong ultimately declined. She believed that since she had no intention of accepting Muji's feelings, it would be best not to give him false hope, lest she wound him further. Thus, Lu Erlong resolutely rejected Muji's plea and chose to leave Wuhan City, just as the other academies had done. However, after making this decision, she felt a pang of sorrow within her heart. Very well. If Sister Long does not require my presence, so be it. Be cautious on your journey, Sister Long. I shall not see you off. The thought of Mugu smiling and turning away after hearing her rejection caused her heart to ache. She sensed that Mugu's tone had grown considerably somber in that moment. Glancing back at Mugu's determined yet forlorn figure, Lu Erlong felt as though she had lost something of great significance, leaving her heart heavy with unease. Let us depart. Retrieving her gaze, she suppressed her inner turmoil and turned to leave. Father, should we take action? In the Douluo palace, Qian Renxue inquired of Qian Douluo, who had his back turned to him. After departing from the competition venue, Qian Renxue had come to discuss the prior events with Qian Douluo and sought his counsel on whether to act against the people of Haoyan sect. Even though the members of Haoyan sect had left, they likely had not yet exited Wuhan City, should they wish to strike. There was ample opportunity to pursue them after their departure and forcibly seize the Blue-Silver Emperor. As for Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, if their identities remained undiscovered, it would be inconsequential. However, should their identities be unveiled, they could also be eliminated to leave no traces behind. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, he felt it prudent to consult his father. 10,000 years of soul beasts transforming. Haoyan sect. After hearing Qian Renxue's account, Qian Douluo murmured thoughtfully, "We must refrain from action, otherwise, the Haoyan sect will undoubtedly suspect our Wuhan palace. Moreover, Tang Qin's 2 grandsons must not be harmed. It is best to focus on swiftly disseminating the Soul Master Cultivation Manual. Everything else is secondary." Ultimately, Qian Douluo advised Qian Renxue to abandon the idea of taking action. Aside from awaiting the arrival of the angel god's successor and fortifying the Wuhan palace, he cared not for other matters. Targeting Tang Zhao's brothers could potentially incite a series of unpredictable variables, which was not a scenario Qian Douluo wished to encounter. Hence, he instructed Qian Renxue to forego this course of action. Understood, father. Upon hearing Qian Daolu's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qian Renxue's eyes. Yet he ultimately acquiesced to his father's wishes. Indeed, the most pressing concern for our Wuhan palace is to maintain steady progress. Let us continue to pursue the matter of the Soul Master Cultivation Manual. Qian Douluo nodded in satisfaction. Yes, father. Teacher, what troubles you? Upon encountering Mugu, Qian Renxue immediately sensed his discontent and promptly approached him with concern. It is nothing. The competition has concluded, and you should focus on your training. Mugu gently patted Qian Renxue's head, choosing not to divulge the reasons behind his melancholic mood. Naturally, being rejected left him in a state of discontent. However, Mugu felt only a tinge of disappointment. After all, it was merely Lu Erlong, not someone of great significance to him. His pursuit of Lu Erlong had always been motivated by his own desires rather than genuine affection. The recent attempt to persuade her was, in essence, his final endeavor. Since Lu Erlong was unwilling to relinquish Yu Xiaojiang, he resolved not to expend any further effort on her. Instead, he pondered the more fruitful use of his time in cultivation. After imparting words of encouragement to Qian Renxue regarding her own training, Mugu returned to his quarters, determined to cast aside the discontent stemming from Lu Erlong's rejection and immerse himself in his practice. After 2 hours of cultivation using his self-devised soul power technique, Mugu slowly opened his eyes. Simulator, initiate life simulation. He commanded, concentrating on the development of his body refining technique. Upon completion of his training, he adeptly summoned his martial soul, commencing the life simulation once more. Crack, crack. The simulator summoned by Mugu began to whirl rapidly before him. On day 1, you attempted to upgrade your body refining technique, yet achieved no progress. On day 2, you continued your efforts to enhance your body refining technique, still with no advancement. On day 3, you persisted in upgrading your body refining technique, but again, no progress. On day 122, you continued your development of the body refining technique, yielding slight results. On day 632, under your diligent enhancement, the efficacy of your body refining technique improved by 20. This life simulation has concluded. Notably, a sudden improvement of 20 in effectiveness is commendable. Overall, it now rivals the original training methods in efficacy. I no longer need to laboriously rely on primitive exercises to enhance my physical attributes. From now on, I shall employ this body refining technique. With a satisfied smile, Mugu retracted his martial soul. The body refining technique had finally borne fruit. providing a viable alternative to the grueling sweat of primal exercise. Its effects are comparable, making the cultivation of his body refining technique a far more pleasurable endeavor. Given this, there is no longer any necessity for me to remain in the spirit hall. The assistance it once provided has diminished significantly. Mugu stroked his chin, contemplating whether to depart from the spirit hall. It was not a matter of withdrawing from the spirit hall, but rather a realization that there was no necessity to remain there any longer. Chapter 70. Public sale. What? You wish to leave the spirit hall? Upon hearing Mugu's intention, Qian Renxue was taken aback. Your Holiness, I merely intend to leave Spirit City. I do not wish to resign from the spirit hall. I simply do not want to remain in Spirit City indefinitely. The Douluo continent is vast, and I yearn to explore it. Noticing Qian Renxue's expression, Mugu chuckled softly and hastily clarified his position. He had no desire to relinquish his esteemed title as an honorary elder of the spirit hall. Upon understanding Mugu's sentiments, Qian Renxue finally grasped his intentions and breathed a sigh of relief. The talent known as Mugu is one that should never be allowed to slip away. However, if he were to depart, what would become of Xiaoshua's education? Qian Renxue spoke with urgency. If it were within his power, he would prefer that Mugu remain in Wuhuan City. As for Mugu's other responsibilities, Qian Renxue refrained from mentioning them, as Mugu had now attained the esteemed position of honorary elder of the spirit hall. It would be inappropriate for him to serve as Bibi Dong's personal guard. Rest assured, Your Highness, Xiaoshua's future studies will not be hindered by my absence. All of my cultivation philosophies are meticulously recorded in that manual for soul masters. Xiaoshua simply needs to follow the systematic learning outlined within it. Of course, if it would put Your Highness' mind at ease, I could also take Xiaoshua out for some practical training. Upon hearing Qian Renxue mention Qian Renxue, Mugu responded with a smile. Qian Renxue's cultivation and studies inherently did not require his guidance. His input merely facilitated a swifter progression for her. However, with Mugu's soul master training manual in hand, coupled with Qian Daoliu's influence, there was no longer any need for Mugu to personally instruct her. You are now an esteemed elder of our spirit hall. How could I possibly harbor any concerns? He continued. Yet, little Xue is still quite young, and I am reluctant to allow her to venture out. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Qian Renxue naturally did not acquiesce. Allowing Qian Renxue to accompany Mugu on her training excursions posed an unacceptable risk. What if something were to happen? Qian Renxue represented the hope of their angel clan, leaving no room for error. Until she possessed the strength to protect herself, he would not permit her to embark on such endeavors. If you wish to explore, I have no objections, but there is a matter that requires your cooperation. Qian Renxue spoke after a moment of contemplation, gazing at Mugu. What instructions do you have, Your Highness? The shepherd inquired immediately. In truth, it is merely the promotion of the Soul Master's Cultivation Manual. Initially, I had intended to unveil you, disclosing both your age and soul power level to foster greater belief in your book. Unfortunately, an unforeseen incident occurred, and I subsequently forgot to reveal your age and soul power level. However, I have already given instructions. Our team will ensure that your age and soul power level are disclosed alongside the promotion of the Soul Master's Cultivation Manual. What I need you to do is to create some commotion wherever you go, allowing everyone to recognize you. Qian Renxue smiled gently and promptly articulated the tasks requiring the shepherd's cooperation. Essentially, it involves presenting the shepherd as a walking advertisement. Is that all? Certainly, no problem at all. Upon hearing the words, Mugu readily acquiesced. Such matters held numerous advantages for him. Why not seize the opportunity? His choice to publicly disclose the cultivation manual for soul masters was initially intended to establish his renown and garner recognition from a wider audience. Qian Renxue's aspirations resonated perfectly with his own. Splendid. I shall wish our esteemed elder a pleasant journey here and now. Return whenever you have had your fill of amusement. Upon Mugu's agreement, Qian Renxue nodded with a smile and finally inquired, when do you plan to depart? I will leave after informing Xiaoshua, he replied. The shepherd replied, all right. Then go bid farewell to Xiaoshua. Upon hearing the shepherd's urgent desire to leave, Qian Renxue did not stop him any longer. On the day the shepherd departed from the spirit city, across the entirety of Douluo continent, in every city and village where a branch of the spirit hall was established, there was a public sale of cultivation manuals for soul masters. The sale of books at the entrance of the spirit hall branch was a historical first. Such a grand and unconventional act naturally drew numerous gazes. In front of a branch of the spirit hall in a certain town, people wondered aloud. What is happening at the spirit hall? Are they venturing into the book-selling business? A cultivation manual for soul masters? Excuse me, what exactly is the spirit hall doing? Undeterred by the presence of spirit hall members, they approached to inquire. This cultivation manual for soul masters is our latest achievement, authored by our esteemed Elder Hugo. It encompasses diverse knowledge about martial spirits and teaches one how to cultivate. Even our Pope has declared it a divine book. We, the Spirit Hall, are making this available to the world for merely 1 gold soul coin, in hopes that all soul masters can gain a clearer understanding of the essence of cultivation and enhance themselves. As inquiries were made, the Spirit Hall members proudly introduced the book, their tone infused with admiration for its contents. Being part of the Spirit Hall, they had all read it beforehand and were astonished by its revelations. Initially perplexed as to why the Spirit Hall would publicly release such a divine text, they later became humbled by the Hall's generosity, feeling immense pride in being associated with it. This book is intended for soul masters. If you are not one, there is no need to read it. However, if you are a soul master, it is an absolute must-have, otherwise, you will surely lag behind in your cultivation. The members of the Spirit Hall diligently promoted the book. Is it truly so? Even the Pope claims it is a divine book? You speak so highly of it. I must have one. Soon, eager soul masters began to make their purchases. All right, here you go. After collecting the payment, the Spirit Hall member handed over a cultivation manual. I am curious to see if it is as remarkable as you claim. The first soul master to purchase the manual immediately began to peruse its contents. After flipping through just a few pages, he was utterly astonished and quickly closed the book, unable to refrain from asking the Spirit Hall members, "Is it true that you are openly selling such a divine book?" His tight grip on the book revealed his shock at its contents. "Of course, we at the Spirit Hall do not deceive," the member replied, smiling with pride upon witnessing the astonishment of the customer. "This is indeed a divine book. I am in awe of the Spirit Hall for making such material available," the soul master exclaimed excitedly. "Is it really true? I want one too. This divine book. I never expected the Spirit Hall would publicly sell it." The excitement spread, and other soul masters also rushed to buy their own copies. Such a scene unfolded at the entrances of all Spirit Hall branches. As news of the cultivation manual spread, even more soul masters flocked to the Spirit Hall to make their purchases. Chapter 71. Yu Xiaojiang and the Cultivation Manual for Soul Masters. As more soul masters acquired the cultivation manual, nearly all became aware of this remarkable act by the Spirit Hall. Incredible! This cultivation manual for soul masters is truly a divine book. Had I known its contents earlier, I would not have progressed so slowly in my cultivation. It turns out that a robust physique is essential for absorbing higher quality spirit rings. If I had known this sooner, my brother would not have perished from absorbing a spirit ring. Thank you, Spirit Hall, for publicly releasing such a divine book. Indeed, had I understood these principles, I would have kept the knowledge to myself and never shared it. I heard this was authored by a newly appointed esteemed elder, Mugu. Indeed, that is Mugu. He is only 21 years old, but already a level 56 soul king. What a terrifying talent. From now on, Master Mugu shall be my idol. So true. To have produced such a divine book is no small feat. Compared to Master Mugu, that other master who was expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect pales in comparison. Yes, Master Mugu is indeed the true master. All soul masters who perused the cultivation manual were not only astonished by its content, but also deeply impressed and grateful for the Spirit Hall's decision to make it public. They held great respect for Mugu, the author of this divine book, with many already referring to him as master. I never expected the contents to be so comprehensive. It truly illuminates the path for soul masters in their cultivation. If Yu Xiaojiang were to read this book, his theories would surely appear feeble in comparison. While returning to the Lambo Academy, Lu Erlong had already finished studying the entire cultivation manual. In that moment, she was overwhelmed by the depth of its content. Previously, she had found the book impressive during her brief glance at the Spirit Hall, but upon thorough examination, she realized its insights surpassed her expectations, justifying the Pope's declaration of it as a divine book. Moreover, when she compared the cultivation manual with Yu Xiaojiang's 10 core competencies of martial spirits, she recognized that Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical knowledge was completely overshadowed by the insights presented by the shepherd. Many aspects of the manual even highlighted the numerous inaccuracies and inadequacies in Yu Xiaojiang's 10 core competencies. Thus, Lu Erlong began to worry about Yu Xiaojiang's reaction upon encountering this book, fearing it would be a significant blow to him. The emergence of this cultivation manual would render his 10 core competencies laughable. I never imagined such a divine book would be authored by that individual. Subsequently, Lu Erlong could not help but recall the figure of Mugu. Initially, she held great admiration for Mugu's knowledge and wisdom, but after thoroughly examining Mugu's works, she realized his intellect surpassed her previous understanding. Would he truly not seek me out again? The thought of Mugu's decisive departure left Lu Erlong feeling a pang in her heart. It was she who had actively rejected Mugu's advances, wishing for him to maintain his distance. Yet, when faced with the possibility that he might indeed not approach her again, a profound sense of sorrow washed over her. For a moment, Lu Erlong stared blankly at the Soul Master's cultivation manual in her hands, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. Look, it's the master. A master, indeed, utter nonsense. They had never truly believed in his theories. The flaws in Mugu's cultivation manual were glaringly evident. How could he even be compared to Master Mugu? She wondered what their dean was thinking, allowing such a figure to remain at their academy. Had he even perused Master Mugu's manual? Surely, if he had, he would be too embarrassed to continue as our visiting lecturer at Notting Academy. Yu Xiaojing had just stepped out of his dormitory when he encountered a group of students from the academy, who promptly mocked him. He had long grown accustomed to their jibes, betraying no change in his expression. Having secluded himself in this remote little town for several years, Yu Xiaojing had once believed that his knowledge would earn him the respect of the students. Indeed, the dean of Notting Academy greatly admired his scholarship and had fervently invited him to become a visiting lecturer. In the initial days of lecturing, he had indeed garnered the respect of the students through his exceptional knowledge. However, as he gradually began to espouse ideas that contradicted the established norms of the Soul Master community, such as the notion that plant-type Soul Masters could absorb the spirit rings of animal-type Soul Beasts, students' faith in him began to wane. Upon learning of his reputation in the outside world, their attitude shifted dramatically. No student was willing to accept his theoretical knowledge any longer. Consequently, Yu Xiaojing found himself lecturing less and less, focusing instead on his own research. He firmly believed that one day, he would prove his worth through his scholarship, and those who had previously dismissed him would eventually recognize his correctness. Master Hugo? The Cultivation Manual? What has transpired? Yet, Yu Xiaojing quickly discerned a notable shift in circumstances. Those mocking him seemed emboldened. He caught wind of something from their words. Upon exiting Notting Academy, he swiftly grasped the situation without needing to inquire. It was impossible to miss. Nearly all Soul Masters were engaged in discussions regarding the Cultivation Manual. Some expressed admiration for the martial Soul Hall and Master Hugo, while others exchanged thoughts on the knowledge contained within the manual. I must see what this Cultivation Manual is all about. With that resolve, Yu Xiaojing promptly made his way to the Martial Soul Hall's branch at Notting Academy to purchase a copy of the Soul Master's Cultivation Manual. After acquiring it, he delved into its pages immediately. Initially, he approached it with a critical mindset, eager to discern whether the sacred text produced by the Martial Soul Hall was as formidable as rumored. However, it did not take long for his expression to shift dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 72. A crushing blow. Yu Xiaojing gaped at the contents recorded within, his eyes filled with shock. Merely skimming the initial pages, he recognized the extraordinary nature of the Soul Master's Cultivation Manual. The insights into martial soul knowledge were of an unparalleled caliber, the likes of which he had never encountered in his life. Completely absorbed in the knowledge contained within, he failed to notice that he stood at the entrance of the Martial Soul Hall branch. Onlookers were indifferent to his rapture. Many Soul Masters exhibited similar reactions upon encountering the manual, rendering it a common sight. So it is like this. How did I not perceive this before? He mused. This too. I had similar thoughts but lacked such completeness. My previous ideas were not erroneous, merely insufficiently rigorous. The more he read, the stronger the impact on him became. Possessing ample knowledge himself, Yu Xiaojing was able to comprehend the contents of the manual far more rapidly than the average individual. This Hugo is the true master. After finishing the manual, Yu Xiaojing held a profound respect for Hugo, the author of this work. However, this admiration was tinged with bitterness. For Yu Xiaojing felt that much of the content was territory he had already explored, ideas he had considered, given more time. He could arrive at conclusions akin to those in the Soul Master's Cultivation Manual. With the release of this book, his previously held theories had become a mere joke. Reflecting on his own published 10 core competencies of martial souls, his expression grew even darker. Without comparison, there is no pain. After perusing the Soul Master's Cultivation Manual, he realized that the ridicule he had faced regarding his theories was not entirely unwarranted. The blow to Yu Xiaojing was indeed significant. He had always taken pride in the 10 core competencies of martial souls he had developed, convinced they represented the forefront of martial soul knowledge. If others did not recognize them, it was their ignorance. Yet now, Yu Xiaojing understood that the truly ignorant one was himself. He had been thoroughly outclassed in the very theories he had once held in such high esteem. Yu Xiaojing could scarcely recall how he returned to Notting Academy. Upon his arrival, he hastily packed his belongings, offering no farewells to anyone, and left without a backward glance. Previously, he had been able to face the scorn of the students with composure. Now, he found himself unable to confront it any longer. Thus, Yu Xiaojing chose once more to retreat. Your Excellency Haoyan, my uncle Jian and I have already departed from the sect for many days. We shall not linger. After escorting Tang Hao and his companions back to the Haoyan sect, Ning Fengji took his leave from the current sect master, who was also this generation's Haoyan Douluo. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for escorting Tang Xiao back. The Haoyan sect is exceedingly grateful. Haoyan Douluo had already received prior notice and was aware of the events that transpired at the Soul Master competition, expressing his gratitude to Ning Fengji. Subsequently, Haoyan Douluo did not prolong Ning Fengji's stay, as they needed to address the issues surrounding the Blue-Silver Emperor immediately. Such matters were not suitable for outsiders to witness. Afterward, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo departed. Uncle Jian, how do you think the Haoyan sect will handle that woman? After departing from the Haoyan sect, Ning Fengji inquired about the Sword Douluo's perspective. On their way back, Tang Hao had already released the Blue-Silver Emperor and had not restricted her in any manner. Their affection remained undiminished. Thus, Ning Fengzhi discerned Tang Hao's stance. He intended to continue treating the Blue-Silver Emperor as his wife. However, Ning Fengzhi was acutely aware that if Tang Hao pursued this course, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Haotian sect, which would never be tolerated. Not to mention the Spirit Hall. Indeed, all sects lacked a precedent for associating with soul beasts that had transformed over 100,000 years. As the foremost sect in the realm, the Haotian sect bore a greater responsibility for safeguarding the continent than the Spirit Hall. If the identity of the Blue-Silver Emperor had not been revealed, it might have been manageable. However, given that her identity was now exposed, it was absolutely unacceptable. Yet, he could see that Tang Hao had no intention of relinquishing the Blue-Silver Emperor. The Haotian sect would certainly not permit that woman to remain. The sword Douluo asserted unequivocally. Indeed, the Haotian sect would never allow that woman to stay. It was perplexing how Tang Hao seemed utterly captivated by her. Ning Fengzhi sighed, reflecting on Tang Hao's behavior, and shook his head. After all, she was merely a woman, and furthermore, a soul beast that had transformed over 100,000 years. He could not comprehend what captivated Tang Hao so. Simply imprison her, and later eliminate her for her soul ring and bone would suffice. Upon hearing Ning Fengzhi's words, the sword Douluo fell silent. This was a question he could not answer for Ning Fengzhi. Seize this woman, commanded the Haotian sect master. Observing the figure of the Blue-Silver Emperor after Ning Fengzhi and the others had departed, previously unaware of her identity, now that he was informed, he would absolutely not allow Tang Hao to be with the Blue-Silver Emperor any longer. Stop, father, what are you planning to do? Tang Hao exclaimed, rising in anger upon hearing his father's words, shielding the Blue-Silver Emperor behind him, incredulous as he gazed at his father. The Blue-Silver Emperor, behind Tang Hao, also looked at her father-in-law with a mix of sorrow and indignation, unable to believe he intended to apprehend her. What? How will you continue to protect this woman? She is not human. She is a soul beast. The Haotian sect master's expression darkened as he glared at Tang Hao, his voice laced with fury. Indeed, Tang Hao, you should no longer shield her. Previously, you were unaware of her identity, but now that you know, you must make the right choice. Yes, Tang Hao, imprison her. Once you ascend to the rank of title Douluo, you can obtain her 100,000-year soul ring, a dream coveted by many soul masters. After the Haotian sect master's words, the elders of the sect also began to voice their persuasion. They, too, had noticed that Tang Hao seemed to regard the Blue-Silver Emperor as his wife. How could this be allowed? Tang Hao was recognized as the next-generation sect master. He absolutely must not engage in relations with a soul beast. Previously, ignorance of her identity could be excused, but now that he was aware, he could not continue down this misguided path. How? The Blue-Silver Emperor, shielded by Tang Hao, felt a surge of anxiety as she witnessed all the elders attempting to persuade him. Father, esteemed elders, even if Ayin is a 100,000-year soul beast, she is still my wife. I will never permit anyone to harm her. Tang Hao, already filled with rage, became even more incensed upon sensing the tremor in his wife's voice, shouting defiantly at his father and all the elders. How? Hearing Tang Hao's declaration, the Blue-Silver Emperor felt a portion of her fear dissipate, replaced by profound gratitude. Unfilial son, what are you saying? Are you willing to destroy yourself for the sake of a soul beast woman? The Haotian sect master, upon hearing Tang Hao's words, was filled with disappointment. Rising abruptly and shouting at Tang Hao, Father, Ayin is my wife. Tang Hao stood tall, gazing up at the Haotian sect master, his tone resolute. You, the Haotian sect master's face flushed deeper, his finger trembling as he pointed at Tang Hao, indicating his fury. You are the heir of the Haotian sect. I will never allow you to associate with a soul beast. The Haotian sect master's tone was unwavering, simultaneously reminding Tang Hao of the bright future that lay ahead of him. Tang Hao was recognized by all within the sect as the next sect master, and the Haotian sect master would absolutely not allow him to jeopardize his future for the sake of a soul beast. Even if the identity of the Blue-Silver Emperor had not been revealed to the outside world, he still would not permit it. If becoming the sect master of the Haotian sect requires sacrificing Ayin, then I would rather forfeit that position. However, Tang Hao did not grasp his father's good intentions. Rather, his concern for Ayin had surpassed his feelings for the sect. Thus, after hearing his father's words, Tang Hao retorted once more. Unfilial son, the Haotian sect master, upon hearing Tang Hao's words, trembled even more violently, his face turning ashen. Haozi, Tang Xiao, standing beside Tang Hao, was equally astonished that Tang Hao would utter such words, his expression changing drastically as he sought to persuade him. How foolish. To be so infatuated with a woman, how can you achieve great things? Indeed, especially considering this woman is a soul beast, she has brought shame upon our Haotian sect. The elders, upon hearing Tang Hao's resolute declaration to abandon his claim as the heir, were filled with anger and disappointment. They had placed great hopes in Tang Hao. How? The Blue-Silver Emperor gazed at Tang Hao's silhouette, her heart brimming with emotion, feeling that even if she were to perish now, having such a loving husband was worth it, regardless of the circumstances. Even if it meant relinquishing the position of sect master, I will not abandon my wife. If a man cannot protect his own wife, how can he safeguard the sect? Despite the elder's words, Tang Hao remained steadfast in his belief that he had done no wrong. Unfilial son. The Haotian sect master was infuriated that Tang Hao dared invoke noble principles to pressure them. Under normal circumstances, Tang Hao's words would undoubtedly be commendable. They would be pleased to see him possess such magnanimity and responsibility. Yet, was the current situation normal? Your wife is a soul beast, stubborn and unrepentant. Seize her immediately. Ignoring Tang Hao, the enraged Haotian sect master issued his command without hesitation. Yes, sect master. Yes, sect master. Upon hearing the sect master's resolute order, the disciples no longer hesitated, unleashing their martial spirits as they advanced to capture the blue-silver emperor. I dare you to try? Upon witnessing his father truly ready to engage, Tang Hao was consumed by fury, and his martial spirit erupted forth, manifesting a series of soul rings. Ultimately, an astonishing domain of slaughter emanated from Tang Hao, enveloping the entirety of the Haotian sect's hall. Such a terrifying aura. The disciples, sensing the overwhelming dread radiating from Tang Hao, were all rendered speechless, unable to approach him. Today, should anyone dare to harm Ayin, they must tread over my corpse. With the unleashing of the slaughter domain, Tang Hao bellowed with unparalleled dominance. Tang Xiao, standing beside him, was taken aback by Tang Hao's even more outrageous declaration. His countenance shifting dramatically as he sought to dissuade his brother. Confronting the sect leader and elders was simply unwise. You wretched son. But before Tang Xiao could elaborate further, the sect leader of Haotian turned crimson with rage and ultimately spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. The dignified leader of Haotian was, astonishingly, overwhelmed to the point of unconsciousness by his own son's anger. The reason for this was the severe hidden injuries the sect leader had long endured, which flared up due to Tang Hao's provocation. Leader. Sect leader. Father. As they witnessed the sect leader's bloodshed and fainting, a chorus of gasps erupted among the crowd. An elder swiftly rushed to support the sect leader, preventing him from collapsing entirely. In an instant, the hall descended into chaos. Father. Tang Hao, stunned to see his father faint from anger, felt his martial spirit, soul rings, and the slaughter domain dissipate, standing there in shock at his unconscious father. How's he? Truly Tang Xiao sighed at the sight of Tang Hao's guilt-ridden expression. Quickly, let us go and see how father fares. We can discuss the matter of Ayin later. Grasping Tang Hao's hand, Tang Xiao intended to check on their father. Yet, Tang Hao remained rooted to the spot. Tang Xiao turned back, perplexed by Tang Hao's inaction. Elder brother, you stay here to watch over father. I must take Ayin away. Tang Hao's words were startling. What? Tang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Elder brother, you have seen it for yourself. Father and the elders will never permit Ayin and me to be together. But you also know that I cannot abandon Ayin. Thus I plan to take her away, sparing father and the elders any further distress. Tang Hao gazed earnestly at his elder brother. You cannot. If you do this, what will become of your position as the sect leader? Tang Xiao immediately countered. Elder brother, I have made up my mind. Without me, the Haotian sect will still have you. But Ayin cannot be without me, nor can the child within her. Tang Hao maintained his stance resolutely. You must not. Tang Xiao insisted. Elder brother, you are not only my brother but also Ayin's. You surely do not wish for any harm to befall her, do you? Tang Hao interjected, interrupting Tang Xiao's pleas. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang Xiao was rendered speechless. Observing the attitudes of the sect leader and the elders, it was evident that Tang Hao's decision was indeed justified. Remaining within the Haotian sect would only endanger Ayin. Having journeyed together, he too cherished Ayin. And even knowing she was a spirit beast, he wished for her safety. Are you truly resolved? Tang Xiao asked, his expression a mixture of emotions as he regarded Tang Hao. Indeed. Tang Hao affirmed with a determined nod. If you are to leave, do so swiftly. Once father regains consciousness, it may be too late for you. Given Tang Hao's conviction and not wishing for Ayin to face peril, Tang Xiao ultimately acquiesced to his brother's decision. Thank you, elder brother. I entrust the Haotian sect to you. Tang Hao expressed his gratitude, his heart heavy with complexity. Were it not for Ayin, he would never wish to relinquish the position of sect leader. Yet he understood that leaving today would likely mean never returning, and the role would almost certainly slip from his grasp. Nevertheless, he held no regrets about his choice. Take good care of Ayin and the child. Tang Xiao placed a reassuring hand on Tang Hao's shoulder, speaking gravely. I will, elder brother. Tang Hao nodded in affirmation. Ayin, let us depart promptly. He turned to Ayin, urging her to leave. Ayin, gazing at Tang Hao, was filled with emotion and remorse, understanding that had it not been for her, Tang Hao would not be in such a predicament. For you and our child, all of this is worthwhile. Tang Hao preemptively silenced Ayin's protests. Indeed, Ayin, seeing Tang Hao's unwavering resolve and not wishing for her own demise, tearfully nodded in agreement. In the ensuing chaos following the sect leader's fainting spell, Tang Hao seized the opportunity to escape with Ayin. With Tang Xiao providing cover, no one noticed their departure. The unexpectedness of Tang Hao's flight with Ayin caught everyone off guard. Even those who glimpsed them leaving the hall did not suspect that they were departing the Haoyan sect entirely. By the time the crowd became aware of their absence, it was already too late. Upon awakening and learning that Tang Hao had fled with Ayin, the sect leader was once again incensed, spitting blood anew. However, this time, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. Seal the news. We must not allow outsiders to discover that Tang Hao has absconded with that spirit beast. The weakened sect leader struggled to issue commands. He had to enforce this directive. Otherwise, if the outside world learned of the situation, Tang Hao would be in peril. Tang Hao's actions essentially amounted to an open admission of his association with the spirit beast. After just declaring that the beast was his quarry in the spirit hall, he turned around to join with it. Was this not deceit? Moreover, it was a deception that encompassed everyone. With Ayin, a 10,000-year spirit beast in human form, countless individuals would undoubtedly seek to trouble Tang Hao, even if they could not absorb a soul ring. A fragment of a 10,000-year soul bone would be enough to drive them mad with desire. Given the current fervor, was there a need for me to advertise? Absolutely not. When Mugu departed from the Soul Master City and discovered the fervor surrounding the Soul Master training manuals, he realized that the matters entrusted to him by Qian Renxue seemed rather insignificant. The excitement generated by the training manuals was unprecedented, rendering any additional promotion from him unnecessary. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to fulfill his promise to Qian Renxue. Moreover, while the manuals enjoyed immense popularity, few were acquainted with him personally. It was a case of the book being a sensation while the author remained obscure. Much like those celebrities whose songs gain fame while they themselves remain unrecognized, he needed to make an appearance to enhance his reputation. Ultimately, however, Mugu resolved to adhere to his original plan. Hello, are you interested in purchasing a Soul Master training manual? Upon arriving at the entrance of the Soul Hall branch in the town, the personnel selling the manuals inquired directly upon seeing him. No, I am an honorary elder of the Soul Hall. Mugu shook his head and then revealed his identity along with the emblem. Ah, greetings, elder. Greetings, elder. Upon noticing the emblem in Mugu's hand and recognizing his status, the personnel of the Soul Hall in the vicinity knelt on one knee, paying their respects to Mugu. You may rise. The shepherd spoke softly. Yes, elder. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Spirit Hall rose in unison. Who is this elder of the Spirit Hall? How can someone so youthful hold such a distinguished title? Did I mishear? Did he claim to be an honorary elder? Surely he is merely the esteemed Master Hugo? The surrounding soul masters, who had come to purchase books, were equally astonished, never expecting to encounter an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, he might indeed be the illustrious Master Hugo, the author of the Soul Master Training Manual. The mere thought sent waves of excitement through the soul masters. Are you truly Master Hugo? The members of the Spirit Hall before the shepherd, filled with anticipation, gazed at him eagerly, as if they were in the presence of their idol. Indeed, I am Hugo, but I am no master. Mugu nodded, somewhat at a loss for words regarding the titles bestowed upon him by others. He never anticipated being dubbed a master himself. Ah, it is truly you, Master Hugo. To meet you is an immense honor. Master Hugo, you are my idol. The cultivation manual for soul masters that you have penned is simply remarkable. Master Hugo. Upon hearing Mugu's acknowledgement, the members of the Spirit Hall and several soul masters who had come to purchase the book were rendered speechless with excitement. They could hardly believe they were in the presence of the legendary Master Hugo, the very author of the manual that elucidated the intricacies of soul master cultivation. It is nothing. I merely wrote this book with the intention of aiding everyone in their cultivation. To be of assistance and to have it appreciated is my true honor. In light of the admiration and respect from the crowd, Mugu displayed remarkable humility. Chapter 75, Exposure. Did you know? Master Hugo has come to our town. You wouldn't believe it. Master Hugo is so young and handsome. Really? Where's Master Hugo? At the Spirit Hall in our town. Just yesterday, I saw Master Hugo and even got his autograph. Ah, I want to meet Master Hugo too. Me too. Once news of Mugu's arrival in the town spread, it caused a sensation among all the soul masters, each eager to catch a glimpse of Mugu and discover what the esteemed Master Hugo truly looked like. Mugu satisfied their curiosity, though he remained masked, revealing only his enigmatic faade. Consequently, Mugu's reputation soared within the town. Previously, they had only heard whispers of him, but now they had the opportunity to meet him, and, due to his demeanor, their respect and admiration for him only deepened. After garnering considerable renown in one town, Mugu proceeded to the next. Thus, he journeyed across the continent, cultivating and enhancing his personal prestige. However, Mugu felt a tinge of frustration, as he could temporarily only operate under the name of Hugo, thus elevating the reputation of Master Hugo instead. Whenever Mugu arrives at a new locale, he invariably delivers lectures at the local Soul Master Academy, for it is indeed the epicenter of Soul Masters. Gaining admission to a Soul Master Academy essentially guarantees a future as a Soul Master, the only variable being the level of one's soul power. After 2 months, Mugu's soul power level ascended from 56 to 57. Upon reaching the rank of Soul King, such a rate of advancement is considered remarkably swift. This can be attributed to Mugu's unique cultivation method, which he diligently employs. His original pace of cultivation was already commendable, and upon transitioning to the new soul power cultivation technique, his efficiency improved by 50%, resulting in accelerated progress. Furthermore, during these 2 months, Mugu significantly reduced his engagement in life simulations, as these endeavors require the expenditure of soul power, which could considerably hinder the pace of his soul power advancement. The rationale behind pausing the life simulations was Mugu's belief that enhancing his soul power level was of utmost importance at this juncture. Nevertheless, being a soul king still felt somewhat inadequate. In the realm of soul masters, the most fervent topic of discussion in recent months has been the Soul Master Cultivation Manual. Although the events surrounding the Soul Master competition, particularly the revelation that Tang Hao's wife is a soul beast, caused quite a stir, the excitement was fleeting. Such occurrences seemed distant to the majority of soul masters, while the cultivation manual was directly relevant to their pursuits. Moreover, many individuals have experienced tangible improvements in their cultivation speed through the manual, which only heightened the enthusiasm for its study. However, the lack of news concerning Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor was perplexing. Mugu had been vigilantly monitoring the situation. To his surprise, there was an utter absence of developments. If this silence persists, could it be that the Blue-Silver Emperor is destined to give birth to Tang San without incident? Might Qian Renxue have ceased his pursuit of the Blue-Silver Emperor? Mugu harbored grave doubts regarding the situation. Regardless, it seemed to have no bearing on him. With his current abilities, he lacked the qualifications to intervene. Instead, he resolved to focus on enhancing his reputation and expediting his soul power level to 60. Until he achieved that milestone, Mugu was determined to refrain from any further life simulations, lest he hinder the advancement of his soul power. Have you heard? Tang Hao of the Haotian clan has left with his soul beast wife, refusing to harm her. What? Could you elaborate on the circumstances? Wasn't he his soul beast wife meant to be his prey? He deceived us all. Tang Hao was never willing to inflict harm upon her. 2 months prior, upon returning to the sect with his soul beast wife, the sect leader attempted to capture her, but in the end, Tang Hao departed with her from the Haotian clan. Is Tang Hao out of his mind? Indeed, many claimed he was bewitched by his soul beast wife. It seems the sect leader was so enraged he nearly coughed blood. Just when Mugu thought there would be no news of Tang Hao, reports suddenly exploded forth. Apparently, a disciple from the Haotian clan, while on a mission and inebriated, inadvertently revealed the events. Instantly, the entire Soul Master community was in uproar. No one anticipated that Tang Hao's declarations during the Soul Master competition were mere fabrications. Even more astonishing was that Tang Hao, the heir to the Haotian clan, was so infatuated with the soul beast that he would forsake his future for her. It was utterly disgraceful. As the future leader of the world's foremost sect, it was an embarrassment to be so enamored with a soul beast. Indeed, it tarnished the reputation of all soul masters. I cannot stand idly by and watch a prodigy like Tang Hao remain so misguided. I must eliminate that soul beast to awaken him. Yes, that soul beast must not be spared. We must guide Tang Hao back onto the right path. He cannot continue down this erroneous road. Following this, numerous voices expressing disappointment in Tang Hao's actions emerged. Of course, whether these soul masters genuinely held such sentiments remains uncertain. Perhaps they were merely coveting the soul rings and bones of Tang Hao's soul beast wife. The union of Tang Hao with the soul beast is a disgrace to our community. His deception in the spirit hall was utterly shameless. However, we believe that Tang Hao of the Haotian clan is not inherently such a person. He must be under the thrall of that soul beast. This highlights the dangers posed by a 100,000-year soul beast. It is the responsibility of the spirit hall to eradicate her so that the talented Tang Hao is no longer ensnared. Starting today, the spirit hall will scour the continent for Tang Hao and his soul beast wife. Any informant who provides verified information shall be rewarded by the spirit hall. At this juncture, the spirit hall also issued a statement, sternly condemning Tang Hao's actions while announcing their intention to locate and eliminate the 100,000-year soul beast, ensuring she does not continue to harm humanity. Chapter 76, Reactions from Various Sects. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. It was unexpected that Tang Hao had left the Haotian clan with that woman. Ningfengxi, upon receiving the news, expressed his dismay. He felt regret for Tang Hao. This departure left everything uncertain. For the sake of a soul beast, he jeopardized his future and squandered his talent. Douluo, hearing Ningfengxi's lament, merely stated his disapproval of Tang Hao's actions. Tang Hao is in a precarious position now. However, the spirit hall likely dares not kill him. Though his wife's fate appears bleak, even the Haotian clan would not risk their reputation to protect a soul beast. Douluo remained composed, refraining from passing judgment on Tang Hao's behavior, but merely articulated the challenges he would face. If I were the Haotian clan, anyone who dared to harm Tang Hao would face my wrath. Douluo scoffed, dismissing Douluo's perspective. That is a reckless stance. Douluo retorted disdainfully. Yours is a cowardly approach. Douluo shot back without reservation. Elders, please cease your quarrel. Though accustomed to their banter, Ningfengxi intervened. Regardless of how this matter unfolds, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect will remain an observer. We shall not intervene. He then refrained from taking sides, simply stating his decision. Sectmaster, The Spirit Hall's vigorous actions suggest they are determined to capture that soul beast. Should we take action as well? Let us maintain our stance of observation. This exchange occurred among the members of the Elephant Armor sect. Such dialogues echoed through many sections. Initially, they had intended to leverage this situation to pressure Tang Hao under the guise of aiding him, aiming to seize his soul beast wife. However, upon witnessing the Spirit Hall's aggressive maneuvers, they all abandoned their plans. Those who did not relent opted for a temporary watchful waiting. Of course, not everyone shared this sentiment. Many soul masters were still intent on taking a gamble. 100,000-year soul bone was certainly worth the risk. The master has left the Haotian clan with the mistress. This cannot stand. They are in danger, and we must locate them. The four major single attribute families, as vassals of the Haotian clan, convened in haste upon learning the news. They were all devoted to Tang Hao, their loyalty far exceeding that to the Haotian clan. They could not stand idly by as their master and mistress faced peril. As for the mistress's identity as a soul beast, it was of no concern to them. Their loyalty lay with Tang Hao. Indeed, everyone is seeking the master and mistress, ostensibly to awaken him, but in truth, it is for her sake. How shameless. By he. The task of locating the master and mistress falls to you. Is that acceptable? The other three family heads turned their attention to Bai He, the leader of the Min family. In matters of intelligence and search, the Min family excelled. Certainly, we shall take on the responsibility of finding the master and mistress. Bai He answered decisively. Tang Hao was not only their master, but also the son of his sister, making him his nephew and blood relative. In the Haotian clan, who was responsible for leaking this information? Coughing in rage, the sect leader was furious. He had never anticipated someone would disclose that Tang Hao had left the Haotian clan with the Blue-Silver Emperor. Father, it is too late to investigate the leaker now. We must first deliberate on our course of action. Should we send someone to find Tang Hao and bring him back? Tang Xiao comforted his father before speaking. There is no need. That wretch, even if we were to find him, would never return. Unless we are willing to acknowledge that spirit beast woman. Which is absolutely out of the question. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Haotian directly rejected the notion. But father, we cannot simply watch as Haozi is left to his own devices. Tang Xiao stepped forward, urgently insisting. Indeed, father, if the sect does not take action regarding second brother, he will be in grave danger. A noble and elegant woman behind Tang Xiao interjected anxiously. This woman was, of course, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao's sister, Tang Yuehua. A woman who was not even a spirit master. She suffered from a martial soul mutation, akin to Yu Xiaojiang, with her talent severely flawed. Yet her plight was even worse, as she could not progress beyond rank 9. Nonetheless, Tang Yuehua's martial soul possessed unique attributes, granting her an innate domain, the noble circle. How can we intervene? If we were to retrieve Hauer, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly come after us. With our current strength, we cannot possibly contend with the Spirit Hall. And should anything go awry, our sect would face utter devastation. I cannot bear the thought of allowing our sect to perish on my watch. The Lord of Haotian exclaimed in exasperation. He wished to rescue his son, yet the current state of Haotian's sect did not permit it. The sect's power gap was far too severe. Despite maintaining the title of the world's foremost sect, only he knew that Haotian's sect was merely a hollow facade. There was but one titled Douluo left, and he was injured, unable to move. The sect's reputation as the top sect was sustained solely by the prestige of his father, Tangshan, who had been missing for many years with no certainty of still being in this world. It could be said that Haotian's sect's claim to be the world's leading sect was utterly unfounded. What shall we do about second brother? Tang Yuehua asked, increasingly anxious upon hearing her father's words. Master, it's bad. Due to the situation with Tang Hao, everyone has started to argue. At that moment, a disciple rushed in to report. What is going on? The Lord of Haotian immediately inquired. Master, some disciples led by Elder 7 believe that we should expel Tang Hao from the sect, and even hand him over to the Spirit Hall to prevent them from coming after us. The messenger replied hastily. What? The Lord of Haotian gasped in shock. He already felt immense guilt for being unable to assist his son. But he absolutely would not permit Tang Hao to be expelled from the sect or willingly handed over to the Spirit Hall. Let us see what they intend to do. The Lord of Haotian declared as he made his way to the sect's grand hall, with Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua following closely behind. Brother, how could this happen? How could Elder 7 and the others act in such a manner? Tang Yuehua questioned in disbelief as they walked, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation in the sect. Elder 7 and the others have always held a grudge against your second brother, believing he often causes trouble, though they generally supported him. However, after your second brother and sister-in-law fled, Elder 7 and the others were utterly disheartened. We must hurry and see what is happening. We cannot allow the sect to expel your second brother. Chapter 77. It has nothing to do with him soon. The Lord of Haotian arrived at the grand hall of the sect. Upon his arrival, the noise subsided momentarily, and silence reigned as he took his seat before looking down at the elders and numerous disciples. Do you intend to expel Tang Hao from the sect? Why? The Lord of Haotian demanded after sitting down. In response to the Lord's inquiry, the hall fell into deeper silence, as even those who had previously clamored for Tang Hao's expulsion hesitated to speak. Tang Hao has always acted recklessly, showing no regard for the safety of the entire clan. A voice soon rose. It was Elder Seven standing from his seat, declaring, "Indeed, this troublemaker. You speak nonsense. Brother Hao's not like that. Clearly, he is not. Why are you pushing me?" With Elder Seven's remarks, those sharing his sentiment began to echo his sentiments. Yet, they were met with opposition from another faction, sparking a heated debate. How dare he call himself a disciple of Houghton's sect? Elder Seven asserted again. Expelling Tang Hao is the only way to ensure the safety of our kin. Yes, we cannot provoke the spirit hall. Two more elders voiced their agreement, adding to the clamor for Tang Hao's expulsion. Expel him. Expel him. Cast that Tang Hao from the sect. Seeing the elders' stance, the disciples supporting Elder Seven grew more fervent, chanting for Tang Hao's expulsion. This is not right. Listen to me. Tang Yuehua, witnessing the chaos, was filled with anxiety and attempted to defend her second brother. However, her voice was drowned out in the tumult. Even when she activated her innate domain, the noble circle, it failed to calm the crowd, as the hall was filled with powerful spirit masters whose strength overshadowed her influence. Tang Zhao's expression darkened upon witnessing the turmoil. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the direction of the Lord's seat. Tang Xiao swiftly turned to see his father, the Lord of Haotian, collapsed on the ground. "Father!" Tang Xiao cried out, rushing forward to check on him. Unfortunately, a tragedy had unfolded. The esteemed Lord of Haotian had succumbed to his anger within the grand hall of his own sect. Despite his injuries, it was a most humiliating departure. Days later, Tang Xiao ascended to the position of the Lord of Haotian, becoming the new leader, perhaps feeling a sense of guilt regarding the old Lord's demise. Elder Seven and the others did not pressure Tang Xiao to expel Tang Hao again. It was only later, when the spirit hall came knocking, demanding Tang Hao's surrender, that Haotian sect formally expunged him. Of course, that is a tale for another time. The news of the unfortunate passing of the Lord of Haotian and Tang Hao's succession soon spread. Naturally, the truth of the old Lord's death being due to anger was concealed. The official narrative claimed he had succumbed to old injuries. Upon learning of the old Lord's passing, many were astonished, yet even more spirit masters joined the search for Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor. It cannot be. It is impossible. How could father leave us like this? Upon receiving the news, Tang Hao found himself in a state of disbelief, his heart weighed down by an overwhelming sense of guilt. What troubled him even more was the realization that, despite knowing his father's demise, he lacked the courage to return for the funeral. He understood that many, including members of the Spirit Hall, would be waiting to intercept him outside the Haotian clan, eager for his return to ensnare him. Hao, this is all my fault. If it weren't for me. As he observed Tang Hao's despondent demeanor, the Blue Silver Emperor felt a profound sense of remorse. No, this is my choice. Regardless of the circumstances, my elder brother remains at the clan, and I must ensure the safety of you and our child. They would have to find another occasion to honor his father's memory. Seeing the Blue Silver Emperor engulfed in guilt, Tang Hao quickly grasped her hand to offer solace. Haoin, it seems that little has changed. The old patriarch of the Haotian clan ultimately succumbed to his fury. This piece of information had been concealed, had the outside world been privy to it. The Haotian clan's prestige would undoubtedly have suffered a significant decline. When Mugu learned of the news, he too was struck with astonishment. Although the information had not leaked, having watched the anime, he was aware that the old patriarch of the Haotian clan had indeed died from rage, specifically at the hands of the clan's seventh elder and others. Yet, they later shifted the blame onto Tang Hao. However, such matters did not concern him. He had no interest in revealing the true cause of Tang Hao's father's demise. Shaking his head, Mugu chose to disregard further developments concerning Tang Hao and his companions. He recognized that their affairs bore no relevance to him. Should he extend a hand to assist Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor? The pastoral song is not as magnificent as it seems. It could potentially lead to one's own detriment. Assisting the Spirit Hall in the hunt for the Blue Silver Emperor had no interest in the pastoral scene, although he was intrigued by the soul bone possessed by the Blue Silver Emperor. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and recognized that he lacked the strength to participate. Moreover, the unpredictable nature of Tang Hao's potential outbursts added to his hesitation. Should the Blue Silver Emperor come to the realization that escape was futile, she would undoubtedly resort to sacrificial measures, placing anyone who approached in the path of Tang Hao's unleashed rage after his ascension to title Douluo. This was a new generation of Haotian Douluo, capable of overwhelming even a level 95 opponent like Qian Renxue. Thus, concluded that it would be wiser to refrain from meddling in such affairs. It was a pity for the Blue Silver Emperor, a woman of such delicate grace, as encounters with someone like her would be rare in the future. Yet, he reasoned, there would be no shortage of women to mate. There was no need to dwell on Tang Hao's spouse. With a shake of his head, he resolutely redirected his focus to enhancing his reputation. He then assumed the identity of Master Mugu and engaged in lecturing at the Soul Master Academy in the town, steadfast in his belief that the issues concerning Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor were of no concern to him. Chapter 78. Encountering Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor in a secluded forest path, a group of figures halted, all clad in the attire of the Spirit Hall. The area was in disarray, with several individuals lying on the ground. It was evident that the chaos was wrought by the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao had indeed made his way in this direction. Let us pursue him. He must have entered Black Tiger City. The Spirit Hall members swiftly assessed the remnants of the battle and made their determination. They quickly advanced towards Black Tiger City. Having been in pursuit of Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor for several days, only to have their quarry escape each time. Now, they were close to catching up. As they chased after him, they sent word for reinforcements to converge on Tang Hao's location from other directions. Hao, the Spirit Hall has caught up with us. We are surrounded on all sides. What shall we do? Inside Black Tiger City, Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor took a brief respite. The Blue-Silver Emperor utilized her innate abilities to sense the surroundings, while her range was limited when solely relying on her domain. The presence of the Blue-Silver grass significantly expanded her monitoring capabilities. Centered on Black Tiger City, her awareness spread for dozens of miles. Although there was a delay in the information relayed through the Blue-Silver grass, nonetheless, the ability was impressive, granting her confidence against the Spirit Hall search efforts. In the anime, after the Blue-Silver Emperor's transplant into the Ice and Fire Tuyin Eye within the Sunset Forest, she had learned of the sacrificial events involving Xiao Wu in the Stardow Forest. Her recent discovery was hastened by her worsening morning sickness, which necessitated a visit to the city and unfortunately led to her being detected upon entry. No worries, we will first seek a doctor for you. Once we recover, we shall charge through a weaker point and escape. With your abilities, it will not be easy for them to track us down. Tang Hao remained calm and collected, exuding confidence in the face of adversity. Indeed, with Tang Hao's reassurances, the Blue-Silver Emperor felt comforted, acknowledging his formidable strength. As long as their adversaries did not include a title Douluo, they would not be in grave danger. Nevertheless, Tang Hao swiftly sought medical attention for her condition. Fortunately, the doctor assured him that her morning sickness was merely severe due to her pregnancy entering its 3rd month, and with rest, it would subside in due time. Thus, Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor concealed themselves in Black Tiger City for 2 days, during which her morning sickness gradually diminished. Hao, I am feeling much better now. We cannot linger here any longer. If we do not leave soon, the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly search this area. Once her health improved, the Blue-Silver Emperor urged their departure from Black Tiger City. Very well, we shall leave at once. Tang Hao concurred, relieved to see her recovery. With the Spirit Hall conducting thorough searches throughout Black Tiger City, their time was limited. Let us go. I will lead the way. With determination, Tang Hao took her hand, ready to carve their path to freedom. At the gates of Black Tiger City, the Spirit Hall had also stationed personnel to prevent their escape, leaving them no choice but to fight their way out. As Mugu arrived at Heihu City, he was taken aback by the presence of numerous Soul Hall members stationed at the entrance. What is going on here? He pondered. Approaching the guards, he announced, I am Mugu, the honorary elder of the Soul Hall. What are you all doing? In astonishment, the guards immediately dropped to their knees upon seeing his insignia. Greetings. Elder. Greetings, elder, they exclaimed. Rise, Mugu commanded. What is the situation here? Why are so many of you stationed at this location? Mugu waved his hand to beckon them to rise, then continued to inquire. It was evident that the speaker, Master Hugu, was familiar with Mugu. Upon hearing Muji's question, he respectfully elucidated the situation. What? Tang Hao and that soul beast are within the city? Upon hearing the words of the other party, Mugu was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor would have been discovered, and that they had been pursued all the way to the very gates of Black Tiger City. He had just arrived from another town, where no information had yet surfaced. Indeed, Elder Hugu, it is highly probable that Tang Hao and his soul beast wife are within Black Tiger City. Our team is currently conducting a thorough search throughout the city, and I am confident that we shall locate them shortly. The man before the shepherd continued to respond. Is that so? Hearing his words, the shepherd hesitated. He was uncertain whether to venture into the Black Tiger City. It appeared that a battle would soon erupt here, and as a mere level 57 Soul King, he had no desire to confront Tang Hao. Stop. Who are you? Remove your hats. Just then, before the shepherd could decide whether to enter the city, a disturbance arose at the entrance. 2 suspicious figures were emerging from the city gates, intercepted by the guards of Black Tiger City, allied with the Spirit Hall. If you wish to live, get out of my way. With a thunderous roar, one of the figures raised his head, exuding a terrifying aura that easily overwhelmed the comparatively weaker gate guards. It's Tang Hao. He has tried to escape. Let us move quickly and signal the city. As the gate guards were pushed aside, the members of the Spirit Hall standing before the shepherd recognized Tang Hao and rushed forward. In a flurry, everyone summoned their respective spirit and soul rings. To their astonishment, all were Soul Kings, and the man who had conversed with the shepherd was a Soul Douluo. Although defeating a Soul Douluo with a group of over 20 Soul Kings might be a daunting task, they could certainly hinder him. The presence of these Soul Kings and a Soul Douluo at the gates indicated that they had anticipated Tang Hao's potential escape. A bunch of clowns, seeking death. Faced with such a multitude, Tang Hao appeared utterly unfazed, calmly extending his right hand. With a resounding boom, the formidable Haotian hammer materialized in his grasp, unleashing an even more ferocious aura that swept through the surroundings. How powerful! Is this truly Tang Hao, one of the Haotian twin stars? Everyone be cautious. Our objective is merely to detain them. The sole Douluo who had spoken with the shepherd, feeling the oppressive presence of Tang Hao, quickly instructed the others. Despite being a sole Douluo himself, he recognized that he was no match for Tang Hao. Nevertheless, to impede Tang Hao, they would have to confront him directly. Sky-piercing strike. Without reservation, Tang Hao unleashed the ultimate technique of the Haotian sect, swinging the Haotian hammer down upon the members of the spirit hall with great force. Block it! The sole Douluo shouted urgently. As he shouted, he positioned himself in front, deploying a defensive soul skill to create a shield before him. The remaining 20-plus soul kings behind him also activated their soul skills, most opting for defensive abilities while some retaliated with offensive techniques against Tang Hao. In an instant, countless soul skills erupted, creating a chaotic scene. However, before Tang Hao's sky-piercing strike, the offensive soul skills were obliterated before they could even approach him. Vanquished by the overwhelming energy emanating from the Haotian hammer. With an unyielding momentum, the Haotian hammer struck the sole Douluo's soul skill shield, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that threatened to shatter the shield, which soon began to crack. Only when the defensive soul skills of the Soul Kings behind him joined forces could they barely withstand Tang Hao's assault. Ultimately, the combined soul skills of the Spirit Hall's members detonated with a resounding explosion, dissipating all their techniques. Simultaneously, Tang Hao's own soul skill came to a halt, and the Haotian hammer rebounded. The explosive energy waves forced all members of the Spirit Hall back several steps. So powerful, even the shepherd, standing at a distance, was jolted back a couple of steps. In just a single strike, he witnessed Tang Hao's might, particularly that indomitable aura, akin to a charging Tyrannosaurus Rex, utterly unstoppable. As Mugu contemplated standing alone before Tang Hao, he realized that a mere strike from the latter could send him soaring away. The seventh soul skill, the true form of the violent bear, roared to life. Though the soul master from the Spirit Hall was not nearly as powerful as Tang Hao, he quickly regained his composure after being repelled and positioned himself once more in front of Tang Hao, unleashing his martial soul's true form. A massive, flaming bear, engulfed in fierce flames, materialized behind him, beating its chest and letting out a thunderous roar. Following this, the Soul Master utilized his strongest eighth soul skill, the fiery roar that shakes the heavens. The towering Inferno Bear unleashed a terrifying sound wave, intermingled with crimson flames, which surged towards Tang Hao like a fiery whirlwind. In response to this onslaught, Tang Hao refrained from employing his martial soul's true form. Instead, he wielded the Haotian hammer with ferocity, delivering a powerful blow to the incoming attack. The roaring flames dissipated before they could even approach him. The Soul Master, witnessing his most potent technique falter against Tang Hao's casual strike, was visibly shaken. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and rallied his companions to unite against Tang Hao. Onward, he urged. The Soul Kings, in response, swiftly joined forces to attack once more. Begone, you mere jesters. Tang Hao's voice thundered as he met the renewed assault from the Spirit Hall's forces with righteous fury. He had hoped that showcasing his strength would compel them to retreat, but their persistence left him no choice but to escalate his response. With the impending arrival of others from the Black Tiger City, he could not afford to hold back any longer. Thus, Tang Hao unleashed the most formidable technique of the Haotian Nine Absolute, the collapse technique. In an instant, the Haotian hammer in his grasp expanded dramatically, appearing even more formidable and oppressive. He swung the colossal hammer, now several times larger than himself, toward the assembly of Spirit Hall members. The sheer force of his attack seemed capable of shattering the very earth beneath them. Such terrifying power. Mugu gasped in awe from a distance, hastily retreating to avoid becoming collateral damage. He had often heard that Tang Hao preferred to wield the secret techniques of the Haotian sect over his soul ring abilities, but witnessing it firsthand was astonishing. It seemed he did not even feel the need to employ his martial soul's true form against such foes. This is the quintessential application of the Haotian hammer. Although I have attempted to emulate the chaotic cloak hammer technique, it pales in comparison to the might of the Haotian Nine Absolute, lacking its versatility and myriad techniques. Observing the battle, Mugu was profoundly impressed. He also noted that Tang Hao possessed a remarkable array of soul techniques, to the extent that he seemed unwilling to employ his soul ring abilities. It was no wonder the Haotian sect was revered as the foremost sect in the realm. Its disciples, endowed with a plethora of self-created soul skills, were indeed far superior to their peers of equal rank. However, Mugu remained confident in his own abilities, believing that he would not fall short against Tang Hao in a like-for-like match. Yet, he acknowledged the current disparity in their strengths. He was no match for Tang Hao at this moment. As Mugu pondered these thoughts, the members of the Spirit Hall, including the Soul Master, lay defeated on the ground, most rendered unconscious, while a few others groaned in agony. At that moment, Mugu felt a chilling and ominous gaze fixated upon him. It was Tang Hao, who had turned his attention in Muji's direction. Chapter 80, a dual soul skill from One Ring Run. Instinctively, as Tang Hao's gaze fell upon him, Muji's heart raced, and he turned to flee. I should have run long ago. As Mugu executed the graceful steps of Lingbo Weibu, he turned and departed, feeling a pang of regret within his heart. Earlier, while watching the performance, he had nearly forgotten that he, too, belonged to the Spirit Hall. Now, Finding himself in this situation, he realized that if he claimed his presence was not intended to capture the Blue-Silver Emperor, even Tang Hao would likely not believe him. Indeed, his momentary lapse in caution could be attributed to the influence of the anime. Deep down, he perceived Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor as not being malevolent individuals. Observing Tang Hao's restraint against those adversaries, Mugu hoped that he would not face undue hardship. As Mugu contemplated this, he dared not delay even for a moment, continuing his flight without looking back. This was precisely why he had not departed earlier. He discerned that Tang Hao had not struck with lethal intent, presumably reluctant to completely offend the spirit hall. However, in the next instant, a heavy hammer descended with a resounding thud, crashing down before Mugu and obstructing his path. At that very moment, Mugu felt a surge of dread as he realized he was firmly ensnared by a powerful aura. Mugu understood that under such circumstances, unless his speed vastly exceeded that of his opponent, escape was impossible. "My lord Tang Hao, I merely happened to pass by here. I am not here for your wife." With a mind swirling in turmoil, Mugu ultimately chose not to resist. Instead, he turned his head and spoke to Tang Hao with an air of innocence. It was evident that he could not hope to prevail in a confrontation, thus, it was wiser to refrain from violence, presenting himself as harmless to avoid suffering. "Humph. Do you think I would believe that?" Tang Hao scoffed, clearly skeptical of Mugu's words. "Enough with the nonsense, Master Hugo. I must trouble you to accompany us for a while. After we have eluded our pursuers, we will naturally allow you to leave." Without affording Mugu the chance to explain, Tang Hao barked his orders. With a thud, the Haotian hammer that had obstructed Mugu's path flew back into Tang Hao's grasp, a clear reminder that should Mugu refuse, the weapon in Tang Hao's hand was not merely for show. "Damn it, so they truly intend to use me as a hostage." Mugu silently cursed. From the moment Tang Hao intercepted him, Mugu had already surmised that Tang Hao intended to take him hostage, but he never anticipated it would truly come to pass. "I would rather be mistaken myself." "Very well, I hope that Lord Tang Hao will keep his word." Mugu sighed silently, and then spoke. "There's no escaping now. I shall have to proceed as Tang Hao suggested." Truly, one who could compose such a book is remarkably astute. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Tang Hao nodded with satisfaction. He was greatly pleased with Mugu's awareness of the situation. Thus, there was no need for him to take action against Mugu. "Let us go. I have faith that you can keep pace with us." After addressing Mugu, Tang Hao lifted the nearby Blue-Silver Emperor and swiftly departed. "Alas, I still have to endure being fed dog food." Upon witnessing the situation, Mugu could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Yet he could only move swiftly to follow. Just as Tang Hao and the others departed, several figures arrived at the city gates. "Damn it, we're late." One of them, a stern elder clad in distinctive platinum bishop attire, immediately expressed his displeasure upon observing the scene. This individual was none other than Bishop Kabis of the Spirit Hall, an esteemed rank 89 Sol Douluo. Casting a glance at the unconscious bodies strewn on the ground, with not a single one awake, Bishop Kabis refrained from waking them to inquire about Tang Hao's direction. Instead, he quickly focused on one individual in his group. "Snoopy, it's your turn. They have only just departed. Your soul skill should prove effective now." The person addressed was a middle-aged man, a soul sage. "Understood, Bishop Kabis." Snoopy responded promptly, not daring to delay, and immediately sprang into action. First soul skill, scent capture. He approached the severely injured Sol Douluo, who had previously attempted to intercept Tang Hao, and unleashed his soul skill. A white canine silhouette manifested behind him, and several scents began to emanate from the fallen Sol Douluo. Snoopy's eyes flickered as he swiftly identified the most potent scent among them. This was Snoopy's soul skill. Devoid of any lethality, functioning merely like a dog to capture scents, a remarkably unique auxiliary soul skill. "Bishop Kabis, I have captured it," Snoopy exclaimed excitedly. Having successfully detected Tang Hao's scent, with this achievement, his contributions would be significant. "Excellent, lead the way and find them." Bishop Kabis replied, equally invigorated. "Yes, Bishop Kabis." Snoopy, not daring to be negligent, activated his soul skill once more. Remarkably, he employed his first soul skill again. This disciple of the Spirit Hall, a mere soul master with a white soul ring, possessed dual soul skills, one for scent capture and another for scent tracking, harmoniously complementing each other. This soul ring and soul skill, lacking in combat capabilities yet possessing formidable tracking abilities, were exceedingly rare even across the entirety of Douluo continent. With Snoopy's tracking soul skill at their disposal, under Bishop Kabis' lead, the members of the Spirit Hall swiftly pursued the direction that Tang Hao and the others had taken. Meanwhile, Mugu remained closely behind Tang Hao, feeling a sense of helplessness. He did not dare to deliberately slow his pace, for even the slightest reduction would alert Tang Hao to his presence, a clear warning. After running a considerable distance, Tang Hao finally halted, cradling the Blue-Silver Empress, and gently set her down. Upon her descent, the Blue-Silver Empress approached a patch of grass, extending her arms wide. A faint azure glow began to emanate from her, causing clusters of blue-silver grass to sprout rapidly from the ground, swaying in the breeze. With her eyes closed, it appeared as though she were communicating with the blue-silver grass. After a considerable time, she finally opened her eyes and retracted her blue-silver domain. Ah-in. How did it go? Have we evaded our pursuers? Tang Hao inquired eagerly upon seeing the blue-silver empress retract her domain. Mugu, observing the entire exchange, watched with bated breath. The pastoral song embodies the hope that it has finally evaded the pursuit of the Spirit Hall, allowing Tang Hao to release him. However, it appears that the agents of the Spirit Hall are aware of our location and are closing in on us. Regrettably, the blue-silver emperor shook her head at Tang Hao, her expression darkening as she spoke. In the following chapters, there may be some deviations, but it is all in the pursuit of her, so I ask for your understanding and anticipation. Chapter 81. They have caught up what? We could not shake them off? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback. Indeed, they have been trailing us the entire way. There were no deviations in their pursuit, as if they were aware of our route. The blue-silver emperor nodded in affirmation. How is that possible? Tang Hao expressed disbelief. When they left, the agents of the Spirit Hall were not in immediate pursuit. It was inconceivable that they would closely follow them. At the very least, they should have created some distance. Unless, of course, the enemy has been aware of their location all along, relentlessly pursuing them. Is it you? In an instant, Tang Hao directed a piercing gaze at Mugu, his chilling aura once again pinning him down. Impossible. I would rather they not catch up, as that would allow me to escape. Under the cold scrutiny of Tang Hao, Mugu felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily denied the accusation. Upon hearing Mugu's explanation, Tang Hao continued to stare at him coldly, seemingly intent on discerning whether Mugu was lying. If you, Lord Tang Hao, have doubts, you may leave me behind. You can proceed without me, and thus avoid being caught. Mugu proposed, genuinely eager to part ways with Tang Hao and the others. Ah Hao, it is unlikely that Master Hugo is involved. I have been attentive to his actions throughout the journey and have not noticed anything unusual. At this moment, the blue-silver emperor spoke up in defense of Mugu. Tang Hao, upon hearing this, finally withdrew his gaze. Kid, keep up. He then lifted the blue-silver emperor once more and turned his back on Mugu, coldly commanding. With that, Tang Hao resumed his departure. Yet his aura remained firmly fixed upon Mugu. Damn it. At this moment, the expression on Mugu's face was exceedingly grim. After silently cursing under his breath, he could only follow reluctantly. Mugu discovered that Tang Hao, for reasons unbeknownst to him, harbored an exceedingly poor attitude towards him, treating him as nothing more than a captive. Indeed, he currently found himself in a predicament as a hostage, devoid of any rights. As he trailed behind Tang Hao, Mugu's mind was once again engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Given Tang Hao's demeanor towards him, Mugu found it hard to believe that once they had evaded the pursuit of the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao would truly set him free. It was unlikely he would resort to killing me, considering my current reputation. Such an act would not only offend the Spirit Hall, but also draw the ire of all soul masters on the continent towards himself and the Haotian sect. Ultimately, Mugu concluded that Tang Hao was unlikely to take his life. As Mugu focused his mind, he silently trailed behind Tang Hao. Thus, Tang Hao led the way, unaware of how far they had wandered. Along the journey, he frequently altered their course, shifting direction erratically to evade their pursuers. It was futile. They had not escaped their chase, and their pursuers were drawing nearer. Among them, one soul master possessed a remarkable talent for tracking, seemingly able to discern their location with ease. When they halted once more, allowing the blue-silver emperor to utilize the blue-silver domain to assess their pursuers, it became evident that they had not only failed to shake off the Spirit Hall's pursuit, but the distance had also diminished further. Damn it. At this revelation, Tang Hao's expression darkened. Since they were unwilling to relent, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Let us eliminate them. Then we shall see if they can still pursue us. Tang Hao declared with resolute determination. He understood that fleeing was no longer a viable option. Since the Spirit Hall could accurately ascertain their position, continuing to run would only invite more pursuers. The most prudent course of action for him and the blue-silver emperor was to confront their assailants head-on and eliminate them. At the very least, they needed to eradicate the enemy capable of tracking their movements. Ah Hao, they are upon us. The blue-silver emperor warned anxiously as Tang Hao's words echoed. Indeed. Within mere moments after her warning, a large contingent surged forth from behind them. At the forefront stood Cardinal Cabbies. Boom. As the enemy closed in, Tang Hao protectively positioned the blue-silver emperor behind him and summoned his martial spirit. God of Death Domain. The domain expanded instantly, enveloping the pursuing enemies in its grasp. You cannot escape, Tang Hao. Surrender her to us. Cardinal Cabbies' countenance shifted slightly as he confronted Tang Hao's formidable domain. Our Spirit Hall has no desire for conflict with your Haotian sect, but we must take the soul beast that stands behind you. With over 30 soul kings, numerous soul saints, and 2 soul Douluos, Cabbies' words were laced with condescension. You truly overestimate me, Tang Hao. Tang Hao, unperturbed by Cabbies' proclamation, surveyed the approaching adversaries. Each pursuer revealed their martial spirits and soul rings, allowing Tang Hao to discern their levels at a glance. However, his focus was drawn to a particular man among them. A mere soul master, an anomaly amidst such a powerful assembly. Surely, he was the one with tracking abilities. You cannot escape. As the heir of the Haotian sect, you need not sacrifice yourself for a mere soul beast. I advise you to surrender the woman behind you, cabbies reiterated, seeking to avoid direct confrontation with the esteemed Haotian sect. Impossible. Oh, Een is my wife, should you wish to lay a finger on her. You must first step over my corpse. Tang Hao's fury ignited as he finally responded to the spirit hall's intentions regarding his wife. Boom. Tang Hao then made his move. But rather than targeting Cardinal cabbies, he reached for Mugu beside him. Oh no. Mugu, ever vigilant, sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. Thud. Yet, Muji's speed was no match for Tang Hao's. The aura emanating from Tang Hao and the god of death domain ensnared Mugu, rendering him immobile. As he made his first move, Tang Hao's hand seized his head with a swift grasp. Damn, the disparity in levels is overwhelming. In a moment of silent exasperation, Mugu refrained from making any further movements. He was acutely aware that Tang Hao regarded him merely as a hostage, with no intention of taking his life. Had the circumstances been different, he would have continued to resist, regardless of the futility. If you wish to spare his life, then dare to act, Tang Hao declared coldly, gripping Muji's head and forcing him to face Bishop Cabbies and his companions. Chapter 82. Compromise. The sudden turn of events left Bishop Cabbies and his associates momentarily bewildered, halting them in their tracks. They were perplexed by Tang Hao's unexpected behavior and were left questioning the identity of the individual he had seized. It was only then that Bishop Cabbies realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. Besides Tang Hao and the soul beast woman, there was another person among them. Isn't that our honorary elder, Master Mugu? One of the onlookers exclaimed. However, it was ultimately someone behind Bishop Cabbies who recognized Mugu, their expression shifting dramatically as they quickly alerted the bishop. What? Honorary elder Master Mugu? The tone of Bishop Cabbies changed immediately upon hearing his subordinate's words. Although he had never met Master Mugu, he was well aware of the esteemed figure's reputation. Indeed, that is Master Mugu, our honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. That scoundrel Tang Hao has actually captured Master Mugu. As this revelation spread among the group, several others recognized Mugu, their expressions turning grave. If Mugu truly was their Spirit Hall's honorary elder, they would need to prioritize his safety and devise a means to rescue him. Master Mugu? Bishop Cabbies inquired tentatively, glancing toward Mugu. Indeed, it is I, Mugu affirmed. Upon hearing this, Mugu let out a helpless sigh before responding. While speaking, Mugu, still under Tang Hao's control, produced his honorary elder token and displayed it to Bishop Cabbies and the others. Mugu could not deny it. For who knew what Tang Hao might do? His very existence was entirely under Tang Hao's control. Salute to the honorary elder. Salute to the honorary elder. Upon seeing the honorary elder's token in Muji's hand, led by Bishop Cabbies, the members of the Spirit Hall all bowed to Mugu. The status of the honorary elder in the Spirit Hall far surpassed that of a mere platinum bishop, even exceeding that of the elders with title Douluo Cultivation in the Elder Hall. Tang Hao, who had control over Mugu, felt a slight relief upon witnessing this scene. Indeed, he had anticipated Muji's esteemed identity within the Spirit Hall. Bringing Mugu along had proven to be a wise precaution. Tang Hao, release Master Mugu. After the salutation, Bishop Cabbies quickly lifted his head and bellowed at Tang Hao. Very well, but you must allow us to leave. In response to Bishop Cabbies' words, Tang Hao scoffed and stated his conditions for releasing Mugu. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Bishop Cabbies hesitated. He needed to rescue Master Mugu. Yet the soul beasts behind Tang Hao were also targets of the Pope. He dared not utter the words of letting them go. Let them leave. I will bear all consequences, and I shall personally explain to His Holiness the Pope. At this moment, Mugu spoke again. Consequences are of little importance compared to one's own life. Upon hearing Muji's plea, Bishop Cabbies opened his mouth, faltering once more. However, this time, Bishop Cabbies appeared much more resolute, quickly directing his gaze toward Tang Hao. Very well, Tang Hao, as long as you release Master Mugu, we will allow you to depart. With Mugu providing assurance, he no longer needed to worry about the Pope's wrath. Lord Tang Hao, you have heard. May you now release me? Upon hearing Bishop Cabbies' words, Mugu sighed in relief and hastily addressed Tang Hao behind him. No, you must accompany us. I will release you only when I am certain there are no pursuers behind us. In response to Muji's request, Tang Hao shook his head. To release Mugu now would be naive. Without Mugu as a hostage, who could guarantee that the Spirit Hall would honor their word? He was unwilling to take such a gamble, preferring to maintain control. Moreover, that individual must also accompany us. Furthermore, Tang Hao pointed with his other hand at Snoopy, alongside Bishop Cabbies. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Bishop Cabbies became furious, his expression darkening. This damn Tang Hao not only wished to continue holding Master Mugu hostage, but also intended to take Snoopy, who could track them. This was not merely distrust. It was an attempt to sever their ability to pursue Tang Hao. In the end, Bishop Cabbies turned his gaze toward Mugu, seeking his opinion. For it was Muji's esteemed identity that held sway here. Unexpectedly, Mugu found Tang Hao's caution rather surprising. Lord Tang Hao, I can guarantee with my honor that if you release me, we will not pursue you any further. Although Mugu understood that Tang Hao's approach was indeed the most prudent, he still sought to negotiate for his own release, as his life was at stake. He hoped to persuade Tang Hao to release him at that moment. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Tang Hao, who held Mugu in check, slightly relaxed his grip. No. You must come with us until we confirm there are no pursuers. Yet in the end, Tang Hao remained steadfast in his decision. The shepherd silently cursed within his heart. That damn Tang Hao deserved to have his wife offered as a sacrifice. Mugu has made a resolute decision. If given the opportunity, he will undoubtedly eliminate Tang Hao. In the past, Mugu remained indifferent to Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor, believing that their affairs were none of his concern and that he could not partake in them. However, he never anticipated that he would eventually encounter Tang Hao, only to find himself taken hostage by him. Any lingering fondness he once held for the characters of the original story has now completely vanished. Not only does he harbor no affection for them, but he also views them as adversaries. Well then, may Lord Tang Hao prove true to his word. Mugu gritted his teeth and replied, then turned to Bishop Carbis and said, promise him, His Excellency Tang Hao would not dare to act against me. I am not only the honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, but also the esteemed Hugu of the entire Douluo continent. If the Haotian sect wishes to avoid the scorn of all soul masters, they would refrain from touching me. The words following the pastoral song served not only to reassure Bishop Kabisi and his companions, but also to issue a warning to Tang Hao. Given his current reputation on the Douluo continent, any aggression towards him would be met with severe repercussions. This explains his willingness to invest time in enhancing his prestige, as reputation can prove invaluable. However, the pastor is acutely aware that reputation does not encompass all. True strength must stem from one's own capabilities. Chapter 83. The Explosive Ring. Bishop Kabisi, shall we not pursue them? After Tang Hao and his companions had departed, a soul sage inquired of Bishop Kabisi. We cannot chase them. Our priority must be ensuring the safety of Master Hugo. Bishop Kabisi replied with a grave countenance. Yet, we cannot entirely disregard the situation. We shall follow at a distance and inform His Holiness the Pope. Bishop Kabisi was incensed. Having witnessed Tang Hao depart with a 10,000-year soul beast while also abducting their esteemed elder from the Spirit Hall, despite his fury, he recognized that the situation had escalated beyond his control and that it was imperative to report it further up the chain. Let us await the Pope's orders. His Holiness is on his way, and I trust he will arrive shortly. To guarantee Master Huji's safety, we must not pursue them too closely. Yet we cannot afford to lose sight of their direction. I shall keep track of their position. A solitary follower would pose no threat to Tang Hao, even if discovered. It was unlikely he would retaliate. Upon hearing Bishop Kabisi's words, another soul Douluo expressed his agreement. Very well, it shall be as you say. Bishop Kabisi reflected momentarily before swiftly consenting to the proposal. Then I shall follow. The soul Douluo promptly set off in pursuit of Tang Hao's retreating form. How? There is still someone trailing us, but it is merely one individual. The others maintain their distance. After withdrawing the Blue-Silver domain, the Blue-Silver Emperor conveyed this to Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, the Soul Zone Shinu from behind Mugu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Blue-Silver Emperor possessed such an ability, allowing him to monitor their surroundings from such a distance. His tracking skills could only identify a singular scent. Damn it, I knew the Spirit Hall would not remain passive. Tang Hao huffed in anger, then glanced at Mugu with disdain. It seems your words carry little weight with them. Lord Tang Hao, they are merely concerned for my safety. Furthermore, with only one person closely following, they pose no threat to you. If you continue forward and shake off those trailing you, you will be able to leave with your wife. That solitary figure cannot impede your departure. Mugu responded, his expression unyielding. Hearing Muji's words, Tang Hao's expression softened slightly, realizing the truth in them. He needed to hasten his pace to distance himself from their pursuer. In fact, he could release Mugu and Shinu, as the presence of only one individual would not obstruct his escape. He had confidence that even if pursued, the follower would struggle to keep up. Nevertheless, to ensure precaution, Tang Hao chose not to release Mugu just yet. You come here. However, he had no intention of continuing with Shinu. Carrying him would only hinder his speed. Shinu's heart raced upon hearing Tang Hao's call. Earlier on the road, when Tang Hao had inquired about tracking, Shinu had been truthful, revealing how he had managed to follow them. Rest assured, I do not intend to kill you. Had I wished for your demise, I would not have wasted my breath. Tang Hao remarked dismissively. Having refrained from slaying any members of the Spirit Hall thus far to avoid escalating the situation's severity. Understood, Shinu replied, feeling somewhat reassured, yet he approached Tang Hao cautiously. Summon your martial spirit and soul rings. Tang Hao commanded without further ado. Very well. Shinu complied without hesitation, swiftly manifesting his martial spirit and soul rings before Tang Hao. If you wish to retain your martial spirit, do not resist, Tang Hao warned, then unexpectedly seized one of Shinu's soul rings. In a surprising display, he grasped the ring and, with a resounding explosion, shattered it. Shinu cried out, blood spewing forth, his countenance growing pallid. Fear not. I have merely rendered your first soul ring useless. Your martial spirit remains intact, allowing you to continue your cultivation. Tang Hao reassured him coolly. Regrettably, your first soul skill would have posed a challenge for me. After dismantling Shinu's first soul ring, Tang Hao offered a calm assurance. Shina felt a mix of despair and relief upon hearing Tang Hao's words. However, Tang Hao chose not to dwell on him any longer. Master Hugo, let us depart. I must ask you to accompany us a while longer, Tang Hao declared as he once again lifted the blue-silver emperor and addressed Mugu. Very well. The pastoral song could only acquiesce. Subsequently, it trailed behind Tang Hao once more, continuing onward. As for Snoopy, he was left behind, deprived of his first spirit ring. Snoopy could no longer utilize scent to track Tang Hao. Silently following in Tang Hao's wake, the pastoral song contemplated the earlier scene. He had not anticipated that Tang Hao could independently nullify another spirit ring, while many could indeed incapacitate a spirit master's martial spirit on the Douluo continent. Particularly in the fierce competition for the throne of the Star Luo Empire, where the vanquished would have their martial spirits destroyed and be relegated to remote territories. Or even face execution, the ability to singularly nullify just one spirit ring was not something he had encountered in any records. Others might find it unattainable. Yet for Tang Hao, who possessed the explosive ring capability, it was hardly surprising. With a few simulations, mastering such an ability would not be overly difficult. However, this skill seemed of little practical use. The ultimate goal was to master the explosive ring itself. Yet, the pastoral song soon ceased to be perplexed, shifting his focus to the prospect of replicating the explosive ring ability himself. The explosive ring, the profound essence of the great Sumeru hammer, allowed one to temporarily unleash a surge of spirit power by detonating all spirit rings, enabling the user to exhibit strength far surpassing their own level. In the realm of Douluo, it could be deemed a divine skill. It was precisely through this explosive ring that Tang Hao managed to obliterate the 95th level Qian Renxue upon recently ascending to the 90th level title Douluo. It is important to note that after reaching level 90, each subsequent level is a chasm apart. However, pondering these matters now would yield little benefit. It would be wiser to consider how to extricate oneself from the present predicament. Mugu shook his head slowly, letting out a sigh. Chapter 84. The Arrival of Qian Sun. If the moment of necessity truly arrives, I shall have no choice but to use the blue-silver emperor as my point of breakthrough. As he gazed at the blue-silver emperor cradled in Tang Hao's arms, Mugu contemplated silently. With his current strength, he would undoubtedly be unable to contend with Tang Hao, likely facing utter annihilation. However, the blue-silver emperor was a different matter. Although she had ascended to the rank of Soul Saint, she remained fundamentally comparable to Mugu, particularly as she was currently with child. Mugu possesses the confidence to capture the blue-silver emperor, just as Tang Hao was able to seize him as a hostage. He too can ensnare the blue-silver emperor in a similar manner. However, this plan hinges upon the necessity of taking action. Otherwise, Mugu would not recklessly pursue such a course. With Tang Hao nearby, the likelihood of successfully holding the blue-silver emperor captive diminishes significantly. In the realm of pastoral melodies and hope, after sufficient distance is traversed, Tang Hao would be able to honorably release him. As for seeking vengeance against Tang Hao, that matter would have to wait until he had gained the requisite strength. For now, it was best to merely take note of it. How something is amiss. Upon once again using her abilities to sense the pursuers from behind, the expression of the blue-silver empress grew increasingly fraught with anxiety. What is it? What has happened? Tang Hao, noticing her distress, urgently inquired. Even Mu Ji's demeanor shifted slightly upon hearing the blue-silver empress's words. Damn, it seems there are more complications. The Pope of the Spirit Hall has arrived. The blue-silver empress said to Tang Hao with a bitter tone. What? Tang Hao's body trembled at the news. If Pope Qian Renxue had come, the situation would indeed be dire. Has the Pope arrived with anyone else? Where are they now? He hurriedly pressed the blue-silver empress for information. No matter how many Soul Douluos came, he would not fear them. However, if a title Douluo like Qian Renxue were present, he would lack the confidence to escape with the blue-silver empress. At this moment, Tang Hao could only hope that Qian Renxue would not arrive too swiftly. Yes, there are others with the Pope, but I am uncertain of their strength. The blue-silver empress replied anxiously. Although she did not know the levels of those individuals, anyone able to accompany the Pope would certainly not be weak. However, they had not yet caught up, having only just departed from Black Tiger City. The only solace for the blue-silver empress was that Qian Renxue and his companions were still a considerable distance away, not closing in quickly. That is a relief. Tang Hao exhaled with relief upon hearing the blue-silver empress's words. His gaze then sharpened. In that case, we cannot allow those behind us to follow any longer. The arrival of Qian Renxue made Tang Hao wary of continuing to expose their location to the pursuers. Only by doing so could they hope to evade Qian Renxue's pursuit. Ain, keep an eye on him. I will deal with the person behind. Tang Hao promptly instructed the blue-silver empress. Understood. The blue-silver empress nodded, casting an apologetic glance at Mugu. With a swift motion, the blue-silver empress summoned two golden blue-silver grasses beneath Mu Ji's feet, causing them to rapidly grow and ensnare him. Faced with the blue-silver empress's actions, Mugu restrained himself from resisting. There was no choice. Tang Hao could only watch, unable to move. Mugu had not anticipated that Tang Hao would exhibit such caution. It was truly exasperating. Upon witnessing that Mugu had been ensnared by the blue-silver emperor, Tang Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him. In a flash, He surged backward. He understood that as long as the soul Douluo pursuing him remained at large, their position would be easily discernible to the spirit hall, a reality he could not abide. His earlier restraint had stemmed from the inadequacy of the pursuing forces, which posed no considerable threat. He could have dispatched them at any moment had he wished to depart. However, the situation had now shifted dramatically, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, was personally in pursuit, leaving him no choice but to prevent the Spirit Hall from tracking his whereabouts any longer. Tang Hao, have you lost your mind? Soon. The furious roar of the soul Douluo echoed from behind. The sounds of a fierce confrontation ensued. It was evident that the pursuer was indeed a formidable soul Douluo, and Tang Hao was unable to swiftly eliminate his opponent. Meanwhile, Mugu, left behind, made a tentative attempt to struggle against his bindings. However, he soon realized that the restraint of the blue-silver emperor was exceedingly potent, rendering him incapable of escape in the short term. Furthermore, the blue-silver emperor was merely observing from the sidelines. Consequently, Mugu had no choice but to abandon his intentions of subduing her. In a state of confidence, Mugu believed he could conquer the blue-silver emperor. However, under the current circumstances, where he was ensnared and restrained from taking the initiative, his options were severely limited. Master Hugo, why does your spirit hall refuse to relent? All I desire is to live a tranquil life, marrying and bearing children, just like any ordinary human. Upon witnessing Mugu's actions, the blue-silver emperor remained unfazed, convinced that he could not escape her grasp. Instead, she directed her inquiries at him, expressing the pent-up frustration within her heart. No matter how gentle a woman may be, when pursued unjustly without having committed any wrongdoing, it is only natural for her to harbor resentment. That is merely your perspective. Do you truly believe others would accept your words as truth? Mugu cast a tranquil glance at Lan Huang, then spoke with an air of objectivity. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Lan Huang's expression momentarily faltered, leaving him utterly speechless. The pastoral ballad succinctly encapsulates the crux of the matter. Indeed, her thoughts are of little consequence. What truly matters is that others find it hard to believe in her as a woman transformed from a soul beast. Realizing this, a hint of sorrow inevitably flickered in the beautiful eyes of the blue-silver empress. She simply yearned to live a life as normal as any human being. Moreover, you have chosen the wrong man. If your desire is merely for a tranquil existence, then selecting Tang Hao is a grave error. He is destined to be a figure of great notoriety, and in his company, you will inevitably attract even more attention. Observing the blue-silver empress's demeanor, the pastoral ballad did not hesitate to critique her decision, delivering piercing words that struck right at her heart. The more sorrowful the blue-silver empress appeared, the more pleased he felt. Indeed, upon hearing the pastoral ballad's remarks, the expression of the blue-silver empress darkened further. Is it truly all her fault? The pastoral ballad's words made her question herself. Had she not chosen Tang Hao, would he have avoided such a fate? Would he not have been forced to leave his sect and still remain the heir of the Haotian sect? Chapter 85. How dare he suggest that his Ain has chosen the wrong man? Humph. Just then, a cold snort erupted from behind the pastoral ballad, causing a tumultuous stir within him. Ain, do not heed this boy's nonsense. Shortly thereafter, Tang Hao's figure appeared before the blue-silver empress, tightly embracing her. How? She murmured, finding warmth in his embrace, her emotions gradually settling. Boy, dare to speak again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. After soothing the blue-silver empress, Tang Hao turned back to the pastoral ballad, delivering a frosty snort. How swiftly he had dealt with the soul Douluo that had trailed behind. The shepherd paused in silence for a moment, then turned to Tang Hao and said, Esteemed Tang Hao, the individual trailing behind you has already been dealt with by you. The Pope and his entourage are not likely to arrive soon. You may depart at your leisure. Should we not adhere to our prior agreement and release me? Continuing to accompany you will only hinder your progress. In consideration of Tang Hao and his companions, Mugu expressed a thoughtful stance. How? Perhaps we should allow Master Hugo to take his leave? Upon hearing Mugu's words, Tang Hao had yet to respond when the blue-silver emperor, nestled in his embrace, interjected. Since their encounter at the Soul Master competition, the blue-silver emperor had maintained a favorable impression of Mugu, particularly due to Mugu's mention of the rampant slaughter of soul beasts in his Soul Master training manual. Over the past 2 months, she had diligently studied Mugu's manual and held him in high esteem, often praising him in front of Tang Hao. However, she felt disheartened by Mugu's involvement in her own hunting. Nevertheless, she ultimately wished for Tang Hao not to take drastic measures against Mugu. This fellow holds a significant position within the Spirit Hall. With him in our grasp, even if Qian Renxue were to pursue us, we could use him as leverage. Yet, upon hearing the blue-silver emperor's suggestion, Tang Hao promptly dismissed it. The blue-silver emperor's praises of Mugu had instilled a lingering discontent within him. Moreover, his views diverged from hers. While she considered the public sharing of the training manual a boon, Tang Hao did not share this sentiment. The widespread distribution of Mugu's manual had minimal benefit for the Haotian sect, inadvertently enhancing the overall strength of the Soul Master realm while diminishing their own. Coupled with Mugu's recent remark, Tang Hao was even less inclined to release him so readily. How dare he suggest that his Ain had chosen the wrong man? Lord Tang Hao, do you intend to break your promise? As Mugu listened to Tang Hao's words, he could no longer restrain himself and retorted, No. It was you from the Spirit Hall who broke your promise first. I had previously stated that I would not allow your people to follow behind. Yet the outcome is evident. In the face of Mu Ji's inquiry, Tang Hao displayed no hint of embarrassment, responding with unyielding conviction. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Mugu opened his mouth, ultimately choosing silence. For Tang Hao was not entirely wrong. Moreover, Mugu understood that if Tang Hao had truly made up his mind, further argument would be futile. Thus, it would be wise not to squander breath in vain. Let us proceed, and I kindly request Master Hu to accompany us once more. Rest assured, once we are safe, you shall be freed. Noticing Mu Ji's inability to counter, Tang Hao smiled faintly and continued. The manner in which Tang Hao addressed him, referring to him as Master Hu, struck Mu Gu as jarring. Although Tang Hao consistently used this title, there was a distinct lack of respect in his tone. I sincerely hope that what you say holds true this time. Lord Tang Hao, the pastoral figure responded faintly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and soon. Several shadows appeared at the site where Tang Hao had previously clashed with the Soul Douluo. It was mute. One among them quickly discerned a figure lying on the ground and hastened to investigate. It was indeed Bishop Cabby's. Your Holiness. Mute is gravely injured and may not regain consciousness for some time. Judging by his wounds, it is undoubtedly the handiwork of Tang Hao. After examining the situation, Bishop Cabby's promptly reported to a towering man behind him. So no one knows where Tang Hao has fled? Qian Renxue scoffed, his tone laced with displeasure. It was hardly surprising that he was in a foul mood after losing track of his quarry. Moreover, their esteemed elder from the Spirit Hall had been taken hostage by Tang Hao. Bishop Cabby's, upon hearing this, wore a look of anxiety and hesitated to respond. However, his demeanor spoke volumes. Your Holiness, in truth, Tang Hao cannot escape us. Our men are scouring the area for him. It is impossible for them to elude our watchful eyes. I am confident we shall receive news of their whereabouts soon. Bishop Cabby's finally mustered the courage to say. Though they had lost track of Tang Hao's precise location, he had not completely eluded their surveillance. Then let everyone disperse and search diligently. We must locate that soul beast. Qian Renxue nodded and commanded expressionlessly. Yes, Your Holiness. Yes, Your Holiness. Thus, temporarily bereft of Tang Hao's exact position, Qian Renxue and his men commenced their separate pursuits. Meanwhile, in Tang Hao's vicinity, the Blue-Silver Emperor, after reviewing the situation, soon realized that they were surrounded by Spirit Hall personnel regardless of the direction they chose to take. Ahau, Spirit Hall has positioned numerous individuals ahead of us. At this rate, we may not be able to avoid all of Spirit Hall's spies. The Blue-Silver Emperor said despondently to Tang Hao. Until now, she had skillfully led Tang Hao past several of Spirit Hall's watchful eyes, but it now seemed impossible to maintain complete evasion. Despite the apparent weakness of those pursuing them, Tang Hao could easily dispatch them. However, it would inevitably expose their location. Damn it, Spirit Hall was evidently prepared. With a furious strike to the ground, Tang Hao exclaimed. He then shot a cold glance at the pastoral figure. Indeed, the members of Spirit Hall were utterly untrustworthy. That direction should lead us to the Stardow Forest. Once we enter, we can shake off your pursuers. Although we may encounter Spirit Hall personnel before reaching the forest, revealing our position is a risk worth taking if it grants us a chance to escape. The unwitting pastoral figure chose to disregard Tang Hao's unfriendly gaze and suggested with good intentions. His suggestion stemmed not from altruism, but from the fact that it was their only viable option. The pastoral figure was certain that even without his input, Tang Hao would inevitably choose that path. His willingness to voice the thought was also a means of self-preservation. Chapter 86. The origin of humanity lies in the soul beast for Mute. The pastoral figure shared similar concerns. If Qian Renxue were to catch up, he could not guarantee that Qian Renxue would hesitate to sacrifice the Blue-Silver Emperor for his own interests. In the face of threats, one could never be sure how far Tang Hao might go. Thus, the pastoral figure believed it was best to prevent Qian Renxue from closing in, at least until he had made his own escape. Though Tang Hao was currently reluctant to release him, the pastoral figure trusted that once Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor were truly safe, he would not resort to violence against him. After all, the members of Spirit Hall were aware that it was Tang Hao who had taken him captive. You would actually consider our interests? Upon hearing the pastoral figure's words, Tang Hao regarded him with skepticism. He had contemplated heading towards the Stardow Forest as well, believing that once they entered, his wife, Ain, would have no trouble concealing them. However, the pastoral figure's words sowed doubt in his mind, making him question whether it was a trap. Regardless of your beliefs, my appearance in Black Tiger City was truly coincidental. For the past 2 months, I have been traveling and lecturing at every Soul Master Academy in various towns. I merely happened to find myself in Black Tiger City. Sensing Tang Hao's doubtful gaze, the pastoral figure sighed in exasperation before explaining. Mugu gazed steadily at Tang Hao. His words were indeed facts, allowing him to speak with such composure. Witnessing Mu Ji's unflinching demeanor, Tang Hao found himself wavering. Could it be that he was not here for Ain after all? Moreover, Was there truly a trap in the Stardow forest? If only his wife could sense it, the truth would be revealed. The blue-silver grass in the Stardow forest would only flourish further. He had faith that his wife could perceive it. Noticing Tang Hao's demeanor, Mugu spoke again. Although Tang Hao remained silent, Mugu could easily discern his doubts. Ain. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao hesitated slightly and then gestured towards the blue-silver emperor. Indeed, the blue-silver emperor nodded and once more employed her blue-silver domain to sense the surroundings. This time, however, her period of perception was noticeably longer, as she needed to reach further distances. After a moment, the blue-silver emperor opened her eyes and gently shook her head, indicating that there were no traps in the Stardow forest. Ah, then let us proceed into the Stardow forest. Tang Hao exhaled in relief upon receiving the blue-silver emperor's response, decisively making the decision. In truth, he felt he had no alternative but to enter the Stardow forest, as it was their sole opportunity amid the omnipresent eyes of the Spirit Hall. Master Mugu, I must trouble you once more to accompany us. After once again lifting the blue-silver emperor, Tang Hao addressed Mugu. His tone now imbued with a hint of respect, no longer dismissive. Indeed, I, too, hope for your escape. Mugu replied, for he believed that, in his eyes, Tang Hao's wife had already become a true human being. Mugu nodded, displaying a newfound eagerness, no longer reluctant. Excellent, he finally managed to enhance his rapport. Simultaneously, Mugu silently praised himself. Indeed, Ain was already human. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Tang Hao's expression softened further. Let us proceed. We must enter the Stardow forest before your Pope does. With that, Tang Hao picked up the blue-silver emperor and moved ahead. This time, Tang Hao did not use his aura to lock onto Mugu. Humph. In response, Mugu silently scoffed. Although it appeared absent on the surface, there remained a subtle, almost imperceptible mental force tethering him. He was certain that if he lagged behind, Tang Hao would immediately turn back. Understanding this, Mugu swiftly dashed forward to catch up. After Mugu caught up, the elusive sense of confinement dissipated from him. It was only after Mugu assimilated the wisdom of the spirit condensation skull that his spiritual power surged dramatically. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious. Master Mugu, do you truly believe that I am a human? After Mugu accompanied Tang Hao, the blue-silver emperor, cradled in Tang Hao's arms, could not help but glance back at Mugu, seeking confirmation. She was utterly in need of validation from others. Of course, if it were otherwise, you would not be able to conceive Tang Hao's child. Since you can bear the fruit of love, it attests to the fact that you are now indeed a human. Otherwise, it would be impossible for different species to produce offspring. Upon hearing the blue-silver emperor's words, Mugu responded with a calm demeanor. Unlike the previous time when he caused her distress, this time he spoke in the most pleasing manner. This shift in attitude left the blue-silver emperor momentarily taken aback. I am merely articulating my conclusion, not intentionally flattering you. Observing the surprise on the blue-silver emperor's face, Mugu spoke with indifference. Whether I criticize or praise you, it is solely my rational analysis, nothing more. Moreover, I harbor a further hypothesis. The origin of humanity may very well stem from the transformation of soul beasts. As if sensing that this was not sufficiently shocking, Mugu continued to speak astonishing revelations. What? How could Master Mugu entertain such thoughts? As Mugu suddenly spoke, it immediately elicited an exclamation of astonishment from the blue-silver emperor. Even Tang Hao was taken aback. While continuing their journey, they eagerly anticipated how Mugu would respond, for he had dared to utter such astonishing words. The pastoral ballad, regardless of how astonishing or outrageous it may be, resonates with the blue-silver emperor, for it is certainly music to his ears. This is merely my conjecture. As humanity possesses numerous martial souls derived from soul beasts, I boldly speculate that in ancient times, this continent was inhabited solely by soul beasts, devoid of human presence. The first humans emerged when soul beasts transformed after 100,000 years, and subsequently, as these beings proliferated, they gave rise to a vast human populace, gradually forgetting their origins. After countless years of development, humanity has evolved into its current form. Mugu smiled, and subsequently articulated his conjecture. He even contemplated inquiring about the nature of the Douluo continent 100,000 years ago from the blue-silver emperor. However, he ultimately refrained from doing so, as he understood that the designation of 100,000 years for a soul beast merely signifies her cultivation level. Not that the blue-silver emperor had truly existed for that duration. It is conceivable that she has surpassed 10,000 years. Yet she certainly has not lived for 100,000 years. This principle applies to all soul beasts. The classifications of 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years solely reflect their soul power cultivation. Chapter 87. Exposure of direction. Upon hearing Mugu's words, both the blue-silver emperor and Tang Hao were profoundly astonished. Upon further reflection, Mugu's speculation did indeed possess a semblance of logic. How then? Did that weapon spirit manifest? The blue-silver emperor swiftly posed one of the pivotal questions. Of course, it emerged through mutation, she replied. Human weapon spirits often undergo mutations. Perhaps the initial weapon spirit was indeed born from the mutation of a beast spirit. Mugu casually analyzed, what is the origin of the wolf thieves? At that moment, Tang Hao also interjected with a question directed at Mugu. His inquiry was evidently a rebuttal to Mugu's earlier assertion that interspecies progeny could not exist. Tang Hao was curious about Mugu's perspective on the matter. Deep down, however, he harbored a lingering concern, one he had never expressed in the presence of the Blue-Silver Emperor, regarding the normalcy of his own potential offspring with her. The wolf thieves were merely a group of soul beasts. Their ability to walk upright and don equipment rendered them somewhat unique. The notion that they were the offspring of humans and soul beasts was nothing more than a rumor. In truth, no one had ever witnessed a wolf thief as a product of such a union. The fact that each wolf thief disintegrated into a soul ring upon its demise clarified everything. They were simply a type of soul beast. In response to Tang Hao's words, Mugu calmly elucidated. It seems even Tang Hao harbors concerns about the normality of his son's birth. Mugu secretly chuckled, discerning Tang Hao's state of mind through his inquiries. Naturally, he chose to respond in a manner that would please Tang Hao. The truth remained elusive to him, as he had never encountered any relevant records. Thus, it became clear that the misconceptions of the world had proliferated through ignorance. Master Mugu, indeed, possessed a wealth of knowledge. The certainty in Mugu's tone made it difficult for anyone to doubt his words, and his esteemed identity as Master Mugu further augmented the credibility of his statements. Furthermore, what Mugu conveyed aligned perfectly with what Tang Hao yearned to hear, rendering it even easier for Tang Hao to place his trust in Mugu's assertions. In that moment, the respect Tang Hao expressed when mentioning Master Mugu became increasingly evident. Meanwhile, the Blue-Silver Emperor nestled her head closer to Tang Hao's chest. She recognized the reason behind Tang Hao's question to Mugu, realizing that he had been harboring concerns regarding their children. Nevertheless, even after learning of her true identity, Tang Hao chose to remain by her side, which undeniably moved her deeply. Master Mugu, I have not chosen the wrong man. Shortly thereafter, the Blue-Silver Emperor poked her head out again and addressed Mugu, responding to his earlier remarks. Indeed, Tang Hao exhibited commendable responsibility as a husband. The expression on Mugu's face momentarily stiffened, as if he found himself unable to counter the words of the Blue-Silver Emperor, ultimately conceding to her assertions with a sense of resignation. However, he lacked the sense of responsibility expected of a sectaire. Deep down, Mugu held a differing opinion. Nonetheless, he had already accrued considerable goodwill from both Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor, so there was no need to further aggravate them. Indeed, at that moment, the one most delighted was undoubtedly Tang Hao. Even without turning around, he could sense Mugu's current discontent. The Blue-Silver Emperor's words brought him great satisfaction. Stop, Tang Hao, you cannot escape. Just then, while they were on the move, Tang Hao and his companions encountered 4 agents from the Spirit Hall. Upon spotting Tang Hao, they swiftly intercepted him. They had received orders to do so, even if they could not match Tang Hao in strength. They were determined to delay him and relay information back. Thus, upon recognizing Tang Hao, they sent a message before charging towards him. Alas, these 4 Spirit Hall agents, possessing only the strength of the Soul Sect, were incapable of posing any significant hindrance to Tang Hao, who dispatched them in mere seconds. Our position has been compromised. We must hasten our entry into the Stardow Forest. Despite swiftly incapacitating the enemy, Tang Hao's expression grew increasingly grave. He and his companions continued advancing towards the Stardow Forest. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of Spirit Hall agents, all of whom were swiftly dealt with by Tang Hao. In this scenario, Tang Hao did not release Mugu, insisting that he keep pace. He had no intention of killing Mugu. Rather, he believed that keeping him as leverage would provide some negotiating power should they be pursued by Qian Renxue. That direction leads to the Stardow Forest. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, who was hot on their heels, quickly deduced Tang Hao's trajectory from the information relayed by his subordinates. We cannot allow them to enter the Stardow Forest, otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult to capture them. Qian Renxue was well aware of the nature of the Stardow Forest. Should Tang Hao escape into its depths, locating him would become a far more arduous task. He lamented, if only I had set up an interception sooner. Previously, he had contemplated this issue, but his confidence in swiftly catching up to Tang Hao had led him to neglect such preparations. Of course, the insufficient manpower in the area also played a role in his lack of adequate arrangements. Humph, you cannot escape. Qian Renxue sneered, quickly pursuing Tang Hao and his group. This is bad. Our intentions must be revealed. The Pope of the Spirit Hall is directly pursuing us. After half a day's travel, the Blue-Silver Emperor once again sensed the approach of Qian Renxue. How far away is he? Tang Hao's expression shifted at her words, and he hastily inquired. As for the issue of revealing their direction, he had already considered it. There was no way to avoid it. The Pope moved swiftly, at his pace. He may catch up to us the moment we enter the Stardow Forest. The Blue-Silver Emperor's demeanor was grave. Being pursued immediately upon entering the Stardow Forest was nearly as detrimental as being caught before entering. Without a head start, evading the subsequent chase would be exceedingly difficult. They needed to enter the forest for a while to obscure their path from the pursuing Qian Renxue. Once they had gained some distance, she could utilize her blue-silver domain to elude pursuit. First update, second update at 10 o'clock, third update at 12 o'clock. Chapter 88, you can still use him as leverage. Let us set aside our concerns until we reach the Stardow Forest. Upon hearing the Blue-Silver Emperor's words, Tang Hao wore a solemn expression. However, given the current situation, there were no other options available. He could only continue fleeing towards the Stardow forest. Thus, they pressed on in that direction. Throughout the journey, the Blue-Silver Emperor refrained from pausing for further sensing. It wasn't that she could not, rather. She was merely utilizing her Blue-Silver domain for perception, limiting her range of information gathering. With her current strength, she could only sense a radius of 10 kilometers. We are almost there. The Stardow forest lies ahead. As they approached within 2 kilometers of the forest, hope blossomed in Tang Hao's eyes, filled with exhilaration. Yet, the Blue-Silver Emperor, cradled in his arms, bore no semblance of relief. How? It may be too late. Qian Renxue is already upon us. It won't be long before he catches up. Her voice was laced with profound frustration and despair. For she had sensed Qian Renxue within the range of her Blue-Silver domain. They were so close. If they could just enter the Stardow forest now, there might still be a glimmer of hope. What? Damn it. Upon hearing her words, Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically, his exhilaration dissipating in an instant. He quickly turned his gaze towards the rear, sensing the powerful aura of soul power pursuing them without the need for the Blue-Silver Emperor's warning. What should we do? There is no time left. It seems we cannot escape. How? Perhaps you should just hand me over. The Blue-Silver Emperor spoke helplessly to Tang Hao. Unless I perish, no one shall take you away. Tang Hao interrupted her vehemently. Since escape is not an option, we shall confront him head-on. Despite the pursuit being only Qian Renxue, Tang Hao resolved to fight back. That is impossible. Even if only Qian Renxue is pursuing us, there will surely be others following close behind. You cannot contend with them. The Blue-Silver Emperor shook her head sorrowfully. And so what? Regardless of the outcome, I will never hand you over. If it comes to it, we shall fight. Tang Hao declared with unwavering determination. Then I shall stand with you. Together we shall face him. Inspired by Tang Hao's resolute words, the Blue-Silver Emperor felt the weight of despair lift and responded with renewed conviction. Moreover, we still have Master Mugu as a bargaining chip. Qian Renxue may not dare to act rashly. Tang Hao, witnessing the Blue-Silver Emperor's resolve, added, as if to bolster his own spirits. Lord Tang Hao, I do not believe our Pope would relinquish a 100,000-year-old soul beast for my sake. You are gambling, and if you lose, none of you shall escape. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Mugu could not help but retort. He found himself unable to remain silent. If Qian Renxue were to catch up, and Tang Hao were indeed to use him as leverage against Qian Renxue, Mugu could hardly believe that Qian Renxue would forsake the Blue-Silver Emperor for his sake. If it were Qian Douluo, Mugu might entertain such a notion, but he had no faith in Qian Renxue. In a moment of desperation, upon realizing Mugu's diminished value, Tang Hao might even resort to tearing up the ticket, dragging him down as well. My apologies, Master Mugu, but I am left with no choice. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Tang Hao merely shook his head, unwavering in his resolve. Furthermore, he could not fathom that Qian Renxue truly cared nothing for the present Master Mugu. After a moment of silence, Mugu contemplated his next steps. My Lord Tang Hao, there is indeed another way. After a brief pause, Mugu suddenly spoke. What method? Tang Hao exclaimed, turning towards Mugu with urgency. Although uncertain of the veracity of Mugu's claim, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Perhaps Mugu truly possessed a solution. It is quite simple. You need only allow your wife to escape on her own. The pastoral song responded succinctly. What? Let Aine escape on her own? Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion, which had never crossed his mind. The spirit hall seeks to capture your wife, not you. As long as she can successfully flee, wouldn't that suffice? Mugu spoke again. Indeed, Qian Sun is intent on capturing Aine. All we need to do is ensure her escape. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's eyes widened in realization. Mugu's words had illuminated a path for him. Yes, as long as she successfully flees, you can rendezvous with her afterwards. I am confident that with your wife's capabilities, it shall be a simple task for her to locate you. Mugu chuckled. You are absolutely right. Let us proceed with this plan. Tang Hao considered the suggestion carefully and found it feasible, his excitement evident as he readily agreed. The method proposed by the shepherd is undoubtedly feasible, but it hinges on one crucial condition. He must intercept Qian Renxue, thereby granting Aine the opportunity to escape. This notion crossed his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it, for he had already resolved to remain and obstruct Qian Renxue. Aine, upon witnessing Tang Hao's immediate decision to set aside the Blue-Silver Emperor, urged, you must let the Blue-Silver Emperor depart first. No, I shall not leave. Tang Hao, you cannot stop Qian Renxue. She interjected as soon as Tang Hao spoke, shaking her head in defiance of the notion of leaving. Though he did not articulate it, she was acutely aware that if she were to flee, Tang Hao would inevitably need to stay behind to buy her time. Fear not. As long as I can hold off Qian Renxue for a while, it will suffice. Once you have escaped, I shall remain unharmed. Given my standing, Qian Renxue should not dare to take my life. Tang Hao, taken aback by the perceptiveness of the Blue-Silver Emperor, hastily reassured her. He too was uncertain whether Qian Renxue would indeed be bold enough to kill him, but he felt compelled to say so to assuage her worries. Indeed, Blue-Silver Emperor, Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you must think of the child you carry, he implored. If you flee, Tang Hao may yet survive, however. If you do not, both you and your unborn child face certain death. At this moment, Mugu was also assisting Tang Hao in persuading him. How ungrateful it would be, after all my efforts to help you, if you still dared to go back on your word. In the depths of his heart, Mugu silently cursed. How could he possess such benevolence? Everything was merely for his own benefit. Indeed, Ain, look at what Master Hugu has said, undoubtedly. He is right. Upon hearing Mu Ji's words, Tang Hao cast a grateful glance at him and hastily addressed the Blue-Silver Emperor. There is no time left, Ain. You must depart at once. I will ensure that neither you nor our child comes to harm. With that, Tang Hao continued to urge the Blue-Silver Emperor to leave. The Blue-Silver Emperor appeared conflicted. Had it only been for herself, she would have been reluctant to leave so easily. Yet, considering the child within her, she ultimately nodded. Her eyes reddening. I understand. Good, then Ain, you should hurry. Tang Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm upon hearing her response. Subsequently, he swiftly communicated with the Blue-Silver Emperor through thought, saying, Soon, I will have Master Hugu accompany you. Once you depart, he will be of little use to me, so I will have him follow you. Should I fail to hinder Qian Renxue, you can at least use him as a hostage. Chapter 89. Mugu was exhilarated, set to be published at noon tomorrow. The reason Tang Hao considered this plan was due to Mu Ji's prior performance, which had earned him a measure of trust. However, trust aside, he was still intent on utilizing him. He did not plan to retain Mugu, for he did not believe that upon witnessing the Blue-Silver Emperor's departure, Qian Renxue would be distracted by Mu Ji's presence. It was highly probable that Qian Renxue would bypass him entirely to pursue the Blue-Silver Emperor. To prevent this, the most straightforward approach was to take decisive action. Thus, having Mugu in his grasp would prove futile. It would be far better to allow Mugu to accompany the Blue-Silver Emperor, if he truly could not stop Qian Renxue. At least the Blue-Silver Emperor would possess leverage should she be pursued. The pastoral melody speaks of a soul king, albeit a talented one, who does not believe his wife would struggle to manage him, especially after traversing such a long distance. His soul power has nearly been exhausted. Upon receiving Tang Hao's whispered thoughts, the Blue-Silver Empress's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. She had not anticipated that Tang Hao harbored such intentions, still contemplating the utilization of the Soul King. In her memory, Tang Hao was not one to possess such motives. However, she soon felt a profound sense of gratitude, realizing that Tang Hao's elaborate scheming was entirely for her sake. Master Hugu, I am aware of your concerns. May I ask for a favor without using you to threaten your Pope? At that moment, Tang Hao did not dare to linger. Swiftly turning his gaze towards the Soul King, Lord Tang Hao, please speak. I shall assist you in any way I can. Without a moment's hesitation, the Soul King acquiesced to Tang Hao's request. He was willing to help with anything, as long as Tang Hao refrained from using him to coerce Qian Renxue, whom he found utterly untrustworthy. I hope Master Hugu can assist me in safeguarding Ain as we depart together. Once Ain is safe, Master Hugu may leave at his discretion. Tang Hao gazed at the Soul King, finally articulating his thoughts. He was certainly not about to reveal his true intentions. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Mugu was momentarily taken aback, his heart inexplicably racing. This is an opportunity. He hoped Tang Hao would think that Mugu had not heard clearly, and thus he hastily repeated himself. Yes, I can indeed agree to His Excellency Tang Hao. After Tang Hao finished speaking, Mugu suppressed the surge of excitement within him and promptly acquiesced. Ah, this is the chance you have bestowed upon me. Tang Hao, your reckoning is approaching. The pastoral heart erupted in laughter, maintaining an outward composure. Tang Hao was indeed granting him an opportunity for retribution against Tang Hao himself. Mugu never anticipated that the opportunity would arise so swiftly. Thank you. I previously overstepped my bounds with the esteemed Master Hugu. Tang Hao, unaware of the elation bubbling within Mugu, had already devised a plan for retribution. Upon hearing this, he even expressed his gratitude to Mugu. No need. I understand that you were left with no choice. A pastoral scene unfolded, revealing a sense of urgency. Ian, we must not linger any longer. You must depart swiftly. Tang Hao nodded, aware that there was no time for pleasantries with Mugu. His intention was solely to persuade Mugu to accompany the Blue-Silver Emperor in their escape. Turning to the Blue-Silver Emperor, he urged, hurry. All right, Hao. Please take care. I will await your return. The Blue-Silver Emperor replied, her eyes glistening with emotion. Let us make haste. Tang Hao insisted, leaving no room for further discussion as he pressed the Blue-Silver Emperor to leave without delay. We must move quickly. The longer we tarry, the more perilous it becomes for Tang Hao. Only when you are safe will he refrain from fiercely obstructing our path. The pastoral song was also directed towards the Blue-Silver Emperor. Be cautious, I await your arrival. Upon hearing this, the Blue-Silver Emperor, with reddened eyes, glanced once more at Tang Hao and uttered a single phrase before swiftly turning to depart. Without a moment's hesitation, Mugu promptly followed suit. Rest assured, Ain, I will ensure that you have ample time. Observing the retreating figures of Lan Yinhuang and Mugu, Tang Hao's expression gradually transformed into one of seriousness and gravity. Soon after, Tang Hao regained his composure and slowly summoned his martial soul, the Haotian hammer. patiently awaiting the arrival of Qian Renxue. In less than half a stick of incense, Qian Renxue arrived, soaring down from the sky. Tang Hao, where is that soul beast? And what of Elder Hu Gu from the spirit hall? Qian Renxue alighted before Tang Hao, directly interrogating him. As he questioned, Qian Renxue cast a glance behind Tang Hao, where he could faintly discern two figures in the distance. So, you remain behind to obstruct me for the sake of a mere soul beast. How utterly absurd. Qian Renxue quickly realized, sneering derisively at Tang Hao. Without further ado, he prepared to pursue, disregarding Tang Hao entirely. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? With that, Tang Hao erupted, unleashing his martial soul's true form, merging both himself and the hammer into one, and striking fiercely towards Qian Renxue. This demonstrated Tang Hao's formidable power. Only a soul master who had achieved the pinnacle of control over their martial soul could manifest their weapon in tandem with their own essence. The terrifying explosive force could not be overlooked, even by Qian Renxue, who hastily activated his soul skills to defend himself. Tang Hao, it seems you are courting death. With that, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, Angelic Light Blade, summoning 15 miniature golden swords around him, which then coalesced into a single massive golden sword, cleaving towards Tang Hao with a swift strike. Haodian 9 Absolutes, Shockword Technique. Thus began an intense clash between Tang Hao and Qian Renxue. Though Tang Hao's level was inferior to that of Qian Renxue, the enhancement from the Killing God domain unleashed a formidable fighting prowess, momentarily halting Qian Renxue's advance. Meanwhile, Mugu and Lan Yinhuang had reached the edge of the Stardow Forest. At that moment, they sensed the sounds of battle emanating from behind them. How? Lan Yinhuang could not help but pause, glancing back. Let us hasten into the Stardow Forest. Seeing the situation, Mugu could not help but remind himself of the urgency. If they dawdled, what would happen if they could not escape from Qian Renxue's pursuit, without fleeing to a secure location? How could he possibly act against the Blue-Silver Emperor? Previously, Mugu had been indifferent to the fate of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Yet now he found himself unwilling to see her captured by Qian Renxue. For Mugu suddenly realized that he now had the opportunity to claim her for himself. Chapter 90. Mugu takes action to seek initial subscription. Tang Hao intercepts Qian Renxue. Mugu was uncertain of his fate, yet he pondered the improbability of a flawless escape. Even if he were to flee unscathed, it mattered little, as long as he and the Blue-Silver Emperor successfully penetrated the Stardow Forest. It would render Tang Hao's attempts to reunite with the Blue-Silver Emperor nearly impossible. Once they entered, Sun Qian would find it exceedingly difficult to locate them. And the same would hold true for Tang Hao. By that juncture, Mugu would ensure that the Blue-Silver Emperor had no opportunity to inform Tang Hao. The Blue-Silver Emperor remained blissfully unaware of the peril she was in. Upon realizing Muji's deep concern for her safety, she felt a surge of gratitude, understanding that her immediate priority was to escape. Thus, she cast aside her worries for Tang Hao and promptly joined Mugu in their venture into the Stardow Forest. Throughout their journey, the Blue-Silver Emperor activated her Blue-Silver domain. With her assistance, they deftly evaded the soul beasts that could potentially obstruct their path, experiencing a seamless passage. Many soul beasts did not exhibit aggressive tendencies towards humans, a distinction the Blue-Silver Emperor was adept at recognizing. The pastoral figure silently trails behind the Blue-Silver Emperor, refraining from taking action for the time being. This is due to the fact that they have not yet ventured deeply into the Stardow Forest. Striking now would not ensure his safety. In the midst of the chaos, Mugu was determined to ensure that Qian Renxue could not locate him after he took action. Tang Hao, for the sake of your wife, muster your strength. You must stop Qian Renxue. Do not let him in so swiftly. Mugu encouraged Tang Hao in his heart. At that moment, Mugu was undoubtedly the one who most fervently wished for Tang Hao's success in detaining Qian Renxue. With a thunderous roar, Haodian Jiuju, Zhenzijiu, and one Pai Feng Shui Fa, Jiujiu Guei, Tang Hao, engaged in battle with Qian Renxue, displayed remarkable prowess. The profound techniques of the Haotian sect were unleashed from his hands, successfully obstructing Qian Renxue. What an impressive display from Tang Hao. What a commendable representation of the Haotian sect. This was the first time Qian Renxue had faced a formidable opponent from the Haotian sect, and he was genuinely astonished by Tang Hao's performance. He had not anticipated that Tang Hao, merely a soul Douluo, could hold him at bay through the sect's extraordinary skills. Although Tang Hao's explosive power could not be sustained for long, the sheer intensity of his assaults caught Qian Renxue off guard. Sixth soul skill, Angelic Holy Sword. A golden vortex materialized before Qian Renxue, gradually revealing a radiant golden sword that hurtled towards Tang Hao. With a resounding crash, Tang Hao was sent flying. The disparity in their strengths was evident. Had he been facing an ordinary title Douluo, Tang Hao might have triumphed, but he was up against Qian Renxue, who wielded an angelic martial soul, and the tides of battle began to turn against him. Damn it, once more. Despite being repelled, Tang Hao gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, immediately launching another assault on Qian Renxue. You are courting death. Qian Renxue, now irate, sensed that the Blue-Silver Empress had already entered the Stardow Forest. If he did not pursue her soon, she would slip from his perceptive grasp, making it arduous to locate her in the vastness of the forest. Ninth soul skill, Angelic Radiance. In an instant, Qian Renxue unleashed his ninth soul skill, summoning a colossal angelic figure behind him. The angel made a gesture of prayer, radiating golden light, and unleashed a massive beam of golden energy towards Tang Hao. The sheer force of this attack darkened the skies, sending forth an invisible shockwave. Dasumi Hammer, faced with Qian Renxue's onslaught. Tang Hao felt the overwhelming pressure and resolutely executed the Hao Tian sect's most formidable technique, the Dasumi Hammer. The ensuing collision was cataclysmic. The golden beam collided with Tang Hao's hammer, resulting in a tremendous explosion of soul power. The aftermath saw Tang Hao spewing blood as he was thrown back, severely wounded and breathless. Yet, he had successfully withstood Qian Renxue's attack. Dasumi Hammer. Qian Renxue, witnessing Tang Hao's resilience, was once again taken aback. Tang Hao, let us see how many more of my attacks you can endure. Frustrated by his inability to subdue Tang Hao after such prolonged engagement, Qian Renxue's anger flared. In a flash, he unleashed another soul skill aimed directly at Tang Hao. Dasumi Hammer, Expulsion Ring. With resolute determination in his eyes, Tang Hao invoked the essence of the Dasumi Hammer, the Expulsion Ring, fully aware that without it, he could not withstand Qian Renxue's relentless assault. As 8 soul rings around Tang Hao detonated one after another, they transformed into a surge of soul power, coalescing around him. In that moment, Tang Hao's soul power surged to terrifying heights. How was this possible? Qian Renxue sensed the overwhelming pressure radiating from Tang Hao, feeling an acute sense of threat. He was astounded that Tang Hao could unleash such power at this critical juncture. Die! Tang Hao cried out, swinging his fully unleashed Hao Tian hammer with all his might towards Qian Renxue. The 8th soul skill of Qian Renxue merely momentarily staved off Tang Hao's fierce assault before it was shattered. Damn it! Angelic protection! Qian Renxue, realizing his 9th soul skill was still on cooldown, resorted to another defensive technique. He recognized that Tang Hao's explosive power was fleeting. All he needed to do was endure without engaging in a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, the Blue-Silver Empress, having ventured deep into the Stardow forest, found a concealed spot and quickly activated her Blue-Silver domain, eager to ascertain Tang Hao's condition. Information beyond the range of her Blue-Silver domain was gradually relayed to her through the Blue-Silver grass, albeit with a delay. The proximity to the forest allowed her to swiftly gather the information she sought, witnessing firsthand how Tang Hao obstructed Qian Renxue. With her eyes closed, absorbing the information, the Blue-Silver Empress's expression shifted dramatically. Mugu stood quietly beside her, observing the changes in her demeanor. From her shifting countenance, it was evident that Tang Hao's situation was dire. Tang Hao, I am grateful for your unwavering efforts in successfully detaining Qian Renxue. Mugu gazed quietly at the Blue-Silver Emperor, silently expressing gratitude towards Tang Hao, while subtly channeling his soul power into his fingertips. Chapter 91. Subduing the Blue-Silver Emperor, Acupoint Technique. Seizing the opportunity while the Blue-Silver Emperor remained unguarded, Mugu acted decisively. With a series of swift strikes, he employed the Acupoint Technique to seal off both the soul power and the martial spirit of the Blue-Silver Emperor in an instant. With little soul power remaining, Mugu found himself in a position to subdue the Blue-Silver Emperor without her defenses. He merely utilized a pressure point technique to seal her abilities, requiring minimal energy. By the time the Blue-Silver Emperor sensed the impending threat, it was already too late. As she opened her eyes, despair filled them. She had never anticipated Mugu would turn against her. It was that she was unprepared, but her primary concern had been Tang Hao's safety, prompting her to first ascertain his condition. Furthermore, she had noticed Mugu's dwindling soul power and never considered him a genuine threat. She believed she could easily manage him. What have you done to me? The Blue-Silver Emperor's eyes brimmed with hopelessness. She refrained from questioning Mugu's motives, recognizing the futility in doing so. His assault signified that all his previous displays had been mere pretense. He had come to capture her. Confusion enveloped her as she pondered how Mugu managed to inhibit her martial spirit and soul power. It's merely a soul skill I devised myself, Mugu replied coolly, casting a fleeting smile at the despondent Blue-Silver Emperor. He chose not to elaborate on the pressure point technique, providing too much detail might enable her to break free from his constraints. Truly, Master Hugo is formidable. The Blue-Silver Emperor glared at Mugu with a mixture of fury and despair, her tone stripped of any trace of respect. What I previously stated was entirely truthful. My presence in Black Tiger City was not solely to capture you. You subjected me to endless humiliation and nearly led to my demise, compelling me to seek retribution. I am a person who always repays enmity. Despite her scornful retorts, Mugu remained unfazed, calmly elucidating his circumstances. Since arriving in Douluo continent, he had never endured such indignity, and he could not simply allow it to go unpunished. He had successfully deceived Tang Hao and guided them towards an escape plan. Otherwise, the Blue-Silver Emperor would have never managed to flee. At that time, as a hostage, he was undoubtedly in peril. Tang Hao, in a state of hopelessness, could very well have dragged him into destruction. The elimination of him would have deprived the Spirit Hall of a vital asset. Thus, Mugu's assertion that he had nearly been killed was entirely justified. Faced with Mugu's words, the Blue-Silver Emperor found herself at a loss for words. His current assertions only solidified the truth of his claims. He truly had no intention of capturing her. Hence, all that had transpired was a consequence of their own actions. What of Tang Hao? He does not appear to be dead. Observing the speechless Blue-Silver Emperor, Mugu approached the subject of Tang Hao's fate without haste. How? The Blue-Silver Emperor recalled Tang Hao's final moments, where she witnessed his fierce struggle against Qian Renxue. Despite Tang Hao's formidable battle prowess, he ultimately succumbed to Qian Renxue. However, in the final moments, a swift figure appeared and rescued Tang Hao, evading even Qian Renxue's pursuit. That individual was Bai He, the leader of the Min family, one of the 4 affiliated sects of Haotian school and also Tang Hao's uncle. Nevertheless, despite his rescue, Tang Hao bore severe injuries. Hao is safe. He has escaped. A fleeting shadow of worry crossed the blue-silver emperor's face before she composed herself to respond to Mugu. Master Hugu, I advise you to release me. Otherwise, Tang Hao will not spare you. Given his talent, he will undoubtedly surpass the title Douluo level. Regaining her composure, the blue-silver emperor momentarily set aside her despair and concern for Tang Hao, determined to seek her own salvation. Regardless of the circumstances, she had to make an attempt. Escaped? Mugu's expression shifted slightly at her words. From her demeanor, he sensed she was not lying. If Tang Hao had truly encountered misfortune, the blue-silver emperor would not be so composed. It seemed that Tang Hao had indeed managed to delay Qian Renxue and subsequently fled. Impressive. To escape from Qian Renxue at the Soul Douluo level is no small feat. However, if it were just Qian Renxue alone, defeating him would have been improbable for Tang Hao post-explosion. Yet, escaping from him was not entirely out of the question. After all, in the anime, Qian Renxue had the assistance of both Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, all of whom Tang Hao had managed to defeat. Now, although Tang Hao lacked the blue-silver emperor's sacrificial power, Qian Renxue was also deprived of 2 Soul Douluo allies. Mugu contemplated the situation and found himself convinced that Tang Hao could indeed escape from Qian Renxue's grasp. However, Mugu could not shake the feeling that the expression of the blue-silver emperor did not reflect any knowledge of Tang Hao's predicament, leading him to this conclusion. Even if Tang Hao had managed to flee, what of it? At this moment, he should be seeking refuge, lacking the capability to come here and rescue you. Mugu cast a disdainful glance at Lan Huang, utterly unconcerned about the possibility of Tang Hao's arrival. He doubted whether Tang Hao possessed the strength to come after him now. The fact that Tang Hao managed to stall Qian Renxue and subsequently escape from his grasp was undoubtedly a result of sheer desperation. If Tang Hao were to pursue him now, it would be uncertain who would truly be causing trouble for whom. Moreover, even if Tang Hao retained the capacity to fight, what difference would it make? Lan Huang was already in his grasp. With the threat of Tang Hao's wife and child looming over him, he felt no fear whatsoever. So what if Tang Hao had fled? If anything were to happen to him or the child he carried, Tang Hao would undoubtedly seek revenge. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Lan Huang bit his lip and threatened once more. Once I return to the Wuhuan Palace, what can he do to me? Besides, you were captured by Qian Renxue. What does that have to do with me? With a dismissive snort, Mugu expressed his indifference. Of course, his remark was merely a rebuttal to Lan Huang. He had no intention of surrendering her to Qian Renxue. Unless, of course, he found himself unable to evade Qian Renxue's pursuit and was ultimately caught. However, Lan Huang remained oblivious, and upon hearing Mugu's shameless response, she was left utterly speechless. For Mugu spoke the truth. If she were to be captured, Tang Hao would remain unaware that it was Mugu who had apprehended her. Rest assured, I have no desire to hand you over to our Pope, for you are mine. Observing the despair etched upon Lan Huang's face, Mugu erupted into laughter. P.S. There are no save drafts. All is being composed in real time. There will be 3 more updates today, totaling 5. Chapter 92. The plea of Lan Huang. What did you say? Upon hearing Mugu's words, Lan Huang instantly lifted her gaze towards him. I have stated that I will not deliver you to our Pope, for you belong to me. Mugu gazed at the blue-silver emperor and spoke once more. The blue-silver emperor, taken aback, confirmed her thoughts. She had never anticipated that Mugu would seek to contest the prey with her own Pope. The shepherd is merely a soul king, yet he dares to covet her? Do you wish to acquire the soul bone that resides within me? May I request a favor from you? Upon realizing that the shepherd intended to entrust her to Qian Renxue, the blue-silver emperor suddenly seized a glimmer of hope. Her eyes filled with yearning as she gazed at the shepherd. You seek my assistance? Mugu gazed at the blue-silver emperor with a mixture of desperation and humor. Yes, I implore you. I can offer you my soul bones, even my soul rings. I only beseech you to let me bear the child within. As she caressed her abdomen, her voice trembled with emotion. Had she been captured by Qian Renxue, she would not have pleaded in such a manner. Fully aware that the Pope of the Spirit Hall would not allow the child to survive. However, facing Mugu, she felt a glimmer of hope. Observe your behavior. Stay here obediently while I recover my soul power. Our escape from the Pope's pursuit is uncertain. If we are captured, I shall have no choice but to surrender you. Upon hearing the blue-silver emperor's words, Mugu's eyes flickered momentarily, hesitating to respond immediately. He began to cultivate right where he stood, as his soul power was indeed diminished and required urgent restoration. With the blue-silver emperor's martial spirit and soul power sealed, he felt no apprehension about her fleeing. His mind was not entirely absorbed in cultivation. He remained vigilant, aware of her every movement. The blue-silver emperor, hearing Mugu's words, could only remain despondently in place, watching him recover his soul power. Mugu swiftly immersed himself in his cultivation. Their current location could not guarantee absolute safety. To evade the Spirit Hall's pursuit and the lurking dangers of soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, Mugu needed to accomplish one more task, to simulate the Blue-Silver Emperor's martial spirit and attempt to replicate her Blue-Silver domain. Only by mastering the Blue-Silver domain could he and the Blue-Silver Emperor traverse the Stardew Forest with the utmost freedom. However, simulating her martial spirit would consume soul power, necessitating a swift recovery on his part. If he failed to simulate it, they would have to rely on fortune. Outside the Stardew Forest, in a quaint town, Tang Hao slowly regained consciousness after spitting blood. Master, you have finally awakened. Splendid. The leaders of the 4 major single attribute clans rejoiced upon witnessing Tang Hao's revival. Titan Niu Gao and Yang Wudi referred to Tang Hao as master, while Bai He, who was Tang Hao's uncle, continued to address him by his name. It is you all, Tang Hao remarked, feeling considerably relieved of the internal pressure following his bloodshed. Yet still profoundly weak. He recognized those surrounding him and recalled that it was Bai He who had rescued him. Had Bai He not arrived at the last moment, he would have surely perished at Qian Renxue's hands. Ian. Tang Hao immediately grew concerned for the Blue-Silver Emperor's well-being. I must return to find Ian. The thought of her spurred him to struggle and attempt to rise, eager to reunite with the Blue-Silver Emperor. Master, in your current state, it would be futile to go. Since the mistress has fled to the Stardew Forest, she should be safe. Titan firmly restrained Tang Hao. Yes, master. We have dispatched personnel to search for the mistress. News will reach us promptly. Seeing Tang Hao's condition, Titan was quick to hold him down. Where are the Spirit Hall's people? They must have entered as well? Tang Hao inquired about the situation regarding the Spirit Hall. Indeed, they have entered to search. But thus far, they have not found the mistress. Niu Gao promptly replied. Since they have yet to locate her, Ian should be in no danger. Instruct our personnel not to engage with the Spirit Hall and withdraw. Tang Hao, regaining his composure, refrained from hastily seeking the Blue-Silver Emperor. Instead, he endured his pain and calmly made arrangements. The 4 major clans lacked enough top-tier experts, and sending more people would only heighten the risk of conflict with the Spirit Hall. Moreover, a larger group would be easier to detect. Thus, Tang Hao commanded everyone to retreat, sending only Bai He to proceed, as Bai He's speed was unmatched, making it unlikely for ordinary titled Douluos to catch him. Tang Hao then disclosed the Blue-Silver Emperor's identity and explained how she would communicate with him. All right, I understand. Rest assured, I will bring her back. Bai He assured him, relieved to learn of the Blue-Silver Emperor's formidable sensory abilities, which suggested she would likely be safe for the time being. Yes, I entrust Ian to you, uncle. Tang Hao responded solemnly. Search separately. Ensure that Soul Beast is located. Those ranked below Soul Sage should search the periphery and avoid venturing deeper. As Qian Renxue delved further into the Stardew Forest, he quickly devised new strategies. The forest teemed with Soul Beasts, and those below the Soul Sage rank were ill-suited for deeper exploration. Yes, your holiness. His subordinates promptly set out to relay the orders. Damn that Tang Hao for causing me to lose track of that Soul Beast. Qian Renxue fumed inwardly as he continued his search. If it weren't for Tang Hao's interference, I would have captured the Blue-Silver Emperor by now. And what of Mugu? Does he not understand the need to resist? Qian Renxue harbored some resentment towards Mugu, believing that had he put up a struggle, he could have delayed the Blue-Silver Emperor's escape, at the very least creating some commotion. The thought of losing 100,000-year soul beast at the brink of capture filled him with fury. After restoring his soul power, Mugu approached the Blue-Silver Emperor. Placing his hand gently upon her shoulder, a surge of energy coursed through him, invading her essence. What are you doing? The Blue-Silver Emperor, feeling vulnerable, questioned him with trepidation. You wouldn't want anything to happen to the child within, would you? So, remain still. Mugu offered little explanation, merely issuing a subtle threat. Upon hearing Mugu's ominous words, the delicate form of the Blue-Silver Emperor trembled, instantly rendering her incapable of any form of defiance. The essence of the pastoral song swiftly penetrated the core of the Blue-Silver Emperor, reaching the very essence of its martial spirit. Although the Blue-Silver Emperor is a 100,000-year spirit beast transformed into a humanoid form, and thus not truly human, it is remarkable that this transformation grants it its own martial spirit, located in the same manner as that of a human, within the core. A sprig of blue-silver grass, radiating a golden-blue luminescence, takes root within the Blue-Silver Emperor's core, shimmering brilliantly. Simulator, emulate the martial spirit of the Blue-Silver Emperor. In his heart, the shepherd murmured a phrase, and his own martial soul swiftly infused itself into the body of the Blue-Silver Emperor through his soul power. The scene reminiscent of the 1,000 Fathoms snow martial spirit once again unfolds in a pastoral melody. The soul of Mugu transformed into countless minuscule cubes, enveloping the entirety of the Blue-Silver Emperor's essence, continuously engaging in analysis and simulation. As her soul was shrouded and scrutinized, the Blue-Silver Emperor felt an overwhelming discomfort, tempted on numerous occasions to resist. Yet, the thought of Mugu's menacing threat compelled her to endure the unease and submit to his actions. What exactly are you doing to me? Nevertheless, the Blue-Silver Emperor was deeply intrigued to understand Mugu's true intentions. You shall find out shortly. The shepherd did not elaborate further, but continued to emulate the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul. The Blue-Silver Emperor, seeing that the shepherd was unwilling to speak, could only bide her time in silence. This waiting was an excruciating ordeal for her, each passing moment amplifying her discomfort. The shepherd's hand rested upon her shoulder, drawing them unnervingly close, which left the blue-silver emperor feeling quite unsettled and repulsed. After an indeterminate period, the shepherd finally withdrew his hand from her shoulder. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Although she remained unaware of the shepherd's actions, the release brought her a sense of ease. This relief stemmed not only from her own soul being liberated from the shepherd's grasp, but also from the cessation of his touch upon her body. At that moment, the shepherd, seemingly indifferent to the blue-silver emperor's feelings, thought to himself that this was merely the beginning. Having successfully simulated her soul before her eyes, he promptly summoned his own soul simulator. A cube-like device materialized in the shepherd's hand, accompanied by 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black hues. What manner of soul is this? The blue-silver emperor gazed with curiosity at the soul summoned by the shepherd, intrigued by its unfamiliar appearance. Realizing with dawning awareness that she had never before encountered the shepherd's soul, the identity of Master Mugong is known to nearly everyone. Yet few are aware of what his martial soul truly is. He activated the simulator, switching to the blue-silver emperor. Ignoring the curious inquiries from blue-silver emperor, whom he decided to call Ain, Mugong silently recited a phrase in his mind and transitioned the simulator to the blue-silver emperor. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing the transformation of Mugong's martial soul, which gradually morphed into a blue-silver emperor identical to her own, Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the scene before her. She could hardly fathom what she was witnessing. The aura emanating from the blue-silver emperor in Mugong's hands was unmistakably that of the blue-silver emperor, precisely mirroring her own. Were you just replicating my martial soul? Ain suddenly grasped the nature of Mugong's actions, her voice tinged with astonishment. The realization struck her that someone could indeed duplicate another's martial soul. Are you the fallen one, Mugong? Yin's thoughts raced as she recalled something, her beautiful eyes trembling once more in disbelief as she regarded Mugong. Shepherd Hugo. Both possess the remarkable ability to replicate the soul of others. The only distinction lies in the fact that the previously notorious shepherd requires the devouring of another's soul hall to simulate and replicate their soul, while the man before her does not. However, Ain immediately harbored doubts, suspecting that this man was indeed the shepherd of yore. They shared the same age and the uncanny ability to replicate others' souls, yet this man remained perpetually masked. When so many coincidences converge, they cease to be mere coincidences. The fallen shepherd and the esteemed elder Hugo of the Soul Hall. Ain could never have fathomed that these two individuals, so disparate in status and identity, could be one and the same. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she doubted anyone would believe her if she were to speak of it. You are indeed astute. As Mugu cast a glance at the astonished Ain, he did not deny the situation. However, before he could utter more words, his expression swiftly shifted, for he suddenly sensed the mysterious force emanating from the blue-silver emperor in his hand, reverberating back to him. Had he not felt that this energy posed no threat, but instead enveloped him in a warm and comforting embrace, he would have immediately switched his martial spirit back. What could this energy possibly be? Upon realizing that the feedback was not only harmless but seemingly beneficial, Mugu succumbed to curiosity, contemplating what this force might bestow upon him. Could it be that it would directly aid him in awakening the blue-silver domain? With such speculation, he allowed the energy relayed from the blue-silver emperor to continuously flow into him. However, it soon became evident that this was not intended to assist him in awakening the blue-silver domain. Rather, it was the blue-silver emperor's beautifying effect. Upon discerning the nature of the feedback, Mugu found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet, he did not resist, after all. Becoming a touch more handsome was hardly a negative outcome. One by one, blue-silver emperors sprouted beneath Muji's feet, enveloping him in a massive cocoon. Just before being completely encased in this cocoon of blue-silver, Mugu reached out and pulled Ain in alongside him, unwilling to let her escape during this peculiar episode. With a beautiful figure nestled close, filled with softness and fragrance, Mugu, however, had no time to savor the changes to his body, as he soon drifted into a slumber. It was not a complete slumber. His body succumbed to sleep while his consciousness remained alert, ready to awaken at any moment. Ain, tightly wrapped alongside Mugu in the cocoon of blue-silver, initially struggled against the confinement, but soon found herself unable to move, ensnared by the surrounding blue-silver that held them firmly together. Chapter 94. Mutual Attraction. How infuriating. At that moment, Ain, forced into this close proximity with Mugu within the cocoon of blue-silver, felt a mixture of shame and anger. She had been greatly displeased when Mugu placed his hand on her shoulder earlier, and now their bodies were pressed together so intimately. Her face flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by a blend of indignation and grievance. Naturally, in such a predicament, Ain yearned to break free. Yet, with her martial spirit and soul power bound by Mugu, she found herself utterly powerless to escape. Ironically, as she continued to struggle, the friction between their bodies only intensified her feelings of embarrassment and rage. Realizing that her efforts were futile, Ain reluctantly ceased her struggles. However, The source of Yin's distress extended far beyond her confinement. Gradually, a mysterious energy began to permeate the cocoon, swiftly disintegrating the garments adorning both Mugu and Yin. No. Yin's wide eyes reflected shock as she attempted to cry out, only to find herself unable to produce any sound within the cocoon. In despair, she closed her eyes tightly, forcing herself to ignore the contact between their bodies. Why is this happening? Yin was utterly bewildered and humiliated, struggling to comprehend why such a transformation was occurring. She recognized the cocoon of blue-silver, having encountered a similar phenomenon during her own metamorphosis. Yet, she could not fathom why Mugu was experiencing this transformation as well, particularly one that stripped them of their clothing. Yin, in her confusion, observed that while her consciousness remained alert, Mugu, who was also aware of his own transformation, seemed to grasp the situation. However, Mugu was equally uncertain, though he recalled scenes from an anime where Tang San awakened the blue-silver emperor bloodline under similar circumstances. At that time, Tang San too had been enveloped in a cocoon, awakening his bloodline, while simultaneously altering his appearance from an ordinary youth to an exquisite young man. When Tang San emerged from the awakening, he was devoid of clothing, as his garments had disintegrated during the process. What transpired between Mugu and Yin mirrored this phenomenon. Just as Mugu believed the ordeal was coming to an end, an even more extraordinary turn of events unfolded. His body and Yin's seemed to naturally meld together. It was as though the blue-silver bloodline was imparting a message that the blue-silver empress and the blue-silver emperor were destined to unite. Yin, however, found herself in a state of utter despair, realizing she had inadvertently betrayed Tang Hao. As Mugu thought all was concluded, a familiar power began to radiate from him. The blue-silver domain. Mugu was pleasantly surprised. Having already mastered the realm of the god of killing, he was well acquainted with the powers of such domains. It did not take long for him to realize that what was awakening within him was indeed the force of the domain. This was an unexpected delight. Mugu had initially contemplated simulating the blue-silver domain himself, yet it awakened spontaneously. With the blue-silver domain now awakened, Mugu chose not to rush his awakening, but instead began to comprehend the significance of the blue-silver domain. The spirit of the pastoral song is inherently powerful, with its range of perception instantly extending to approximately 20 miles. As the blue-silver grass at the periphery of its domain gradually transmits this ability, the scope of monitoring becomes even more expansive. This is how Yin was able to perceive such distant locations. In the depths of his heart, Mugu silently praised the situation, then continued to let the blue-silver grass gradually transmit and spread outward. Centered around him, the blue-silver grass sprouted from the ground, subtly and unobtrusively, extending for 20 miles. Soon, information from nearly 100 miles away converged into Mugu's consciousness through the transmission of the small blue-silver grass. This is not good. It is time to leave. Realizing this, Mugu quickly discovered 2 teams of soul masters from the spirit hall simultaneously searching for him from 2 different directions. Upon this realization, he promptly opened his eyes and awakened. As Mugu awoke, the cocoon enveloping him and Yin gradually unfolded, revealing the 2 within. Hurry and put on your clothes. We must leave. The spirit hall personnel are approaching us. Without a moment's hesitation, Mugu tossed a set of clothing to Yin and quickly began to dress himself. Hearing Mugu's words, Yin, her face flushed crimson, had no time to scold him and hurriedly donned the clothes he had given her. Once dressed, Yin lifted her gaze to Mugu, only to notice that his mask had vanished, revealing his true visage. To her surprise, Mugu's hair had transformed to match her own color. Yet, she felt a twinge of confusion, despite having seen Mugu's portrait. The person before her bore only a slight resemblance, making it difficult to recognize him as the same individual. Is it your powerful martial spirit that has altered my appearance? Or perhaps evolved? Let us move quickly. If we linger, we shall be captured. After casually explaining, Mugu, akin to Tang Hao before him, suddenly swept Yin into his arms. What are you doing? Yin exclaimed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation as she struggled to escape his embrace. If you wish to avoid being captured by the spirit hall, it is best to hold on tightly to me. This will facilitate my movements. In response to her resistance, Mugu coldly reminded her. Besides, we have shared far more intimate experiences previously. This is hardly anything. Yin, upon hearing his words, felt utterly mortified, her mind racing with thoughts of despair. However, she ultimately succumbed, closing her eyes in resignation and clinging tightly to Mugu, suppressing her humiliation. She knew he was right. If she wished to evade capture, this was her only option. Of course, she could ask him to release her from her seal, but she refrained from doing so, fully aware that he would never acquiesce. After all, Mugu was merely a modest soul king. Should he dare to unbind her, she would ensure he would never have the chance to do so again. She understood he was not foolish enough to take such a risk. Such a shameless scoundrel. Do not act as if you're the wrong party. If your husband had not pursued me, there would be no such consequence. Moreover, you belong to me now. I can do as I please with you. In the vast expanse of the Star Doe forest, Towering trees obscured the sky, allowing only rays of sunlight to filter through, creating beams of golden light. Beneath the trees, a tangle of weeds thrived, with numerous small creatures, each glowing with a faint halo, weaving through the undergrowth. If one were to disregard the dangers lurking within, the Douluo forest would undoubtedly be a breathtaking paradise. A colossal horned rhinoceros soul beast lay dormant in the woods, its slumber undisturbed by the smaller animals and soul beasts that dared not approach. This was a formidable soul beast, tens of thousands of years old. At that moment, a shadow darted past it, causing the rhinoceros to open its eyes briefly before returning to its restful state. This shadow was none other than Mugu, with Qian, donned in matching attire, cradled in his arms. Activating the blue-silver domain, Mugu retained complete awareness of the surrounding terrain and soul beast information, allowing him to traverse the forest unimpeded. Encounters with soul beasts, where avoidance was unnecessary, were not uncommon. Mugu was well acquainted with their behaviors. Qian, still adjusting to being held by a man other than her husband, marveled at Mugu's adeptness as he navigated through the woods. The soul beasts they encountered were all gentle in nature. Mugu either skillfully maneuvered around them or passed close by without incident. They did not encounter any aggressive soul beasts that would attack anything within their vicinity. Qian understood that under normal circumstances, such a scenario would be impossible, indicating that Mugu had deliberately avoided potential threats. Thus, Mugu continued to carry Qian as they journeyed deeper into the Douluo forest. Mugu did not venture deeper into the Douluo forest, instead continuously evading the potential threats posed by soul beasts and the spirit hall personnel. The Douluo forest is vast. Mugu, accompanied by Qian, spent several days skillfully avoiding all searches before finally emerging from the opposite side of the forest. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. He had made it out at last. The past few days had taken a toll on him. He had remained vigilant without a moment's respite, the frequent use of the blue-silver domain draining his energy significantly. Thankfully, they had finally escaped. "Can you put me down now?" Qian exclaimed joyfully, relieved to be free from the clutches of the spirit hall. However, she still found it difficult to adjust to being cradled in Mugu's arms. With their newfound freedom, her immediate instinct was to break free from his embrace. Slap. Hearing Qian's words, Mugu playfully delivered a light smack to her rear. "Hey you," Qian blurted out, flustered and indignant. "Stay still." The pastoral melody merely commanded Qian softly, and then continued, "Do you truly believe that we are safe now that we have emerged? Until we find a place to settle, we remain under the threat of discovery. Besides the soul hall, do you think other soul masters are not intrigued by you? Yet, you must not." Qian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unable to articulate the latter portion of the sentence. "As I have stated, you are already mine. I shall treat you as I wish," the domineering Mugu declared. Upon hearing Mugu utter such words once more, Qian's heart trembled with profound sorrow. Previously, during the awakening of Mugu's blue-silver emperor bloodline, they had been uncontrollably intertwined within the cocoon of blue-silver grass. It was the metamorphosis of the blue-silver emperor's bloodline that naturally bound them together. The memory of that moment filled Qian with shame and grief, as she realized she had committed an act of betrayal against Tang Hao. "I am Tang Hao's wife. Do not act recklessly. Otherwise, I will never sacrifice my soul ring to you, even if it costs me my life." Fearful, Qian could only resort to threatening Mugu with her soul ring. The previous incident had been an accident, a result of their uncontrollable connection, and she would not permit Mugu to touch her again. "Tang Hao, where are you? Please come and rescue me." Simultaneously, Qian prayed in her heart, hoping that she would not be discovered by the spirit hall's members, yet yearning for Tang Hao to find her and liberate her from Mugu's clutches. In response to Qian's threat, Mugu merely chuckled, not explicitly indicating whether he would act against her. This left Qian unable to decipher Mugu's intentions, and she could only pray that he would not harm her. Otherwise, she would feel even more guilty toward Tang Hao. One mistake could be an accident, but it must not occur again. Damn it, where has he gone? Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, still searching for Qian in the Douluo forest, grew increasingly agitated. With the passage of time, he recognized that the hope of finding that soul beast was fading. The inability to locate the blue-silver emperor was already infuriating enough. However, the fact that their esteemed elder from the spirit hall was also in the hands of the enemy only intensified Qian Renxue's fury. "Search. Keep searching. We must find her." Yet, Qian Renxue was unwilling to give up and continued his pursuit. Damn soul beasts, get lost. Along the way, when encountering obstructive soul beasts, Qian Renxue struck out, either injuring or killing them, venting his fury on those troublesome creatures. "Is Qian all right? Why is there still no news?" At that moment, Bai He, Tang Hao's uncle, was equally anxious in the Douluo forest. Following Tang Hao's instructions, he had come to the forest, evading the spirit hall members, and found a place to wait for Qian to contact him. However, as he waited and waited, no word came. Bai He suspected that his location was beyond Qian's perception range, and after several days, he had changed positions multiple times, covering every direction and corner. Yet, Despite his efforts, Ain had not reached out to him. This was not how things were supposed to be, unless something had happened to Ain. Thus, why he felt a growing urgency. The only thing providing him with slight solace was the fact that the Spirit Hall members were still searching the Stardow Forest, indicating that Ain had not yet been captured. But it was only a small comfort. Yin's continued silence led him to suspect that something was indeed amiss. Tang Hao is still waiting for my news. How can I explain this to him? Sighing deeply, Bai He was filled with worry. Although he did not care much for Ain, he could not help but be concerned for Tang Hao. He was aware of the severity of Tang Hao's injuries. And if he were to learn that Ain was in trouble, it would undoubtedly deal a further blow to him. By the way, if we continue with 5 updates today, could I perhaps request some monthly votes? Chapter 96. Green should rightfully be for Tang Hao. What do you mean? You can't find Ain? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Hao grew increasingly anxious as he awaited Bai He's return with Ain. Upon learning the truth from Bai He, fury surged within him, aggravating his injuries, and he coughed up blood. He could not accept such a reality, without Bai He needing to say more. He already knew that Ain must have encountered trouble. Otherwise, she would certainly have reached out to Bai He, as she was not unfamiliar with him. Master, How? Seeing Tang Hao's condition, Titan and the others gasped in alarm. How? Ain may not necessarily be in danger. Perhaps she has already escaped the Stardow Forest, which is why she hasn't contacted me. Bai He hurriedly attempted to reassure Tang Hao, considering this potential scenario on his way back. As long as she hasn't fallen into the hands of the Spirit Hall, there is still hope. Yes, that's right. Ain must have escaped. Upon hearing Bai He's words, Tang Hao felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and immediately affirmed, How? Ain should be safe now. The most important thing is your injuries. They must be treated urgently, or there will be severe consequences. Only when you recover your strength, or even become stronger, will you have the ability to find Ain. Witnessing Tang Hao's distress, Bai He felt a pang of sorrow and hurried to persuade him. Understood. Tang Hao nodded solemnly, acknowledging Bai He's words as truth. He also understood the unspoken thought. If Ain was truly in trouble, he would need to regain his strength to seek vengeance. No, Ain will definitely be alright. Ain, wait for me. At that moment, the very Ain whom Tang Hao worried about was being led to a remote village by Mugu. The shepherd has temporarily decided against bringing Ain into the town, where numerous soul masters abound, each affiliated with the Spirit Hall's branches. Entering such a perilous environment with Ain poses a significant risk, as they could easily be discovered by agents of the Spirit Hall. In contrast, the secluded countryside presents no such dangers. In fact, there is not a single soul master in sight, making it an ideal sanctuary for concealment. The shepherd approached the village chief to purchase a dwelling. Chief, he said, my wife and I have eloped and intend to return to our family only after the birth of our child, so that our home will not oppose our union. Therefore, we wish to remain undiscovered. Please take this money and share it with the villagers. As Mugu conversed with the village elder, he handed him a bag that jingled with the unmistakable sound of coins within. Thank you, esteemed soulmaster, the elder replied, a mixture of surprise and trepidation illuminating his features. Rest assured, I shall keep this matter confidential, and the others in the village will not divulge anything. He accepted the money with great reverence, pledging his solemn assurance. Very well, you may take your leave now, unless it is urgent. Do not allow anyone else to disturb us. The shepherd waved his hand and spoke. The house he had acquired was a forsaken dwelling on the hillside behind the village, a place seldom visited by others. With his assurance, it was believed that the villagers would refrain from intruding upon them. After all, a spirit master holds a significant deterrent over these ordinary folk. Indeed, esteemed spirit master, I shall take my leave at once. Should any matters arise, please do not hesitate to summon me. The village chief replied, filled with reverence. The prospect of a lucrative windfall, coupled with the presence of a spirit master in their village, brought him immense joy. For a remote village like theirs, which occasionally faced incursions from spirit beasts, having a spirit master nearby promised a much greater sense of security. As for the identity of the shepherd, the chief paid it no mind, or perhaps felt unqualified to concern himself with it. The thought of driving away the shepherd out of fear of complications was utterly forbidden. It would be foolish to offend the spirit master before any other dangers even materialized. After casting a discreet glance at the blushing Ain beside the shepherd, the village chief departed with utmost respect. He mused to himself that only by becoming a spirit master could one hope to possess such a beautiful wife. She seemed almost celestial. Well, this shall be our temporary refuge from now on. Let us tidy up. Once the village chief had left, the shepherd gazed at the dilapidated abode and addressed Ain beside him. He cared little for the state of disrepair. It was far superior to sleeping outdoors. Furthermore, with a bit of cleaning and some new furnishings, it would soon become quite comfortable. He had already enlisted the village chief's assistance in procuring the necessary items from the town. All right. In response to the shepherd's words, Ain felt compelled to comply and began to tidy up obediently. The pastoral song offered no assistance, merely observing in silence. Alas, it seems I must retreat for a while. The guise of Master Mugu cannot be carelessly revealed. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Qian Renxue. and I may even have to relinquish the persona of Master Mugu in the future. With a sigh, Mugu reflected on the unforeseen progression of events before his departure from Soul Master City. He had initially intended to enhance his reputation alongside the esteemed Master Mugu. However, in comparison to the acquired Blue-Silver Emperor, the significance of Master Mugu's identity had diminished considerably. Furthermore, his hair color had transformed, rendering any claims of being Master Mugu utterly implausible. He pondered, could his hair color ever revert to its original hue? As he absent-mindedly twirled a strand of his hair, Mugu couldn't help but feel a sense of attachment to his black locks. With this thought in mind, he summoned his Blue-Silver Emperor spirit and silently chanted within, switching it back to the simulator. Throughout his journey, Mugu had maintained the form of the Blue-Silver Emperor, necessitated by the continuous utilization of the Blue-Silver domain. Now, he was eager to discover whether reverting to his spirit form would restore his appearance. Buzz. The Blue-Silver Emperor in the pastoral song swiftly transformed back into the appearance of the simulator. Meanwhile, the color of Mugu's hair rapidly reverted to its original black. However, Mugu's visage did not return to its former state. Only the hue of the hair altered. Ah, how delightful this is. Upon discovering the transformation, Mugu was filled with immense joy. He then attempted to switch his martial soul back to Blue-Silver Emperor, and his hair color reverted to blue. Suddenly, Mugu changed his martial soul to another one. Unsurprisingly, his hair color shifted accordingly, displaying hues of red, yellow, white, and green. This color would be better suited for Tang Hao. Upon noticing his hair had turned green, Mugu cursed under his breath and quickly changed it back. There is only one bed here. Perhaps the village chief could assist in procuring another. At that moment, Ain, who was tidying up, urgently spoke to Mugu. There's no need. You can share a bed with me. Mugu replied directly upon hearing Ain's words. If I do not involve Ain, how can I truly take revenge on Tang Hao? The humiliation suffered by Mugu at the hands of Tang Hao must be avenged through Ain. No. Ain exclaimed in terror upon hearing Mugu's words. I have warned you. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will not allow you to claim my soul ring, even in death. She ceased her previous actions, glaring furiously at Mugu. Without clarity on this matter, she could not focus on anything else. Compared to your very being, I find you far more deserving of my possession than your soul ring. Upon hearing Ain's declaration, Mugu scrutinized her intently and stated unabashedly that his quest for happiness must also reach a resolution. Initially, he had sought to resolve this with Lu Erlong, but alas, she had denied him the opportunity. Lu Erlong's reluctance led him to refrain from pressing further, for she was not akin to Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong had sought to kill him, he had acted without hesitation. Lu Erlong had never offended him. Thus he felt constrained from committing any transgressions against her. However, Yin's situation was markedly different. Though she bore no intent to harm him, her husband Tang Hao had wronged him severely, nearly costing him his life and subjecting him to grievous humiliation. Since Yin was Tang Hao's wife, they were essentially one. Therefore, Mugu's desire for retribution against Tang Hao through Yin was only natural, simultaneously addressing his own pursuit of happiness. Yin was taken aback by Mugu's words and instinctively retreated. Though his sentiments were intended as praise, she would rather forgo them. Additionally, she felt a profound shock, realizing that Mugu was willing to relinquish a 100,000-year soul ring in pursuit of her body. This was indeed the soul ring she had offered to sacrifice voluntarily. As a soul master, to willingly forsake such a readily attainable treasure was astonishing. Yet, witnessing Yin's frightened retreat, Mugu felt no pity. Rather, a fervent desire ignited within him. Resolute in his intentions, he advanced towards Yin. Ah, do not come any closer. Yin gasped, suddenly realizing the implications of his gaze. She sought to escape, glancing around desperately, only to find no avenue for retreat. The entrance was obstructed by Mugu. Mugu manipulated a surge of soul power and casually flung the door shut. Although no one was expected to arrive, Mugu still decided to close it. The items that the village chief had been asked to procure would not be returned until the next day at the earliest. The sound of the door slamming resonated heavily in Yin's heart, plunging her further into despair. Soon, Yin found herself grasped by the chin by Mugu. Please, I beg you do not. I am Tang Hao's wife. I cannot betray him again. Yin realized her struggles were futile and could only plead with Mugu through tears. It is precisely because you are Tang Hao's wife that I am compelled to act against you. I seek revenge on Tang Hao, do you understand? Mugu, holding Yin's chin firmly, gazed into her eyes with a fierce intensity. Yin then comprehended that Mugu's actions were motivated by a desire for vengeance against Tang Hao, deepening her sense of hopelessness. Moreover, you have already committed an act of betrayal against Tang Hao. Do not pretend to be innocent. Mugu reminded her. Upon hearing these words, Yin's beautiful eyes trembled. Indeed, their prior unexpected union had already tarnished her purity. Unbeknownst to them, outside the dwelling, it seemed as if spring had arrived, with clusters of blue-silver grass emerging, swaying gently in pairs in celebration of the union of the Blue-Silver Emperor and Empress. Unfortunately, they remained oblivious to the fact that their Blue-Silver Empress was unwilling. Even if they were aware, they could not assist her. While Mugu indulged in his reckless revelry, the Haotian sect was visited by uninvited guests. Qian Renxue arrived, accompanied by Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, along with a contingent of subordinates. What brings your holiness to our humble abode? Upon learning of Qian Renxue's visit, Tang Xiao stepped forward without formality, inquiring with a grave tone. The spirit hall's intentions were clearly malevolent, and he had no desire to engage in pleasantries. Tang Xiao, surrender your brother Tang Hao. Qian Renxue wasted no time with idle chatter, directly demanding Tang Hao from the Haotian sect. After failing to locate the Blue-Silver Emperor, Qian Renxue had to admit that he had lost track of him in the Stardow Forest, likely due to the latter's escape. Frustrated, Qian Renxue had come to the Haotian sect to coerce them into handing over Tang Hao, for finding him would equate to locating the Blue-Silver Emperor. My brother is no longer within the Haotian sect. If you seek him, you must do so on your own. Faced with Qian Renxue's pressure, Tang Xiao's expression darkened, unable to utter even a defense for his brother Tang Hao. In the eyes of the Soul Master community, his brother had indeed erred gravely. Even the Haotian sect could not openly shield him. Your brother is now implicated not only in colluding with soul beasts, but has also captured our esteemed elder. Master Mugu, your Haotian sect must hand him over. Qian Renxue's disdainful scoff left no room for Tang Xiao's dignity as the newly appointed sect leader. He even contemplated using this opportunity to annihilate the Haotian sect, having already acquired a justifiable reason based on the charges of collusion with soul beasts. The only matter that gave him pause was the former sect leader, Tang Chun, a figure from his father's era, representing the true essence of the Haotian sect. Qian Renxue's visit also aimed to draw Tang Chun out, to ascertain whether he still remained within the sect. What? Tang Hao actually captured Master Mugu. This is utterly outrageous. The elders behind Tang Xiao erupted in indignation upon hearing Qian Renxue's words. Your Holiness, Tang Hao has already been expelled from our Haotian sect. Any of his actions bear no relation to us. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, the seventh elder, who had long desired Tang Hao's expulsion, stepped forward to address Qian Renxue. Indeed, Tang Hao has been expelled from the sect. His affairs are no longer our concern. If your spirit hall possesses the capability, go seek him out yourselves. The matter concerning Master Mugu is entirely unrelated to our Haotian sect. Following the seventh elder's assertion, the other elders echoed their agreement, realizing the dire implications of associating with Tang Hao. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He yearned to rebuke the elders for their folly, insisting that the Haotian sect had not expelled Tang Hao. Yet, he refrained, fully aware of the situation's seriousness. Your Holiness, you have heard it. Tang Hao has long been expelled by me, and his actions have no connection to our Haotian sect. As for the misdeeds of Tang Hao, we too bear some responsibility. Thus, from this day forth, our Haotian sect will seal its doors and cease all operations. Even as he pressed his palm until it bled, Tang Xiao resolved to unify the elders' stance while declaring the closure of the sect. What? Sect leader, this cannot be. The elders gasped in shock, attempting to intervene upon hearing Tang Xiao's proclamation. No need for further discussion. It is decided, he asserted, refusing to allow any dissent. I am now the leader of the Haotian sect, and my word is final. Our sect's reputation is already tarnished. Being the so-called #1 sect in the world, while lacking even a title de law, is untenable. With the scandal of Tang Hao, our standing will only suffer further. It is better to seal the mountain and reopen when we have accumulated sufficient strength. Hearing Tang Xiao's resolute declaration, the elders fell silent. Ultimately, he was the sect leader, and with outsiders present, opposing his authority would only bring shame to their sect. Very well, since the Haotian sect is sealing its doors, we at the Spirit Hall shall refrain from being overly aggressive. Upon our departure, I will ensure the continent is informed of your expulsion of Tang Hao and the closure of your sect. We shall take our leave. Observing all of this, Qian Renxue was astonished by Tang Xiao's decision. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity, and Qian Renxue promptly seized upon Tang Xiao's words. He hesitated to take action against the Haotian sect, fearing the appearance of Tang Chun, as his father had repeatedly advised him that as long as Tang Chun did not show up, they must refrain from striking against the Haotian sect. Forcing the Haotian sect into seclusion was undoubtedly the best outcome. This was essentially no different from annihilating the Haotian sect. At the very least, in this continent, the Haotian sect would no longer emerge to obstruct their path. Once he consolidated the entire continent, the Spirit Hall would no longer need to fear the Haotian sect. At that point, they could simply sweep them aside. As Qian Renxue and the others departed from the sect, Tang Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a manifestation of his pent-up frustration, so intense that it caused him to bleed. Outside the Haotian sect's mountain gate, in a small town at the foot of the mountain, Tang Hao was recuperating in a chamber of a modest courtyard. Having returned near the Haotian sect, and with the medicinal treatment provided by the brothers Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang, Tang Hao's injuries had improved significantly. Although he had been brought back by Bai He and the others, Tang Hao was reluctant to return to the sect, choosing instead to recuperate in the small town. Should he need anything, he and the others could fetch it from the sect. Moreover, he had instructed the leaders of the 4 primary attribute families to keep his return a secret, so the Haotian sect remained unaware of his presence. With a cough, Tang Hao expelled a mouthful of black blood, gradually opening his eyes. After ridding himself of the stagnated blood within, he finally felt considerably better, although his body remained weak. His injuries were no longer critical, thanks to the brothers Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuan. Just give me a few more days, and I shall fully recover. Tang Hao silently mused. The brothers were skilled in their respective crafts. Yang Wudi excelled in alchemy while Yang Wushuang specialized in toxins, both of which they adeptly applied in the process of healing Tang Hao's wounds. In the animated narrative, had Tang Hao sought the help of the Yang brothers after a yin sacrifice, he would not have borne such grievous hidden injuries, which required the severance of limbs to suppress. Perhaps, at that time, Tang Hao was unwilling to heal, preferring to remain enveloped in suffering, using physical pain to numb the anguish within his heart. Ahau, master, there's trouble. The sect leader has expelled you from the sect. At that moment, the 4 leaders of the Haotian sect's affiliated sects, including Bibi, hurried over to Tang Hao, bringing news from the Haotian sect. What has happened? Tang Hao was taken aback, quickly pressing for details. Although he had voluntarily distanced himself from the Haotian sect and had no desire to return, hearing that he had been expelled was difficult for him to accept, particularly since the current sect leader was his own brother. The spirit hall has arrived. Titan, with a grim expression, recounted the events that had transpired within the Haotian sect. The sect had acted outrageously, displaying great weakness. Out of fear of the spirit hall, they expelled the master and announced the closure of the sect. Such a sect is not worth staying in. After sharing the news, Titan appeared indignant, criticizing the Haotian sect. He had joined the sect only because Tang Hao had subdued him, and upon Tang Hao's expulsion, he was naturally disinclined to remain. Indeed, such a sect is not worth staying in, echoed Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, expressing their anger on behalf of Tang Hao while also refusing to accompany the Haotian sect into seclusion. Listening to Titan and the others, Tang Hao's expression shifted, revealing his turmoil. He was consumed by rage at being expelled from the sect and felt guilt for the humiliation brought upon it. He understood that the sect's decline was, in part, due to his actions. Tang Hao had initially intended to persuade Titan and the others not to sever ties with the sect. Yet he found the words lodged in his throat. The 4 primary attribute families had followed him in hopes of creating brilliance alongside the Haotian sect. However, with the sect's closure, refusing to allow the families to leave would only harm them further. Yet to acquiesce would only exacerbate the sect's degradation. Ahau, you need not persuade us. Only by severing ties with the Haotian sect can we help you find Ayin. Otherwise, we would be forced to remain hidden alongside the Haotian sect, unable to assist you. Ayin is still waiting for us to rescue her. He interjected at that moment. Very well. Upon hearing that Ayin awaited his rescue, Tang Hao ceased his internal conflict and immediately consented to Titan and the others' desire to depart from the Haotian sect. Chapter 99. Bibi Dong. Master Hugo? Tang Hao's thoughts were noble, yet he remained oblivious to Ayin's current whereabouts and the humiliation she endured. For the sake of the child she carried, Ayin bore heavy burdens, not daring to defy Mugu, who relished in her submission. On several occasions, Mugu felt himself to be a villain, cruelly tormenting a virtuous woman. Yet, upon recalling that Ayin was Tang Hao's wife, he dismissed any feelings of remorse. Thus, his harassment of her continued. In a secluded chamber of the spirit hall, the door creaked open slowly. A graceful and tall figure emerged, Bibi Dong. After an extensive period of closed-door cultivation, she had finally mastered her own domain of the god of death, and thus emerged from seclusion. Upon exiting, Bibi Dong discovered that Pope Qian Xuanji was absent from the Pope's hall, and her daughter Qian Renxue was also missing, along with her personal guard, Mugu. Where's the Pope? And where is my personal guard, Master Hugo? Bibi Dong promptly sought answers from her subordinates. She did not inquire about her daughter, assuming she was with Qian Douluo at the Douluo hall and planning to visit her later. Regardless, she needed to continue the facade of having accepted Qian Renxue in front of Qian Douluo and Qian Xuanji. Your Highness the Saintess, the Pope has taken people to capture Tang Hao's wife, and Master Hugo left Seoul City several months ago. One of her subordinates relayed the information upon Bibi Dong's inquiry. The incident regarding Master Hugo being taken hostage by Tang Hao is not widely known at this time. Capturing Tang Hao's wife? Master Hugo? What on earth has transpired during this time? I demand a detailed account. Upon hearing the response, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Instantly realizing that something significant must have transpired recently, she immediately probed further. While she was aware of Tang Hao, she was uncertain about the identity of his wife, and her curiosity was piqued as to why Qian Xuanji sought to capture Tang Hao's spouse. Moreover, she was intrigued to learn how Hugo had come to be referred to as a master. Yes, Your Highness, the member from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's inquiry, promptly recounted the recent events, starting from the Soul Master competition. Bibi Dong listened attentively to the unfolding narrative. A manual for Soul Master cultivation? Upon learning that Mugu had published a book, Bibi Dong swiftly grasped that Mugu was honored with the title of master Hugu due to this very tome. However, she hadn't anticipated that Qian Renxue would bestow the title of honorary elder upon Mugu simply because of it. Her own Yu Shaojiang had exerted considerable effort to attain the same rank. The audacity of Mugu to achieve such recognition so effortlessly irked her. That insufferable fellow. Bibi Dong cursed inwardly, momentarily setting aside her curiosity regarding the cultivation manual as she listened to her subordinate continue recounting the events. When she learned that Tang Hao's wife was, in fact, a transformed spirit beast of 100,000 years, her astonishment was palpable, and a surge of greed welled up within her. With her recent breakthrough to the rank of Soul Douluo, perhaps she could attempt to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. That spirit ring shall be mine. Bibi Dong vowed silently. At that moment, she found herself wishing for Qian Renxue to successfully capture Tang Hao's wife. For she knew that even if Qian Renxue succeeded, he would be incapable of absorbing that 100,000-year spirit ring, yet she could. Should Qian Renxue manage to bring the woman back, no one in the spirit hall would be more qualified than her to absorb such a prize. What a fool Qian Renxue was to let that 100,000-year spirit beast slip away. Upon hearing that Qian Renxue had allowed the beast to be taken by the Haoyan sect, Bibi Dong cursed his foolishness. After discovering the beast, why not confront it immediately and arrange for its capture? To act without proper planning and then fail to detain it. How foolish. Upon learning of the 100,000-year spirit beast, Bibi Dong temporarily lost interest in Mugu's manual. Regardless of its merits, it could not compare to Yu Shaojiang's. How long has the Pope been gone? Has there been any news? As soon as her subordinate finished, Bibi Dong inquired. It has been nearly half a month, and still, no word has come. The subordinate replied. Beyond that, Bibi Dong could not extract further information. Ultimately, she had to let the matter rest. After some contemplation, Bibi Dong decided to head towards the Douluo Hall. Soon, she would capture a 100,000-year spirit beast. Thus, she ought to show more concern for Qian Renxue in front of Qian Douluo. What? Qian Renxue has been sent by Qian Renxue to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire? Upon arriving at the Douluo Hall, Bibi Dong was astonished to discover that after breaking through to the 30th level, Qian Renxue had been dispatched by Qian Renxue as an undercover agent in the Heaven Do Empire. Indeed, my dear son has ambitions of unifying the continent, which is why he intends for Qian Renxue to replace a prince of the Snow Knight Emperor and become the crown prince, ultimately seizing control of the entire Heaven Do Empire. With the Heaven Do Empire under our grasp, coupled with our spirit hall, we could conquer the Star Luo Empire and thus unify the continent. Qian Douluo nodded, explaining Qian Renxue's rationale for sending Qian Renxue undercover. To be frank, he had vehemently opposed it at first. He wished to retain Qian Renxue by his side for proper training, as she was the most promising candidate for inheriting the Angel God's legacy. However, in the end, he could not defy Qian Renxue and reluctantly acquiesced to his plan. Part of the reason for this decision was Qian Renxue's own eagerness to volunteer. Qian Douluo was uncertain how Qian Renxue had persuaded Qian Renxue, but once the father-daughter duo had agreed upon the plan, he could only comply. Bibi Dong, after listening, fell into a contemplative silence. She truly had not anticipated that Qian Renxue would be willing to send his own daughter into such danger. Yet, the thought of no longer having to feign affection for Qian Renxue brought her a sense of relief. Naturally, she would not display this sentiment before Qian Douluo. Qian Renxue's departure was for the best. She now awaited Qian Renxue's return with the 100,000-year spirit beast. After leaving the Douluo Hall, Bibi Dong felt exceptionally cheerful. For a considerable period, she would not have to confront her daughter, Qian Renxue, a prospect she relished, as each encounter reminded her of her own humiliation at the hands of her teacher, which led to Qian Renxue's conception. Stealing the Heaven Do Empire and unifying the continent? Qian Renxue, I shall not allow you to succeed. Bibi Dong vowed inwardly, determined to thwart anything that Qian Renxue valued. However, for the time being, she had no intention of revealing Qian Renxue's whereabouts, as she was aware that Qian Douluo had dispatched 2 titled Douluos to secretly protect her daughter. Even if she divulged Qian Renxue's location, the girl would remain unscathed. Conversely, should she fail, Qian Renxue would return to the spirit hall, and she would once again have to face her, something Bibi Dong wished to avoid. Thus, she resolved to keep Qian Renxue's secret, biding her time until Qian Renxue was on the verge of success in his treasonous plot, allowing him to glimpse hope before plunging him into despair. Bibi Dong was keen to observe Qian Renxue's expression at that moment. And that scoundrel Mugu, who neglects his cultivation to indulge in leisure. Is he not afraid that I might expose his true identity? Bibi Dong's thoughts turned to Mugu, who had become another target of her vengeance. The humiliation he inflicted upon her far surpassed that of Qian Renxue. Initially, she had refrained from eliminating Mugu after the massacre due to her desire to exploit his talents. However, witnessing him thrive within the spirit hall, neglecting his training to pursue the creation of a manual, and reveling in fame and fortune, Bibi Dong felt her displeasure grow. You should be diligently honing your talents to aid me against Qian Renxue. Yet look at what you have become. Her irritation mounting, Bibi Dong turned towards the spirit hall library. With no news of the 100,000-year spirit beast, she might as well investigate what Mugu had authored, curious whether it even measured up to half the worth of Yu Xiaojiang's contributions. Foolish Qian Renxue, only you would regard that rascal Mugu as a treasure. The true genius is Yu Xiaojiang. It is a pity you have driven him away. At this juncture, Bibi still held the conviction that in terms of understanding martial spirits and theoretical knowledge, her favored Xiaojiang was the strongest. Thus, she continued to deride Qian Renxue for his foolishness. Had she consented to his union with Xiaojiang back then, the latter's intellect could have been employed for the benefit of the spirit hall. Do not grieve. It was not my intention. The child is lost, and so be it. At this moment, in a secluded village, Mugu was attempting to console Yin. Yet, Yin's eyes were devoid of any sparkle. They reflected only profound sorrow. Her child was gone. The offspring of her and Tang Hao had perished due to Mugu's excessive and forceful torment over the past few days, resulting in a miscarriage. Yin remained oblivious to Mugu's attempts at comfort, ensnared in an abyss of grief. Having endured humiliation at the hands of Mugu, and now bereft of her child, Yin had lost the will to live the moment her child was gone. She felt she had betrayed Tang Hao. However, with her martial spirit and soul power sealed, she found herself unable to even contemplate suicide. I beg you, please kill me, Yin pleaded with Mugu, beseeching him to end her life, but Mugu did not acquiesce. Observing Yin, who uttered not a word and was solely fixated on her desire for death, Mugu refrained from further persuasion, for he understood that at this moment, no words would reach her heart. Tang San's actions had led to her demise, which was an outcome he had not anticipated. Yet, perhaps it would be more accurate to say he had not foreseen it. The pastoral melody may have long resided within my heart, which perhaps explains the recent torment inflicted upon Yin. Is it because I do not wish for Tang San to manifest in this realm? In a murmured reflection, Mugu soon discerned the source of his discontent. He harbored a distinct aversion towards Tang San, a sentiment that had lingered since his initial encounters with the anime. Initially, Mugu was quite fond of Tang San, the protagonist of Douluo. However, after consuming an abundance of disparaging information about him online, his perception began to shift. Upon delving deeper into Tang San's journey within Douluo, Mugu's disdain only intensified. Consequently, he also found himself disliking the deities Sea God and Shura God. Although it is an undeniable truth that absolute fairness is a myth in the world, the blatant interference of the Sea God and Shura God in the mortal realm, despite explicit prohibitions against such actions, was particularly egregious. They frequently employed various means to assist Tang San, facilitating his ascension to divinity and subsequent resurrection. Had they refrained from intervening, Tang San would have stood no chance against Qian Renxue and Bibi. From the onset, when Tang San encountered the deep-sea demon whale king, it was the sea god who intervened. Upon returning to the continent, when he attempted to rescue the injured Daming and Erming from the formidable Bibi, the sea god again interceded. Had Bibi not held back, she would have dispatched him with ease. Witnessing this scene in the anime incensed Mugu greatly. As a deity, the sea god's interference in the mortal realm undermined any semblance of fairness. While others may have perceived Tang San's perilous moments as thrilling, thanks to the sea god's timely rescue and punishment of Bibi, Mugu felt only indignation. The shepherd, filled with indignation, felt an overwhelming urge to strike the sea god. Moreover, the resurrection of Tang San was covertly aided by both the sea god and the Shura god. Thus, it is futile to discuss the dark past of Tang San. The various unjust assistance rendered by these two deities only amplified the shepherd's disdain for him. Ultimately, the angelic deity and the Rakshasa deity, who adhered to the rules of the divine realm, saw their heirs defeated, their divine positions vanishing. In contrast, the Shura god and the sea god, who flouted these rules, had their successors ascend to the throne of the divine realm. It was utterly absurd. Perhaps it was for the best that Tang San was gone. It spared him from seeking vengeance in the future. Strangely, the shepherd felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, the question of how to deal with Yin loomed large. Should he eliminate her? If he did, he would only acquire a fragment of 100,000-year soul bone, and the soul ring would be beyond his reach. To compel Yin to offer herself willingly was now out of the question. As he contemplated his next move regarding Yin, the shepherd realized that he was not particularly inclined to end her life. This was not merely a matter of affection. Indeed, he had developed feelings for Yin. In Chapter 101, he mused, I will compensate you with a child. As someone who had experienced much, the shepherd had to admit that Yin was exceptionally capable. Hence, he was reluctant to take her life. After all, it was merely a fragment of 100,000-year soul bone. Moreover, killing Yin would not suffice for his revenge against Tang Hao. He desired Tang Hao to witness his wife's degradation into his plaything, thereby inflicting greater torment upon him. Having formulated a compelling rationale, the shepherd resolved to retain Yin. As for her fervent wish to die, it was but a child. Should it vanish, it would be gone. Rest assured, he reassured her, once you have recovered in due time, I shall return a child to you. As Mugu gazed at Yin, a thought flickered through his mind. Such words he dared not utter to her directly, fearing it might provoke her ire. Yet, Mugu was confident that once Yin conceived, her resilient nature would prevent her from succumbing to despair. She was truly a woman of remarkable patience and gentleness. Had it not been for the loss of their child, she might have already accepted the changes fate had dealt her. Disregarding Ain for the moment, Mugu commenced his cultivation. At this stage, his primary concern was to ensure Yin's survival. The tension and frustration he had endured previously, followed by a period of indulgence and relaxation, led him to sense a forthcoming breakthrough in his soul power level. He believed it would not be long before he ascended to level 58, drawing ever closer to the coveted realm of the Soul Emperor. Ain, where are you? Grant me a sign. Tang Hao stood amidst a dreamlike canyon filled with blue-silver grass, a place he and Ain often visited. He had recovered fully from his injuries, yet his expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, it was etched with concern. Days had passed without any word from Ain, and he desperately needed assurance of her well-being. He understood Ain's capabilities. While she could not monitor the entire continent at all times, given sufficient opportunity, she could create a disturbance anywhere blue-silver grass thrived. Thus, he had come to this cherished location, hoping the blue-silver grass would yield some sign of her presence. However, there was none. Only silence deepened his anxiety, leading him to fear the worst, that something had befallen Ain, rendering her unable to reach out to him. Just then, a figure appeared swiftly, landing behind him. Uncle, he acknowledged without turning, recognizing the arrival of his uncle, Bai He. How? Bai He observed Tang Hao's troubled demeanor, feeling a pang of sympathy yet uncertain how to comfort him. Aware of the blue-silver emperor's powers, he had surmised the same conclusions as Tang Hao regarding Ain's predicament. Uncle, the 4 major single-attribute families have descended from the Haotian sect. The elders oppose our departure, yet the sect master has consented. After deliberation, we decided to follow you. Since the Haotian sect no longer holds a place for you, we shall establish a new sect. Struggling to find words of encouragement for Tang Hao, Bai He revealed their plans. Uncle, Tang Hao hesitated, uncertain if he possessed the ability to lead them toward a brighter future. He lacked the ambition to establish a new sect. How? They wish to follow you because they see a future in you and choose to believe in your potential. Our 4 families have united because of you. If you refuse, we will inevitably fracture and disperse, which would be a pity for us and a loss for you. Bai He spoke earnestly, emphasizing the need for Tang Hao to rise and lead them towards greatness. Moreover, Ain may not necessarily be in peril. She could very well be imprisoned, waiting for you to rescue her. You need our strength. Bai He refrained from voicing a darker possibility, that Ain might have met her demise, and those who captured her had no regard for her soul ring. Yet, he noted, it was more likely that her captors sought to exploit her abilities rather than end her life prematurely. All right, uncle, I shall heed your counsel. Upon absorbing Bai He's words, Tang Hao found resolve. While he had no grand vision of leading a powerful sect, he recognized the necessity of their collective strength, particularly that of the Min family, to assist in gathering information about Ain. Then quickly regain your composure. We need a fitting name for our new sect. Bai He's spirits lifted at Tang Hao's agreement. He understood that should Tang Hao refuse, the leaders of the Titan Bull clan and Yang Wudi would eventually depart, leading to disarray among the 4 families. Let us name it the Tang sect. In response to Bai He's suggestion, Tang Hao casually proposed this name, reflecting his lack of ambition and simply drawing from his surname. After departing the Haotian sect, Qi Sunji disseminated the startling news of Master Mugu being held hostage by Tang Hao, and that Tang Hao had been expelled from the sect. As this sensational information spread, it quickly captured the public's attention. Tang Hao has gone mad. He has taken Master Mugu hostage for the sake of a soul beast woman. What a folly. The Haotian sect has suffered greatly, sealing its gates. Such a pity for the foremost sect in the realm. Pity? The Haotian sect was never deserving of its reputation, especially with a rogue like Tang Hao among them. Their closure is well deserved. Indeed, with Tang Hao's soul beast wife captured, what will become of her? In a moment, the entire continent was thrown into an uproar. The Spirit Hall's pursuit of Tang Hao's soul beast wife was common knowledge, yet no one anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent, implicating Master Mugu as well. Tang Hao's act of holding Master Mugu hostage incited outrage among all soul masters who benefited from his cultivation manuals, leading to widespread condemnation of Tang Hao. In an instant, Tang Hao's reputation plummeted to the lowest depths. To everyone's astonishment, the Haotian sect had sealed its mountain. What a tremendous loss. Upon hearing the news, Ningfengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect could not help but lament. He truly did not expect that the Haotian sect would fall to such dire straits. As one of the top 3 sects, it was only natural for Ningfengji to feel a sense of sorrow for a fellow sect in distress. This calamity was entirely due to Tang Hao. His collusion with soul beasts was already inexcusable, and taking Master Mugu hostage warranted the Haotian sect's decision to expel him from their ranks. The actions of Tang Hao are indeed reprehensible, declared the Sword Douluo. Even the Bone Douluo sided with Master Mugu this time. Indeed, Ningfengji nodded, sharing the sentiment that Tang Hao's abduction of Master Mugu was utterly unacceptable. Their sect had also benefited from Master Huji's theoretical insights. It is well known that the cultivation of auxiliary soul masters is typically a slow process. Previously, he was unaware of the reasons behind this. But ever since Master Hu Ji's manual was published, it became clear. With the implementation of corresponding training, the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect now progressed far more swiftly than before. Let us hope that Tang Hao does not truly harm Master Hu Go. Otherwise, Tang Hao will unequivocally become a target of universal disdain. Master Hu Go, so young yet accomplished, should not meet an untimely end. May heaven not be envious of talent. Ning Fengji expressed his sentiments outwardly. However, deep down, he harbored other thoughts. If anything were to happen to Master Hu Go, while he would undoubtedly feel regret, he would also find a certain satisfaction in the occurrence. With the Haoyan sect forced into isolation, the Spirit Hall would become significantly less formidable. A genius like Master Hu Go, should he flourish, would only serve to strengthen the Spirit Hall, a scenario he wished to avoid. Regrettably, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect lacked such talent. Ning Fengji could not help but lament once more in his heart, pondering the absence of a promising junior in their ranks. Let us hope that the child my wife has just conceived is a prodigy. Otherwise, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect may face a future devoid of capable successors. He prayed inwardly, reflecting on his newly pregnant wife. In the Spirit Hall library, Bibi Dong flipped through the pages of Master Mu Ji's Cultivation Manual, her expression transitioning from amusement to disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be the work of that scoundrel Mugu. Finally, with a sharp tear, she ripped the book in her hands, unwilling to accept its contents. Bibi Dong, possessing a wealth of theoretical knowledge and a profound understanding of soul-related concepts, could grasp the issues presented in the manual at once. Yet, it was precisely this comprehension that made her reluctant to accept what she had read. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bard, that scoundrel, could never possibly rival her Yu Xiaojang. Particularly, the extensive knowledge presented above utterly refutes Yu Xiaojang's understanding, rendering his 10 core competencies of martial souls utterly laughable. Hence, Bibi Dong is reluctant to accept this. Tear. The tome that she had already rent asunder in two was incessantly shredded by Bibi Dong, disintegrating into countless fragments. Xiaojang, what has become of you? After a lengthy pause, Bibi Dong finally regained her composure, only to be immediately consumed by concern for Yu Xiaojang. She realized that the emergence of the Soul Master's training manual posed a grave blow to Yu Xiaojang. She was acutely aware that the theoretical knowledge Yu Xiaojang once possessed had already become a subject of ridicule due to the propaganda of various sections. Now, with the release of the Soul Master's training manual by Bard, she could only imagine the depths of mockery Yu Xiaojang would soon face. Thus, Bibi Dong fretted over Yu Xiaojang, wondering how he fared now. No, I must ascertain Xiaojang's condition immediately. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, and soon summoned one of her trusted subordinates. Tell me, what is Yu Xiaojang's current state? Upon summoning her trusted aide, Bibi Dong promptly pressed for answers. It turned out that she had long been dispatching someone to discreetly monitor Yu Xiaojang, keeping tabs on his whereabouts. However, Bibi Dong seldom inquired about Yu Xiaojang's status, fearing that Qian Renxue might discover her concern. Under ordinary circumstances, Bibi Dong rarely broached the subject of Yu Xiaojang's situation. Yet this time, she could no longer contain her urgency. Your Highness, shortly after Master Hu Ji's Soul Master Training Manual was made public, Yu Xiaojang departed from Nodding Academy. The trusted aide responded immediately to Bibi Dong's inquiry, having already received intelligence regarding Yu Xiaojang's movements. And now, where has Yu Xiaojang gone? Upon hearing that Yu Xiaojang had left Nodding Academy, Bibi Dong pressed further. As for where he went after leaving Nodding Academy, I am not certain. However, if your Highness wishes to know, I can have someone relay the information at any moment. The aide replied, bowing his head. Now, go at once, Bibi Dong commanded. Chapter 103. The mad Yu Xiaojang at the periphery of a soul beast forest. A magical spirit pig emitted wretched cries. A magical spirit pig found itself ensnared in a deep pit trap, precisely sized to confine its movements, rendering escape impossible. Beside the pit, a figure wielded a spear, repeatedly piercing the magical spirit pig's body. Rather than dispatching it swiftly, this individual took a perverse pleasure in tormenting the creature, deliberately avoiding its vital points to prolong its suffering. Thus, the magical spirit pig could only emit anguished cries, reminiscent of the wretched sounds of a pig being slaughtered. At this moment, a creature resembling a dog but with the body of a pig observed the scene with deep-seated fear in its eyes. It was not only terrified by the unfolding scene but also began to fear its master, who had never before subjected a soul beast to such torment. Sanpao here. Feed it before you finish it off. The man, undoubtedly Yu Xiaojang, produced a carrot and offered it to Luo Sanpao. Currently, Yu Xiaojang was devoid of his former tranquility, his expression inscrutable yet emanating a frenzied aura. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojang's command, Luo Sanpao wasted no time, eagerly seizing the carrot and devouring it. Once finished, it approached the edge of the pit, positioning itself to relieve itself with a soft sound. The magical spirit pig, with its acute sense of smell, was overwhelmed by the odor, intensifying its shrill cries. Rest assured, I want to kill you so swiftly. You shall endure this scent many more times. Yu Xiaojang stared expressionlessly at the enraged, screeching magical spirit pig, all the while jabbing his spear at its body, puncturing it here and there. This cycle continued, with the magical spirit pig persistently howling in anger, its voice betraying profound rage and helplessness. Anger is justified. Resentment is warranted. Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing this spectacle, revealed a satisfied smile. Yet, such a smile would only deepen the magical spirit pig's fury and resentment. Time passed, and the magical spirit pig, filled with deep-seated hatred for Yu Xiaojiang, met its demise. A yellow 100-year soul ring materialized above its carcass. Yu Xiaojiang observed intently, yearning for a coveted item that did not manifest. What Yu Xiaojiang sought was a soul bone, particularly an external soul bone. After being struck by Master Hugu's training manual, Yu Xiaojiang understood that he had become a laughingstock in terms of theoretical knowledge, and that surpassing Master Hugu was improbable. He realized that his aspirations to gain renown through knowledge and prove himself were now nearly impossible. Once engulfed in despair, feeling as though life had lost all meaning, Yu Xiaojiang, proud by nature, eventually rallied after a period of despondency. He was determined to prove himself, to affirm that he was no wastrel. Faced with the reality of Master Hugu's training manual, he lacked the confidence to best him in theoretical knowledge, prompting Yu Xiaojiang to pursue a path he had previously abandoned, the enhancement of his soul power level. Ultimately, the strength of a soul master is paramount. He once deemed this route a dead end, but after meticulous study of Bard's training manual and his own insights, he devised a strategy. He would seek to break through his innate limitations by merging with a soul bone. Ordinary soul bones proved ineffective. Many soul masters had reached their innate limits and failed to surpass them even after absorbing soul bones. Yet, external soul bones might hold promise. In Yu Xiaojiang's view, external soul bones could evolve alongside their master, perhaps allowing him to transcend his limitations through integration with one. Although merely a conjecture, Yu Xiaojiang found himself at an impasse, unable to conceive alternative methods. The rarity of soul bones, particularly external soul bones, rendered their procurement virtually impossible as he lacked the financial means. Consequently, Yu Xiaojiang resolved to engage in monster hunting, hoping to procure the desired external soul bone through sheer chance. His research suggested that if a soul beast harbored profound resentment towards the soul master who had slain it, the likelihood of soul bone acquisition would significantly increase. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang resorted to tormenting those soul beasts. Yet, despite his efforts, he had not succeeded in obtaining an external soul bone. However, a left-arm soul bone he had recently acquired validated his hypothesis, proving this method viable. Now, Yu Xiaojiang found himself locked in a relentless battle with soul beasts, daily seeking out those he was confident he could overpower. Let us depart. We shall return tomorrow. Rising to his feet, he called out to Luo Sanpao before taking his leave. Splash. After Yu Xiaojiang's departure, a figure emerged from the shadows. Had Yu Xiaojiang succumbed to madness? This individual was a trusted confidant of Bibi, dispatched to covertly monitor Yu Xiaojiang's actions. To him, Yu Xiaojiang's behavior resembled that of a lunatic, a stark contrast to his former self. Engaging in the torment of soul beasts for amusement, he had abandoned all semblance of decorum. It appeared Master Huji's theories had inflicted a profound blow upon him, resulting in this current state. After reaching this conclusion, the man meticulously documented his observations and relayed the information back to the spirit hall. Xiaojiang has lost his mind? Impossible. I must seek him out. Upon receiving the report regarding Yu Xiaojiang, Bibidong's expression morphed into one of disbelief, struggling to accept the veracity of the information in her hands. The astute Yu Xiaojiang, in her mind, had seemingly succumbed to insanity. Unable to reconcile this notion, she felt compelled to confront him and witness his condition firsthand. However, just as she was about to take a step forward, she halted. She understood that approaching Yu Xiaojiang would undoubtedly attract the attention of Qian Renxue. Should that occur, Yu Xiaojiang's plight would escalate beyond mere madness. He could very well face Qian Renxue's wrath. Ah, cursed Mugu, this is all you're doing. Regret flooded her thoughts, lamenting the missed opportunity to eliminate him when she had the chance. You still aspire to be Master Hugu? Forget it. With Yu Xiaojiang being ridiculed, you shall not bask in glory either. Ultimately, Bibi refrained from seeking out Yu Xiaojiang, directing all her ire towards Mugu. Chapter 104. Qian Renxue. Did Master Hugu steal my soul beast? Teacher. A few days later, Qian Renxue returned with his companions, prompting Bibi to rush to greet him. Donger, you've emerged from seclusion. Splendid. It's wonderful to see you back. Upon encountering Bibi, Qian Renxue's joy was palpable. He sensed a significant shift. The previously uncontainable murderous intent emanating from Bibi had dissipated, indicating her complete mastery over the god of slaughter domain, which delighted him. Teacher, what of the 100,000-year soul beast? Were you unable to capture it? Bibi cast a curious glance behind Qian Renxue, her surprise evident. Her eagerness in approaching him was solely for the sake of that formidable soul beast. Upon hearing Bibidong's inquiry, Qian Renxue felt a twinge of embarrassment. The failure to capture the blue-silver emperor weighed heavily on him. The situation unfolded thusly. He sighed, proceeding to recount the events that led to the loss of the soul beast. Listening intently, Bibidong's eyes sparkled with realization. Teacher, I may have an inkling of where that soul beast has gone. She suddenly spoke up, her gaze fixed on Qian Renxue. What? Donger, you know where the soul beast is? How could that be? Qian Xuanji was taken aback by her assertion. Indeed, it is true, teacher. Bibi Dong replied earnestly before addressing the others. You may all leave for now. Yes, your highness. The members of the group complied without hesitation, departing promptly. Do you truly know where that soul beast has gone? After the others exited, Qian Xuanji pressed Bibi Dong for further details, his astonishment unabated. Yes. I believe that 100,000-year soul beast has been taken by Mugu. Bibi Dong stated without hesitation, sharing her hypothesis. What? Master Mugu? Impossible. Qian Xuanji's immediate reaction was one of disbelief, as he had assumed it was Mugu who had been taken away. Yet, he soon wore a contemplative expression. He had long pondered why Mugu had not resisted or attempted to prevent the soul beast's departure. Now, hearing Bibi Dong's suspicions regarding Mugu, he sensed there was more to the story than he initially understood. Master Mugu, who exactly is he? Does he possess the power to take that soul beast? Rapidly, Qian Xuanji sought clarification from Bibi Dong. Teacher, Mugu is none other than the notorious fallen one, Mugu. Bibi Dong divulged, no longer concealing Mugu's identity. She had strong reasons to suspect that the 100,000-year soul beast, which rightfully belonged to her, had been seized by Mugu. While others may have faltered, Bibi Dong, fully aware of Mugu's formidable strength, believed he was indeed capable of such a feat. Tang Hao's soul beast partner was merely a soul sage and posed little threat compared to Mugu. In a scenario where Tang Hao confronted Qian Xuanji, with only Mugu and Tang Hao's soul beast partner present, she had no doubt that Mugu would triumph. The absence of Mugu now serves as a testament to the substantial likelihood of her conjecture. Originally, Bibi Dong harbored resentment towards Mugu for causing her Yu Xiaojiang's demise. Now, with Mugu having seized her 100,000-year soul beast, any thoughts of concealing Mugu's identity have vanished entirely. It is evident that she will not return. Yes, Bibi Dong is convinced that Mugu absconded after stealing that soul beast. Her prior schemes have all come to naught. What? Master Mugu is the fallen Mugu? Upon hearing Mugu's true identity, Qian Xuanji's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it is true. Bibi Dong, bearing a hint of regret, recounted her acquaintance with Mugu, albeit in a somewhat embellished manner, stating only that Mugu had aided her in the city of slaughter. It was through Mugu's assistance that she managed to escape that dreadful place. In gratitude and recognizing Mugu's talent, she had invited Mugu to join the spirit hall. However, it now appears that I misjudged him, though uncertain of how he accomplished it. I suspect that Tang Hao's soul beast wife was taken by him. He must possess some soul spirit with exceptional stealth abilities to evade our master's pursuit. I am sorry. Master, this is all my fault. I should have disclosed his identity to you from the beginning. After finishing her statement, Bibi Dong lowered her head, seemingly filled with remorse. Curse Mugu, all your honors shall vanish into thin air. To those observing, it would be clear that the bowed head of Bibi Dong concealed a cold smile. After listening to Bibi Dong's words, Qian Xuanji remained silent for a long while, processing the information she had imparted. Eventually, he reassured her, saying, Do not blame yourself. You were deceived by him as well. Qian Xuanji believed Bibi Dong's words, as she still appeared to him as the innocent Bibi Dong he once knew. He had not anticipated that she would lose her composure over a 100,000-year soul beast. After all, her own worth was not inferior to that of such a beast. He then sighed, genuinely convinced that Mugu's intrinsic value surpassed that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet, having learned that Mugu acted impulsively for a mere soul beast, he found it hard to maintain his faith in such a person. Bibi Dong felt a surge of displeasure at Qian Xuanji's words. In her eyes, Mugu was a despicable rogue, unworthy of even a 100,000-year soul beast. Naturally, she refrained from countering Qian Xuanji's assertions. Master, since Mugu has stolen our 100,000-year soul beast and is now hiding, it proves he will not return. We must not allow him to bask in the world's admiration any longer. We should reveal his identity. We must turn him into a pariah, rather than allowing him to remain a revered figure as Master Mugu. Bibi Dong declared with indignation. No. Qian Xuanji's immediate response to Bibi Dong's suggestion was one of refusal. If we proceed in that manner, our spirit hall would become a laughingstock. We cannot allow that. Since he is hiding, it indicates he no longer dares to appear as Master Mugu. Instead, we shall announce that Master Mugu has perished. For no one has ever known what he truly looks like. Then, we shall attribute Mugu's demise to Tang Hao, thereby further diminishing the prestige of the Haotian school. Achieving two objectives at once. Chapter 105. The Weeping Qian Renxue. Qian Xuanji did not endorse Bibi Dong's perspective, focusing instead on how to maximize the benefits for the spirit hall. Upon hearing Qian Xuanji's words, Bibi Dong could not help but concede that his approach was indeed more advantageous. Yet, for Mugu, it was merely the loss of the identity of Master Mugu, which left her dissatisfied. She desired for Mugu to face far greater retribution. Master, this would be too lenient on Mugu. He deceived me, and I refused to let him evade justice. Bibi Dong insisted. We could publicly declare that Master Mugu was slain by Mugu, and that Tang Hao's wife was also seized by him. In this way, Mugu's death could still be blamed on Tang Hao, while simultaneously painting Mugu as the villain. With a flicker of inspiration, Bibi Dong quickly proposed a more effective plan to Qian Renxue. Donger, your idea is quite clever. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's suggestion, Qian Renxue's eyes lit up with admiration. Bibi Dong's proposal would indeed accomplish all their objectives. It would continue to tarnish Tang Hao's reputation, expose Mugu, and prompt Tang Hao and others to pursue Mugu, achieving multiple goals at once. Following this, Qian Renxue issued a public announcement, declaring the death of Master Mugu, attributing his demise to the fallen Mugu, while also condemning Tang Hao of the Haotian school, asserting that had Tang Hao not taken Master Mugu hostage, he would not have met with such a fate. Upon the release of this news, it sent shockwaves through the entire Soul Master community. How outrageous. Master Mugu has died. It is all Tang Hao's fault. And the fallen Mugu has resurfaced, seemingly engaging in even more heinous deeds, having grown so powerful that he could slay Master Mugu and abduct Tang Hao's soul beast wife. Almost everyone mourned the loss of Master Mugu. Of course, many who feigned sorrow for Mugu secretly reveled in his demise. These individuals were predominantly from various sects, unwilling to witness the spirit hall's growing strength. The death of Master Mugu was, to them, a boon. That wicked Mugu has truly crossed the line by ending Master Huji's life. It is utterly detestable. In the Heaven Do Empire, upon hearing the news, a young maid, who was none other than Qian Renxue in disguise, was instantly brought to tears. She had not yet usurped Xue Qinghe's position, but was instead observing him as a maid, preparing for the day she would take his place. Qian Renxue could scarcely believe that her mentor had been murdered. Reflecting on the guidance she had received from her teacher over the past year, her heart ached profoundly. Her teacher had been the kindest person to her, aside from her father and grandfather. Indeed, that fallen Mugu is truly despicable. Little Xue, do you know Master Mugu? Why are you crying so sorrowfully? The crown prince, Xue Qinghe, initially agreed with the maid's sentiments, then curiously inquired of Qian Renxue. No, I just believe Master Mugu was a good person. He shared invaluable soul knowledge with everyone, and I feel such a good person should not have to die. Qian Renxue shook her head and quickly explained. Haha, little Xue, you are so kind. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Xue Qinghe burst into laughter. Am I dead? Did I kill myself? Although Mugu lives in a secluded village, the village is not devoid of information. Despite the possibility of delays in news, Mugu soon became aware of the announcement made by the Spirit Hall. At this moment, he was utterly speechless. He himself could not fathom when he had killed someone. Why would Qian Renxue act in such a manner? It is inconceivable that a crime would be unjustly attributed to me. Certainly, some event must have transpired. The only one aware of my true identity is Bibi Dong. After the initial shock, Mugu began to ponder how circumstances had led to this predicament. It must be that Bibi Dong had emerged from her seclusion and conjectured that I had taken Ain from her, assuming I would not return. Was this the reason for her actions? By exposing my identity, does she not fear that I would reveal her disgrace? The fact that I captured a 100,000-year-old soul beast should only expedite my growth, which ought to be beneficial for her as well. My ascent in power would certainly aid her in confronting Qian Renxue. This woman is truly perplexing. The pastoral ballad soon gave rise to speculation, with the prevailing theory being that Bibi Dong had betrayed him. Yet, he could not comprehend why Bibi Dong would undertake such an act. How could she so firmly believe that he had fled and would not return? Alas, exposure was inevitable. He had previously been conflicted about whether to continue donning the guise of Master Mugu, but now it seemed fitting to discard it entirely. Nonetheless, Mugu quickly brushed off these thoughts. After all, the Spirit Hall had ceased to be of significant assistance to him. According to the original narrative, he had intended to depart from the Spirit Hall after Qian Renxue's demise. This was merely an advancement of his plans. The reason for his departure was, of course, to escape. Mugu had no faith that Bibi Dong would allow him to remain after Qian Renxue's death. That was in the past. Presently, with Ain having been taken from him, it was uncertain whether Qian Renxue would even meet his end. It was somewhat absurd. Mugu's identity had once again been unveiled within the Spirit Master realm, and now he bore the added burden of being accused of murder against himself. However, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly be unaware that his appearance had changed. Even if he stood before her, she would fail to recognize him. As long as he did not use his true name, he could confidently present himself anywhere. With this thought, Mugu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As for exposing the numerous times he had bested Bibi Dong in the city of slaughter, he had no intention of doing so. There would be little belief in his words, and while it might cause her some trouble, Mugu was more concerned about inciting the wrath of Qian Renxue, who might once again confront Bibi Dong. Mugu understood the current dynamics between Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong. Ever since Qian Renxue had entered the picture, Qian Renxue had refrained from pursuing Bibi Dong. As long as she was unwilling, Qian Renxue would not act against her. Yet, if Qian Renxue were to discover that Bibi Dong had been outwitted by him countless times, the outcome would be unpredictable. Sigh. He wondered if little Xue would be saddened upon hearing the news of his death. Mugu was indifferent to Bibi Dong's fate for the time being, but he felt a pang of sympathy for Qian Renxue, knowing well that she would inevitably grieve. As for the next chapter, in the Blue Tyrant Academy, upon learning of Master Hu Ji's tragic fate, Lu Erlong was rendered speechless, a profound pain swelling within her. Despite having rejected Master Hu Go, he had left an indelible mark on her heart. It was the first time someone had pursued her so openly. Reflecting on their moments together during the Spirit Master competition brought a mist to her eyes. How could you have died so suddenly? With such brilliance and the admiration of countless souls, you should not have departed so soon. Mugu, I shall avenge you. Quickly. A haze of vengeance clouded Lu Erlong's eyes, regardless of her prior rejection. The knowledge that Hu Gu had been slain by Mugu ignited a singular resolve within her, to seek retribution from Master Hu Gu. At last, she had reached level 58. Unbeknownst to Mugu, a woman he had long ceased to pursue was presently contemplating his demise. At this very moment, Mugu's cultivation had finally achieved a breakthrough, ascending from level 57 to level 58. Soon, with just one more level to attain, upon reaching level 59, he planned to consume the inner elixir of 10 blazing sun serpents, which should enable him to directly transcend to level 60. Mugu retrieved a crimson glowing inner elixir from the soul guide, indulging in its allure. After a brief moment of contemplation, he meticulously stored it away once more. This inner elixir, procured from the formidable 10-headed fiery sun serpent in the city of Slaughter, had remained untouched by Mugu, as he intended to consume it upon reaching level 59. Each significant advancement in levels proved to be a formidable challenge, and the elixir from the 10-headed fiery sun serpent would facilitate a swift breakthrough. A fine blade deserves the finest steel. In the corner, Ain observed Mugu's ascent in soul power, her beautiful eyes merely flickering momentarily before she dismissed it. For a fleeting moment, Mugu and Ain appeared to be ensconced in their own secluded world, while the outside realm tirelessly sought their whereabouts. Oblivious to their retreat in this quaint mountain village, Mugu has not resumed the use of the simulator for life simulation, dedicating himself entirely to the enhancement of his soul power level. The rank of Soul King remains insufficiently low, especially after the harrowing experience of being captured by Tang Hao. Mugu has become acutely aware of his shortcomings. His primary limitation is indeed his low soul power level. While the rank of Soul King may represent an unattainable pinnacle for many, Mugu feels far from satisfied. He harbors a desire to confront Bibi Dong once more, perhaps even multiple times. Without adequate strength, such aspirations are undoubtedly unattainable. Thus, time quietly slips away. Every day, Mugu led a fulfilling life, dedicating himself to cultivation and teasing Ain. It was not until a month later that he finally sensed a faint trace of life emanating from Ain. Your child was lost due to my actions, but fret not, for I have now returned the child to you. Upon this realization, Mugu promptly shared the delightful news with Ain. What? Upon hearing Mugu's words, Ain stood there in astonishment. I mean to say, within your womb, our child is already present. Mugu smiled as he gazed at Yin's abdomen, feeling an inexplicable sense of sentimentality within. In 2 lifetimes, this marked his first experience of having a child of his own. Our child. Ain stood there in a daze, her hands gently caressing her flat stomach, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions. Although she had an inkling that she might conceive Mugu's child, she never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Truth be told, she was not at all inclined to welcome this child. She felt deeply remorseful towards Tang Hao. Not only had she lost the child they were meant to have together, but now she was carrying the offspring of her adversary. She truly found herself at a loss regarding how to confront Tang Hao. You seem to be reluctant about this child? Mugu observed Yin's expression and tentatively inquired before coldly suggesting, then let us proceed to eliminate her. Absolutely not. Ain blurted out without a moment's thought, her voice laced with urgency. After uttering those words, she instinctively retreated, casting wary glances at Mugu, fearing that he might truly take action. Initially, she had been at a loss regarding how to confront the unexpected arrival of a child. However, upon hearing Mugu's intent to terminate the pregnancy, Ain realized she was resolute in her decision to keep the child. She cared not for whose child it was. All that mattered to her was that it was indeed her own, having already endured the pain of loss once. She was adamant that she would not suffer that heartache again. Are you certain you wish to keep her? Mugu asked, his tone earnest as he regarded Ain. Yes, Ain replied, lifting her gaze and nodding with conviction at Mugu's apparent willingness to allow the child to remain. Very well, after all. It is also my child. If you wish to keep it, then let us bring it into the world. Mugu nodded thoughtfully, yet he did not cease his inquiries. Instead, he gazed at Ain and continued, however, I do not wish for the mother of my child to harbor thoughts of another man. Can you truly forget Tang Hao? If you can achieve this, I shall permit you to bring our child into the world. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Ain was momentarily taken aback. How could she possibly fulfill such a demand? You are being unreasonable. Yin's face flushed with indignation. She had not anticipated Mugu's audacity. I cannot comply with your request, yet I am willing to offer you a compromise. If you allow me to bear the child, I shall willingly make a sacrifice for you. Ain clenched her teeth, reluctantly articulating her terms. Until now, she had been under the impression that Mugu desired her century-old spirit ring. If you make that sacrifice, our child would be left without a mother. Can you bear to let your child grow up motherless? Mugu responded with a cold scoff. What? Do you no longer desire the century-old spirit ring that I possess? Ayin looked at Mugu in disbelief. She had genuinely believed that Mugu sought the power of her spirit ring. Yet, it was evident that his spirit power level prevented him from directly killing her to absorb the ring. The shepherd can only compel her to willingly offer a sacrifice. Initially, she believed that the shepherd aimed to threaten her with the child she bore with Tang Hao, yet it was she who proactively proposed the transaction, without the shepherd uttering a word. Subsequently, when her child with Tang Hao was lost, the shepherd no longer possessed any leverage to intimidate her. Thus, the shepherd was left with no choice but to confine her, awaiting the moment when her soul power reached a sufficient level to claim her 100,000-year soul ring. Mugu expressed sentiments that rendered her more precious than 100,000 years of soul bonds, words she found hard to believe. She suspected that Mugu merely wished to retain her for the sake of her 100,000-year soul ring. However, at this moment, upon hearing Mugu's words, it appeared as if there was indeed no intention to seize the soul ring from her. Indeed, I do not require it. There are countless 100,000-year soul beasts. I can seek them out myself. If the child were to lose you, it would mean losing their mother. Upon hearing Ayin's words, Mugu replied with a calm demeanor. Really? Ayin gazed at Mugu in disbelief, still unable to accept the truth. What benefit would there be for me in deceiving you? Mugu merely posed a rhetorical question to Ayin, rendering her momentarily speechless. Indeed, what advantage could Mugu possibly gain from deceiving her now? Ayin had even taken the initiative to offer herself as a sacrifice to Mugu, which meant that everything Mugu could acquire from her was already at hand. Yet, Mugu had declined. This could only affirm the veracity of Mugu's words. As this realization dawned upon her, Ayin felt a surge of excitement. Ever since her capture, she had never dared to entertain the thought of being able to raise her child alongside her. If only you could forget Tang Hao. Our child could grow up with you. All you need to do is fulfill your role as a mother. Mugu gazed at Ayin, reiterating his demands. Bai Dong was still preoccupied with Yu Gang, yet Mugu remained unconcerned. However, with the presence of their child, he could not permit the mother of his offspring to harbor thoughts of another man. Upon hearing Mugu's stipulations once more, Ayin's complexion paled slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. Her nature forbade her from deceit, thus she had never contemplated misleading Mugu. Should she acquiesce, she would undoubtedly follow through with her commitment. Yet, such a decision would only deepen her betrayal towards Tang Hao. What worth does a man hold if he cannot even safeguard his own wife? It is not you who abandoned him, but rather he who failed to protect you. Moreover, in your current state, do you dare return to him? Would he even accept you back? Observing Ayin's distress, Mugu took it upon himself to analyze the situation for her. The more conflicted she appeared, the more elated he felt, for her eventual agreement would signify sincerity rather than mere pretense. At Mugu's words, Ayin's entire being trembled ever so slightly. This dilemma was one she had long sought to evade. The words spoken by Mugu reflect the deep-seated fears she has long avoided confronting. Given her current state, she truly feels unworthy to return to Tang Hao's side. I shall grant you a day to ponder this matter. Will you choose to forget Tang Hao or embrace the role of a mother? Observing Ayin's anguished struggle with this decision, Mugu refrained from pressuring her and instead allowed her the luxury of a day. After speaking, Mugu departed the dwelling, granting Ayin a moment of solitude. Once Mugu left, Ayin sat in a daze, her mind swirling with memories. In that moment, she recalled when she first met Tang Hao and how their relationship gradually blossomed, replaying countless joyful moments shared between them. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, Ayin placed her hands upon her abdomen, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm so sorry, Hao. I have wronged you. I can no longer face you. But the child within me needs me. Our previous child is gone, yet I do not wish to abandon this one. Despite her profound sorrow, it was clear that Ayin had made her choice. She resolved to sever her emotional ties to Tang Hao. I promise you, I shall be the child's mother. When Mugu returned, she heard Ayin's decision. However, Ayin added, I wish to see Tang Hao one last time. Yet, she clarified, this is not a desire to meet him. I merely wish to bid farewell through my people. Ayin hurried to explain, not wanting Mugu to misunderstand. She knew Mugu understood her intent, as she too possessed knowledge of the blue-silver domain. Indeed, upon hearing Ayin's clarification, Mugu grasped her meaning. Consequently, it would require lifting the seal placed upon Ayin. Without this, Ayin would be unable to wield her blue-silver domain. Nevertheless, Mugu considered it feasible to partially lift Ayin's seal, though she would certainly refuse a complete unbinding, as that would entail significant risk. The pastoral song refrains from taking risks with women. Ayin is at her mercy precisely because he is constrained by her, leaving him with no possibility of resistance. He does not wish to fully liberate Ayin to test her. Very well, yet I can only release half of your soul power. Furthermore, I shall witness your farewell with Tang Hao. The shepherd readily acquiesced. Indeed, In response to the shepherd's words, Ain exhibited no hesitation and promptly nodded in agreement. Mugu felt immense joy at the prospect of parting ways with Tang Hao, yet her happiness was short-lived. As Mugu released half of her soul power and began to extend her blue-silver domain toward a specific direction, Ain could not share in her elation. The reality of bidding farewell to Tang Hao weighed heavily on her heart, causing an unbearable ache that made it difficult to breathe. Nevertheless, despite the profound pain, Ain resolutely stood by her decision. The spirit of the pastoral song accompanied Ain throughout her journey. Upon discovering Tang Hao in the blue-silver canyon, Ain could not suppress her sorrow. Her beloved Hao had indeed been waiting for her response. Yet, the answer she brought today was not what Tang Hao desired. As Ain's spirit reached the blue-silver canyon, the blue-silver grass began to stir, each blade unfurling to emit a soft blue glow. Ain, is that you? Tang Hao, meditating in the canyon, immediately sensed the disturbance and opened his eyes, calling out with excitement. The multitude of blue-silver grass around him also began to move. Eventually, characters emerged among the grass, spelling out the farewell message Ain wished to convey. Tang Hao, it is I, Ain. The letters formed slowly, taking a considerable time to appear. Ain, where are you? Please tell me, where are you? I will come to get you. Upon seeing the words created by the blue-silver grass, Tang Hao became overwhelmed with joy, shouting into the canyon, fearing that Ain might not hear him. Tang Hao, I am well, but I have come to say goodbye. However, the second message Ain sent instantly left Tang Hao in shock. No. Ain, what are you saying? Why must you bid me farewell? You can still send me messages. Does that not mean you are safe? Tang Hao shouted in disbelief. P.S. This is the third update. There should be one more. Making it 4 updates today. Chapter 108. Tang Hao, our child is gone. Tang Hao, our child is no more. Seeing the anguish on Tang Hao's face, Ain's heart ached. Yet she persisted in having her subjects convey her message. Having chosen to part ways, she hoped to help Tang Hao let go completely, allowing him to start anew. Thus, she directly revealed the heart-wrenching news of their child's loss. What? Our child is gone. Upon reading Ain's words, Tang Hao found it even harder to accept. Standing there in stunned silence. Tang Hao, it was your failure to protect me that led to our child's loss. I have realized that human society is not meant for me. Soul beasts should not coexist with humans. It was my mistake. Tang Hao, I must leave. I am returning to where I belong and shall not return. Farewell forever. As Tang Hao's sorrow deepened, Ain fought back tears and continued to express everything she wished to say through her subjects. Once her message was conveyed, Ain's consciousness departed. In the blue-silver canyon, all the blue-silver grass ceased to emit their gentle blue glow, leaving only the words they had formed behind. No, this cannot be. Ain, please come back. Ain, do not leave. Witnessing the scene in the blue-silver canyon, Tang Hao cried out in despair and urgency. Yet, regardless of his pleas, the disturbance in the canyon had vanished. His wife's spirit had departed from this place. Tang sect. The current state of the Tang sect was rather rudimentary. Primarily, it was due to Tang Hao's negligence, with all affairs being managed by the leaders of the 4 major elemental families. Why he and the others understood that it would be challenging for Tang Hao to recover quickly, so they refrained from disturbing him. Moreover, it was also because, for the time being, the Tang sect was not suited for overt activities in the outside world. Master Hu Ji's news of Tang Hao being killed by Mugu led to Tang Hao facing criticism from several soul masters. Coupled with Tang Hao's previous collusion with soul beasts, it was clear that their newly established Tang sect could only develop quietly, waiting for this incident to pass before seeking further growth. At this moment, in the territory of the Bibi clan, where's this place? Didn't I die after jumping off the cliff? The original Tang San was supposed to be reborn within Ain's womb, but this time he awakened inside the body of a few months pregnant woman from the Bibi clan. Tang San felt as if he had entered a warm space. Yet it was shrouded in darkness, leaving him unable to escape. Have I been reborn as a fetus? Quickly, Tang San realized the situation, feeling a jolt within. Before he could ponder further, drowsiness overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. After Ain became pregnant again, she was more cautious than ever. However, as night fell, fear gripped her heart. She had already lost one child, and did not wish to endure such a loss again. Yet, she was unsure how to reject Mugu. Come, let us sleep. Do not worry, I shall not disturb you. Mugu, perceiving Yin's concerns, immediately offered reassurance. Really? Ain exclaimed in surprise, astonished that Mugu would bring it up on his own. If you think I'm deceiving you, that's also acceptable. Mugu harbored persistent doubts about Ain, expressing his discontent. No, I believe in you. Ain promptly replied upon hearing his words. However, during the night, Ain felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, which only began to dissipate once she lay down and realized that Mugu truly restrained himself, refraining from any advances. It appeared he still cared for his child. Ain, with her back turned to Mugu, felt an unexpected surge of happiness upon this revelation. Subsequently, Mugu's behavior gradually assuaged her concerns. For an entire month, Mugu maintained his self-control, not making any moves toward her. As it was his first experience of fatherhood, he was understandably cautious. Previously, due to the child not being his own, he had subconsciously hoped to eliminate Tang San, which had led to his reckless actions. Ain gradually adapted to this new way of life, focusing on self-care, tidying the home, and preparing meals. As Mugu was financially secure, she had no worries regarding their livelihood. Over time, Ain began to realize that this life mirrored her original dreams. She found joy in her circumstances, eagerly anticipating the growth of the child within her and awaiting its arrival. Gradually, she even forgot about Tang Hao, fulfilling the promises she had made. She understood that this was the best course of action for both herself and her unborn child. Although she harbored no affection for Mugu, she began to attempt acceptance of him. No matter the situation, Mugu was the father of her child, and as long as he treated the child well, she was willing to alter her own perceptions. 3 months later, Mugu experienced another breakthrough, advancing his soul power level from 58 to 59. An elevation of 1 level in 4 months was quite commendable. Ain, now 4 months pregnant, was astonished by Mugu's rapid progress. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed remarkable. After a few days spent solidifying his powers, Mugu retrieved the inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. Preparing to consume it, the shepherd aspired to break through to level 60. With a soft murmur, he placed 10 inner elixirs of the blazing sun serpent into his mouth and swallowed them effortlessly. Soon after, an immense surge of searing energy erupted within his being. The soul power cultivation technique. Mugu immediately activated his soul power cultivation method, beginning to refine the immense energy emanating from the inner core of the 10-headed blazing sun serpent. Externally, Mugu's entire body transformed into a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of a lobster being cooked. Waves of heat radiated from him, creating a steamy aura. Despite the discomfort, Mugu could distinctly sense that he was continuously refining the energy from the inner core of the 10-headed blazing sun serpent, enhancing his soul power with each passing moment. Gradually, the crimson tint enveloping him began to dissipate. With a resounding roar, as the crimson hue and the swirling heat finally vanished, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from Mugu. He had successfully broken through the bottleneck from level 59 to level 60. P.S. This is the 4th update. I discovered that Chapter 107 and 106 do not connect properly. Please revisit Chapter 106, as it was previously deleted and rewritten due to being blocked, causing the disconnection. Chapter 109. Daughter at last, the breakthrough was achieved. Mugu was immensely exhilarated to have reached level 60. Each significant level advancement represents a monumental leap in a soul master's prowess. He activated the simulator to replicate the 10-headed blazing sun serpent's martial soul. After a moment of excitement, Mugu summoned his martial soul and proceeded with the simulation. Although he had not yet mastered any particularly strong fire attribute martial souls, he seized the opportunity to absorb the inner core of the 10-headed blazing sun serpent, hoping to simulate its martial soul. The 10-headed blazing sun serpent, which could catalyze the evolution of Ma Hongjuan's phoenix martial soul, would undoubtedly represent a supreme fire attribute martial soul if successfully replicated. In the simulation of the 10-headed blazing sun serpent's martial soul, he successfully manifested the top-tier fire attribute martial soul of the 10-headed blazing sun serpent. Mugu has recently absorbed the inner cores of 10 blazing serpents, effortlessly simulating their martial souls. Moreover, he discovered that when he transitions to other fire attribute martial souls, all of them receive a certain enhancement, significantly amplifying their power. However, overall, they still pale in comparison to the prowess of the 10 blazing serpents, rendering the endeavor somewhat futile. It is far more advantageous for Mugu to simply utilize the 10 blazing serpents directly. After achieving the rank of Soul Emperor, it is imperative to absorb my 6th spirit ring. Otherwise, one cannot truly be considered a Soul Emperor. The pinnacle of the 6th spirit ring lies around 20,000 years. Given the resilience of my physique, even if I were to exceed that limit slightly, it would be marginal. Shall I seek a spirit ring of 20,000 years? Mugu hesitated for a moment. Although he had successfully devised a technique for refining one's physical prowess through soul power, the outcomes were comparable to the results achieved by other soul masters through physical training and medicinal baths. Thus, while Mugu's physical constitution ranked among the elite within his peer group of soul masters, it did not surpass the limits by a significant margin. The hesitation of the shepherd is undoubtedly rooted in the desire to absorb a soul ring of superior quality. The caliber of a soul ring directly influences the strength of a soul master. In the original narrative, Tang San's ability to engage and triumph over numerous titled Douluos during his soul Douluo phase can be attributed to the exceptional soul rings he possessed, which rendered his total soul power comparable to that of those titled Douluos. Thus, the quality of the soul ring indeed determines the prowess of a soul master. It appears to be the opportune moment to venture into the sunset forest in search of the ice and fire duality eyes. Should I successfully absorb those 2 ice and fire immortal herbs, my physical strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new level, allowing me to directly absorb a soul ring of approximately 50,000 years for my 6th ring. Mugu originally intended to become a Soul Emperor, planning to absorb the sixth spirit ring before attempting to seize the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye. However, he has since changed his mind and decided to pursue the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye first. As for the current master of the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye, the poisoned Douluo bow, that is no longer a concern. The pastoral song is not about brazen theft. Rather, it entails a covert endeavor. Previously, he refrained from such actions due to uncertainty regarding the presence of the poisoned Douluo within the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye. However, now that Mugu has mastered the blue-silver domain, he harbors no fears. Whether the poisoned Douluo is present or not, he can ascertain it through his perception of the blue-silver domain. Ayin, I must depart for a while. Upon returning home, Mugu declared to Ayin, "Are you leaving?" "Why?" Ayin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of disarray upon hearing Muji's words. During this period, she had grown accustomed to this new way of life. "Because I have surpassed level 60, I must seek the sixth soul ring," Mugu candidly declared. Ayin. Upon hearing this, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Mugu. "Wasn't it just a few days ago that you had reached level 59? "Indeed. After absorbing a precious artifact, I achieved a breakthrough," the pastoral song elucidated simply. "Oh, must I accompany you as well?" Upon hearing this, Ayin felt a sense of relief, yet soon grew somewhat anxious. After having experienced a perilous chase, she was reluctant to venture into crowded towns, especially during her pregnancy. "No need. You shall remain here. I will also lift the restrictions placed upon you. I trust that with your strength, as long as a tidal Douluo does not unexpectedly appear, you possess the ability to protect yourself." Mugu shook his head, unwilling to take Ayin along. The moment they stepped outside, there would be a risk of exposure. Comparatively, this secluded little village offered a greater sense of safety. After all, Tang Hao had managed to hide in Holy Spirit Village for so many years in the anime. Although Douluo Continent is a world of soul masters, in a remote village devoid of any soul masters, there are only a few households that remain isolated from the world. Apart from the Soul Hall, which occasionally sends individuals to awaken the souls of the village's children, it is unlikely for any soul master to visit. This year's soul awakening ceremony had just taken place before Mugu and his companions arrived, and the next one would not occur until the following year. After speaking, Mugu stepped forward and employed a pressure point technique to completely lift the restrictions placed upon Ayin. Over such a long period, Mugu had come to realize that Ayin had fully accepted her current circumstances, her anxiety about the daughter she carried surpassing even his own. Indeed, it had been over 4 months, and through his senses, Mugu had discerned that Ayin was expecting a daughter. Given the situation, he had no doubt that Ayin would not attempt to flee. In fact, he had noticed a newfound reliance in Ayin towards him. "Be cautious. I will be waiting here with our daughter for your return." Although the restrictions had been lifted, Ayin did not appear particularly elated. Instead, she gazed at Mugu with a hint of reluctance. "Rest assured, you and the child within you are my treasures. I shall undoubtedly return." Mugu stepped forward and gently embraced Ayin, placing a soft kiss upon her forehead. Ayin replied softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around Mugu and burying her head against his chest. In the face of such tender affection, Mugu found it almost unbearable to part from her. Nevertheless, he steeled his resolve to leave, for he understood what he truly desired. A brief retreat was acceptable, but remaining here indefinitely was not his wish. In this world where mortals can ascend to divinity, achieving godhood was his paramount ambition. While he yearned for a beautiful life, he aspired to possess it eternally. Moreover, one Ayin could not suffice for him. There was another woman in the martial soul hall, awaiting his conquest once more. As for Lu Erlong, she had long faded from Muji's memory. Even the slaughter maiden, Yi Ning, from the city of slaughter, the future harbinger of death, was nearly forgotten. It was only when he recalled the existence of the Azura god's legacy in the city of slaughter that she would briefly cross his mind. "The eye of ice and fire, and the treasures of immortal herbs, here I come." After leaving the village, Mugu set off directly towards the sunset forest. Upon departing from the village, Mugu transformed his martial soul, resulting in his hair turning a lustrous silver. He then donned a mask that obscured half of his face. Even in his current guise, no one would recognize him, for his appearance had changed entirely. Yet, Mugu chose to conceal himself further, unwilling to reveal his present form. Thus, should he find himself embroiled in any trouble, he could simply remove the mask and alter his hair color, allowing him to walk freely among others once more. He could even retain the mask, changing merely the hue of his hair. This maneuver was one he could execute many times. After all, no one would ever suspect that a person could change their hair color, as long as Mugu refrained from switching martial souls in the presence of outsiders. This secret would remain undisclosed. This time, what alias shall I adopt? It shall not bear the name of Gu. As Mugu contemplated, he summoned forth his current martial spirit, which manifested as a blade, a sword, to be precise. Unlike the Frostmourne, it bore no additional attributes, merely possessing an exquisite sharpness. This creation was a product of Muji's own ingenuity. While its quality may not rival that of Frostmourne, it still stood as a paragon of excellence. Crafted from meteorite iron, In comparison, it lacked the enhancement of attributes, yet Mugu believed that in the realm of swords, mere sharpness sufficed, rendering any embellishments unnecessary. In contrast to the myriad of chaotic weapons, Mugu held a preference for the sword. The martial spirit he wielded remained a sword, and with his white hair. He decided to name it Bibi. The waters of the great river come from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return. Mugu casually flicked a few sword flowers, then smiled as he settled down. Reciting these 2 lines of poetry, an air of wild abandon emanated from him. Leaving the village and journeying towards the sunset forest, Mugu's figure drew the attention of passers-by. It was inevitable, even with a mask on. His striking handsomeness could not be concealed. He had always been remarkable, and after being transformed by the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor, he could be deemed invincible. A week later, Mugu finally arrived at the sunset forest, the Blue-Silver domain. Upon entering the forest, he sought a secluded spot, switched his martial spirit to that of the Blue-Silver Emperor, and activated the Blue-Silver domain to commence his exploration. Although the sunset forest may not rival the vastness of the Stardow forest, it is certainly not small. The pastoral ballad desires to be fully explored, which requires a certain amount of time. The Blue-Silver King of the Sunset Forest comes to meet me. This time, Mugu did not intend to seek out the location on his own. Instead, he directly invoked the call of his bloodline to summon the nearby Blue-Silver Kings for an audience. The bloodline's summoning possessed a broader reach, and Mugu's invocation enveloped the entire Sunset Forest in an instant. Soon, translucent humanoid figures appeared before Mugu, bowing in reverence. In the entire Sunset Forest, there existed a total of 7 Blue-Silver Kings. Although the Blue-Silver grass is regarded as the most insignificant of spirit beasts, with ordinary specimens lacking even the essence of spirit power, they are merely considered weeds. However, due to the vast number of Blue-Silver grass, many of them possess considerable cultivation, hence it is not surprising that there are 7 Blue-Silver Kings within the Sunset Forest. In the anime, when Ain was resurrected, countless Blue-Silver Kings appeared to assist and witness the revival of their Blue-Silver Emperor. Yet, only those who have attained the level of Blue-Silver King can manifest a translucent figure, one that can only be perceived by the Blue-Silver grass lineage. My Emperor, may I inquire what orders you have? One of the 7 Blue-Silver Kings, feeling the call of Mugu, respectfully conveyed this inquiry. Assist me in locating a certain place. The shepherdess was not at all reserved. Ain seldom troubled her subjects, thus the shepherdess felt no hesitation. Assisting your sovereign is indeed a privilege, offering you an opportunity to demonstrate your worth. Mugu swiftly conveyed the essential information regarding the Eyes of Ice and Fire to the 7 Blue-Silver Kings present and urged them to assist in the search. He emphasized the importance of maintaining silence. Finally, Mugu reminded them that Blue-Silver grass is ubiquitous and typically devoid of soul power fluctuations, advising them to exercise caution, as they would likely go undetected. Yes, my Emperor. Upon hearing Mugu's instructions, the 7 Blue-Silver Kings felt a surge of excitement, elated at the prospect of aiding their sovereign. Subsequently, each Blue-Silver King returned to their respective positions to assist Mugu in the exploration. Regrettably, despite their cultivation level of 10,000 years, the Blue-Silver Kings lacked significant combat strength. Otherwise, they would constitute a formidable force. Nevertheless, as a network of informants, they proved to be quite sufficient. While the Blue-Silver grass may not penetrate urban areas, it flourishes in the wilderness, establishing a robust outdoor intelligence system. After the departure of the 7 Blue-Silver Kings, Mugu pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. In the anime, neither Ain nor Tang San paid much heed to their subjects. It was only during battles that they harnessed their power and drew upon their energy. In everyday life, it seemed as if they were oblivious to their existence. Mugu felt a profound sense of regret. Would it not be advantageous to utilize them? Just observe how jubilant the subjects, recently commanded by him, are, once one attains the cultivation level of the Silver Blue King. They are capable of wielding the Silver Blue domain. The awakening of Tang San's bloodline was facilitated by an elderly figure resembling the Silver Blue King, who employed the Silver Blue domain to gather countless strands of silver blue grass, aiding Tang San in awakening his Silver Blue Emperor bloodline. After issuing his commands, Mugu began to explore his surroundings slowly from his position. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, a figure sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating beside this extraordinary locale. The poisoned Douluo remained oblivious to the unobtrusive silver blue grass that blossomed quietly nearby. At last, he had managed to suppress the toxins within his body. Time passed, and the poisoned Douluo exhaled deeply, opening his eyes from his meditative state. The poisoned Douluo grappled with a unique affliction that other titled Douluos did not face, the torment of his own martial soul's toxins. Before achieving the rank of titled Douluo, he had nearly succumbed to the poison of his own martial soul. By a stroke of fortune, he stumbled upon this blessed land, only to discover that it possessed the remarkable ability to help him suppress the toxins within his body. Since then, he had claimed this precious ground as his own and discovered a plethora of rare herbs, regrettably, most of which he did not recognize. After nearly poisoning himself from a few reckless forages, he dared not venture further. He could only identify a single plant akin to the old chrysanthemum martial soul. Yet he remained uncertain of its utility and left it untouched. I shall return to see my beloved granddaughter. Once he managed to confine the toxins within a controllable range, The poisoned Douluo dusted himself off and stood up, eager to depart. Were it not for the need to suppress the toxins within, he would not wish to linger in such a place. Would it not be more delightful to return and embrace his granddaughter? After leaving the Eye of Ice and Fire, the poisoned Douluo remained unaware that silver-blue grass had been shadowing him all along. The inconspicuous nature of the silver-blue grass, being so ubiquitous, meant that the poisoned Douluo would never suspect he was being monitored by these humble plants. At last, he was gone. Once he had confirmed the poisoned Douluo's departure, Mugu, hidden not far from the Eye of Ice and Fire, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Mugu did not immediately enter the Eye of Ice and Fire. Instead, he chose to wait. It was only after the poisoned Douluo had completely departed from the Sunset Forest that Mugu approached the hidden treasure of the Eye of Ice and Fire. This location was a remarkably concealed gorge. Without knowledge of its entrance, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern the treasure hidden within. Moreover, within a 10-mile radius centered around the entrance, there existed a plethora of toxic miasma, deterring any ordinary person from venturing near. Thus, it can be said that the Eye of Ice and Fire is exceptionally well hidden. Continue to monitor the entire Sunset Forest, and alert me immediately upon the return of the poisoned Douluo. After instructing the 7 blue silver kings, Mugu entered the extraordinary realm of the Ice and Fire duality eye. Soon, he discovered the mesmerizing sight resembling a pair of mandarin duck pots, one side emanating a chilling azure aura, while the other radiated a fervid crimson heat. Flanking this wondrous phenomenon, Mugu located his primary goal for this expedition, the Ice and Fire celestial herbs, specifically the octagonal profound ice leaves and the fiery apricot blossoms. In addition, he observed various other mystical herbs, such as the fragrant silk celestial product and the marvelous heavenly chrysanthemum, yet he chose to disregard them for the moment. Instead, he swiftly approached the center of the Ice and Fire celestial herbs. Summoning his martial soul, Mugu transformed it into a rope with hooks at both ends. With a swift motion, he hurled the hooks towards the celestial herbs, ensnaring them before drawing them back. The octagonal profound ice leaves and the fiery apricot blossoms were severed simultaneously, producing distinct sounds, and both herbs soared towards Mugu. The shepherd grasped a single stalk of grass in each hand, holding them tightly. Upon contact, a muffled groan escaped his lips as 2 contrasting energies, one frigid, the other searing, invaded his being. Mugu hastily grasped the 2 celestial herbs to his chest, and only after placing them together did the extreme cold and extreme heat energies begin to counterbalance each other. Gazing at the ice-fire celestial herbs before him, Mugu hesitated. The moment he had grasped them, he had already felt an overwhelming discomfort. If he were to consume them, he would have to fully endure the invasive energies they would unleash, which promised to be exceedingly tormenting. If I must perish, then so be it. Ultimately, Mugu gritted his teeth and placed both the Ice and Fire celestial herbs into his mouth simultaneously. They melted upon contact, transforming into 2 surging energies that rushed into Mugu's body. With a resounding boom, these powerful forces erupted violently from within him. Despite having anticipated this reaction, the intense heat and frigid cold still compelled Mugu to cry out in agony. Thud. Aware that the waters of the Ice-Fire duality eyes would alleviate his suffering, Mugu plunged himself into the sanctuary of these waters. Upon locating the convergence of the Ice Spring and Fire Spring, he began to cultivate within the Ice-Fire duality eyes. Inside, the springs indeed offered relief from his torment, preventing him from continuing his cries of distress. Yet, during the process of absorption and refinement, Mugu clenched his teeth, enduring the dual torment of ice and fire. Throughout this ordeal, he could distinctly feel the energies of the ice-fire celestial herbs continuously refining his physique. Puff. After an indeterminate period, Mugu's naked form finally leaped forth from the ice-fire duality eyes, landing on the shore. His garments had been incinerated upon entering the spring, leaving only the soul guide bracelet adorning his wrist. Thus, his first action was to retrieve his clothing and dress. He was not one to flaunt his nudity, unless, of course, he found himself in an intimate situation with a lady. Exhilarating. Once clothed, Mugu attentively assessed his body and felt an overwhelming sense of vitality. Every cell in him rejoiced. He could keenly perceive a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. Even an ordinary soul master would likely fall short in comparison to his current capabilities. At this strength, absorbing a 50,000-year soul ring will be a breeze, he exclaimed with excitement as he clenched his fist. Now, he needed to swiftly simulate the martial souls of the fire apricot and the 8-pointed ice leaf. These 2 represented the pinnacle of fire and ice attributes and were not to be overlooked. Subsequently, Mugu summoned his soul simulator to replicate the fire apricot and 8-pointed ice leaf martial souls. After 2 hours, he successfully simulated both the fire apricot and 8-pointed ice leaf martial souls. It was time to depart. Although the poisoned Douluo might not return immediately, it was prudent to leave without delay. Before his departure, however, he resolved to gather all the celestial herbs. Having completed the simulation, Mugu recognized it was time to exit. With a glance at the medicinal garden adjacent to the ice-fire duality eyes, his eyes sparkled with excitement. There were still numerous celestial herbs and many precious medicinal plants to be harvested. Naturally, There were also a plethora of poisonous herbs. The pastoral song intends to take everything away. Mugu first discovered the fragrant and enchanting celestial herb, which alleviated any concerns about being poisoned while foraging for medicinal herbs. This celestial herb was a veritable antidote to all toxins. Moreover, after absorbing the ice-fire celestial grass, Mugu's physique had developed a remarkable resistance to toxins, rendering him virtually immune. With such dual protection, he naturally felt no trepidation while gathering herbs. Thus, after acquiring the fragrant celestial herb, Mugu began to scour the medicinal garden within the ice-fire duality eye, collecting all manner of celestial herbs and those that appeared to be of considerable age. One can only imagine the fury that the poisoned Douluo would experience upon witnessing this scene. The character from the original narrative was indeed a pitiable figure, and it seemed he could not escape the clutches of fate. After pillaging the garden and observing its desolate state, Mugu could envision the poisoned Douluo's explosive rage upon his return. Having taken so much, it would seem remiss not to leave a token of gratitude. After some contemplation, Mugu inscribed a few words upon the stone wall before departing with his ample spoils. To possess treasures without awareness, to dare not claim them. This place's treasures are not meant for you. Thus, these treasures are destined to be mine. In light of your guardianship here, I shall impart a method to suppress the toxins within you. Locate a soul bone and concentrate your toxins within it. The problem shall resolve itself. After leaving these words behind, Mugu took his leave, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the poisoned Douluo, thus providing him with a solution to his predicament. No matter what the poisoned Douluo might do in the future, the present moment had yet to unfold. The other party had not offended him. Indeed, they had been robbed of all their celestial herbs. Hence, Mugu felt compelled to offer a gesture of goodwill. Yet, one could only wonder if the poisoned Douluo would appreciate this gesture upon his return. However, that was no longer of concern to Mugu, for he had already left his token of appreciation. In a separate scene, a delightful young girl of 4 or 5 years tugged at the pants of the poisoned Douluo, eagerly exclaiming, "Grandpa, Grandpa, I want you to take me flying." "Very well, my dear. I shall take you flying." The poisoned Douluo was utterly smitten by his adorable granddaughter. Duguyen. Without a care for their urban surroundings, he summoned his martial soul's true form, lifting Duguyen onto the head of the emerald-scaled serpent emperor, and soaring into the sky. "Wow, we're so high. Hee, this is so much fun. Grandpa, fly higher, higher." Duguyen cheered with delight as she clung to her grandfather. "Of course, my dear. I shall take you flying." The poisoned Douluo chuckled heartily, eager to fulfill his granddaughter's wishes as they traversed the sky above the town. Many below were startled, recognizing the martial soul's true form and silently acknowledging the return of the poisoned Douluo while suppressing their fear. Although the poisoned Douluo acted with reckless abandon, as long as one did not provoke him, they would be safe. As he reveled in this joy, one could only ponder whether he would still wear a smile upon returning to the ice-fire duality eye. Having gathered a bountiful harvest from the ice-fire duality eye, Mugu swiftly departed from the sunset forest. From his inscription, the poisoned Douluo might erroneously believe that it was a tidal Douluo who had plundered his medicinal garden. This assumption was quite plausible. Otherwise, how could one identify his garden and discern his predicament, even offering a method to resolve it? Throughout this ordeal, the poisoned Douluo remained blissfully unaware of being discovered. Thus, he would undoubtedly conclude that another tidal Douluo had stolen from him. Nonetheless, Mugu dared not linger in the sunset forest to hunt soul beasts, fearing that the poisoned Douluo might take out his wrath on all the soul masters within the forest upon discovering his garden had been violated. For the sake of his own safety, Mugu left the sunset forest post-haste, venturing to another soul beast forest in search of his 6th soul ring. Upon departing the sunset forest, Mugu made his way to the nearest soul beast forest, intent on hunting for his 6th soul ring. A day later, he arrived at the Skydo forest, the closest soul beast forest to the imperial capital of the Skydo Empire. Upon entering the Skydo forest, Mugu once again invoked his bloodline summoning, calling forth the blue-silver kings from within. Though the Skydo forest was not as expansive as the sunset forest, it still boasted 4 blue-silver kings. "Your Majesty, how may we serve you?" One of them respectfully inquired. "Please assist me in locating a soul beast approximately 50,000 years old within the Skydo forest." Mugu was not one to be overly polite. He promptly issued his commands. "Yes, Your Majesty, we shall comply with your orders." The 4 blue-silver kings, upon receiving Mugu's instructions, eagerly set off to fulfill his wishes. After a brief period, Mugu had comprehended the entire distribution of soul beasts within the Skydo forest. A 50,000-year soul beast, equivalent in power to a soul sage among humans, was what I sought to select, a target that would be relatively easy to conquer. "You shall be the one." Rage Golden King. With immense strength and tough skin, yet sluggish in movement, it is suitable for me to wear it down gradually. In no time, Mugu had identified his desired prey. Within the Skydo forest, there were only a handful of soul beasts that were approximately 50,000 years old, and Mugu chose one that he deemed relatively easy to hunt. Additionally, he decided to lend her a hand. The shepherdess smiled softly. Then her figure darted forward toward her objective. The she referred to as Lu Erlong. whom she had long since abandoned and forgotten. Indeed, at this moment, Lu Erlong appeared to have surpassed level 60, engaged in the hunt for a 2,000-year-old Fury Titan. Accompanying Lu Erlong, besides herself, was a familiar yet never truly encountered figure to the shepherdess Flander. Lu Erlong, perplexed, wondered why she had summoned Flander, who was of a lower level than herself, for the hunt of the sixth spirit ring, rather than seeking assistance from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Two Soul Kings daring to hunt a soul beast equivalent to a Soul Emperor was indeed audacious. The shepherdess felt a tinge of admiration for their boldness. Although Lu Erlong had reached level 60, she had yet to absorb her sixth spirit ring and could not be considered a true Soul Emperor. Her combat prowess was merely a notch above that of a Soul King. Likewise, the shepherdess was not yet a true Soul Emperor either. Had it not been for the presence of that 5,000-year-old Fury Titan in the distance, their chances of success might have been plausible. However, with that formidable beast lurking, they were in peril. These two Fury Titans were likely companions. Sensing the situation, the shepherdess quickened her pace. In the Skydoe forest, a Fury Titan engulfed in flames roared incessantly, while two figures relentlessly attacked it. Leading the assault was Lu Erlong, her martial spirit manifested and wreathed in blue flames, unleashing her spirit abilities fiercely upon the Fury Titan. Flander, hovering in the air, sought to distract the beast. Watching Lu Erlong's ferocity, Flander felt both concern and admiration. He worried that Lu Erlong might fall victim to the Fury Titan's onslaught, which was no trivial matter. They were merely relying on the creature's sluggishness to gain the upper hand. His admiration stemmed from Lu Erlong's valiant spirit. Truly, she was the woman he cherished. Despite her evident inferiority to the Fury Titan, she fought with remarkable courage, giving the impression that the beast was being overpowered by her. Yet, in reality, Lu Erlong had narrowly escaped several of the Fury Titan's attacks, all thanks to Flander's timely interventions. Each encounter felt like they were dancing on the edge of a blade, where a single misstep could lead to grave injury. Slowly, however, Flander began to see a glimmer of hope in defeating the 2,000-year-old Fury Titan. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, strikingly similar to that of the Fury Titan they were besieging. "This is bad. Erlong, we must flee. That creature has companions," Flander exclaimed, his face paling as he swiftly alerted Lu Erlong. From the unmistakable roar, it was evident that the approaching Fury Titan was significantly more powerful than the one they were currently battling. They were already struggling against the current beast, facing another, more formidable one would spell their doom. The 2,000-year-old Fury Titan, upon hearing the distant roar, became invigorated, its fighting spirit surging. "Damn it," Lu Erlong cursed under her breath, her expression filled with reluctance. "Let us go." Yet, she understood that retreat was imperative. Just as Lu Erlong turned to leave, she caught sight of a graceful figure swiftly darting past her side, charging directly toward the 2,000-year-old Fury Titan. With a longsword in hand, the shepherdess executed a swift movement akin to a celestial swordsman, gliding effortlessly past Lu Erlong. The waters of the great river flow from the heavens, rushing to the sea and never returning. With that boisterous laughter, the ethereal presence of the shepherdess dissipated, leaving only a sense of wild abandon and gallantry. "Raise your cup. Let the wine flow unceasingly. Let me sing a song for you. I implore you to lend me your ear." Approaching the 2,000-year-old Fury Titan, the shepherdess recited her verses with fervor as she charged toward the beast. Wherever the pastoral song traverses, one can only witness lingering shadows left behind, revealing the astonishing swiftness of the melody. This soul technique is an innovation inspired by the moves of Li Bai from the game Honor of Kings. Though it does not truly embody a spatial leap between 2 points, it is remarkably close in essence. With astonishing explosive speed, Mugu achieved a similar effect. In mere flashes, he confronted the Fiery Titan. Startled by Mugu's sudden approach, the Fiery Titan paused momentarily, taken aback. However, it quickly roared in fury, raising its blazing fists and bringing them down with immense force upon Mugu. "Be careful." At that moment, Lu Erlong finally reacted, urgently warning Mugu. Despite Mugu's entrance appearing remarkably suave and imposing, Lu Erlong did not overlook the soul rings adorning Mugu's form. Yellow, purple, black. Like her, Mugu was merely a Soul King. Realizing this, Lu Erlong felt compelled to caution him, believing Mugu was simply a sensitive attack-type Soul King. Is this guy out of his mind? How dare he come forward to seize a kill? At this moment, Flinder also reacted, even suspecting that Mugu intended to snatch the soul ring. Little did they know, a far more formidable Fiery Titan was already approaching. In a stroke of genius. Yet, as the Fiery Titan launched its assault, Mugu's figure vanished once more, reappearing instantaneously behind the Titan's head. Clang. They then witnessed a glimmering scar from Mugu's sword encircling the Fiery Titan's neck in a complete rotation. Splurt. Following this, a ring of sword marks appeared around the Titan's neck, the wound splitting open, and blood gushing forth. Roar. The Fiery Titan emitted a thunderous roar before its massive form fell, succumbing to defeat. As the flames enveloping its body gradually dwindled, Lu Erlong and Flinder stood in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. How could this be? The Fiery Titan which they had struggled against for quite some time without success, was instantaneously vanquished by someone of their own caliber. Why are you still standing there? Do you not desire its soul ring? Hurry and deliver the final blow. The silhouette of the pastoral figure reappeared, seemingly stepping upon the fallen body of the furious Vajra. Turning back to address Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong, stood there in a daze, still somewhat unresponsive. Although I too yearned for the sixth soul ring. This particular ring was merely 2,000 years old. It was the larger one behind that I truly desired. Hurry over to deliver the finishing blow. For that one behind is destined to be mine. Mugu stepped on the remnants of the Fury King Kong with his foot and declared that he had no need for it. In a flash, he dashed towards the approaching Fury King Kong, which possessed a formidable cultivation of 50,000 years. As for Lu Erlong, Mugu merely offered a casual assist. Beyond that, he harbored no further intentions. This woman was far too complex. With a swift motion, Mugu departed, leaving Lu Erlong momentarily stunned. The abruptness of Mu Ji's arrival and his decisive blow against the Fury King Kong unfolded so rapidly that it left her quite unprepared. The soul ring she had almost resigned herself to losing had suddenly come within her grasp. Faced with this unexpected fortune, Lu Erlong found herself somewhat bewildered. Who on earth is that person? Although he is also a soul king, he is astonishingly powerful. Erlong, why are you still in a daze? Hurry and finish off that Fury King Kong to absorb the soul ring. He has his sights set on the larger one behind. If you delay, it will perish. And that would be a waste. At that moment, Flinder landed beside Lu Erlong, his astonishment directed at Mu Ji's retreating figure while urging her to act. Upon hearing Flinder's words, Lu Erlong snapped back to reality and quickly acknowledged him. She rushed to the 2,000-year-old Fury King Kong and swiftly delivered the final blow, seizing the opportunity before it drew its last breath. The soul ring, which was deemed unworthy by Mugu, does not imply her indifference. Previously, she had battled fiercely to eliminate it. How could she possibly disregard it? Words of gratitude could wait until later to be conveyed to that individual. A black soul ring, aged 2,000 years, swiftly materialized from the corpse of the fiery titan. Lu Erlong did not hesitate and immediately began the absorption. Meanwhile, Flander stood guard. Surely, dealing with that larger foe would not pose a problem for him? As Flander guarded Lu Erlong during the soul ring absorption, he gazed ahead, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If Mugu failed to restrain the other colossal fiery titan, they would be in peril. Lu Erlong's absorption required some time. However, recalling Mugu's recently displayed prowess, he felt reassured. That terrifying individual, a soul king, possessed such incredible strength. How astonishing. The combat capabilities exhibited by Mugu left Flander in awe. They were both soul kings. Yet the disparity was unfathomable. Flander nearly questioned his own identity as a genuine soul king. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed from that direction, indicating a clash between Mugu and the larger fiery titan. As expected, the sounds of combat followed relentlessly. Initially tense, Flander relaxed upon realizing that the battle had not encroached upon their vicinity. That individual had indeed managed to hold off the larger fiery titan. Yet, as time passed, Flander sensed something amiss. The sounds of battle showed no signs of abating, clearly indicating a stalemate. The one who had swiftly dispatched the 2,000-year-old fiery titan was unable to swiftly eliminate the other formidable opponent. Unable to quell his curiosity, Flander soared into the air for a better view. Good heavens, that was a 50,000-year-old fiery titan. Flander was taken aback upon witnessing the other colossal fiery titan. He had anticipated that the other would be stronger, yet he never imagined it would be by such a margin. The distinction between 2,000 years and 50,000 years was beyond comprehension. This is disastrous. That individual would undoubtedly be no match. Soon it would approach, and Lu Erlong was still occupied with the absorption process. P.S. This is the second update. The top review on Qian has a reward sign-in thread. The first floor gets 100, and if it reaches 1,000, the author will receive a substantial reward. It will be settled at the end of the month. Please lend your support by signing in. Chapter 114. Lu Erlong's overconfidence. Damn it, I am merely playing the role of Master Li, the guasha practitioner. I am not truly Li Bai. At this moment, Mugu, who was engaged in combat with the 50,000-year-old fiery titan, felt utterly exasperated. He had only intended to portray a guasha practitioner and succeeded beyond expectations. Against foes with insufficient defenses, he could unleash a brutal onslaught. But when faced with a heavily armored tank, his attacks were ineffectual, akin to futilely scraping away without causing harm. The previous 2,000-year-old fiery titan lacked such formidable defenses. With the combination of his Starfall blade and soul techniques, Mugu had easily breached its defenses, dispatching it in mere moments. Now, facing the 50,000-year-old fiery titan, Mugu found that his Starfall blade strikes felt more like mere scratches, failing to penetrate its defenses. The strength of the martial spirit was still somewhat lacking, and the disparity in soul power was too great. In his heart, Mugu silently mused. He never intended to wield the Starfall sword to hunt the 50,000-year soul beast. Rather, he had planned to utilize the mightiest explosive force of the Haotian hammer, or even the angel martial soul. After all, with no one else present. He was free to choose whatever he desired. Moreover, he initially intended for the Blue Silver King to assist him with healing, as it lacked offensive power but possessed formidable restorative abilities. However, that was no longer feasible, with Flanders and Lu Erlong in the distance. Mugu had no choice but to continue employing his self-created martial soul, the Starfall Sword. He could not risk summoning the Blue Silver King for assistance. Nevertheless, although he could not slay the 50,000-year Fury Titan in the short term, the creature posed no threat to him. The Fury Titan was renowned for its immense strength, coupled with its tough hide and potent fire-based attacks. Its other methods could not reach Mugu, and the fire attacks that could were rendered ineffective against him. Indeed, after absorbing the Ice-Fire Immortal Grass, Mugu had gained immunity to both ice and fire attributes. There was no alternative. He could only proceed with gradual precision. With a sigh, the shepherd continued to perform scraping therapy on the Rage Titan. 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, manifested from Lu Erlong's body. Slowly, she opened her eyes, a glimmer of joy dancing in her beautiful gaze, clearly thrilled at having successfully absorbed her 6th soul ring. Ah, wonderful, Erlong. You have finally completed the absorption just in time, exclaimed Flandra, visibly relieved at Lu Erlong's accomplishment. What is it? Lu Erlong, now standing, looked at Flandra with a puzzled expression, unaware of his anxiety. It's that Rage Titan. It's a 50,000-year-old beast. Flandra addressed the crux of the matter directly. Lu Erlong was taken aback, finally hearing the distant roars and sounds of battle. A 50,000-year-old beast? What has happened to that person? Understanding the situation, Lu Erlong immediately expressed her concern. Regardless of the circumstances, that individual had been a tremendous help to her. Not only incapacitating the soul beast she required, but also holding back the more formidable one, allowing her to absorb in peace. They're still locked in a stalemate. Neither side can gain the upper hand, Flandra remarked, watching the clash between the shepherd and the ancient Rage Titan with a mix of fear and admiration. Indeed, the shepherd's combat was nothing short of spectacular. In that case, let us lend a hand. It would be a way to repay his kindness. No, I shall go alone. Lu Erlong decided resolutely to assist the shepherd. Initially intending to go together, she reconsidered, knowing that a 50,000-year-old soul beast would far surpass Flandra's capabilities. Even a minor injury could prove fatal. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Flandra was indignant. Do you underestimate me? I can hold my own from a distance. I just won't get too close. With a sense of pride, Flandra insisted. Very well, but do exercise caution. Lu Erlong did not deter him, and after a brief acknowledgement, she dashed towards the shepherd. As Lu Erlong approached, the imposing figure of the 50,000-year-old Rage Titan loomed larger, and she felt an overwhelming pressure from its soul force. Then, she caught sight of the shepherd, who was tirelessly at work. Is this person truly just a soul king? Lu Erlong was struck with awe as she observed the shepherd's combat style. After discerning the shepherd's techniques, her admiration intensified. The shepherd darted around the battlefield, leaving behind elusive afterimages, playfully toying with the Rage Titan while deftly counterattacking and evading its strikes. Particularly stunning was the Qinglian sword formation, a powerful move reminiscent of Li Bai's grand technique, which dazzled Lu Erlong. Such a skill seemed far beyond what a soul king should wield. The Rage Titan, frustrated by its inability to land a blow, roared in fury. Lu Erlong snapped back to reality. I'm here to help you, she called out to the shepherd, summoning her martial soul and joining the fray. And I too, Flandra, following closely behind, shouted as well. However, Flandra dared not rush in. He stayed back, casting soul techniques from a distance to provide support. You all should keep your distance. Just focus on restraining it from the side. The shepherd naturally noticed that Lu Erlong and Flandra had arrived. Upon seeing Lu Erlong rushing towards him, he quickly called out to her. He felt a sense of gratitude for their willingness to assist him, although deep down, he wished they would simply flee, allowing him to switch his martial spirit or even summon the Blue Silver King for aid. 6th soul skill, Wrath of the Crimson Dragon. Despite the shepherd's good intentions, Lu Erlong could no longer contain herself upon hearing his words. She unleashed her newly acquired 6th soul skill, directing it toward the fiery titan. A blue flame coiled around her, forming a dragon-like silhouette that merged with her right hand, roaring as it surged toward the fiery titan. The fiery titan, sensing Lu Erlong's attack, immediately abandoned its pursuit of the shepherd and turned to unleash a furious roar at her. With a resounding crash, the fiery titan slammed its fists into the ground, causing the earth to crack open and unleash torrents of flames. Lu Erlong, however, demonstrated remarkable agility, deftly avoiding all obstacles as she leapt before the fiery titan and struck its abdomen with tremendous force. With a dull thud, the blue flames collided violently with the fiery titan's crimson flames. Yet, in the end, it was Lu Erlong who was sent flying backwards. The 50,000-year-old soul beast, with its formidable defenses, proved to be far beyond what a newly ascended soul emperor like Lu Erlong could contend with. As she was propelled backwards, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. In that critical moment, the shepherd swiftly moved to catch Lu Erlong, preventing her from crashing to the ground. I told you to stay back and restrain it, not to charge in. Chapter 115. The return of the poisoned Douluo after landing and catching Lu Erlong. The shepherd couldn't help but tease her. You should let me down now. Lu Erlong, feeling quite embarrassed, quickly extricated herself from his embrace and stood upright. Her cheeks flushed, a mix of humiliation from her failed bravado and the unexpected intimacy of being held by the shepherd. She had never been so close to any man before. Even during her time with Yu Xiaojiang, their contact was limited to merely holding hands. She couldn't comprehend why Yu Xiaojiang had always maintained such a formal demeanor, as if he were merely tolerating her presence. Upon discovering her identity as his cousin, he had swiftly distanced himself, disappearing altogether. Suddenly, the fiery titan charged towards the shepherd and Lu Erlong. Be careful, just focus on restraining it. After advising Lu Erlong once more, the shepherdess figure flickered as he launched another attack on the fiery titan. Damn it! Watching the shepherd's retreating back, Lu Erlong bit her lip in frustration. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she recognized that she was no match for the 50,000-year-old fiery titan. Rushing forward would only complicate matters for the shepherd. Thus, with a mix of shame and anger, she chose to heed his advice and, like Flander, remained on the sidelines to provide support. Even so, the relentless flames and roars from the fiery titan left them in disarray. Observing the shepherd attacking the fiery titan with apparent ease, their astonishment grew. This man was truly formidable. Although he too was a soul king, his strength far surpassed theirs. The fiery assaults from the fiery titan seemed to pose no threat to him at all. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. Finally, after enduring prolonged combat, the fiery titan collapsed to the ground, having lost too much blood. Although the attack from Mugu was difficult to defend against, inflicting superficial wounds was not a problem. At this moment, the fury titan fell, its body marred by countless sword scars, nearly devoid of any intact skin. With a final, feeble roar, the fury titan succumbed. Its life extinguished from excessive blood loss and exhaustion. Thud. It lay lifeless, finally dead. What a struggle it had been. Seeing the fury titan's demise, Flanders collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Lu Erlong was not in a much better state, leaning against a nearby tree to keep herself upright. Mugu was also gasping for breath, the prolonged battle having taken a severe toll on him. Nevertheless, all was well now. Buzzing with anticipation, Mugu observed the emergence of a black soul ring, signifying 5,000 years from the soul beast's carcass. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture, initiating the absorption process. Wait. Lu Erlong, witnessing this scene, seemed to recall something, her expression shifting as she attempted to intervene. Yet, in the next instant, she fell silent. For the soul ring was already being absorbed by Mugu, who was now engaged in its refinement. Has he lost his mind? That is a soul ring of 5,000 years. A soul emperor cannot possibly absorb it. Though she dared not call out to Mugu loudly, she could not suppress her quiet exclamation. Erlong, what's wrong? Flanders, having regained some composure, inquired upon hearing Lu Erlong's startled reaction. He is like me, having just broken through to Soul Emperor, yet he is absorbing a 5,000-year soul ring. Lu Erlong explained softly, her gaze filled with concern as she watched Mugu. This was an unexpected revelation for Flanders. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, his eyes widened in realization. Mugu had previously possessed only the soul ring of Wugu and was now absorbing his 6th soul ring. Gulp, is he going to explode from this? Flanders swallowed hard, his worry palpable. Although they were strangers before, Mugu had aided Lu Erlong and fought alongside them, and he hoped fervently that Mugu would not perish due to such circumstances. That would be utterly absurd, but worrying was futile now. They could only watch. Lu Erlong sighed, hoping that Mugu could perform a miracle. The disparity between a 5,000-year soul ring and a 2,000-year soul ring was immense. Though Mugu's displayed strength was undeniably formidable, Lu Erlong found it hard to believe that he could absorb a soul ring of such high caliber for his 6th. When she absorbed her own 2,000-year 6th soul ring, it had felt somewhat taxing. If it were him, it should be fine. I have never encountered such an extraordinary soul king. Despite harboring doubts, Flanders still voiced his hope for Mugu's success. By the way, Erlong, do you know who he is? Flanders then expressed curiosity about Mugu. A person of such remarkable ability should not be a mere stranger. Yet, he had never heard of anyone with a martial spirit of the sword being this powerful. I don't know. Lu Erlong shook her head, admitting her ignorance. However, she too was deeply intrigued by Mugu's identity. It seemed that to truly understand who he was, they first needed to ensure he survived this trial without exploding. Amid the concerned gazes of Lu Erlong and Flanders, Mugu silently absorbed and refined the 5,000-year soul ring within him. Though it felt exceedingly strenuous, as he had anticipated, his current physical strength was just sufficient to absorb the 5,000-year soul ring. Moreover, should it prove too much, he was not destined to meet a catastrophic end, for he had contemplated this possibility beforehand and had made the necessary preparations. The shepherd has preemptively simulated a soul skill that allows him to expel any excessively potent soul ring energy that cannot be absorbed. If I can absorb it, I shall. If not, I shall discard it. While this notion appears deceptively simple, he remains the sole individual capable of executing such a skill within the entirety of Douluo continent. Should other soul masters acquire this technique, it would spell calamity for the soul beasts inhabiting Douluo. Consequently, the shepherd has no intention of disseminating this soul skill. Although soul beasts and humans are inherently adversarial, the Douluo continent cannot afford to exist devoid of soul beasts. However, the duration required to absorb this 50,000-year soul ring has far exceeded the shepherd's expectations. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until the 7th day? He had yet to complete the absorption. Before he could finish, the poisoned Douluo, far away in the sunset forest, finally returned to his ice and fire two-element eyes. Upon entering the sacred ground of the ice and fire two-element eyes, the poisoned Douluo wore a smile. His recent return, having accompanied his granddaughter, filled him with joy. Yet, upon stepping inside and beheld the barren medicinal garden, his expression turned to one of shock. My herbs. Soon, the poisoned Douluo let out a piercing roar, hastily advancing into the garden to inspect the scene. It is ruined. All ruined. Who, pray tell, is responsible? I shall hunt you down. Upon discovering that every precious herb had been harvested, leaving not a single plant behind, the poisoned Douluo's furious cries echoed. In his blue-scale, serpent-martial soul erupted forth in a wrathful roar. After an indeterminate time, he remained with a glowering expression, meticulously examining the area. It was then that he noticed a message left by the shepherd, to possess treasures without awareness, and to refrain from claiming them. This place is devoid of fate for you. This indicated that the treasures here were destined for him. You beast. Upon reading the initial lines of the message, the poisoned Douluo cursed through gritted teeth. This is a direct assault on my spirit. In light of your guardianship over this realm, I shall impart a method to suppress your toxins. Find a soul bone and concentrate your toxins within it. The problem will resolve itself. However, upon perusing the latter lines of the message, the poisoned Douluo's demeanor shifted. How could he possibly know of my poisoning? Could the one who pilfered my medicinal garden be a titled Douluo of greater strength than I? Indeed, the poisoned Douluo began to suspect that the thief was a titled Douluo, further darkening his expression. If the culprit were a titled Douluo, and one more powerful than himself, avenging this transgression would prove perilous. Moreover, he had no inkling of the thief's identity. Concentrate the toxins within a soul bone. Can it truly be feasible? After a lengthy pause, the poisoned Douluo concentrated on the final line, his expression flickering with indecision. He was uncertain whether to trust this individual's words, yet attempting it could bear no adverse consequences. Do not presume that by providing this method, I shall forgive you. Should I uncover your identity, even if you're not my match, I shall ensure you know I am not to be trifled with. In the end, the poisoned Douluo continued to mutter angrily, yet his body was obedient, beginning to experiment with the method the shepherd had left behind. Conveniently, he possessed a soul bone. Meanwhile, as the poisoned Douluo raged, the shepherd experienced a transformation of his own. 6 soul rings, in hues of yellow, purple, and black, gradually manifested around him. Clearly, the shepherd had successfully absorbed the 50,000-year soul ring. He truly succeeded. Is this fellow a monster? Observing the shepherd's triumph, Lu Erlong and Flinder, who had been vigilantly watching, were utterly astonished. Even though they had suspected the shepherd might succeed, having not witnessed him explode from the exertion, seeing it come to fruition was still beyond their belief. Thank you for your unwavering presence here these past days. Upon awakening, Mugu rose and addressed Lu Erlong and Flander. Haha, there's no need for formalities. You assisted us earlier, so it is only right that we extend our help in return. Flander promptly replied. I am Flander, a soul king of level 58. This is my adoptive sister, Lu Erlong, who, like you, has recently ascended to Soul Emperor and is now at level 61. Following this, Flander introduced himself and Lu Erlong. Bibi, Soul Emperor of level 63. Mugu nodded, simultaneously revealing his soul power level. After absorbing the 6th soul ring, Mugu experienced an immediate elevation of 3 levels. What? Level 63? Upon hearing his words, both Lu Erlong and Flinder widened their eyes in astonishment. They were aware that Mugu had absorbed a 50,000-year soul ring, but to ascend 3 levels in one go seemed rather excessive, did it not? It was not solely the effect of that 50,000-year soul ring. Prior to this, I had already amassed a certain amount of soul power. The pastoral melody softly elucidated a response. The shepherd was well aware, for he had absorbed the essence bestowed by the 2 celestial herbs of ice and fire, and now it had all been unleashed at once. So that is the case, Flander exclaimed, realizing the truth and refraining from further inquiry. He understood that after reaching a significant level, one could continue to cultivate and accumulate soul power even without absorbing soul rings. A notion echoed in both the theoretical teachings of Yu Shaojiang and the cultivation manual of Master Hugo. Brotherly Bai, to which sect do you belong? A soul master of your caliber should not be obscure. Flander promptly posed the question that had long piqued his curiosity. The renowned Golden Iron Triangle had carved out a reputation in their early years, making it hard to believe that a soul master as formidable as Mugu could remain inconspicuous. I belong to no sect. I am merely a free and wandering practitioner. The shepherd's subtle reply was devoid of excessive elaboration. Why remain obscure? To explain would be quite challenging, so he chose silence instead. He lacked the inclination to fabricate a tale. No sect. Upon hearing the shepherd's reluctance to divulge further, Flander refrained from pressing on. Upon learning that the shepherd belonged to no sect, his eyes suddenly sparkled. Brotherly Bai, would you care to join my Shrek Academy? I could appoint you as our vice dean. Be quiet, Flander. What strength do you possess? How could you even think of having someone of his caliber serve as your vice dean? The pastoral song has yet to be answered, and beside it, Lu Erlong has begun to undermine the situation. Hee, Flander chuckled awkwardly. I appreciate the goodwill, but I am accustomed to a life of freedom and will not remain in one place for long. The academy is not suited for me. With a gentle smile, the shepherd directly declined Flander's invitation. This fellow truly possesses a remarkable audacity. Alas, it is indeed a pity that our Shrek Academy lacks such fortune. Flander, undeterred by the rejection, felt no embarrassment. He merely wished to make an attempt, for who knows what success might have awaited. Do the two of you have any further matters to discuss? If not, then let us part ways here. Mugu refrained from further conversation, observing both Flander and Lu Erlong, and directly expressed his intention to leave. Flander is the brother of Yu Xiaojing, and Mugu harbored an aversion to getting too close to him. As for Lu Erlong, he had already given up on her. Thus he was disinclined to pursue any further connection. Previously, he had merely lent her a hand out of sheer convenience. No. If Brother Li Bai has matters to attend to, please feel free to depart. Flander hastily interjected upon hearing Mu Ji's words. Li Bai, where are you headed next? However, it was at this moment that Lu Erlong suddenly spoke up again. P.S. This is the 5th update. The top review on Qian has a reward sign-in thread. The first floor offers 100, and if we reach 1,000 floors, the author will receive a special alliance reward. The settlement will occur at the end of the month. So please assist with the sign-in. Chapter 117. Lu Erlong. I have already let go of Yu Xiaojing. For reasons unknown, Lu Erlong felt a familiar aura emanating from Mugu. Yet, she was acutely aware that she did not know him at all. Hearing that Mugu was about to leave, she inquired without a second thought. Where to? The capital. Mugu casually remarked that, in pursuit of the celestial herbs and precious medicinal plants contained within his soul guide bracelet, he intended to travel to the imperial city of Tiando in search of a soul guide capable of preserving the vitality of these treasures. Akin to the magical pouch gifted to Tang San by Poison Douluo in the anime, he was concerned that, over time, the precious herbs within his bracelet might spoil. The imperial city? I am also returning there. Let us journey together. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Lu Erlong smiled slightly and invited him to accompany her. Meanwhile, Flander, who had been observing silently, cast a curious glance at Lu Erlong, followed by a wary look at Mugu. Erlong's demeanor seems unusual. Very well. Mugu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The soul guide he sought was quite rare, and perhaps Lu Erlong could assist him in locating it. It has been a long time since I visited the imperial city. I shall join as well. Flander interjected, expressing his concern about Lu Erlong being alone with a stranger. He worried about her safety, given her beauty, fearing that ill intentions might arise during their journey. Thus, the three set off for the imperial city together. Along the way, Lu Erlong frequently attempted to engage Mugu in conversation, but he remained rather indifferent. Erlong, what is the matter? Have you taken a liking to him? What about Xiaogang? During a lull in the conversation, Flander could not help but question Lu Erlong privately. Upon hearing his words, Lu Erlong hesitated momentarily. She admitted to feeling a sense of curiosity towards Mugu, but insisted that it was not a matter of affection. No, I merely sensed a familiar aura emanating from him, which piqued my interest to discern whether he might indeed be someone I know. Lu Erlong shook her head and replied, Moreover, I have come to realize that Xiaogang is my cousin, and it is futile to pursue anything further with him. I will no longer seek him out. Subsequently, Lu Erlong uttered a statement that left Flander both astonished and elated. Really? Erlong, have you truly come to this realization? Flander gazed at Lu Erlong with sheer delight. Having previously urged her to move on from Xiaogang numerous times, to no avail, his persistence had waned to avoid aggravating her. But hearing her newfound clarity filled him with joy. Only by Lu Erlong relinquishing her feelings for Xiaogang could he pursue her. Indeed, Lu Erlong nodded. The passing of Master Mugu had served as a catalyst for her. It was then that she realized she felt sorrow over his demise. Following that moment, she acknowledged that a part of her heart bore the shadow of Master Mugu. Yet her inability to let go of Xiaogang had led her to reject Master Mugu's affections. At times, she pondered whether accepting Master Mugu's feelings might have altered the course of events and prevented his tragic fate. While she could not claim to have loved him deeply, she began to confront a truth she had long denied, the nature of her relationship with Xiaogang as cousins. Coming to terms with this reality allowed her to finally release her lingering attachment to him. If you manage to contact Xiaogang, please convey my thoughts to him, and let him know he need no longer avoid me. Lu Erlong then addressed Flander. Of course, I will certainly relay your message. Flander eagerly responded, sensing Lu Erlong's genuine resolve to move past her feelings for Xiaogang. Ah, you indeed know where Xiaogang is, he remarked, but the next moment, Lu Erlong fixed him with a dangerously intense gaze, dampening his spirits instantly. Furthermore, I continue to regard you as my elder brother. Lu Erlong's concluding words left him feeling despondent. Must you be so bluntly dismissive? I have yet to make my move. Flander admitted to feeling somewhat disheartened. However, he soon regained his composure, realizing that Lu Erlong's thoughts were inconsequential. While she could reject him, he was resolved to pursue her relentlessly. To him, social decorum mattered little. Being a man of both shamelessness and deep loyalty, he refrained from pursuing her while she remained attached to Xiao Gang, as it would evoke feelings of guilt for encroaching upon a brother's romantic interest. Yet, with Lu Erlong having relinquished her feelings for Xiao Gang, he felt no reason to withdraw. Thus, his first course of action was to prevent Lu Erlong from growing too close to Mugu. Flander steeled himself, knowing that although Lu Erlong claimed merely to be curious about Mugu, he needed to be vigilant. As they regrouped and set off once again, Flander approached Mugu and struck up a conversation with him. Their dialogue flowed freely, with Mugu responding in kind. Ah, brotherly Bai, you may not be aware, but since Master Mugu published his cultivation manual, our Shrek Academy has faced even greater challenges. Flander could not help but bring up the trials of Shrek Academy as their discussion continued. Oh, why is that? Curious, the shepherd inquired. Isn't it true that Shrek Academy has always faced considerable challenges? You are unaware, replied Flander, that ever since Master Mugu's cultivation manual was made public, all Soul Master Academies have undergone reform. Every institution has begun to teach according to the theoretical knowledge outlined in Master Mugu's manual, which has nearly become the standard. Any academy that does not adhere to its principles finds itself with few students willing to enroll. Then surely Shrek Academy could also follow that standard. The shepherd replied, indeed. It is possible. However, once the teaching standards of all academies align, students will place greater emphasis on the educational resources offered by these institutions. Flander's Shrek Academy, which previously attracted students through its unique gimmicks, will find such strategies ineffective now. At this moment, Lu Erlong chuckled from the side and remarked, P.S. First update. Chapter 118. The Shepherd. Why does Ain seem a bit frightening now? Mugu quickly understood the reason behind it. He never anticipated that the cultivation manual he created would inadvertently bring misfortune to Shrek Academy, truly a bittersweet irony. Shrek Academy has always relied on its peculiar reputation, claiming to admit only monsters, while rejecting ordinary geniuses in favor of those who are exceptional in their talents. This gimmick serves merely to deceive. In reality, the Academy's educational resources are severely limited. The headmaster, Flanders, is merely a sole king. Furthermore, due to insufficient funding, the enhancement of physical capabilities can only be achieved through basic physical training, lacking any medicinal baths or dietary supplements, not to mention the absence of simulated environments. It can be said that Shrek Academy is devoid of any substantial resources. In the original narrative, Shrek Academy's rise was solely due to a collection of extraordinary talents who were lured there, capitalizing on the opportunities presented by the students. By evening, Mugu and his companions arrived at the imperial capital of Heavendell. The three naturally returned to the Blue Tyrant Academy, run by Lu Erlong, which is also located in the imperial capital. As the host, Lu Erlong would certainly not allow Mugu to stay in a hotel. Instead, she welcomed him into her private quarters alongside Flanders. After dinner, Lu Erlong addressed Mugu, brotherly Bai, I will inquire about the type of soul-guiding device you seek. She had already discerned the purpose of Mugu's visit to the capital during their journey. Thank you, Sister Long, for your assistance. Mugu nodded, expressing his gratitude. No need, it is merely a trivial matter to me. Lu Erlong responded with a hearty laugh. Yet, deep within her heart, a tempest brewed. Upon hearing Mugu's address, she felt an intensified sense of familiarity towards him. Initially, she was unaware of the source of this familiarity, but on their return journey, after growing more acquainted, Mugu's change in address unveiled its origin. It was Master Mugu, both adorned with masks, both possessing formidable talents. However, Lu Erlong knew that Li Bai could not possibly be Mugu, for their hair colors differed. Although only half of their faces were visible beneath their masks, it was evident that Li Bai was decidedly more handsome. Furthermore, their martial souls were distinctly different. Most importantly, Master Mugu had been utterly captivated by her, showing her great concern. In contrast, the Mugu before her seemed oblivious to her presence, as if she were a mere specter of beauty. Ultimately, the eloquence of the man before her bore a striking resemblance to that of Master Mugu. During conversations with Flander, regardless of the topic, he spoke with ease and confidence, revealing himself to be a man of profound knowledge and wisdom, not merely a powerhouse of strength. Lu Erlong held such men in the highest regard. Thus, despite their brief acquaintance, she found herself irresistibly drawn to Mugu, as evidenced by her furtive glances in his direction throughout their journey. Unbeknownst to her, while Mugu remained oblivious to her attention, Flander had taken notice. This heightened his vigilance. Having just defeated his dear friend Yu Xiaojang, he was now faced with yet another rival. And how quickly they had grown familiar, referring to each other as brother and sister. Erlong, it has been ages since we strolled through the night market of the imperial city together. Allow your elder brother to accompany you for a delightful evening. Thus, Flander took the initiative, promptly inviting Lu Erlong as soon as they arrived in the imperial city. Sure, Lu Erlong replied without a second thought, recalling the many outings she had enjoyed with Yu Xiaojang and Flander in the past. Li Bai, would you like to join us? Sister will introduce you to the splendor of the imperial city's night market. After agreeing to Flander's proposal, Lu Erlong turned to Mugu, extending her invitation. Before the pastoral song could respond, he noticed Flander beside Lu Erlong, signaling him with an intense gaze. The implication was unmistakable. He was being urged to decline. No, I have other matters to attend to this evening. You all enjoy yourselves. Mugu immediately shook his head in refusal. Upon hearing Mugu's decline, Lu Erlong clearly appeared somewhat disheartened. However, Flander, standing beside Lu Erlong, expressed his gratitude by winking at Mugu, silently acknowledging him as a true brother. Mugu remained unresponsive to the situation. His rejection of Lu Erlong was not motivated by a desire to support Flander. Rather, he simply wished to abstain. Furthermore, he understood that Flander harbored no real prospects, for Lu Erlong's heart belonged solely to Yu Xiaojang. Subsequently, Mugu excused himself, citing other matters, and returned to his room. Erlong, if Li Bai chooses not to accompany us, then let us proceed, Flander exclaimed excitedly upon witnessing Mugu's departure. Lu Erlong's expression momentarily faltered, with Mugu's absence. Her enthusiasm had waned considerably. Indeed, she replied, though she had already consented to Flander's request. It had been many years since she and her foster brother Flander had enjoyed a night market outing together, and she thought it would be a nostalgic reminiscence of the times when the three of them had adventured side by side. Blue-Silver Domain. As Mugu arrived outside the imperial city, he sought a secluded spot before transforming his martial soul into the Blue-Silver Emperor and manifesting the Blue-Silver Domain. Though some time had passed since his emergence, he felt compelled to ascertain the well-being of Ayin, confident that she would remain safe in that quaint little village. Through the continuous extension of the blue-silver grass, Mugu's consciousness seemed to drift back to that remote hamlet. As images observed by the blue-silver grass were steadily transmitted back to the ocean of his awareness, the consciousness of the pastoral song has yet to reach a strength sufficient to transmit directly over such vast distances. It is akin to the pastoral song monitoring scenes from a control room, activating one surveillance screen after another. As the blue-silver grass outside the dwelling began to stir, Ayin was the first to notice, rushing joyfully outside. When Ayin also unleashed the blue-silver domain, a miraculous scene unfolded. As if a video call had been established, Mugu could see Ayin's current state in real time, and Ayin could likewise perceive Mugu's condition. When will you come back? Ayin gently inquired. I will return once I finish my tasks. Since he had ventured out, Mugu had no intention of returning hastily, wanting to savor his freedom a bit longer. He merely needed to ensure his return before the birth of their daughter. Oh. Ayin appeared somewhat disheartened, but refrained from expressing further dismay, softly reminding Mugu, please be careful out there. Both our daughter and I will be waiting for your return. Rest assured, I will be fine. With my current appearance, no one can recognize me as the fallen Mugu. Have you found a suitable soul ring? Indeed. After conversing with Ayin for a while, Mugu encouraged her to rest early and voluntarily severed their connection. He feared that continuing the conversation might ignite his longing to return. Why does this woman seem somewhat intimidating? For some reason, Mugu felt a twinge of fear towards Ayin at that moment. Chapter 119. Tang Yuehua Brotherly Bai. I have thoroughly inquired, and there are no soul-guiding devices of the kind you seek in all the treasure pavilions here in the imperial capital. The major auction houses possess none either. A year ago, the auction house in the imperial capital did feature two such items, but one was claimed by the poisoned Douluo and the other by the director of Yuxian. The following day, Lu Erlong, having spent the entire day leveraging her connections to gather information, brought Mugu some unfortunate news. Neither the treasure pavilions nor the auction houses had the soul-guiding device Mugu desired. She only learned that two had been auctioned off a year ago, one taken by the poisoned Douluo and the other by the director of Yuxian. I see. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's findings, Mugu pondered for a moment before smiling at her. Thank you, Sister Long. This information is more than sufficient for me. Mugu was well aware of Yuxian's reputation. It was an academy dedicated to instructing various noble etiquettes. Each year, it admitted only 100 students, all under the age of 30, and each must hold a noble title. This institution was designed to teach the aristocracy how to embody true nobility with grace and refinement. In the realm of anime, even the princess of the Heaven-Do Empire studied at Yuxian. Tang San also learned how to master his emotions and fully control the domain of the god of death there. Of course, none of this pertained to Mugu. He had no intention of delving into the intricacies of noble etiquette. Mugu only needs to obtain the soul guide device he desires from Yuxian, the current dean, which he is well aware of. The present dean, as Mugu knows, is Tang Yuehua, the sister of Tang Hao, a woman who has fallen in love with a man she ought not to love, ultimately choosing to remain unmarried for life. Although the original text does not explicitly reveal the identity of the man Tang Yuehua has inappropriately loved, it becomes evident through her excessively intimate gestures upon reuniting with Tang Hao, as well as her conversations where she refers to Ayin solely as she, never uttering the term sister-in-law. There is a notable absence of resentment towards Ayin. It is merely a refusal to acknowledge her as sister-in-law. Thus, it is not difficult to deduce that the man Tang Yuehua has loved inappropriately must undoubtedly be Tang Hao. To fall in love with one's own brother is the very definition of an unsuitable affection. Any other man could simply be deemed a misjudgment, not deserving of the label forbidden. Therefore, she is a woman who shares a similar emotional experience with Lu Erlong, yet Tang Yuehua possesses a greater clarity. She is acutely aware of the impropriety of her feelings and has never acted upon them, nor has she revealed them to anyone. What will you do? Do you intend to acquire it from the poisoned Douluo or Din Yuxian? Upon hearing Mu Ji's words, Lu Erlong inferred that Mugu had indeed set his sights directly on the poisoned Douluo or Din Yuxian. Yes, Mugu nodded in acknowledgement. He dared not confront the poisoned Douluo, so he set his sights on Tang Yuehua instead. It is said that the poisoned Douluo is difficult to deal with, possessing an eccentric temperament, and moreover, he does not reside in the imperial capital. You must be seeking the Dean of Yuexian, right? Lu Erlong also surmised Mu Ji's intentions and then inquired, do you know the Dean of Yuexian? The Dean of Yuexian is shrouded in mystery. Her origins remain unknown, and it is rumored that she shares a close relationship with the royal family of the Tiando Empire. For an ordinary person, it is nearly impossible to secure an audience with her. We'll find out through experience. At worst, I shall create a commotion at Yuexian. I refuse to believe the Dean will not come forth to meet me. Mugu, rather nonchalantly, expressed his lack of concern. Upon hearing his words, Lu Erlong was rendered speechless and shot Mugu a sharp glare, saying, if you proceed in that manner, do you think they would still be willing to transfer the soul guide to you? When do you intend to go? Allow me to accompany you. After all, I am the principal of the Blue Tyrant Academy, and she ought to be willing to meet with me. Without even waiting for Mu Ji's consent, Lu Erlong insisted on joining him. Very well, then I shall trouble you, Sister Long. Let us set off at once. Mugu held no objections, especially with Lu Erlong's assistance. After all, he could not guarantee that Tang Yuehua would be willing to meet a stranger. Upon encountering Tang Yuehua, Mugu would undoubtedly find a way to exchange the soul-guiding device from her hands. Although causing a commotion might lead to an introduction, it would ultimately be undesirable. Who are you? Upon entering the Moon Pavilion, Mugu and Lu Erlong were intercepted by someone. We are here to see your dean. Please relay our request. Mugu glanced at the man before him and spoke. May I inquire who you are in the presence of our dean? Are you of noble birth? The man blocking Mu Ji's path scrutinized him, furrowing his brow before responding. We are not nobles. However, I am the dean of Lambo Academy, and I wish to meet your dean. Would you kindly relay this message? At this moment, Lu Erlong stepped forward and interjected. It turns out you are not nobles at all. I apologize, but this is Yuexian, a place not meant for just anyone. Our dean is not someone you can meet at will. Please leave. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, the man's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Initially, he was concerned about encountering a noble, but realizing they were not, he found it amusing. How laughable. Not being of noble birth, yet daring to step into Yuexian. Do you truly believe this is a place for you? The male students nearby began to mock Mugu, while the female students directed their scorn at Lu Erlong. It was understandable. Mu Ji's handsome appearance and mysterious demeanor irked the males, while Lu Erlong's beauty surpassed that of the girls. You all boom. Before Mugu could react to the taunts, Lu Erlong erupted with fury. Soul rings emerged around her, and an overwhelming aura of soul power emanated from her. If you have the audacity, repeat what you just said. Lu Erlong's cold gaze swept the crowd as she issued her challenge. Sister Long is truly formidable. I knew she would create a stir. Mugu couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Erlong's explosive temper. Who was it that had advised him against causing trouble? In her youth, Lu Erlong was even more hot-headed than she was a decade later, a fact he had not noticed during their time in Wuhan City. A soul emperor? You are actually a soul emperor. How is this possible? So young, yet so powerful. The noble students present were taken aback by Lu Erlong's display of strength. Though they typically did not place much importance on power, a soul master's prowess at a certain level still signified a degree of status. At this moment, Lu Erlong felt a bit bashful in response to Mu Ji's praise. She had urged him not to act recklessly, yet it was she who had lost her composure. Boom. However, before Lu Erlong could contemplate whether to temper her reaction, Mugu summoned his own martial spirit, unleashing a formidable wave of soul power that captivated the entire assembly. Now, may I kindly request that you relay my message? Together, Mugu and Lu Erlong wielded their soul power to instill fear throughout the venue. Turning to the man who obstructed their path, they spoke with a chilling tone. In the face of the intimidation emanating from the two soul emperors, the man broke out in a cold sweat. I will report to you immediately, he stammered, hastily turning away to relay the message to Mugu, his step somewhat unsteady. As for the other students, they too turned away one by one, refraining from mocking Mugu and Lu Erlong any further. After all, Confronting two soul emperors was no trivial matter. They were foolish to provoke such power. Mugu and Lu Erlong promptly retracted their martial spirits and soul rings. At this moment, Lu Erlong cast a somewhat bashful glance at Mugu and said, "Li Bai, my dear younger brother, I sincerely apologize. It seems I could not restrain myself, and perhaps I have made a mess of things." Although the members of Yuxian had assisted by reporting the matter, their prior actions had indeed offended Yuxian. It's quite all right. If you hadn't come, the outcome would have been the same. I would have faced the ridicule alone. At least now, I have you, Sister Long, to share the burden with me. Mugu smiled, completely unfazed. He held no concern about offending Tang Yuehua, as he was prepared to present something immensely valuable in exchange for the soul guiding device. A mere soul guiding device would not suffice. Mugu intended to extract further advantages from Tang Yuehua. This transcended the question of offense. Indeed, upon hearing Muji's words, Lu Erlong reflected and felt no remorse, only a hint of embarrassment, remarking that ultimately his sister had been unable to assist. As Mugu conversed with Lu Erlong, a man emerged from within, accompanied by a woman. She was a stunning figure, adorned in a silver palace gown that fitted her exquisitely, accentuating her elegant presence. Her long, slender legs, clad in stockings, were a sight to behold, drawing admiring glances. She exuded grace and sophistication, radiating luxury and nobility. Her beauty far surpassed what Mugu had observed in the anime. Perhaps it was less photogenic in nature, as she appeared even more captivating and charismatic in reality. Perhaps her youth contributed to this allure. So this is Tang Hao's sister. Tang Hao, yet another woman enamored with you. Your own sister, no less. I shall not hold back. As Mugu gazed intently at Tang Yuehua, a wicked smile crept into his heart. Humph. At that moment, Lu Erlong, standing beside Mugu, let out a cold snort, seemingly reminding him to be more discreet. Is this woman truly so beautiful? Lu Erlong felt quite displeased, noting that Mugu had never cast a second glance in her direction. I am the dean here. Is it truly me you wish to see? At this juncture, Tang Yuehua approached Mugu and Lu Erlong, speaking with utmost propriety. Indeed, it is I who wish to meet you. The shepherd began to speak and introduced himself. My name is Li Bai, a soul emperor of the 63rd rank. Upon hearing his words, Tang Yuehua could not help but cast a surprised glance at him. Although the students had already informed her that two soul emperors were coming, she was still taken aback. The young man before her appeared remarkably youthful, which inevitably reminded her of her second brother, Tang Hao. Hello, may I inquire what matters you wish to discuss with me? In the presence of such a prodigy, Tang Yuehua refrained from maintaining her status and dismissed the grievances of the past. It is rather inconvenient to converse here. Might we find a more private location? Mugu glanced around and then smiled at Tang Yuehua. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Yuehua nodded serenely, saying, Then please follow me. Sister Long, thank you for today. I have other matters to discuss with the dean, so you may return first. The shepherd nodded, then turned to Lu Erlong and inquired, What? Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Are you asking her to return first? Sister Long, do you not find her exceedingly beautiful? Mugu approached Lu Erlong and whispered softly. The meaning was exceedingly clear. Upon hearing Muji's words, Lu Erlong was nearly consumed by her fury, yet it seemed she had no justification for her anger. So she could only grit her teeth and force a smile. Very well, I shall take my leave. Brotherly Bai. Do your utmost to win the heart of your beloved? Humph. With that, Lu Erlong huffed, decisively turning on her heel to depart. However, her silhouette conveyed a palpable vexation. Was it truly necessary to be so upset? Mugu acknowledged that it was somewhat excessive to dismiss Lu Erlong upon encountering Tang Yuehua. However, he did not anticipate Lu Erlong's intense anger. Nevertheless, Mugu did not dwell on it, having long relinquished his feelings for Lu Erlong. Moreover, the conversation he intended to have with Tang Yuehua was indeed unsuitable for Lu Erlong's presence, thus he was determined to excuse her. Please, follow me, he instructed. Tang Yuehua, upon witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of curiosity, yet remained unaware of the exchange between Mugu and Lu Erlong, resulting in her lack of reaction. Gently, she spoke again and proceeded to lead the way. As Mugu slowly followed, he traversed the corridors of the academy, drawing the attention of numerous students along the way. Upon entering, he soon realized the vastness of the Moon Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, Tang Yuehua led Mugu to the edge of an artificial lake, ultimately arriving at a pavilion amidst the water. Clearly, Tang Yuehua dared not take Mugu to a secluded spot. This location was ideal for conversation, free from the worry of being overheard or encountering unforeseen events. Is this suitable? Tang Yuehua invited Mugu to sit in the pavilion. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon him as her lips parted gently. Damn it, I'm furious. That scoundrel, I offered him my assistance, and he had the audacity to drive me away for a woman. Just because she's beautiful, does that mean I'm not? Leaving the Moon Pavilion, Lu Erlong was seething with rage, nearly beside herself with indignation. For the past few days, Mugu had scarcely acknowledged her. She had foolishly believed he had no interest in women. Little did she know that upon seeing Tang Yuehua, everything changed. Did this not imply that she held no allure for Mugu whatsoever? When had Lu Erlong become so devoid of charm? Even Master Hugu had been captivated by her at first sight. No, this cannot be the end. I shall ensure that scoundrel pays for this. Lu Erlong clenched her fists, resolutely determined. P.S. Third update. Chapter 121. Tang Yuehua's embarrassment. Last year, at the auction house in the imperial capital, you acquired a soul guide capable of storing life forms. It should still be with you, correct? Mugu gazed at the elegant Tang Yuehua and began to inquire about the soul guide. Upon hearing his words, Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that Mugu had come for a soul guide. Indeed, the soul guide remains in my possession. Subsequently, Tang Yuehua did not conceal her feelings and confessed. Do you wish to acquire this soul guide? I hold a deep affection for it and have no intention of parting with it. Her declaration was quite clear. Regardless of her true feelings, her words were definitive. If Mugu sought to alter her stance, he would need to demonstrate sufficient sincerity. It was rumored that the dean possessed a mutated martial soul, which, due to congenital flaws, hindered her from breaking through to level 10 and becoming a soul master. Tang Yuehua anticipated what Mugu would offer as proof of his sincerity. To her surprise, instead of responding to her inquiry, Mugu revealed her secret. Tang Yuehua's expression shifted slightly as she furrowed her brow and looked at him, demanding, "Where did you hear that?" Such knowledge about her martial soul was known to very few outsiders beyond the Haotian clan. You need not concern yourself with how I learned this, Mugu replied. What I wish to convey is that I possess a method to assist you in resolving the issues concerning your martial soul. The shepherdess could never reveal to Tang Yuehua that her knowledge stemmed from anime. What did you say? Upon hearing the shepherdess's words, Tang Yuehua abruptly rose to her feet, visibly flustered. Did you just say you could help me resolve my soul spirit issues? Yet, true to her role as the esteemed principal of the Moon Pavilion, she swiftly regained her composure, though her tone still bore traces of urgency and anxiety. She could overlook many things. But the shepherdess's assertion was not one she could easily dismiss. Having been raised within the Haotian sect, her beliefs aligned with those of its members, who held that immense strength was paramount. Power was the ultimate truth. However, her soul spirit was an aberrant one, and its inherent flaws had perpetually hindered her from making any significant breakthroughs. Thus, she was compelled to abandon that pursuit and seek validation through other means. With the privilege of her innate noble lineage, Tang Yuehua seamlessly integrated into the aristocratic realm of the Tiando Empire, ascending to her current status without relying solely on her strength. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that no matter how formidable her noble circle became, in the presence of genuinely powerful soul masters, it amounted to little. As someone hailing from the Haotian sect, she too yearned for personal strength. She had previously explored countless avenues and consulted many learned individuals, yet all had asserted that the defects of her soul spirit were insurmountable. It was this inability that had led her down her present path. Her deep concern for her plight was what had caused her momentary lapse upon hearing the shepherdess's claim of a solution. Such a reaction was unbecoming of her. Indeed, can you tell me what level your innate soul power is? Observing Tang Yuehua's demeanor, the shepherdess couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Feeling more assured in her grasp of the situation, she understood that in this world, no one could remain indifferent to their own strength. I possess innate soul power at level 9. Perhaps fueled by anticipation, Tang Yuehua responded candidly to the shepherdess's inquiry. There was little to conceal. Yet, as she spoke of her innate soul power level, a flicker of profound regret flashed in her eyes. Heaven knew how elated she had been upon discovering her level 9 innate soul power. She thought that even with an aberrant soul spirit, strength was what truly mattered. However, her subsequent training yielded no progress whatsoever, leading her to a state of despair. More than once, Tang Yuehua pondered the possibility that had her soul spirit not been flawed, given her innate soul power level, she might have had a genuine chance to become a titled Douluo. Ah, I see. It seems your soul spirit's defect is akin to that of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school's 7 treasures, glazed tower. Mugu could not help but cast a surprised glance at Tang Yuehua, for her innate soul power level of 9 was beyond his expectations. However, the uniqueness of Tang Yuehua did not end there. On the Douluo continent, any soul master possessing soul power, regardless of their innate level, could at the very least break through to level 10 and become a soul master. Yet, Tang Yuehua was an exception. Yu Luoyang, with an innate soul power at half a level, was already capable of advancing to level 29. It was only now that Mugu realized that it was Tang Yuehua's martial soul that limited her. In contrast, Yu Luoyang's limitations stemmed from his innate soul power. The 7 treasure glazed tile could only prevent him from surpassing level 80. It rendered him incapable of becoming a true soul master. Hearing Mugu's words, Tang Yuehua shook her head with a wry smile, acknowledging that her martial soul could not possibly be compared to the 7 treasure glazed tile. In the past, I possessed a treasure that could mend the flaws in your martial soul, while simultaneously enhancing your innate soul power level. The shepherd smiled gently, and then spoke. If your excellency desires that soul-guiding device, it merely requires sincerity on your part. I am not unwilling to exchange it. However, should you deceive me, I shall not part with it. Upon hearing the shepherd's words, Tang Yuehua, instead of exhibiting her initial excitement, regarded him with a somewhat frosty demeanor. Initially, she had indeed been taken aback, yet upon regaining her composure, she began to suspect that the shepherd was deceiving her. After years of despair, she found it hard to believe that any glimmer of hope could genuinely present itself before her. Moreover, if such a precious treasure truly existed, why would it be offered in exchange for her soul-guiding device? The disparity in value was glaringly disproportionate. This was the crux of Tang Yuehua's conviction that the shepherd was misleading her. She did not believe in serendipitous windfalls. I can first present the treasure to you, and upon your rectification of the martial soul's deficiencies, you may then bestow upon me that soul-guiding device. Despite Tang Yuehua's suspicion, the shepherd remained unperturbed, responding with an air of nonchalance. However, what? The words of the pastoral song once again astonished Tang Yuehua. Could it be that he truly possesses a solution? Yet, a mere soul-guiding device is insufficient to barter for my treasured possession. Mugu spoke up. What is it that you desire? Tang Yuehua gazed at Mugu, her tone becoming slightly more earnest. Director, has anyone ever told you that you are truly beautiful? Mugu smiled gently, casting an appreciative gaze over Tang Yuehua from head to toe, and then spoke with a hint of implication. The gaze of Mugu lingered a moment longer upon the alluring legs of Tang Yuehua, clad in stockings. An overwhelming urge to tear them away surged within him. Yet, upon hearing Mugu's compliments, Tang Yuehua's expression darkened, and she rose once more, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at him. Please leave this place. I shall not transfer the soul guide to you. Tang Yuehua's tone was icy, her anger directed squarely at Mugu as she insisted he depart. She yearned to resolve her martial soul deficiencies, yet if it meant trading her own body, she would resolutely refuse. Moreover, she harbored doubts about Mugu's claims of possessing such a treasure, perceiving his words more as an insult than a genuine offer. The dean need not make such a hasty decision. The subsequent condition, akin to the soul guide, need not be fulfilled by the dean in advance, but rather should be realized only after the dean has truly addressed the martial soul issue. As Mugu observed the embarrassed and indignant Tang Yuehua, a smile graced his lips. Unfazed by her refusal, I have laid out my conditions. Whether the dean chooses to acquiesce is a matter for careful consideration. However, I would appreciate it if you do not make me wait too long, for I may very well depart from the capital at any moment. Once you have reached a decision, feel free to send someone to Blue Ba Academy to find me. Rising to his feet, Mugu exchanged a few final words with Tang Yuehua before turning to leave. The choice lay solely in her hands. Should Tang Yuehua ultimately decline, Mugu would not hold it against her. He would merely devise a means to discreetly acquire the soul-guiding device. After all, she was the sister of Tang Hao, and taking one soul-guiding device from her would not be excessive. As for her words, he would simply dismiss them. Yet, if Tang Yuehua were to agree to the transaction, Mugu would certainly not be hesitant. Offering a spirit herb in exchange would still leave Mugu feeling somewhat shortchanged, as each spirit herb held a value no less than that of a 10,000-year soul ring. There were countless beautiful women, but his interest in Tang Yuehua stemmed primarily from her being Tang Hao's sister. Once Mugu departed, Tang Yuehua resumed her seat. Truth be told, had Mugu's conditions not been so stringent, she would have been inclined to entertain the transaction. For reasons unknown, witnessing Mugu's decisive exit and his parting words gradually instilled in her a belief that he truly possessed such treasures. However, what was she contemplating? Even if he did, she could not barter her own self for it. Shaking her head, she admonished herself to cease her musings. Yet, such matters were not so easily dismissed from her mind. For her own martial spirit remained an enduring regret. How goes it, brotherly Bai? Have you secured the beauty? Upon his return to Blue Ba Academy, Mugu was met by Lu Erlong's sarcastic inquiry. It is not so simple. Despite Lu Erlong's mocking tone, Mugu remained unperturbed, acknowledging that his earlier dismissal of her had indeed been somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, he had no choice. He could not allow Lu Erlong to overhear his words to Tang Yuehua. Serves you right, for abandoning your sister, Lu Erlong retorted, delighting in Mugu's predicament. Indeed, it was my folly. Mugu could only acknowledge his mistakes. What about the matter of the soul guidance device? Seeing Mugu's admission of fault, Lu Erlong ceased to press the issue and promptly inquired about the soul guidance device. It is still unresolved. She mentioned that she needed a few days to contemplate. Mugu shook his head. So how did you speak to her? What exactly did you say? Lu Erlong continued to inquire with curiosity. Oh, it was nothing much. Mugu replied casually, dismissing Lu Erlong with a few indifferent words before returning to his dwelling. Mugu feels a tinge of regret for residing in Blue Ba Academy, as he had previously failed to notice how bothersome Lu Erlong truly is. Mugu is indeed a man of reality. Previously, while at the Spirit Hall, he would approach Lu Erlong daily. Now, after abandoning Lu Erlong, her attempts to approach him only irritate him. After all, she is the woman he once confessed to. Proximity following such a failure is inherently awkward. How infuriating. Does this fellow truly fail to notice my beauty? Watching Mugu's departing figure, Lu Erlong felt a surge of frustration. Initially, she found joy in Mugu's disappointment, but his subsequent indifference soured her mood. What harm would it do for him to spend a little more time with a stunning beauty like herself? How vexing. Lu Erlong grumbled as she returned to her room. Once seated on her bed, she began to regain her composure. What is wrong with me? It suddenly struck her that her emotional upheaval today began with Mu Ge's fixation on the head of the Moon Academy. Could it be that I truly have feelings for him? Reflecting on what Flander had previously mentioned, Lu Erlong began to introspect. Perhaps there is a hint of affection. She soon realized that she was indeed drawn to Mugu. Yet it was a mere flicker. What troubled her more was that he had never truly acknowledged her presence. This was an unfamiliar sensation for her, as even those who had criticized her temperament would still steal glances her way. Only Mugu appeared to disregard her entirely. No. I must make him aware that I am, indeed, a captivating beauty. Ultimately, Lu Erlong felt a burning desire to prove herself. Additionally, since she harbored some feelings, why not take the initiative? Lu Erlong had always been one to love boldly and hate fiercely. After all, she had moved on from Yu Xiaojiang, and given her age, it was rare to encounter someone of interest. She must seize the opportunity. This would also serve to dissuade Flander. Soon after, Lu Erlong concocted another rationale. The previous night, during a visit to the night market, Flander's behavior was unmistakable. He completely disregarded her earlier statements and seemed intent on pursuing her. However, she genuinely felt no attraction towards him. Knock, 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 Brother Long. Is there something you need? As Mugu opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Erlong. Before him stood Lu Erlong, transformed in her attire, no longer clad in her usual garb. She now wore an exquisite light blue palace-style gown reminiscent of Tang Yuehua's, yet devoid of the high round collar. The skirt was slit, revealing her long, graceful legs adorned in white stockings. Typically, Lu Erlong's clothing did not highlight her figure, but at that moment, Mugu realized her legs were no less striking than Tang Yuehua's. Overall, her appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding an elegant sweetness that was a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Li Bai's younger brother. Are you accompanying your sister for an evening of shopping? Lu Erlong asked, a sense of quiet satisfaction swelling within her at Mugu's reaction as she extended her invitation. Sister Long, what brings this change? Mugu looked at Lu Erlong with a hint of uncertainty. At this moment, Mugu had already sensed that something was amiss. Judging by Lu Erlong's demeanor, it seemed as though she was seeking to arrange a date with him. But how could that be possible? What? Are you unwilling? Lu Erlong's captivating eyes locked onto Mugu's, posing a direct and probing question. No, of course I am willing. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Mugu immediately responded affirmatively. At this very moment, although doubts lingered in Mugu's mind, they did not deter him from making the right choice. How could he let the opportunity to win over Lu Erlong slip away? What could have transpired? After agreeing, Mugu silently speculated about what had prompted Lu Erlong's change of heart. Was she not utterly devoted to Yu Xiaojiang, unable to move on? Mugu was tempted to directly inquire about Lu Erlong. Yet considering that Li Bai was not yet privy to Lu Erlong's past romantic entanglements, he refrained from doing so. Since Lu Erlong had already initiated the connection, it was only natural to proceed. Let us go, and enjoy a day of shopping with my sister. Upon hearing Mugu's agreement, Lu Erlong's face instantly blossomed into a sweet smile. Without hesitation, she grasped Mugu's hand and led him outside. Her hand felt cool to the touch, yet there was a trace of warmth from the slight perspiration, clearly indicating that Lu Erlong had been quite nervous moments before. Erlong, Brother Li Bai, where are you headed? Just as they prepared to leave the secluded courtyard, they unexpectedly encountered Flander. Initially, Flander greeted them. But as he slowly registered that Lu Erlong was holding Mugu's hand, he stood there in astonishment. Bam! Flander felt as if thunder had struck him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Flander, I am off on a date with Brother Li Bai. Noticing Flander's stunned expression, Lu Erlong remained unfazed, untroubled by the thought of Flander discovering their plans, and openly declared that she was going on a date with Mugu. With that, she confidently led Mugu past Flander. It was better to dissuade Flander sooner rather than later. As Mugu passed by Flander, he uttered no words, merely smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Observing the departing figures of Mugu and Lu Erlong, Flander's expression shifted repeatedly, clearly affected. Sister Long, are we truly going on a date? Meanwhile, Mugu, alongside Lu Erlong, began to directly inquire about their intentions, seemingly seeking confirmation of the reality. Would you be willing to go on a date with me, sister? Lu Erlong halted, turning to gaze at Mugu, her delicate face tinged with shyness. I would be delighted. Over the following days, Lu Erlong visited Mugu daily, guiding her through the wonders of the imperial capital. Mugu also took the opportunity to inquire about Lu Erlong's romantic affairs. Lu Erlong did not conceal her feelings on this matter. She candidly revealed her past romantic experiences to Mugu. She recounted how she met Yu Xiaojiang, only to be thwarted by the sect during their wedding, yet she had never been able to let go of her feelings for him. It was only upon meeting Master Hugo that she was profoundly impressed. However, at that time, she had not yet moved on from Yu Xiaojiang and thus refused to entertain any new possibilities, dismissing all advances outright. The subsequent demise of Master Hugo left her in sorrow for a time, even contemplating seeking Mugu's assistance for vengeance, but ultimately, without finding Mugu, she had to relinquish that desire. In the end, she confronted her identity concerning Yu Xiaojiang and finally managed to release her attachment to him. Mugu then realized that the transformation in Lu Erlong was indeed a consequence of her own influence. It was a classic case of intent leading to unexpected results, an effort to cultivate a relationship that bore fruit unexpectedly. The outcome was favorable, and thus, Mugu chose to overlook the complexities of the situation. However, this experience allowed her to gain a deeper understanding of Lu Erlong as a woman. When she harbored feelings for someone, she would resolutely reject all other suitors, granting no one else an opportunity. Yet, in the absence of such feelings, upon encountering someone she was drawn to, she would boldly take the initiative, embracing love and hate with fervor. Bibi, my dear brother, rest early. Tomorrow, I shall take you to witness the grandeur of the soul-fighting arena in the capital. That day, after escorting Lu Erlong to her room, she bestowed a kiss upon Mugu and said, Sister, won't you let me come in for a while? This time, however, Mugu did not withdraw. Instead, she gazed intently at Lu Erlong with fervor. Over the past few days, they had shared tender moments, touches and kisses, and Mugu felt compelled to explore whether they could progress further. No, you're far too mischievous. Sister is too timid to let you in. Upon hearing Mugu's words, Lu Erlong's cheeks flushed crimson. She was well aware of the implications behind Mugu's intentions. Yet, the pace of their development felt overwhelming. She had yet to prepare herself psychologically for such rapid progression. In her view, it had all escalated rather too quickly. Well, I eagerly await the day when my sister invites me in for a visit. Smiled mischievously, Sister would never invite you. With a blush, spat at end. After pushing him away, hurried into her room, slamming the door behind her. That lecherous younger brother of hers was truly insufferable. Leaning against the door, couldn't help but scold. Her cheeks flushed. On this particular day, the disheveled returned to his residence and noticed a letter slipped under the door. He surmised it might be correspondence from, as he had only disclosed his address to him. Upon opening the door and retrieving the letter, he confirmed that it was indeed from. Once inside and seated, tore open the letter to read. Has she already reached level 60? Time truly flies. Initially, upon seeing his handwriting, assumed it was another inquiry about his whereabouts. But as he read on, he realized had achieved level 60 and was inviting to assist her in hunting a 20,000-year-old soul beast. It was reckless to pursue such a formidable creature with only 2 soul kings. However, the fact that she could send a letter indicated she must have been safe. Either she succeeded or faced failure. As he continued reading, discovered that, with help, had successfully hunted a 20,000-year-old Fury Titan and absorbed its soul ring. Notably, omitted any mention of, as discussing him would entail a plethora of details best left unsaid. Also, mentioned she has moved on from you. I can see she truly has. When shall the 3 of us reunite? Upon reading this line, his hands froze, and he remained motionless for a considerable time. Truth be told, this was the news he had long anticipated. Yet, upon learning that had indeed moved on, he felt a mix of relief and an overwhelming sense of loss. Well, I suppose I no longer need to avoid her, he mused. Indeed, we have been apart for many years. Chapter 124. The birth of, with her graceful figure, sat before a harp, her delicate fingers plucking the strings, producing melodies as clear as spring water, flowing like a gentle breeze. Suddenly, the music ceased. One of the strings had broken. Such a blunder was uncharacteristic of, signaling her inner turmoil. This is the 3rd time, can I truly remain unaffected? She gazed at the broken string, her expression shifting, culminating in a complex sigh. She understood the reason behind her distraction. Her thoughts were persistently drawn to a certain possibility. The price for holding on to that hope was a burden she found hard to bear. What shall I do? Pondered, thinking of, though she was unaware of his whereabouts. Returned once more, yet found nothing remaining. Since his last farewell with, the place had remained unchanged. He murmured, unable to forget her. He longed to find her, but was oblivious to her location. He doubted the truth of her claim to have left human society, if genuine. It would be nearly impossible to locate her again. Did you truly leave safely, or are you imprisoned by that? He questioned himself, recalling the news released by the tragic fate of Master was long forgotten. He felt no remorse for failing to protect. After spending some time left in disappointment, returning to. Upon his return, disciples greeted him respectfully. What has transpired within the sect? Inquired, sensing an unusual atmosphere. There has been an incident with a woman died during childbirth. One disciple quickly informed him. Is that so? I shall go and see. His tone grew somber as he made his way toward upon arrival, found not only but also the other 3 clan leaders present, who no longer addressed him as master, but rather as, please accept my condolences, said, nodding before turning to Comfort, who held a small child in his arms. Surmised this must be the newborn. But why was the child not with its father? Thank you for your concern, but I am well. It is a pity for this child. Having just entered the world, they are now without parents, lamented. Understanding the situation, felt compelled to see the child. With gentle hands, he cradled the infant, reminded of the child he and could have had, their own offspring now lost. In his embrace, confused and overwhelmed, wondered aloud, with so many people, which one is my father? Is it this one? Chuckled, amused by the audacity of the little one who had just begun to grasp the world. After playfully engaging with for a while, he turned to, "Since this child has lost their parents, allow me to take on the role of father." "Ah, are you truly considering adopting him as your godson?" Was taken aback. "I believe it is a fitting decision. Since you have chosen this path, henceforth, this child shall be regarded as your godson," agreed the others. Then Bai first concurred with Tang Hao's thoughts. During this period, Bai was acutely aware that Tang Hao had yet to emerge from the shadow of losing both his child and Ayin. Now that Tang Hao was willing to accept a foster son, it seemed a positive development. Perhaps it would invigorate him. Thus, it was decided this young lad would henceforth be regarded as his adopted son. He shall be named Tang San. Upon hearing Bai's agreement, Tang Hao promptly settled on the name for the little one, Tang San. It appeared that even reborn as a member of a diminished clan, he could not escape the name Tang San. However, it was certain that his martial soul would not possess the Haotian Hammer and Blue Silver Emperor as his twin martial souls. In fact, he would not even have the Haotian Hammer, unless his mother had engaged in an affair with a disciple of the Haotian clan. It was he. How could he return? When Mugu once again entered the Moon Pavilion, many students recognized him. However, this time, no one dared to mock him. After all, their dean had already met with Mugu, and his formidable strength commanded their respect. Those who possess power invariably earn the admiration of others. Ultimately, Mugu had been invited by the people of the Moon Pavilion. "Wardley Bai, please follow me." The man in front of the pastoral song gestured for him to follow inside. Although he was uncertain why the dean wished to meet this individual once more, he had no choice but to comply with the dean's orders. Ignoring the other students once again, the pastoral song was led by the man into the Moon Pavilion. This time, the man took him to the dean's office. "Dean, the person has been brought in," the man announced upon entering the office. "Understood. You may leave now," came the voice of Tang Yuehua from within. "Yes, Dean," the man responded before casting one last glance at the pastoral song and turning to exit. "Lordly Bai, please come in." Tang Yuehua's voice echoed again as the sound of the man's departing footsteps faded away. P.S. Third update. Chapter 125. Tang Yuehua. As I wish, so it shall be. Creak. Upon opening the door to the dean's office, Mugu beheld Tang Yuehua awaiting him. Today, Tang Yuehua was adorned in her customary attire, a long palace-style gown paired with stockings, evoking a deep emotional stir. Bang! Upon entering, Mugu deftly closed the door behind him. The sound of the door shutting caused Tang Yuehua's beautiful eyes to flutter slightly. However, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Nevertheless, a sense of unease began to stir within her heart. "Have you summoned me to make a decision?" Mugu approached Tang Yuehua with an unrestrained smile adorning her face, and slowly inquired. Faced with Mugu's proximity, Tang Yuehua felt a tinge of embarrassment, retreating a few steps while biting her lip in shyness, gazing at Mugu and pleading. "Could you perhaps consider an alternative condition?" "No," came the resolute reply. Mugu shook her head and replied with unwavering certainty. In the face of Mugu's response, despite knowing that she could not alter Mugu's conditions, Tang Yuehua felt a deep sense of disappointment. She opened her mouth, yet for a moment, was at a loss for words. She had prepared herself to compromise if Mugu was unwilling to change her stance, but she found herself unable to voice such a concession. With her usual noble and graceful demeanor, she could not bring herself to utter words that would feel like selling herself short. Observing Tang Yuehua, who nervously clutched the hem of her dress, Mugu found a certain amusement in teasing such a delicate girl. "So, what is your decision? If you choose not to speak, then I shall take my leave." With that, Mugu feigned turning away to depart. Wait. Upon seeing Mugu's intention to leave, Tang Yuehua hurriedly called out to her. Mugu finally halted, turning to gaze at Tang Yuehua, awaiting her response. "I can agree to your conditions." Tang Yuehua looked at Mugu, reluctantly uttering words she was hesitant to speak. "However, as you mentioned, all conditions must be fulfilled only after I am certain that my martial soul issue has truly been resolved." Once the words left her lips, Tang Yuehua found her composure, calmly regarding Mugu as she spoke. Of course, upon hearing that Tang Yuehua had finally consented to the transaction, a broader smile spread across Mugu's face. "Tang Hao, your sister will soon belong to me." With that, Mugu retrieved a celestial herb from his soul tool. 9 rank, purple ginseng. While Mugu was uncertain whether other celestial herbs could mend flawed martial souls, he was confident that this particular herb could. In the original text, Yu Shaojiang had indeed restored his martial soul's imperfections after consuming it. Mugu believed that the Jiupinziji would yield results for Tang Yuehua that were at least comparable, if not superior, given that her martial soul, the Rui ring, bore a striking resemblance to the spiritual herb. Therefore, the compatibility between the Jiupinziji and the Rui ring should be exceptionally high. As soon as the Jiupinziji was revealed, it floated gracefully in the air, emanating a soft, purple luminescence that unmistakably indicated its extraordinary nature. What could this be? Upon seeing the Jiupinziji presented by Mugu, Tang Yuehua's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. The mere appearance of the herb suggested its remarkable qualities. She had never encountered such an extraordinary plant before. The Jiupinziji, once consumed, could remedy any deficiencies in one's martial soul. The shepherd introduced the precious herb with a single word and then directly passed it to Tang Yuehua, saying, "Now, you can verify its efficacy." Tang Yuehua reached out to accept the 9th-rank purple mushroom, momentarily stunned as she gazed at it, hesitating to consume it immediately. She was uncertain of its authenticity and harbored a fear that it might be something nefarious, perhaps even a sedative. A sense of trepidation enveloped her. As if she were embarking on a perilous gamble, it would be prudent for her to ingest the 9th-rank purple mushroom in the presence of witnesses. That way, she would be safeguarded against any unforeseen consequences. Are you concerned that I might exploit this 9th-rank purple mushroom to harm you? If that is the case, you may summon someone from the academy to witness this together. Mugu seemed to perceive the worries that troubled Tang Yuehua, directly addressing them before unhesitatingly offering a suggestion. "No, that's unnecessary," Tang Yuehua replied, her intuition as a woman assuring her that Mugu was not deceiving her. "May I glimpse the visage concealed beneath your mask?" In a surprising turn, Tang Yuehua posed an unexpected request to Mugu. "Certainly, you are the first woman to behold my true face," Mugu responded, momentarily taken aback. But then, before Tang Yuehua, he removed his mask. Upon witnessing Mugu's complete countenance, Tang Yuehua was momentarily entranced, even when only half of his face had been revealed. It was evident that Mugu possessed striking handsomeness, yet upon seeing his entire visage, she realized he exceeded her wildest imaginings in beauty. It was truly astonishing that such a man would make such an audacious request of her. However, after glimpsing Mugu's features, her initial reluctance began to dissipate, replaced by an inexplicable sensation that no matter the outcome, she would not emerge at a disadvantage. Particularly, the knowledge that she was the first to behold his true visage filled Tang Yuehua with a sense of secret delight. "Is it now permissible?" Observing Tang Yuehua lost in reverie, Mugu gently urged her. "Oh yes, of course," Tang Yuehua exclaimed, suddenly regaining her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Subsequently, before Mugu, she placed the 9-rank purple Ganoderma into her mouth. As it melted away, the essence of the 9-rank purple Ganoderma surged into her being, transforming into a multitude of energies that blossomed within her. Sensing the changes within, Tang Yuehua hastily settled into a meditative position, silently attuning herself to the internal transformation. She envisioned her martial soul, the Rui ring, absorbing the energy of the 9-rank purple Ganoderma, radiating an astonishing spectrum of 9 colors. When she was able to perceive again, she discovered her martial soul had undergone a complete metamorphosis. It was no longer merely a Rui ring, but a magnificent Rui, resplendent in golden hues, adorned with a purple gemstone. "Is this the flawless manifestation of my martial soul?" Tang Yuehua marveled at her newly transformed martial spirit, her heart brimming with exhilaration. "Incredible. It has genuinely restored the deficiencies of my martial soul." Furthermore, Tang Yuehua discerned her soul power level had ascended to rank 10. With this advancement, she was poised to absorb soul rings and become a true soul master. "My martial soul has truly been restored," Tang Yuehua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she turned to Mugu. "That is splendid. Let me see what form your martial soul has taken." Upon hearing the words, Mugu felt an immense joy. Indeed, the 9-rank purple Ji fruit proved to be effective. Tang Yuehua nodded with delight and then summoned her martial soul right before Mugu's eyes. As one wishes, manifests swiftly, accompanied by Tang Yuehua's incantation. A scepter radiating a purplish-golden light materialized from her hand. Chapter 126. The clash. Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's martial soul incantation, Mugu was instantly unsettled. "Are you certain that your incantation is correct? Is this not the same incantation as that of the serpent demon from Hulua?" To be frank, Mugu found it utterly impossible to draw a comparison between the serpent demon from Hulua and the elegant Tang Yuehua before him. One was treacherous and ruthless, willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals, while the other was noble, graceful, and gentle as water. If Tang Yuehua were truly as sinister, he couldn't help but wonder if the original character of Tang Yuehua had orchestrated the exposure of Ain's identity. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Mugu silently murmured to himself, then chose not to dwell on it further. No matter how one looked at it, Tang Yuehua was certainly not the kind of woman with a heart as cold as a snake's. Was it true? It was only then that Mugu turned his gaze to the martial soul in Tang Yuehua's hand, which required incantations for summoning, indicating it was an auxiliary-type martial soul. "Your soul power level must certainly exceed the current 10th level. The true extent of your power will only be revealed once you absorb a soul ring. However, it is undoubtedly no less than the 20th level." The shepherd gazed at the excited Tang Yuehua and shared another piece of good news with her. Mugu could perceive that the soul pressure emanating from Tang Yuehua exceeded level 20. However, this was to be expected. A lower level naturally allowed for a greater enhancement from the absorption of celestial herbs. Really? Upon hearing Mugu's words, Tang Yuehua was undoubtedly filled with even greater delight. "Of course, tomorrow I shall take you on a hunt for soul rings. Then you will see that I am not deceiving you." Mugu nodded with confidence. "I believe in you." Tang Yuehua looked at Mugu and said, as she had witnessed her own martial soul's flaws being genuinely resolved. Naturally, she placed immense trust in Mugu's words. Now that your martial soul's deficiencies have also been addressed, should we not exchange our promises? The shepherd gazed at the fervently excited Tang Yuehua and gently reminded her. The anguish within Mugu has grown increasingly unbearable. Though he has taken advantage of Lu Erlong in recent days, he finds himself unable to engage meaningfully, which only serves to heighten his frustration. Upon hearing Mu Ji's words and meeting his fervent gaze, Tang Yuehua's heart fluttered, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes. It dawned on her that after successfully resolving the issue with her martial soul, she was to exchange a promise with Mugu. This thought caused her delicate cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Is this the soul guide you desired? Tang Yuehua, blushing, retrieved the item from her possession and handed it to Mugu. Is this also a wishful treasure pouch? Mugu gazed upon the appearance of the soul guide device and smiled gently before taking it in hand. Subsequently, he transferred all the celestial herbs and medicinal plants from his soul guide bracelet into the auspicious treasure pouch, and finally, he stored the pouch within the soul guide bracelet. This way, he no longer needed to worry about the herbs perishing. Moreover, after securing the auspicious treasure pouch, Mugu continued to observe the blushing and anxious Tang Yuehua. I don't know, she replied timidly, her head bowed and flustered. She truly did not possess the knowledge. Indeed, this was something that required my intervention. Hearing this, Mugu chuckled heartily, relishing the sight of Tang Yuehua's bashful and flustered demeanor. Without hesitation, Mugu stepped forward and, amidst Tang Yuehua's startled exclamation, pulled her into his embrace, lifting her chin with a gentle hand. From this day forth, you shall be my woman, gazed upon's exquisite and charming visage, boldly declaring his intentions. Subsequently, he leaned in to kiss his delicate lips, his right hand caressing her elegantly clad legs adorned with stockings. Mugu arrived at Yuxian at noon, and by the time he emerged, evening had already descended. As he departed, every cell in his body radiated with exuberance, enveloped in a refreshing sensation. Had it not been for the consideration of Tang Yuehua, who was unaccustomed to worldly matters and would be ill-prepared for harsh realities, Mugu might have lingered longer. Additionally, he was mindful of Lu Erlong. A prolonged absence without explanation would be difficult to justify. Tang Hao, little did you anticipate that your sister would fall victim to my mischief? A chuckle escaped him as he thought of Tang Hao, and a surge of delight washed over him. He was eager to discern the expression that would grace Tang Hao's face upon learning of the situation. Surely, it would ignite a desire for revenge against him. Just the incident with A-in alone was sufficient to provoke such wrath. However, this was contingent upon Tang Hao becoming aware of it. Currently, Tang Hao is even oblivious to Mu Ji's appearance. Tomorrow, Tang Yuehua intended to hunt for soul rings. He wondered if she would manage to rise in time. He was also curious about the auxiliary effects her soul skills would possess. Lost in thoughts of aiding Tang Yuehua in her quest for soul rings, Mugu meandered through the imperial capital. Mugu was preparing to procure a gift for Lu Erlong, hastening his strategy. He had already torn Tang Yuehua's stockings, and now Lu Erlong's was next on his agenda. With both Tang Yuehua and Lu Erlong in his sights, Mugu had no intention of departing from the imperial city of Tiando in the near future. He was determined to indulge himself thoroughly. As for his cultivation, Mugu would certainly not neglect it. However, at present, he was primarily focused on solidifying his soul power level, as it had surged dramatically through the absorption of soul rings and celestial herbs, leaving it somewhat unstable. Once he had firmly established his current soul power level, Mugu planned to continue enhancing it by absorbing celestial herbs at an accelerated pace. Celestial herbs were not limited to a mere one or two. As long as their effects did not overlap, multiple absorptions were permissible. In the original narrative, Tang San had absorbed 3 celestial herbs by himself. Utilizing celestial herbs to elevate one's soul power level could be deemed a reckless extravagance. Nevertheless, Mugu was unconcerned, solely fixated on rapidly increasing his soul power level. The Qilua tulip could be reserved for later. Should he require the support of the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future, it would serve as a significant bargaining chip. If he was unable to gain the recognition of the Heartbreak Red, he would simply hold on to it for now. Furthermore, the blood-colored swan kiss could be employed against Tang Chun. However, that matter was not urgent. He needed to possess the strength to confront Tang Chun, who might emerge from the ruins of the Slaughter City. The pastoral song has never considered the destruction of the City of Slaughter to be a mistake. As long as enforcers like the Spirit Hall exist, the annihilation of the City of Slaughter will not lead to a rampant emergence of evil soul masters in the future. Online, Tang San has been criticized for this reason, primarily because after the obliteration of the City of Slaughter, he subsequently destroyed the Spirit Hall without establishing a regulatory body in its stead. In the original text, the Spirit Hall faced misfortune with Tang San as an adversary. With 2 deities shamelessly aiding him from behind, the Spirit Hall could never hope to prevail. However, despite the shamelessness of the Sea God and the Shura God, if they could be turned into allies, it would be of little consequence. Thus, if an opportunity arises, it would be worthwhile to attempt to acquire their legacies. In due time, we shall see if it is possible to leverage Tang Yuehua's connections to negotiate a transaction with the Snow Knight Emperor. Mugu yearned to engage in a transaction with the Emperor of the Snowy Night, hoping to exchange a precious celestial herb for the royal family's vast and boundless shield. This shield was none other than the token of the sea god, the heart of the sea god. To attain the legacy of the sea god, the heart of the sea god was paramount. Therefore, even if Mugu might not be able to inherit the sea god's legacy, he was determined to secure the heart of the sea god, ensuring that it would not fall into the hands of others. If he could acquire it in exchange for a single celestial herb, it would be an entirely worthwhile endeavor. Mugu opined that if the Snowy Night Emperor were to comprehend the formidable nature of the celestial herb, and with the precedent set by Tang Weiwa, it is quite plausible that he might be persuaded to exchange the heart of the sea god. After all, this artifact has been hoarded by the imperial family of the Heavenly Do Empire for countless years. They merely recognize it as a remarkable soul guide. Yet none have ever succeeded in earning its acknowledgement or wielding its power. To them, the heart of the sea god holds little more than collectible value, rendering it nearly as useless as refuse. Upon returning to the Blue Tyrant Academy, Mugu was unexpectedly greeted by an unusual visitor. The Yu Xiaojiang he remembered appeared somewhat altered, emanating a faint aura of menace. Xiaobai. At that moment, Lu Erlong also spotted Mugu and joyfully called out to him. The moniker Xiaobai was one that Mugu had yet to fully acclimate to. The pastoral melody also conveyed a sense of resistance. However, Lu Erlong could be quite domineering at times, agreeing with words yet still insisting in actions. Eventually, Mugu acquiesced to her whims. Brother Li Bai, Fran greeted Mugu. Xiao Gang, this is Li Bai, Erlong's current boyfriend. After this introduction, Fran turned and gently began to elaborate to Yu Xiaogang. Since Xiaogang's arrival, he had already shared with him the details regarding Mugu, including her prior assistance to them and the remarkable feat of absorbing a 50,000-year spirit ring as her sixth. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was intently observing the newcomers. Ever since he learned of Muji's existence through Fran and Lu Erlong, he was profoundly astonished. He had never imagined that someone could absorb a spirit ring of such immense age at the 6th level. What extraordinary physical prowess that must require. Yet, what preoccupied Yu Xiaogang the most was the identity of Lu Erlong's boyfriend. He was taken aback to discover that not only had she erased him from her heart, but she had also swiftly found another man. Truthfully, while this was the outcome he had desired, witnessing it before his eyes inevitably stirred a pang of sorrow within him. Previously, although he understood the impossibility of a relationship with Lu Erlong, her persistent affection had instilled in him a sense of achievement. Knowing that a woman remained passionately devoted to him. Now, that was no more. Xiaobai, this is Yu Xiaogang, as I mentioned. Lu Erlong then took Muji's hand and brought her before Xiaogang for an introduction. Xiaogang, this is Li Bai. At the same time, she introduced Mugu to Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, I know you. Although your theoretical knowledge may lack rigor, there are few in this world who surpass you in martial spirit knowledge. Mugu turned to Yu Xiaogang and spoke with a smile. The pastoral song does not belittle or mock Yu Xiaogang. Rather, it genuinely praises him. Without delving into Yu Xiaojiang's other actions, it is undeniable that his research on martial souls is indeed among the finest. Mugu would never belittle Yu Xiaojiang in front of